Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 532 to Chapter 599. Just as everyone in the Xia continent was watching this tragic battle, the battle between the general-level powerhouses and the sea beasts in the Eastern Sea had reached its most critical moment. The sea beasts had an advantage in terms of numbers. Their aura was extremely powerful. Cultivation, Governor Jiang, and the other general-level powerhouses had ugly expressions on their faces. They kept retreating under the pressure of this aura. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they retreated a total of 3 steps. It seemed like a short distance, but there was a huge gap between the two forces. Humans, die. The Lord-level sea beast's roar came from afar and shook the sky. Many low-level warriors kept retreating. They were unable to withstand the pressure of this ferocious aura. Their faces turned pale. The despair in their hearts grew stronger. Could humans really not stop the sea beasts? Why not run? Run as far away as possible. At least they could still survive. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Furthermore, it was just retreating 300 miles. Humans still had a vast territory. There were many martial arts powerhouses inland. If they could survive, they could counterattack in the future and retake the Eastern Sea. These thoughts surfaced in everyone's minds. It was human nature in the face of life and death. Just at this moment, a whistling sound came from afar. It wasn't clear at first, but it approached the shore in an instant. It seemed to contain the power of thunder as it rumbled down from the sky. A bunch of animals. What's there to be afraid of? Humans, we'd rather die than retreat. Fight to the death. Kill. A cold shout exploded in the sky. At the same time, an aura that exceeded that of an ordinary general-level powerhouse merged with the aura of the humans. Boom, the sea beast's aura was pushed a few meters forward. Cultivation, Governor Jiang, and the others trembled. Their eyes lit up. Wang Ting. The general-level powerhouses looked at the newcomer with astonishment in their eyes. This kid was back. And this aura. No wonder they found it familiar. It seemed that the aura of advancing to the general level came from him. He was so young, but he had already reached the general level. Even though the situation was urgent and they didn't have time to think, their hearts were still filled with shock. Ha ha ha, good. It's good that you're not dead. Cultivation laughed happily. Teacher. Feeling Cultivation's concern, Wang Ting felt warmth in his heart and called out to her. You've advanced to the warlord level? Governor Jiang could not help but ask. I was lucky. Wang Ting nodded. The corners of their mouths twitched. Advancing to warlord at such a young age wasn't something that could be described as mere luck. Otherwise, why didn't they get lucky when they were young? However, this was a good thing for humans. Having one more general-level fighter was equivalent to having one more martial warrior team. It was too useful. At the same time, the other warriors saw that with the addition of Wang Ting, the human side had taken a turn for the better. Everyone's heart was suddenly lifted. It's Wang Ting. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian, and the rest recognized Wang Ting. They were especially shocked when they felt the general-level aura coming from him. Good heavens, this kid had actually become a general-level fighter. He had walked ahead of them. Thinking back, when they first met Wang Ting, he had just become a martial warrior not long ago. Now, he had actually surpassed them. Fu Tiandao and the rest suddenly felt that they were getting old. On the other hand, the other warriors were overjoyed when they heard that Wang Ting had advanced to the warlord level. Wang Ting has advanced to the warlord level. We have another general-level fighter. That's great. We still have hope. Wang Ting was right. What's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of animals. Humans. Shouldn't retreat. We should move forward bravely. Even if we die, we shouldn't be afraid. They looked at the extremely young figure in the sky and recalled his words. They could not help but be influenced by his unparalleled confidence. Fight to the death. Kill. No one knew who was the first to roar out. Then, more and more people's bloodlust was stirred. They also roared at the sky. Fight to the death. Kill. Fight to the death. Kill. Fight to the death. Kill. A surge of killing intent erupted from the human warrior's body. This was the condensed will of all the warriors. It surged into the aura in the sky. Wang Ting's heart jolted, and the slaughter concept instantly erupted. Under the eruption of his slaughter concept, all the warriors' killing intent seemed to be attracted. It surged and gathered, gradually condensing into an invisible slaughter blade. Governor Jiang and the rest could not help but turn their heads to look. There was a strange look on their faces. What a terrifying killing intent! They were all extremely powerful general-level fighters. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, they could tell that Wang Ting had already condensed the slaughter concept. However, this made them feel even more incredulous. How many people did he kill to be able to condense such a slaughter concept? It should be known that even veterans who had been fighting on the battlefield all year round might not be able to condense the slaughter concept, let alone a more profound concept. However, Wang Ting had actually done it. The general-level fighters did not have time to think too much. The slaughter blade above Wang Ting's head was becoming more and more terrifying, emitting a terrifying aura. The slaughter blade seemed to be stained with countless lives. It was surging with killing intent. It was as if it carried a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Governor Jiang and the rest were too close. Even if it was not targeted at them, they immediately felt a terrifying killing intent descending upon them. They were instantly affected. Their faces changed slightly. They could not help but retreat. They then looked at each other and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the shouts were heard, the aura with the same killing intent surged out. Instead, they merged their aura with Wang Ting's slaughter concept. Not long after, Wang Ting felt that the slaughter blade above his head had reached its limit. His eyes widened, and a dazzling and sharp light pierced into the distance. Slash! As he shouted coldly, the slaughter blade above his head instantly slashed out. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of the sea beasts on the opposite side suddenly collapsed. The sea surface exploded, and the seawater was separated. Countless sea beasts struggled and screamed. Roar! Humans, you're courting death. The Lord-class sea beasts in the sea were abnormally furious. They let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, huge figures broke through the surface of the sea and appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. Some of the huge sea beasts were covered in scales and barbed spikes. They looked like strange fish and were extremely ferocious. Some of them had wriggling bodies and were dozens of meters long. They were deep-sea pythons. There were also some with fishtails and crocodiles. They looked extremely strange. If there was a similarity between them, it would be that they all had extremely powerful auras. Kill! These Lord-class sea beasts roared and charged towards the human warlord-class powerhouses. The sea beasts in the sea went completely crazy. They rushed towards the shore without any regard for their lives. They climbed onto the land and charged towards the human warlords. Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They shouted, "Stop them!" In the next moment, the warlords split into two groups. Some of them charged towards the Lord-class sea beasts, while the others charged towards the sea beasts below. Boom, 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 a terrifying battle broke out in an instant. Governor Jiang, Jisun Martial House Master Yi Jisun, and the others entangled the Lord-class sea beasts and fought with them. The sky was filled with continuous rumbles. Energy waves of origin power spread out and blasted the surface of the sea, causing waves to roll. On the other side, Wang Ting, Xianxia, and the rest charged towards the sea beasts below. A large number of sea beasts wanted to climb onto the shore. Xianxia wielded his battle sword and slashed out a sword light that was dozens of meters long. Wang Ting held MOK in his hand. Flames filled the air as he slashed out with his sword light. The water below was split in half and countless sea beasts were killed. The surrounding high-ranking warlords also rushed over and stopped the sea beasts from climbing onto the shore. The situation instantly became chaotic and urgent. The number of sea beasts was too terrifying. Even the warlords were powerless. Humans, your opponent is me. A furious roar sounded. A warlord-class sea beast actually chased after them and attacked Xianxia, Wang Ting, and the rest. It was a giant octopus-like sea beast. Its body was as big as a ship, and it swept its dozens of tentacles with suction cups towards the warlords. Dodge. Tantai Xian's expression changed drastically as he retreated. Boom, the octopus claw smashed onto the beach, leaving a deep pit that was dozens of meters long. Some sea beasts that couldn't dodge in time were smashed into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere. However, the giant octopus sea beast didn't care at all. Its bloody tentacle swept towards Tantai Xian, Wang Ting, and the rest again. The giant octopus's enormous body was entrenched on the surface of the sea. Its octopus claws swept wildly, attacking indiscriminately. Wang Ting and Tantai Xian were within the attack range of the octopus's claws. Neither of them retreated. Both of them used their own techniques to face the giant octopus. Bang! As the octopus's claws swept over, Wang Ting raised his divine weapon, MOK, to block. This giant octopus was extremely powerful. It was already a lower lord level existence. A lower lord level existence was equivalent to an 11-star lower warlord, therefore, every attack of the giant octopus contained an extremely terrifying power. When it swept across, the air exploded and crackled. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he snorted coldly. 8-level devil art, activate, body of thunder, activate. Countless black patterns spread out from Wang Ting's skin under his clothes. However, traces of the power of thunder also erupted from Wang Ting's body. They wrapped around his body, giving him an additional majestic aura. Those black patterns were also covered by the power of thunder. No one could see anything. Boom, a tremendous force erupted from Wang Ting's body. Although his figure didn't change at all, his body seemed to have become extremely strong all of a sudden. It contained a terrifying power. Tantai Xian looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he could feel the ferocious aura of a star beast from his body. Scram! Wang Ting shouted angrily. MOK slashed out fiercely, splitting the thick octopus's claws apart. On the other side, Tantai Xian was also attacked. 3 octopus claws with suction cups swept towards her, completely sealing off her escape route. However, Tantai Xian was not afraid at all. She was also an 11-star lower warlord. She did not lose to the giant octopus in the slightest. In fact, she was an invincible existence among the warlords of the same realm. At this moment, facing the giant octopus in front of her, the battle intent in her eyes rose. The battle sword in her hand exploded with an extremely sharp metal elemental sword intent. The sky even resounded with metallic clanging sounds. Golden sword rays burst out and emerged from the void all around, slashing at the octopus claw. Sword marks immediately appeared on the octopus's claws. Blood splashed out, and the giant octopus let out a loud roar of pain. Tantai Xian's attack had thoroughly enraged it, and several more octopus claws swept towards Tantai Xian. A total of 8 octopus claws seemed to have formed a large net. They danced in the air and enveloped Tantai Xian. Tantai Xian's expression remained unchanged. Wisps of wind origin power appeared around her body, causing her to seem as though she had transformed into a gust of wind. Her figure drifted about erratically as she actually avoided the 8 octopus claws with extreme agility. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He already knew that Tantai Xian possessed wind origin power, so he wasn't surprised. However, her attainments in the wind element were much higher than his. She had reached the level of a warlord, and her speed was unbelievably fast. The octopus's claws danced wildly in the air, and the suction pads on them suddenly emitted waves of terrifying suction. My goodness, this tentacle monsters. Tentacle skills are simply maxed out. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even in the midst of battle, Tantai Xian still heard this sentence, and her face instantly darkened. What the hell was this tentacle monster? This brat had only been moving for a short while, and he had already revealed his true colors. Scram and go help the others. Don't be an eyesore here, Tantai Xian shouted angrily. Wang Ting's face was a little embarrassed. Seeing that Tantai Xian was completely capable of dealing with the giant octopus in front of him alone, he didn't waste any time and charged downwards. Several sea beasts pounced towards him. Judging from their auras, they were all powerful 8-star and 9-star star beasts. Wang Ting's expression was slightly cold. He held MOK in one hand and slashed out a sword ray. Several powerful sea beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, and were instantly killed. At the same time, his other hand formed a fist and swung out a terrifying fist energy. Bang! 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 One punch, one monster. Tui! One punch, one sea beast. Their bodies exploded. His posture was extremely violent. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian, and the other high-level martial artists were dumbfounded. Each of them had one high-level sea beast each, and they might not be able to kill them even after half a day. However, when it came to Wang Teng, it was extremely easy for him. Killing high-level sea beasts was like harvesting chives. One sea beast after another landed on the shore and charged towards East Sea City, attacking the martial artists around them. The number of human martial artists was limited, but there were many sea beasts. Usually, 2 or 3 or even more sea beasts would surround and attack a human martial artist. In such a situation, there were simply not enough human martial artists. Ah! Screams rose and fell as the human martial artists were pounced on by the sea beasts. Then, several sea beasts swarmed over and tore at the human martial artists. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the area below, and his expression was ugly. He flew and charged towards the sky above the center of East Sea City. Boom! In an instant, his spiritual force swept out and radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire East Sea City. Field control, all the sea beasts suddenly froze, as if time had stopped for them. The martial artists around could not help but be stunned. They did not know what had happened. When the people in the underground air raid shelter saw this scene, they were also stunned. Kill! At this moment, a roar filled with killing intent came from the sky. It's Wang Ting. What did he do? All the martial artists reacted, and their hearts were filled with doubts. However, it was obviously not the time to delve into it. Especially when they saw Wang Ting's solemn expression, they knew that it was not easy for him to do what he did. Therefore, all the martial artists immediately rushed towards the sea beasts in front of him. They waved the butcher's knives in their hands and poured out all their anger. The human martial artists jumped onto the sea beasts' huge bodies and stabbed their weapons into their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. A large number of low-level sea beasts died at the hands of the human martial artists. The human side seemed to have turned around in an instant. When the high-level martial artists saw this scene, they could not help but be overjoyed. The people in the underground air raid shelter could not help but cheer. They were very excited. We're saved. We still have hope. Wang Ting. Wang Ting. It's him. He used some method just now to hold back all the sea beasts. In the underground air raid shelter, many people noticed Wang Ting's actions and started discussing loudly. They were very excited. Many martial artists from all over the country saw this scene and their eyes lit up. They seemed to have realized something. This young man was very powerful. He could actually control the entire battlefield. Even if he only used it on low-level sea beasts, it was already very impressive. This ability was enough to completely turn this situation around. Capital Xia, the first university. Ji Xiaoming and his classmates were paying attention to the situation in the East Sea. When he saw Wang Ting, the figure that was galloping on the battlefield, his expression was very complicated. Warrior level, that fellow had already reached the warlord level. This made him feel very defeated. He was only an 8-star soldier level martial warrior now, but Wang Ting had already crossed the huge threshold that could stop countless martial artists. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. When he lost to Wang Ting in the martial arts competition, he was not convinced. Also, they were about the same level. So what if he lost once? One match didn't mean everything. He was confident that he could catch up quickly. The next time they met, he would definitely be able to defeat Wang Ting and regain his glory. But now, he no longer had such confidence. His opponent was too monstrous. He deserved to lose. In the Ren family, an arrogant-looking young man was also paying attention to the East Sea. He was Ren Qingsong. Beside him was the old master of the Ren family. They looked at Wang Ting's figure on the screen. Their expressions were very ugly. Ren Qingsong's expression was gloomy. He punched the wall. Instantly, cracks spread in all directions, and a deep hole appeared. What kind of luck did the Wang family have? How did they manage to produce such a prodigy? Old Master Ren's expression was very ugly. He muttered to himself as if he had suffered a huge blow. Back then, he had sent martial artists to the East Sea to destroy the Wang family. In the end, Wang Ting suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. Then, during the martial arts competition, Wang Ting defeated his grandson, Ren Qingcong, whom he had always been proud of. Ren Qingcong was completely destroyed. No one could understand how much he had broken down and how much he had exploded. During the martial arts competition, he directly vomited blood and fainted. It was not easy to save him. Now that he saw Wang Ting advancing to the warlord level, he had the urge to vomit blood again. This little B** starred is too infuriating. Apart from Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong, Luo Qing from Capital Military Academy, Zhao Yuanwu from the Qianyuan sect, and all the other prodigies in the country were also paying attention. They also had mixed feelings. Wang Ting was the first in their generation to advance to the warlord level. He had already surpassed everyone, East Sea. After Wang Ting ruthlessly harvested a batch of leeks with his absolute spiritual control, another wave of sea beasts surged out from the bottom of the sea. Before the people could rejoice, they were shocked again. Wang Ting could not help but curse when he saw the sea beasts surging out like an avalanche, F***ck. These sea beasts must be cheating. How many have they multiplied over the years? Why are there so many of them? How are we supposed to fight them? There are so many sea beasts that we can't kill them all. The other human martial artists were filled with despair again. The warlord powerhouses at the front had extremely unpleasant expressions. They felt powerless. They were extremely anxious because they were entangled with the lord-level sea beasts, but they could not free themselves to deal with the low-rank sea beasts below. Otherwise, with their strength, they could hold them off for a while. Wang Ting could only grit his teeth and release his Emperor Realm spiritual power again. He used the same method to help the martial artists around him kill the sea beasts. However, this method consumed too much spiritual power. He could only control the field while picking up the attribute bubbles around him to replenish his spiritual power consumption. Spirit *20 Earth Origin Power *10 Metal Origin Power *60 Blank Attribute *31 Wind Origin Power *110 Spirit *35 Water Origin Power *40 Fire Origin Power *52 Blank Attribute *23. Various attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's body, causing him to shake. His origin power was replenished, and his spiritual power recovered once more. His slightly pale complexion had also improved by quite a bit. However, he knew that this could not go on. There were too many sea beasts. Controlling the field could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Once his spiritual power was completely exhausted and the attributes he picked up could not keep up with the speed of consumption, it would be the start of a disaster for the humans. Perhaps East Sea and all the martial artists would be completely devoured by the sea beasts before reinforcements arrived. What can I do? What can I do? Wang Ting's mind spun rapidly. He could not help but glance at the attribute panel. Suddenly, his head shook as if he had thought of something. He immediately looked up and fixed his gaze on the coastline. Then, he scanned the entire East Sea city. His eyes shone brightly. Finally, his gaze extended to the outside of the city. A whimsical idea appeared in his mind. Maybe, it'll work. Wang Ting calculated in his mind. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Then, they turned into determination. He was a decisive person. Since he had made up his mind, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he would not hesitate to implement it. Moreover, East Sea was at its worst. Even if he failed, what could he do? It could not get any worse. However, before that, he still needed a large number of attribute bubbles to increase his strength. With his current strength, he was still far from being able to implement that method. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and retracted his spiritual power. He no longer controlled the field and turned to picking up attribute bubbles. Blank attribute *250 Spirit *50 Water Origin Power *35 Wood Origin Power *60 Blank attribute *100 Spirit *46 Blank attribute *140. The martial artists below had lost Wang Ting's help and had to face the sea beast's counterattack. The situation became even more difficult. They were shocked. They did not know why Wang Ting suddenly stopped helping. Martial artists from all over the country were also puzzled. The battle in East Sea affected everyone's heart. Wang Ting's sudden stop caused the situation in East Sea to take a turn for the worse. Many people could not help but frown. What happened? Did he consume too much energy? Sure enough, this method cannot be used indefinitely. East Sea is in danger. Many people sighed and clenched their fists nervously. They were sweating for East Sea. Boom, suddenly, Wang Ting's body shook. A strong wave of origin power flashed across his body. Crimson-red origin power soared into the sky. Monstrous flames surrounded his body, making him look like the Lord of Flames. His fire origin power had broken through and reached the warlord level. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. Wang Ting broke through again? Didn't he just break through to the warlord level? I know, Wang Ting is a multi-elemental martial artist. His second origin power has broken through, someone shouted in realization. Just as he finished speaking, another boom sounded. Boom, yellow origin power erupted. It was not much weaker than the fire origin power. The two origin powers formed two pillars of light and soared into the sky. Wang Ting broke through again. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, two more explosions followed closely behind. Boom, boom, two origin powers, one gold and one green, soared into the sky and formed a pillar of light that reflected the previous two pillars of light. Wang Ting broke through again. Wang Ting broke through again. As if triggered by these four origin powers, Wang Ting's water origin power, which had already broken through to the warlord level, also broke out of his body and formed a blue pillar of light. 5 pillars of light pierced through the sky and surrounded Wang Ting, as if they were protecting their emperor. At this moment, whether it was the East Sea martial artists or the people in front of the screens all over the country, everyone had their mouths wide open. They looked at the young figure in the sky surrounded by 5 origin powers in disbelief. 5 elements gathered and all advanced to the warlord level. This guy, did he cheat? The 5 elemental light pillar shot into the sky and surrounded the young man. Suddenly, he stood up and stepped into the air, walking step by step toward the sky. At this moment, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, rising steadily, one step at a time. Boom, 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 a loud explosion sounded. With every step he took, his aura increased by a notch. Boundless origin power gushed out from his body, causing his clothes and hair to flutter about in the air. His long black hair, which had not been trimmed for a long time, danced in the wind. His young face was cold and calm, and his eyes were like stars, emitting a dazzling radiance that shot into the sky. Countless sea beasts were shocked. They looked up at the figure in the sky with fear in their eyes. Especially the low-level sea beasts. They could not help but tremble under the powerful aura. Although some of the high-level sea beasts were not as weak, they were also terrified. They roared at Wang Ting. The Lord-class sea beasts above the sea felt a great threat. Their huge eyes flashed with cold light, and they did not hide their strong killing intent. This human must not be allowed to live. On the human side, countless people raised their heads. The people in the underground air raid shelter, the martial artists fighting on the ground, and the people watching from the screen. The martial artists fighting on the ground felt it the most clearly. Their hearts trembled, and they fell into extreme shock. Huanghai Military Academy's Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the other deans looked as if they had seen a ghost. Although they knew that this guy was monstrous, they did not expect him to be monstrous to this extent. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian, and the others were the same. They looked at each other, and their faces turned pale. Even general-level experts like Tan Tai-Shin, Yi Jisun, and Governor Jiang could not remain calm. Their hearts were in turmoil. It was simply too unbelievable. Just the 5 elemental forces alone, ordinary people who had 2 or 3 forces would be considered geniuses among geniuses. However, Wang Ting actually had all 5 forces. Moreover, all 5 forces had reached the general level at this moment. That was the general level. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to reach the general level. Many people struggled bitterly at the threshold. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few warlords. However, when it came to Wang Ting, it was as simple as eating and drinking. In the blink of an eye, one type of origin power had entered the warlord rank. In the next blink of an eye, another type of origin power had entered the warlord rank. In the next blink of an eye, another type of origin power had entered the warlord rank. His speed was so fast that his eyes were almost blinded. Was this something an ordinary person could do? That brat was simply a monster, a demon. Such talent, such a magnificent feat, it could be said that no one had ever done it before. In fact, no one would be able to do it in the future. Wait a minute, Wang Ting still had ice origin force, wind origin force, lightning origin force. Oh my god. Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and Tantai Xian, who knew about Wang Ting's background, suddenly felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes widened to the extreme. Oh my god, could that kid be an all-round warrior? This thought shocked everyone. Tantai Xian, what breed is this disciple of yours? Yi Jixing couldn't help but shout at Tantai Xian in the middle of the battle. Scram, how would I know? I didn't give birth to him. Tantai Xian's face darkened as he shouted angrily. Ha ha ha. Yi Jixing laughed loudly. No matter what, it's still a good thing. Although Wang Ting has just entered the 10-star warlord rank, his combat power is probably close to that of an 11-star lower warlord rank. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. In the crowd, Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong, and the other girls looked at the figure in the sky with their mouths slightly agape. Chuhan, is this really your family's dog? Su Wantong asked blankly. I don't know. Lin Chuhan was completely confused. She didn't have the mood to correct the relationship between the two and shook her head absent-mindedly. She really didn't expect that Wang Ting had already reached this stage. The 5 elements force warlord rank. What kind of concept was this? It was simply unimaginable. Chuhan, I'm really jealous, Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly said softly. Hearing this, Lin Chuhan couldn't help but feel proud. Although the two of them hadn't confirmed their relationship, she still felt very happy. However, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger surged in her heart. Wang Ting had left too quickly. The gap between her and Wang Ting was too big. Could she still stand beside him? Lin Chuxia, who was beside her, didn't say anything. She only stared at Wang Ting in the sky. Her eyes contained the deepest light in her heart. Capital Xia, the First Academy. Ji Xiaoming was shocked. His face was pale, and he felt as if there was a tall mountain in front of him that he couldn't overcome. Beside him were Yu Tao, Mao Na, and the other students from the First Academy. They looked at Ji Xiaoming. In fact, they could understand Ji Xiaoming's complicated feelings. After losing the martial arts competition, Ji Xiaoming had been cultivating with all his might. He wanted to defeat Wang Ting the next time he met him and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. They all saw this with their own eyes. However, Wang Ting, whom he had always regarded as a rival, was suddenly far ahead of him. Moreover, the gap between them was too big. Saying that Ji Xiaoming was a rival was undoubtedly extremely laughable. Wang Ting's gaze was already far ahead, and Ji Xiaoming was still chasing after him. Xiaoming, you have to find your own position. You can use him as your goal, but don't compare yourself to him. That brat can no longer be judged by common sense. The dean of the First Academy's Martial Arts Academy retracted his shocked gaze and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He patted Ji Xiaoming's shoulder and consoled him. I understand, Dean. Ji Xiaoming's heart was bitter as he nodded with a pale face. In the past, the dean had always told him that he was the strongest among the younger generation and would definitely become a general stage martial artist in the future. However, even the dean had to admit that they couldn't catch up to Wang Ting's footsteps anymore. Ji Xiaoming was somewhat unwilling to accept this, and his morale was greatly affected. In the Ren family's residence, Ren Qingcang's entire body was trembling. He tried his best to control his body, but he couldn't. He wasn't trembling because he was afraid, but because he was deeply powerless. It was as if there was an invisible pressure pressing down on his head, causing his entire body to tense up. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the shackles of this pressure. He gritted his teeth and wanted to compete with Wang Ting again, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Sullen, helpless, bitter, gloomy. Countless expressions flashed across his face. At this moment, Ren Qingcang's mentality had really exploded. It was even more shattered than Old Master Ren's. Old Master Ren's face suddenly turned red. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly in his wheelchair. Old Master Ren fainted. Quick! Quick! Bring him to the emergency room. The surrounding Ren family members turned pale with fright and were in a mess. Sometimes, the most painful thing for an enemy wasn't to kill them, but to break their hearts step by step and make them live in torment. Wang Ting did not know about the Ren family's situation at all. Even if he knew, he would not care. What right did a defeated dog have to enter his eyes again? At this moment, Wang Ting was high in the sky. He stopped in his tracks and looked down at East Sea Metropolis. The aura on his body had reached its peak. The 5 force light pillars had completely entered his body. In his body, the force of the 5 elements flowed slowly and passed through his entire spine, causing his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. At this moment, his combat power had surpassed a 10-star quasi-warlord and was comparable to an 11-star lower warlord. After the force of the 5 elements entered the warlord level, it seemed to have undergone some strange changes. However, Wang Ting did not have the time to care about this at this moment. After that moment of shock, the sea beasts below roared and pounced on the human warriors again. It seemed like they wanted to use this method to vent their embarrassment from showing their cowardice earlier. It's time. Wang Ting knew that he could not delay any longer. He pulled out the attribute panel. His gaze went past all the attribute panels and finally landed on the blank attribute panel at the end. Blank attribute, 35600. Due to the large number of sea beasts killed, countless blank attribute bubbles appeared in the entire East Sea Metropolis. As a result, the number of blank attributes that Wang Ting picked up had reached a terrifying 35,600 points. Wang Ting's plan could not be separated from these blank attributes. They were the key. Immediately, Wang Ting did not hesitate and immediately distributed all the blank attributes. Upgrade the Massive Boulder Heart talent. Previously, his Massive Boulder Heart talent had reached 35 points. Naturally, it was still far from perfection. At this moment, he used more than 10,000 blank attributes and completely maxed out the Massive Boulder Heart talent. Massive Boulder Heart, 10,000/10,000, perfection. In an instant, Wang Ting felt that his body had undergone an extremely mysterious change. The understanding of the Massive Boulder race's talent in his mind was instantly raised to the extreme. At this moment, even the top prodigy of the Massive Boulder race would not be able to catch up to him in terms of talent. Then, Wang Ting added the remaining 20,000 plus blank attribute points to the ancient god body. This was a special technique of unknown grade. Wang Ting had already experienced its power when he obtained it from the ancient god's corpse. Now, more than 20,000 blank attributes were added to ancient god body. Boom! Wang Ting's body suddenly emitted a terrifying sound that sounded like a star exploding. It vibrated non-stop, and the sound was so loud that everyone could hear it. What happened? What happened? What is Wang Ting doing now? Questions surfaced in everyone's minds. Just as things calmed down, Wang Ting exploded again. However, when they saw Wang Ting's solemn expression, everyone felt that he might be about to unleash his ultimate move. Yes, definitely, ever since Wang Ting returned and entered the battlefield, he had never disappointed anyone. He had always been working hard to obtain a chance of survival for everyone. A sense of trust emerged from everyone's hearts. Ancient god body, 25635/50,000, 1 star, a strange golden symbol appeared between Wang Ting's eyebrows. It was only a single stroke, but it had an indescribable sense of mystery. Wang Ting could not see the symbol, but he felt something strange between his eyebrows. He could not help but recall the ancient god's corpse that he had seen previously. There was an extremely complicated symbol between its eyebrows. At the same time, Wang Ting's body was also undergoing changes. His heart was beating rapidly, making rumbling sounds. His muscles became more compact, and his bones became more solid. Golden patterns appeared on his bones, making them indestructible and extremely mystical. His bone marrow was like mercury paste, surging and flowing, making crashing sounds. A trace of gold appeared in his blood. A terrifying force was born in his physical body. This force had exceeded the limits of his 8-level devil scripture and Leitang physique. Wang Ting felt like he had to vent it out. Only 1 star? Wang Ting clenched his fist and muttered to himself as he looked at the attribute panel. I don't care. His eyes focused, and a bright light burst out. At this point, it was too late for regrets. He had to do it even if he did not want to. Massive boulder heart. He roared in his heart. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. They flew into the sky and gathered toward Wangting. In East Sea City, the rocks formed by the collapsed buildings were mixed with steel bars. They soared into the sky. The sea beasts that stepped on the rocks were directly overturned. They were dumbfounded and did not know what had happened. East Sea City was originally a huge and prosperous city with countless tall buildings. After the sea beasts destroyed them, they formed countless rocks. After flying toward Wangting, they immediately drowned him and gradually formed a huge stone body. At the same time, the seawater on the surface of the sea rolled. The sand on the seabed broke out of the water and surged toward the stone body like a flood. This sudden scene left everyone scratching their heads in bewilderment. Their minds were filled with questions. Even if the general-level powerhouses were experienced and knowledgeable, they could not see his purpose. They frowned deeply. What is he doing? Outside the screen, martial artists from all over the country also saw the scene. However, no one could see through it. They were all puzzled. Even Gao Zhuxia, the martial arts leader with amazing martial arts cultivation, the marshal of the military, the minister of the Ministry of Education, the principal of the First Academy, and other big shots could not see through it. Who can see what he is trying to do? The marshal of the military asked. I have been practicing martial arts for so many years, but I have never seen such a method. The minister of the Ministry of Education shook his head and smiled bitterly. The hope of East Sea may fall on this kid. The martial arts leader had gray hair and a tall figure. His eyes were incomparably deep. His face was as calm as an ancient well. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. These words came from the cuff of the martial arts leader's sleeve. They had an extraordinary meaning. From a certain point of view, this was the martial arts leader's recognition of Wangting. East Sea. As more and more rocks and sand gathered, the stone body in the sky with Wangting as the center was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Lord-level sea beasts seemed to feel a strong threat and roared one after another. Roar. Stop him. Destroy that stone body. Don't let him succeed. Let me do it. An angry roar came from under the sea. A sea beast broke out of the water and rushed toward the stone body in the sky. It was a giant lobster. It was colorful and had a well-developed chest armor. It was thick and full of thorns. Its pair of long tentacles were several meters long. Its huge pincers were huge and terrifying. Its aura had reached the Lord level, that's right. This was a delicious Lord level lobster. It leaped into the sky. Its pair of long tentacles were like long spears. They pierced toward the stone body in the sky. Xianxia and the others were shocked. They wanted to stop it, but they were held back by the Lord-level sea beasts in front of them. They could not free themselves to help. Just as the Lord-level lobster's tentacles were about to pierce through the stone body in the sky, a terrifying sword glow swept across from afar. Boom, the 10-meter-long origin sword glow collided with the lobster's tentacles. Sparks flew, and the tentacles were blown away by the sword glow. Who is it? The Lord-level lobster roared. Humph. A cold snort came from afar. A man stepped on the void with a battle sword in his hand. He was walking toward them step by step from afar. The aura on his body was majestic. The aura of an expert rushed toward them. However, when everyone looked over, their expressions suddenly became strange. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared had a slicked-back hairstyle. He was wearing beach pants and flip-flops. He was also wearing a bathrobe that flapped in the wind. He had a cigarette in his mouth that was about to burn his butt. He walked over with a disdainful gait. The aura of an expert that had been brewing because of that stunning sword strike was instantly destroyed. Everyone's mouth was wide open. They did not know what expression to make. Since when did our Eastern Sea have another general-level expert? Xianxia and the others were puzzled. At the same time, they were stunned by the other party's attire. Their gazes were extremely strange. Are you sure this is a general-level expert? He's not a weirdo. Yi Jixing was speechless. I've never seen this person before. He's probably a secluded expert, Governor Jiang said. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared did not care about everyone's gazes. He took a deep breath, bit on the cigarette butt, and slowly exhaled. He said, "Oh, what a big lobster. Old brother Wang, it's you." Wang Ting's surprised voice came from the stone body. This toe-picking burly man was the man who had rented the house to Wang Ting. He was the man who owned 18 houses, Wang Depao. Inside the stone body, Wang Ting's face was dumbfounded. Was this general-level man really the old brother Wang who rode a small electric stove to collect rent? Was he a henpecked man who had to buy soy sauce when he went out? Was he still carrying goji berry water when he was middle-aged? However, when he saw the other party's attire, Wang Ting was sure. Other than Wang Depao, who else could have such a coquettish aura? Wang Depao smiled and did not explain anything. He said, "Old brother Wang, I'll kill this lobster. After this battle, I'll ask my sister-in-law to make a full lobster feast. Let's have a good drink." Okay. Wang Ting was filled with heroism as he laughed loudly. Bastard. The horde-grade lobster was furious. It was a horde-grade star beast, and these two humans were talking about eating it as if there was no lobster around. Even if a crab could tolerate it, a lobster could not. Kill. The horde-grade lobster roared and swung its long tentacles, attacking Wang Depao. Old brother Wang, continue to hold back your big move. Wang Depao raised his eyebrows and slashed at the horde-grade lobster. Boom, the man and the lobster collided, and a terrifying force fluctuation spread out in all directions. Inside the stone body, Wang Ting could not help but shake his head. However, what he said was not wrong. He was holding back his big move. Then, Wang Ting continued to hold back his big move. Pieces of rocks flew over and merged into the stone body, causing it to grow bigger and bigger. Gradually, it formed a huge stone ball. In the Eastern Ocean, the fierce battle was still ongoing. Martial artists from the other world rushed back, and there were also martial artists from the nearby cities who rushed over and joined the battle. However, there were too many sea beasts, and the human side was still at a disadvantage. Kill. One by one, the martial artists rushed forward and fought with the sea beasts. In the end, they all fell into a pool of blood. Blood dyed the blue sky. A tragic atmosphere filled the sky of the Eastern Ocean, enveloping everyone's heart. Everyone felt a stifling atmosphere. The people in front of the screen clenched their fists and prayed for the Eastern Ocean, hoping that the city could survive this disaster. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. A huge stone ball the size of a small planet was finally formed. It covered the sky and covered the sun. A huge shadow was cast on the ground, and occasionally, broken rocks would fall. The ruins on the ground were cleared, leaving only bare land and the foundations of buildings. It was impossible to tell that this was once a bustling city. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, their hearts filled with shock. Was this the big move that Wang Ting prepared? He wanted to use this huge stone to kill the sea beasts. When everyone saw the huge stone ball, they could not help but think so. This kind of indiscriminate attack will injure human martial artists. Governor Zhang's expression changed slightly as he shouted. The Lord-class sea beast looked at the huge stone ball, and its eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Stop him! Stop him! Rumble, just as it finished speaking, a loud sound came from the huge stone ball. The huge stone ball began to vibrate, and with a loud bang, a pair of stone arms stretched out from it. They clenched their fists and then stretched out, becoming a pair of huge palms. Then, a pair of legs appeared. Following that, the body began to change, taking on the proportions of a human body. In the end, a stone head suddenly appeared, and two flame-like lights lit up in its empty eye sockets. This was an indomitable stone giant. Countless people witnessed the formation of the giant. It was 100 feet tall and stood in the sky, its head piercing through the clouds. That kind of shock was indescribable. Everyone even forgot to breathe as they stared at the stone giant with their mouths agape. The Lord-class sea beast's pupils contracted, and its heart was filled with shock. Its roar was stuck in its throat, and it completely lost its voice. Gulp! Suddenly, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard in the silent air, and it was particularly abrupt. Someone muttered in disbelief, This is Wang Ting. Am I dreaming? This kid, when did he have such a shocking skill? Xian took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Is this really something that a martial artist can do? Yi Jisen revealed a rare look of shock and could not help but exclaim. In capital Xia, the martial arts leader, the military marshal, and the rest fell into silence. Then, the martial arts leader's calm eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, I seem to see the future of Earthstar's martial arts in him. The future of Earthstar's martial arts. The military marshal, the head of the Ministry of Education, and the principal of the first university were all shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Crack, in the sky above the East Sea, the huge stone giant slowly lowered its head and looked down. Its rumbling voice was heard, everyone, please hold on for a while longer. As its voice fell, it turned its huge body, stepped out of the stone legs, and walked out of the East Sea city. Rumble, the air was vibrating, and under the huge body's steps, the air let out bursts of explosive sounds. It was extremely terrifying. What are you doing? Xian and the rest could not help but ask loudly. The huge stone giant did not turn its head and walked away step by step. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard. Move mountains, fill seas. Move the mountains and fill the seas. When everyone heard this, they fell into a daze. It was as if they were hallucinating. Wang Ting was actually going to move the mountains and fill the seas. What a crazy idea. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it, but Wang Ting had already acted on it. Everyone was filled with disbelief and shock. However, when they saw the terrifying rock giant, they suddenly realized that this crazy idea might become a reality. Great! A loud shout suddenly sounded. Move the mountains and fill the seas. Governor Jiang laughed and his voice spread throughout the Eastern Sea. Everyone, with Wang Ting's heroic spirit, why should we be afraid of a battle? Everyone suddenly felt a sense of heroism rising in their chests. Kill! 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 Roars of anger came from the human warriors. The aura of the human side suddenly increased by a large margin. This kind of terrifying increase in strength was almost impossible to happen in such a desperate situation. However, Wang Ting's bold and crazy actions instantly stirred up the blood in every warrior's heart. When they first stepped onto the path of martial arts, who didn't think of being indomitable? Who didn't think of burning the mountains and boiling the seas? Who didn't think of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon? However, as they walked deeper into the path of martial arts, they realized that it was simply impossible. Even general-level warriors were limited in what they could do. Plucking the stars and grabbing the moon might just be an exaggeration. However, when they saw the gigantic rock giant, everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The gigantic rock giant might not be able to plucking the stars and grabbing the moon, but what he was going to do next was beyond the scope of a warrior. Everyone saw a broader path of martial arts through Wang Ting. The Lord-class sea beasts roared. They felt their hearts trembling and an uncontrollable sense of fear rose in them. Was this the strength of a human warrior? Governor Jiang and the others took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, forcing the Lord-class sea beasts back into the sea. Xian slashed out with his battle sword. The sword radiance filled the sky and cut off 2 tentacles of the giant octopus, causing it to roar in pain. Fresh blood dyed the sea red. Wang Depao furiously slashed out with his war blade. Blade light slashed at the hard shell of the Lord-class lobster, causing cracks to appear. One of its long whiskers was already broken in half. At this moment, it was extremely frightened and wanted to escape back into the sea. Don't run, my shrimp feast can't leave you out. Wang Depao roared and chased after him. I treat you as an opponent, but you want to eat me up. Pervert. The Lord-ranked lobster's face turned green. It was so frightened that it immediately broke into a run, trying to escape into the sea. In the distance, Wang Ting rode his stone body to the outskirts of the city. His gaze swept across the city and locked onto 2 mountains. His feet stomped on the ground, creating a rumbling sound. He strode to the front of the mountains. These 2 mountains were uninhabited. There were no traces of people living nearby, so he did not have to worry about hurting ordinary people. Wang Ting's eyes were like torches as he took a deep breath. Then, he controlled his stone body and stretched out his arms. Each of his arms was like a mountain, forming a hug and hugging the 2 mountains in front of him. He actually wanted to move 2 mountains at the same time. Ancient god body. With a roar in his heart, he fully activated his ancient god body. Rumble, in an instant, the two mountains shook, creating a loud noise. Boulders rolled down, and the trees on them collapsed. Rise, rise, rise. This time, Wang Ting did not roar in his heart. Instead, he let out a terrifying roar towards the sky. He used this method to mobilize his strength to the extreme and completely burst it out. At this moment, even the people in East Sea City heard the earth-shattering roar. They all looked at the huge stone giant in the distance in shock. In the underground air raid shelter, the people of the Wang family saw everything through the screen. When they saw the huge stone giant, they all fell into silence. Was this really something that a human could do? However, when they heard the roar, they could feel how desperate Wang Ting was. For everyone, for all the lives in East Sea, he really gave it his all. Go for it. Wang Ting's cousin, Tian Xinyu, could not help but clench her fists and shout in a low voice. Wang Hao and Fang Qianwen heard this and could not help but shout, "Cousin Wang Ting, go for it. Go for it." Wang Yanan also shouted in a low voice. The emotions of the people of the Wang family attracted the attention of the people around, and some people followed suit and shouted, "Go for it. Go for it." Emotions were contagious. More and more people joined in, and their voices became louder and louder, shaking the entire underground air raid shelter. Finally, thousands of people gathered to form a single word, "Go for it." The voice was so loud that it seemed to break through the underground air raid shelter and reach Wang Ting's ears. Perhaps it was the will that worked, but the two mountains under Wang Ting's arms suddenly shook, and there was a trace of loosening. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He mobilized his strength even more crazily, as if he wanted to completely burst out the potential deep in his body. Rise, the roar shook the heavens and the earth. With a rumble, the two mountains finally completely left the ground. Everyone fell into silence. Looking at the huge figure that had completely moved the two mountains, an ancient saying suddenly appeared in their minds: the strength to pick up mountains, the spirit to conquer the world. There was an ancient man who could carry a cauldron, the spirit to surpass others. Today, there was an unparalleled hero of the human race who moved mountains to fill the sea, the spirit to conquer the world. Then, there was an explosion of cheers. Wang Ting did it, he really did it. Rumble, the two mountains were moved by Wang Ting. Along with his huge rock body, he walked step by step toward the coastline. He didn't step on the ground, but on the void. However, his strength was too heavy, causing the air to explode. Every step he took caused a loud noise to resound. "Everyone, back off." As he approached, Wang Ting's voice rumbled. The surrounding human warriors were overjoyed, and they hurriedly scattered. The warriors on the coastline also retreated. "Hurry up and stop him!" the Lord-level sea beast roared. Looking at the huge figure walking toward it, it felt its heart tremble, and it was extremely shocked. "Ha ha ha, your arrogance will come to an end." Governor Jiang laughed loudly and rushed toward the Lord-level sea beast, blocking it from the coastline. Tan Tai-Shen, Yi Jixing, and the other general-level warriors also took action. They definitely wouldn't let the Lord-level sea beast block Wang Ting's path. Rumble, the huge rock body came closer. Wherever it passed, the crowd raised their heads. When they saw the majestic figure at close range, they were all shocked. Rumble! 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 Wang Ting smashed the two mountains into the coastline, killing countless sea beasts. The seawater flowed backward, creating huge waves. The scene was like a tsunami, and it was extremely terrifying. The huge rock giant stood beside the two mountains. With a loud bang, the rock body slowly curled up, and before everyone's eyes, it turned into a third mountain. After a while, the waves gradually subsided. The two mountains stood on the coastline, separating the land from the sea. Wang Ting's figure appeared above the three mountains. He was panting heavily, and his face was pale. However, his gaze was extremely terrifying. He stared at the countless sea beasts in the sea, and his cold voice boomed. "Those who cross this mountain will die." For a moment, the countless sea beasts were silent. The three mountains stretched across the coastline of the East Sea, suppressing countless sea beasts to the bottom of the sea. Their blood dyed the sea red, and it was so thick that it did not dissipate. More sea beasts were blocked outside the mountains. If they wanted to invade the East Sea again, they would have to climb over the three mountains. In other words, Wang Ting had created a situation where the East Sea was easy to defend and hard to attack within a short period of time. As for the Lord-class sea beasts, it was not impossible for them to destroy the three mountains. However, they would have to ask for the permission of the human warrior-class powerhouses. More importantly, all the sea beasts were stunned by Wang Ting. They were terrified. As long as they were alive, they would feel fear. These sea beasts were extremely ferocious, but they were terrified of Wang Ting at this moment. Even the Lord-class sea beasts trembled slightly when they looked at Wang Ting. They saw something in this young human that did not exist in other human martial artists. They could not explain it clearly, but they could feel their hearts trembling uncontrollably. This young human was too much of a threat to the sea beasts. At the same time, the human side fell into silence. They were shocked beyond words. So powerful. Some martial artists mumbled to themselves. Three mountains of the sea, Wang Ting had actually achieved such a crazy feat, it was unbelievable. But soon, everyone cheered. In the underground air raid shelter of the East Sea, the Wang family was extremely excited, especially the younger generation. They hugged each other, jumped up and down, and cheered in unison. Good. Old Master Wang thumped the ground with his walking stick. His face was flushed red, and he was extremely excited and proud. As expected of my grandson. Old Master Li was also here. He pulled Wang Ting's grandmother and said happily. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei could not hide the pride in their hearts. The young man who had displayed his peerless and heroic appearance was their son. They had never thought that one day, their child would be able to reach this step. Which parent did not wish for their child to become a dragon or a phoenix? Now, Wang Ting had shed his immaturity and had truly transformed into a dragon. He stood at the top of the younger generation and was more outstanding than any other young man. As parents, they were happy enough, but when they saw Wang Ting's pale and tired face, they felt their hearts ache. That child had really suffered. Wang Ting's eldest uncle, and youngest aunt's family were all incomparably shocked. Then, their shock turned into intense envy. Second brother really gave birth to a good son. It was undeniable that they were jealous. Such an outstanding son, if possible, please give them one too. Capital Xia. Inside the Xia palace, even with the martial arts leader's composure, he could not help but be shaken. He exhaled softly and exclaimed, "What an impressive three mountains of the sea! Wang Ting is unparalleled among the younger generation." The Minister of Education said confidently. "It's our great fortune to have such a prodigy in our Xianxia." The marshal took a deep breath and said. The few of them nodded, evidently agreeing with each other's words. At this very moment, their evaluation of Wang Ting had reached its highest point. One had to know that they were the top bigwigs in the Xianxia. If their evaluation were to spread to the outside world, it would probably shock the world. Of course, after the Battle of Donghai, Wang Ting's name had spread throughout the country even without these embellishments. Now, people from all over the country were watching the live broadcast of Donghai. The attention was unprecedented. Regardless of age or gender, there was probably no one who did not know his name. A peerless prodigy, that was all there was to it. I really regret not personally recruiting him to the First Academy. The old principal of the First Academy shook his head with a bitter smile. It's too late for regrets now. The Marshal of the Army gloated. He wasn't worried because Wang Ting was part of the military. This was a relationship that he would never run away from. Moreover, the army had taken good care of Wang Ting. Even though he was trapped in the underworld, the army still gave him the rank of Major General. This honor showed how much the army valued Wang Ting. The Marshal of the Army was glad that he had made this decision. If he had been a little slower, this decision might have been suppressed. After all, Wang Ting was too young. It was against the rules to be promoted to Major General so quickly. Fortunately, he was not so old that he could not see things clearly. After this battle, let him come to Capital Xia. I want to meet him. The martial arts leader finally said. The Marshal of the Army and the Minister of Education were shocked. The martial arts leader actually wanted to meet Wang Ting personally. However, it was not surprising. After this battle, Wang Ting's reputation would definitely reach an extremely high level. It was enough for the martial arts leader to pay attention to him. It was time for them to meet. The marshal of the army had the same thought. In the first academy, Ji Xiaoming, Mao Na, and the others fell into a dead silence. They were too shocked. Ji Xiaoming had completely lost his confidence. His face was pale, and all his pride and unwillingness were shattered. It's so sad to be born in the same era as that guy. Yu Tao muttered to himself with a bitter expression. Ji Xiaoming was shocked. In the past, he would have scoffed. After all, he was different from Yu Tao and the others. He was much more talented than them. However, now, he could not help but look at the figure on the screen. He felt bitter. Yes, it was so sad to be born in the same era as that guy. In the Ren family, Ren Qingcong had fallen into a frenzy. He smashed everything he could, like an injured beast. Old Master Ren vomited blood and was hospitalized in the intensive care unit. The Ren family was in a mess. All of this was caused by that person. He did not even show his face. He had been utterly defeated. For some reason, he thought of that sentence. It was so sad to be born in the same era as that guy. In fact, it was not just Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong. All the young people in the country felt the same way. The three mountains were not only in front of the sea beasts, but also in front of all the young people. It was impossible to overcome them. In the eastern sea, Tan Tai Xian and the others regained their senses. They quickly rushed to Wang Ting's side and faced off against the lord-ranked sea beasts. When Tan Tai Xian saw Wang Ting's pale face, he asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Wang Ting shook his head. He had only overexerted himself. He would recover very quickly after picking up a few attribute points. However, the sea beasts had also noticed Wang Ting's weakness. Fierce glints appeared in their eyes. They wanted to kill him as soon as possible. "We must kill him." The leader of the group was a deep-sea giant python. It was a 12-star middle position lord. Its humongous body was coiled in the sky as it stared at Wang Ting from afar. Its cold and murderous voice resounded in the air. "Kill." These sea beasts had not given up. They had been accumulating their strength for many years. Now, they had decided to start a war. They wanted to take down this human city in one fell swoop and expand their territory. How could they be willing to retreat? "Kill." The lord-class sea beasts roared. Their huge bodies slammed against the surface of the sea, rolling up large wolves as they charged forward. "Kill." Yi Jisun and the others were not to be outdone. They charged forward to meet the lord-class sea beasts. "Take a rest first," Tan Tai Xian said to Wang Ting. He did not wait for Wang Ting's response and rushed out. At this time, with the three mountains blocking the coastline, the situation in East Sea City was greatly reduced. The human warriors only needed to clean up the remaining sea beasts. Then, some ordinary soldiers flew directly to the mountains in aircraft. Many of them were armed with heavy guns and cannons. They set them up on top of the mountains and fired at the sea below. When the three mountains were erected, the general staff at the rear of East Sea City had already made arrangements. They covered the land with heavy guns and cannons to prevent the sea beasts from coming ashore. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The sound of cannon fire rang out. Bullets were engraved on runes. They had a strong armor-piercing effect and instantly killed a large number of sea beasts. Not only were there runes bullets, but there were also large runes cannons. The power was no less than that of an ordinary high-ranking warrior. Some sea beasts of 5-star and above were hit by the runes cannons and exploded on the spot. They were dead. Roar! Some high-ranking sea beasts that could fly wanted to fly over the mountains and destroy the cannons on top of the mountains. However, the high-ranking warriors were not to be trifled with. They intercepted the sea beasts outside the mountains and instantly engaged in a battle. Wang Ting looked at the sea beasts that were like a black tide and could not help but frown. Although he had built 3 mountains for the people of East Sea City, there were still many sea beasts. Moreover, they did not have any intention of retreating. He was afraid that there would be a tough battle ahead of them. "Hey, that shrimp, don't run." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Wang Ting's expression suddenly became strange. In the distance, Wang Depeo was chasing the Lord-class lobster. He was chasing it around like a goose. The Lord-class lobster had lost all its might and was running away like a rat. "You've gone too far. You've gone too far," it cried out loudly. It wanted to turn around and fight back, but it could not beat the human chasing after it. If it did not run away, it would be turned into a shrimp feast. Scary. Scary, it was too terrifying. Suddenly, the Lord-class lobster noticed Wang Ting's mocking smile in the distance, and its two beady eyes lit up. This human looked so weak. It seemed like he had expended a lot of energy just now. He was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. If it could capture it, not only would it be a great contribution, but with this hostage in its hands, the human behind it would naturally not dare to chase after it. Its heart gradually turned ferocious, and the ferocious look in its eyes intensified. "Be careful," Wang Depeo shouted when he noticed the Lord-ranked lobster's intentions. Too late. The Lord Lobster laughed loudly, extremely pleased with itself. It instantly appeared above Wang Ting's head, its two long tentacles coiling around him. The strange look in Wang Ting's eyes became more and more intense, but he didn't do anything. He just looked at the big lobster with an admiring gaze. Such a big one, it must be delicious, right? He felt a little hungry. "Caught you, ha ha ha. Ga." The Lord-class lobster swooped down, its long tentacles coiling around Wang Ting's body, but its laughter stopped abruptly in the next moment. Because the long tentacles had pierced through Wang Ting's body. His body wasn't a real body, but an illusion. "It's not you who caught me, it's me who caught you." A calm voice suddenly sounded in the Lord-class lobster's ears. It was instantly shocked. Just as it was about to turn around and run, it felt a huge force coming from its body. Boom, the Lord-class lobster's eyes bulged, and it suddenly fell to the ground. It finally knew how this young human could move two mountains. Who could block such a terrifying force? This thought flashed through its mind, and it was extremely regretful. It shouldn't have provoked this human. What arrow at the end of its flight? It was all fake, boom, the Lord-class lobster's huge body fell on the mountain, and the surrounding human warriors quickly dodged. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wang, you have a way. This lobster is extremely cunning. I chased it for half a day and couldn't catch it. You took it down in one move." Wang Depao laughed loudly. "Brother Wang, this lobster looks very plump." Wang Ting laughed. "Of course, I can tell at a glance that this lobster is definitely delicious." Wang Depao swallowed his saliva and said loudly. The surrounding people, how big of a heart did these two people have? They were actually discussing whether a Lord-class lobster was delicious or not. That was a Lord-class lobster. If they could taste it, they would have something to brag about for the rest of their lives. Slurp. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Ah!" the Lord-class lobster cried loudly. When it heard the conversation between the two, it was so angry that its body trembled. It struggled with all its might, smashing its two huge pincers on the ground, but it couldn't break free from the huge force on its body. "Behave!" Wang Ting stood on the back of the giant lobster and fiercely stomped on it. Bang, the Lord-class lobster's huge body suddenly sank into the rock. Cracks like a spider web appeared under its body, spreading in all directions. "Let go of me. If you have the guts, fight with me fair and square. What's the point of sneak attacks? I'm not convinced." The Lord-class lobster's eyes rolled wildly as it continued to shout. "This lobster doesn't seem to be very smart. Let's just cook it and eat it," Wang Ting said. That's right." Wang Depao rubbed his chin and looked at the lobster. The Lord-class lobster's face turned green. "Are these two humans demons? Other than eating, can you guys talk about other meaningful things? You want to eat me for no reason? What did I do wrong?" Bang, Wang Ting didn't waste any more words with it. He slapped the lobster's head, knocking it unconscious. Then, he said to the soldiers beside him, "Tie it up and help me look after it. Don't kill it, it won't be fresh if it dies." The soldiers nearby were speechless. However, they knew that the young man in front of them was a powerful warrior who could move mountains and fill the sea. He had made a great contribution to the Eastern Sea. This small request of his must be fulfilled. Thus, the two soldiers responded and rushed forward to tie up the large lobster. Wang Ting nodded and flew into the air. He glanced around and picked up the attribute bubbles to recover his energy. Wang Depao clicked his tongue and said, "Brother Wang, your strength is not only strong, but also very durable." Wang Ting, it sounded like a compliment, but why did it sound a little weird? He coughed dryly and pointed at the giant octopus that was fighting with Tan Tai Xian in the distance. "Brother Wang, I think that octopus is not bad. Such a big octopus leg is delicious when roasted." "Oh, it's true." Wang Depao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes lit up. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get it down. Let's not have a shrimp feast. Let's have a seafood feast with some wine. It'll be great. You go first." "I'll be right there," Wang Ting said. "Okay, hurry up." Wang Depao didn't ask much and immediately rushed toward the giant octopus. Wang Ting laughed and shook his head. Why didn't he realize that Brother Wang was quite an interesting person? Then, he focused his mind and swept out his spiritual force. One by one, the attribute bubbles flew from afar and merged into his body. Blank attribute * 210, water force * 150, spirit * 45, fire force * 120, metal force * 80, blank attribute * 145. After a while, Wang Ting stood up and stretched. How comfortable! A large number of attribute bubbles merged into his body, sweeping away the feeling of exhaustion and emptiness. His body was filled with force again. Suddenly, he became a handsome young man full of vitality. Wang Ting looked into the distance. With Wang Depao's help, Tan Tai Xian's pressure was reduced. The two of them worked together and completely suppressed the giant octopus. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and turned into a shadow. He was absolutely serious when it came to delicious food. He couldn't let go of this giant octopus. After all, it looked delicious. The next moment, he arrived in front of the giant octopus. The other party also noticed Wang Ting's arrival. Its pupils shrank and an octopus claw swept over. Bang! Wang Ting didn't dodge. He reached out and grabbed it. Then, he exerted force and swung it. Go! Wang Ting roared and swung the giant octopus's huge body towards the sea below. Boom boom boom. This giant octopus seemed to have become a weapon in Wang Ting's hands. It smashed all the sea beasts under the surface of the sea into meat pies. Some of them were sent flying to some unknown place. They turned into black dots and disappeared on the surface of the sea. The giant octopus was smashed until it was dizzy and disoriented. Its eyes were turning black. Tan Tai Xian and Wang Depao's eyes widened. This guy was too violent. It was the first time they had seen such a simple and violent method. They didn't know why, but they felt good. Human. The giant octopus was infuriated. It roared. What are you roaring for? Wang Ting snorted coldly. The terrifying power of the ancient god's body suddenly erupted. Boom! The giant octopus was smashed into the sea, creating huge waves and a terrifying sound. Suddenly, the giant octopus's eyes turned black and it fainted. It was smashed unconscious. The remaining sea beasts couldn't help but look over. They couldn't control their expressions and their eyes almost popped out. A Lord-class sea beast was smashed unconscious just like that. This human was indeed a pervert. Tan Tai Xian wanted to finish the job, but this Lord-class giant octopus was too weak. Teacher, please don't. However, Wang Ting stopped him. Tan Tai Xian looked at him in confusion. Cough cough, seafood tastes better when it's fresh. Wang Ting suddenly felt a sense of pressure under her gaze. He coughed dryly and said. That's right, that's right. Sister, seafood doesn't taste good when it's dead. Wang Depao also chimed in. Tan Tai Xian's eyebrows twitched. He almost exploded. I'm fighting so hard here, and you two are still thinking about eating seafood? You're inhumane. Tan Tai Xian took a deep breath and said, remember to count me in. Hearing Tan Tai Xian's words, Wang Ting and Wang Depao were stunned for a moment. They looked at Tan Tai Xian in astonishment. However, they saw that Tan Tai Xian had already left and was fighting the remaining Lord-class sea beasts with Yi Jixing and the others. The two immediately smiled in tacit understanding. "Brother Wang, are we still going to kill the sea beasts in front?" Wang Depeo chuckled with a cigarette in his mouth. "Yes." Wang Ting glanced over and teased that deep-sea python can be used to make soup. "It should be very nutritious." "Brother Wang, you're already middle-aged, so you should eat more nutritious food. Sister Han will definitely be happy." Wang Depeo was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His old face immediately turned red. Get lost, get lost. What's in your head at such a young age? I'm strong enough to wield a blade and cut down sea beasts. Why would I need nutritious food?" He looked serious and puffed out his chest to prove that he wasn't weak. However, his eyes secretly glanced at the deep-sea python in the distance. His eyes lit up and his throat moved slightly. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He glanced at this middle-aged man who didn't mean what he said. "Ha, hypocrite," he didn't waste any more words. His figure flashed and rushed forward. "Hey, wait for me!" Wang Depeo shouted and chased after him with his blade. Boom boom boom, the battle between the human warlords and the Lord-class sea beasts was extremely intense. There was a 12-star intermediate Lord-class sea beast with terrifying strength. On the human side, Yi Jixing, the head of Jisun martial house, was a legendary figure. When the origin power invaded, he grasped the thread of the era and rose to power. He even established one of the 3 martial houses in the Xia continent, Jisun martial house, to suppress a region. His strength had also reached the 12-star warlord level. If it weren't for him, the human side wouldn't have been able to stop the deep-sea python so easily. Boom, he held a silver spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon. The silver light flickered and the cold light was like stars. It carried an unstoppable momentum as it pierced towards the deep-sea python coiled in the sky. Roar, the deep-sea giant python roared angrily. Its pair of deep blue and cold vertical pupils reflected the light of the spear. Its snake tail swept over. A series of spear lights bombarded the snake's tail, and the palm-sized scales immediately issued a series of metallic clanging sounds. The deep-sea python's scales were so hard that Yi Jisun's attack couldn't break through its defense. Although astral beasts were known for their powerful physical bodies, especially those with scales, their defensive power was even more astonishing. However, the defense of this deep-sea python was truly terrifying. Yi Jisun's expression was solemn. He was helpless against this deep-sea python. This deep-sea python was extremely cunning. It had tightly protected all the vital parts of its body, leaving only its hardest scales exposed, making it somewhat difficult for him to attack. At this moment, a hint of mockery appeared in the deep-sea python's eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth and a burst of icy blue light shot out, enveloping Yi Jixing like a dense drizzle. Yi Jisun's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Boom, the dense icy blue light bombarded the surface of the sea, and a thick layer of ice immediately condensed on the surface of the sea. Although Yi Jisun had narrowly avoided this attack, his arm was still hit by several of the cold lights. Immediately, a layer of ice spread out and wrapped around his arm at an extremely fast speed. Yi Jisun's entire body trembled. The origin power in his body vibrated, trying to shake off the ice. However, he found that the ice was exceptionally difficult to deal with. It was like a bone-attached gangrene that could adhere to his origin power and invade his body. The chill penetrated deep into his bones, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "I've been hit." Yi Jisun's expression was unsightly. He tried all kinds of methods but could only temporarily slow down the spread of the chill. However, his arm was crippled and could not move at all. "Ha ha ha." The deep-sea python's laughter rolled out. "Human, let's see how long you can last." As soon as its voice trailed off, killing intent erupted in its eyes. Its huge body suddenly moved and shot out at lightning speed, entangling Yi Jisun. With that terrifying might, even a general-level powerhouse would be in grave danger if they were to be entangled with it. Yi Jisun's heart trembled. He tapped his feet and suddenly shot up into the sky. Roar, the deep-sea python roared. Its body circled around and chased after Yi Jisun's back as it charged upward. Boom, however, it was at this moment that a gigantic net of origin power suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped them. The deep-sea python's eyes were filled with shock. It could not dodge in time and directly plunged into the large net. Spider web. This was the origin power net that Wang Ting had woven using the spider silk ability he had obtained from the six-eyed poison spider. What was the best way to catch a snake? Of course, it was to use a net. When Wang Ting saw the deep-sea python, he already had this idea in his mind. Therefore, before he entered the battlefield, he transmitted his voice to Yi Jisun and explained the plan to him so that he could cooperate. Meanwhile, Wang Ting and Wang Depeo took advantage of the deep-sea python's inattention to fly to the sky. They hid their bodies and quietly weaved the origin power net. With his spiritual power, controlling the origin power to weave a large net was as easy as flipping his hand. It did not take much time. Roar, the deep-sea python roared crazily. It originally thought that it was a sure win situation and could immediately kill a human powerhouse. However, it did not expect that it would fall into a human's trap. It twisted its body crazily and crashed into the origin power net, struggling to get out of it. However, this origin power net was extremely tough. Moreover, it was covered in wisps of green flames. As soon as its body came into contact with the green flames, it immediately emitted a series of sizzling sounds, causing it to feel incomparable pain all over its body. Its cold eyes couldn't help but reveal a terrified expression. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? A fire to roast you. A chuckle was heard. The deep-sea python suddenly turned its huge head and stared at Wang Ting with a pair of vertical pupils filled with murderous intent. It roared furiously, "It's you. Ha ha ha, how about this trick of luring the snake into the net? No matter how cunning you are, you still can't beat my brother Wang's little trick." Wang Depeo laughed proudly. Wang Ting could not help but nod. He knew how to talk. In terms of tricks, he's a professional, Wang Depeo said again. Wang Ting, Motherf *Ker, we're done. What was a trick? Was he, Wang Ting, that kind of person? This was called a scheme, alright? What was a trick? Could a smart person's actions be called a trick? It was simply unreasonable. Wang Ting glanced at Wang Depeo and his gaze suddenly became dangerous. Wang Ting did not feel anything, but he suddenly shivered and felt a wave of malice wrap around him. When he turned his head to look, Wang Ting had already retracted his gaze as if nothing had happened. Yi Jisun's expression was strange. He felt that Wang Depeo's words were actually quite reasonable. This kid was quite sneaky. Despicable. The deep-sea python roared. It was unwilling to accept its fate. It endured the pain and crashed into the net in an attempt to break free. When Wang Ting saw that the deep-sea giant python was struggling more intensely, he immediately shouted at Wang Depeo and Yi Jifeng, "Brother Wang, Club Master Yi, tighten the net. We're going to reel in the net." "Okay." Wang Depeo replied with a smile and tightened the net in his hand. Yi Jifeng didn't say anything. Although one of his hands was frozen, the other hand was fine. He suddenly exerted force and tightened the net. The three corners of the force net were now in their hands. As the three of them exerted force, the entire net shrank inwards. The deep-sea giant python was unwilling to give up. It struggled madly, and its huge strength caused the force net to bulge. Its huge head wanted to drill out of the gaps in the net, but the strength of Wang Ting and the other two couldn't be underestimated. Especially Wang Ting. With the strength of his ancient god body, his strength far exceeded that of a 12-star warlord. He suddenly shouted, and the strength in his body instantly erupted. The force net shrank to its limit. The deep-sea giant python roared in pain, and its entire body was twisted like a fried dough twist. It was tightly entangled in the net, and it couldn't move at all. Its head was stuck in the net, and it looked even more comical. The force net was surrounded by the green jade glazed flame. It wrapped around the deep-sea giant python, burning its body and force constantly, causing it to scream in pain. Yi Jixing and Wang Depeo were both dumbfounded. That's it? The two of them felt that it was a little unbelievable. Such a powerful 12-star horde leader sea beast was like an ordinary python in Wang Ting's hands. Yi Jixing took a deep breath. He didn't know how long he had been fighting with the deep-sea giant python, but he couldn't do anything to it. In the end, Wang Ting immediately ended the battle when he made his move. Could it be that the more sinister, the stronger? He suddenly felt that the brain was a good thing, but some people didn't have it. For example, the person in front of him. Thinking of this, Yi Jixing glanced at Wang Depeo. At this moment, Wang Depeo's mouth was wide open, and he stared blankly at Wang Ting. He looked like a fool. When Tan Tai Xian, Governor Jiang, and the others saw the situation, they all opened their eyes wide, and felt that it was a dream. They had been fighting for a long time, but they didn't see anyone actually take down a horde leader sea beast. When it came to Wang Ting, he caught Lord-class sea beasts one after another as if he was catching seafood. This was too shocking. Wang Ting ignored them. He dragged the huge net to the back and knocked the deep-sea giant python unconscious. Then, he threw it together with the Lord-level lobster and Lord-level octopus. Wang Ting. After saying this to the surrounding soldiers, he returned to the battlefield once again. The surrounding soldiers, that's the third, are you for real? Use. In front of the screen, people from all over the country saw this scene and their expressions became extremely strange. From a tragic battlefield, it had turned into a large-scale seafood scene. Wang. To the inns. Seafoods. Wang Ting didn't know what the others were thinking. He quickly finished moving the seafood and returned to the surface. Tan Tai Xian and the others had surrounded the remaining horde leader sea beasts. The horde leader sea beasts were horrified. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 horde leader sea beasts left. They looked around and suddenly felt helpless. What should they do? They were panicking. They looked at the warlord-level human warriors in front of them and couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, a sense of despair welled up in their hearts. Boom! At this moment, the surface of the sea in the distance suddenly exploded, and a huge black figure emerged from the sea. The huge figure stood on the surface of the sea, and a terrifying aura spread out. Trash! A rumbling sound came from its mouth, shaking the sea and the sky. Tan Tai Xian, Yi Jixing, Governor Jiang, and the others all had a drastic change in expression. The momentum of victory that had just appeared suddenly froze at this moment. Everyone's pupils contracted as they looked at the huge figure that suddenly appeared in the distance. Wang Ting's expression also changed as he looked in that direction. They saw a huge ape with purplish-blue fur emerging from the sea. The waves were rolling. Its eyes were dark purple, and its face was ferocious, but there was also a sense of majesty that one couldn't look directly at. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled in the sky. Bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky and accompanied the giant ape. At the same time, a storm blew on the surface of the sea and circled above the huge ape's head, making it look like a favored child of heaven and earth. Phenomenon: as soon as the huge ape appeared, it caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. Their eyes flashed quickly, and it was obvious that their hearts were not calm. The people all over the country who had gradually relaxed were fiercely raised again with the appearance of the huge ape. In capital Xia, the martial arts leader and the others trembled as they stared at the terrifying figure in the video. How is that possible? The Minister of Education was shocked. How can there be such a powerful being among the star beasts? Variables. The martial arts leader sighed deeply and muttered to himself. What should we do? With such a powerful being, the East Sea. The army marshal did not continue speaking. However, everyone thought of the same thing. This time, the East Sea might really not be able to survive. The East Sea. In the underground air raid shelter, everyone looked at the huge figure that suddenly appeared and lost their voices. A sense of despair filled everyone's hearts. There was clearly a turning point, and everyone thought that the war was about to end. However, in the blink of an eye, such a change occurred. Who could stand it? Even if ordinary people could not see how powerful the huge ape was, when they saw the human warlords acting as if they were facing a great enemy, they knew that this huge ape must be extremely terrifying. The human warriors on the ground felt it the most. The terrifying aura swept over from the sea, and it made them tremble in fear even from afar. This huge ape was far more terrifying than the previous horde leaders combined. Who on the human side could stop it? Everyone was in despair. If the heavens wanted to destroy the East Sea, then the East Sea had to die. This was simply a joke played by the heavens. Watching them struggle, letting them see hope, and then pushing them into the abyss of despair, never to climb out. Storm King. My king. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the silent atmosphere. The three remaining horde leaders prostrated themselves respectfully and humbly toward the huge ape in the distance. Countless sea beasts prostrated themselves and let out low growls. They could not speak, but they expressed their respect and submission in the way beasts did. Storm King. Above the sea, all beasts submitted. The terrifying giant ape stood in the distance, accompanied by thunder and storms. It was like a giant beast from ancient times. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The general-level powerhouses looked extremely solemn. They subconsciously gathered together and looked at the giant ape in the distance as if they were facing a great enemy. What should we do? This sea beast is beyond our imagination. Governor Jiang said in a low voice with an unsightly expression. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. Why don't we surrender? At that moment, a despicable voice was heard. Everyone looked at Wang Depeo in unison. Wang Depeo's body trembled. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by a few people. An embarrassed expression appeared on his face as he coughed dryly. I'm kidding, just kidding. Under such circumstances, they did not have any good ideas. They could either surrender or fight to the death. However, no one was willing to surrender to the sea beast. This was a battle between humans and star beasts. At the same time, it was also the first large-scale collision between the two sides. Countless pairs of eyes from all over the country were watching. If they chose to surrender, the impact would be too great. Not only would it be a humiliation to the East Sea, but it would also be a humiliation to the entire Xianxia. At that moment, the giant ape's gaze swept over. An unprecedented pressure seemed to be pressing down from above, causing everyone to stiffen. Spiritual pressure. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. The windstorm giant ape was indeed powerful. Just a glance was enough to put the general-level powerhouses in such a difficult situation. Even if it was a battle to the death, the humans' chances of winning were pitifully low unless they were really lucky. Boom, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His emperor stage spiritual power swept out and instantly crushed the spiritual pressure. A hint of surprise flashed through the windstorm giant ape's huge eyes as it fixed its gaze on Wang Ting. Wang Ting was not afraid at all. He looked straight into the cold eyes that were high above him. He was never afraid of competing with spiritual power. Boom, the windstorm giant ape's eyes suddenly exploded with a ball of light that pierced into Wang Ting's eyes. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly. His emperor stage spiritual power rushed out from between his brows without reservation. Roar, it was as if a sleeping giant dragon had suddenly awakened. It let out a terrifying roar and crashed toward the spiritual pressure coming from the opposite side. Boom. Boom, the collision of spiritual powers set off an invisible gust of wind, and even the vibrations only reverberated within the spiritual powers of both parties. In the eyes of outsiders, they only felt that the atmosphere had completely frozen. An extremely oppressive aura pervaded the air, making it difficult for them to breathe. Only a few people with stronger spiritual energy seemed to have noticed something. This is, Cultivation, Yi Jixing, and the other general-level powerhouses naturally had strong mental strength. They immediately sensed something, and their gazes involuntarily fell on Wang Ting. A clash of mental energy. Wang Depeo's eyes flashed as he cried out involuntarily. What? Cultivation, Yi Jixing, and the others' expressions changed. Before they realized it, Wang Ting had already started a spiritual confrontation with the giant storm ape. And from the looks of it, Wang Ting's mental strength was not weaker than the giant storm ape's. Cultivation and the others could not help but look at each other, seeing a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Among these people, Cultivation knew that Wang Ting's mental strength talent was not weak, but he did not expect Wang Ting to be able to contend with the unfathomable giant storm ape. This kid's mental strength talent was probably on par with his martial talent. Yi Jixing, Governor Jiang, and the others did not know that Wang Ting was not only extremely talented in martial arts, but also in mental strength. At this moment, they were all in disbelief. What kind of monster was this guy? They had never seen someone with such outstanding talent. When they thought about all the trump cards Wang Ting had shown before, an ordinary martial artist would be considered a genius if they had one, but Wang Ting had all of them. Could it be that he had some unknown relationship with the heavens? Like a godmother or a godson, at this moment, the spiritual confrontation between Wang Ting and the giant storm ape had also come to an end. The giant storm ape's mental strength had clearly reached the emperor realm. There was not much difference between them, but Wang Ting had the advantage in one aspect. He had a cheat. Wang Ting's mental strength was endless by picking up attribute bubbles. Although the giant storm ape was huge, he still had the advantage in terms of endurance. Boom, amidst the rumbling, both parties' mental strength returned to their respective sea of consciousness between their eyebrows like a tide. It's over. Xianxia and the others' eyes flashed, their hearts in their mouths. Who won? A trace of anger flashed in the giant storm ape's eyes. Its mental strength had actually lost to the small human in front of it. It could not tolerate this. Roar, a roar came from its mouth, and the giant storm ape's huge body suddenly moved, stirring up monstrous waves as it walked toward the East Sea. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Their bodies tensed up, and they all became alert. Brother Wang, what did you do? You actually angered it, Wang Depeo cried out. F*CK, this stupid ape can't afford to lose. Its mental strength can't beat mine, so it wants to fight me head-on. Wang Ting's face turned green. He really wanted to run away. His mental strength did not lose to the giant storm ape, and he even had a slight advantage by relying on a cheat. However, in terms of martial arts cultivation, he would only be abused. Now that he had angered the other party, the giant storm ape would definitely not let him go so easily. Wang Depeo, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. Wang Ting had actually won the spiritual confrontation just now. Just how high had this guy's mental strength attainment reached? However, this was not the time to think about such trivial matters. They looked at the giant storm ape charging straight at them with a solemn expression. The origin power in their bodies was activated, and they were ready to fight to the death. They knew how terrifying the giant storm ape was, but there was nothing they could do. As general rank experts, they could retreat at this moment, but they could not. Roar, the giant storm ape opened its mouth and roared, revealing its ferocious fangs. Thunder struck, and a storm descended. A terrifying aura crushed down on everyone. It struck out with its palm, and the palm lines on its huge and rough palm were clearly visible. It cast a shadow that covered the sky and covered everyone. Everyone's pupils contracted, and they were incomparably shocked. In front of this huge palm, they felt incomparably weak. However, they would not sit still and wait for death. Each of them used their strongest moves to attack the huge palm above their heads. Bang! 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 All of the attacks landed on the palm, but they were instantly crushed and emitted bursts of rumbling sounds. Then, the palm pressed down at an even faster speed. Everyone was in imminent danger. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. It was like thunder rolling from afar. Clang, the sound of a weapon being unsheathed rang out. A resplendent sword light streaked across the sky, carrying an unparalleled momentum. It arrived in front of the giant storm ape in an instant and blasted on its body. The terrifying sword light did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it pushed the giant storm ape's body back a few steps. Boom, the giant storm ape's huge body suddenly lost its balance and fell backward, crashing heavily into the sea. You've crossed the line. You've crossed the line. The voice sounded very old and not loud. However, the faint tone was filled with determination and a strong will. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and see an old, stooped figure slowly walking over from afar. He didn't have any weapons in his hands. His hands were behind his back, and his back was hunched. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like an ordinary old man. However, at this moment, he was walking in the sky, passing the 3 mountains and the heads of countless sea beasts. Finally, he arrived in front of him. Under such circumstances, no one dared to treat this old man as an ordinary person. Especially that stunning blade from before. When Wang Ting saw this old man, he was stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This old man was the guard of Huanghai Military Academy. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that this ordinary guard was a peerless expert who could defeat the giant storm ape. This was too unbelievable. However, in the past, when Wang Ting left Huanghai Military Academy's gate, this guard would always remind him to be careful and pay attention to his safety. When he mentioned this to others, the students of Huanghai would also say that this guard reminded every student of his. He was like a kind grandfather who was always worried about every child who walked out of the academy. Therefore, Wang Ting would never be mistaken. When the old man saw his appearance, he nodded at him and revealed a benevolent smile. Master Han. You. Tan Taishan was also shocked when she saw the old man. She quickly greeted him respectfully. However, when she wanted to say something, the old man raised his hand and stopped her. Yi Jixing, Wang Depeo, and Governor Jiang didn't seem to recognize this old man. At this moment, they were puzzled. When did Donghai have such a peerless expert? Yi Jixing and Governor Jiang glanced at Wang Depeo. This guy was also an expert who hid his identity, a general-level expert who didn't even show his face before this. Could it be that people nowadays liked this kind of thing? A great hermit hiding in the city, these thoughts flashed through their minds. They immediately looked at the sea in front of them. As the waves rolled, a black shadow rushed out from under the water. Roar, amidst the roar, the sea water soared into the sky. Then, it poured down like rain. In the sea rain, the huge body of the giant storm ape appeared in front of everyone again. All of you, back off. Master Han raised his head and looked at the giant storm ape with his slightly turbid eyes and said calmly. Dan Taishan and the others looked at each other and hesitated slightly. However, they still retreated behind him in the end. Old man, who are you? The giant storm ape lowered its huge head, its dignified voice rumbling out. When the sea rain finally fell, everyone could finally see that there was a knife wound on the giant storm ape's body, and blood was flowing down. Human. In comparison, Elder Han's voice was extremely calm. His answer was simple and clear. There was no change in Master Han's eyes. He looked at the giant storm ape calmly. After a while, he said, back off. You shouldn't have come out of the deep sea and stepped into the human world. What if I don't back off? The giant storm ape asked coldly. Humans are never afraid of death. Old Han's eyes suddenly turned sharp as a brazen aura erupted from his body. His hunched body suddenly seemed to have become as tall as the giant storm ape as he coldly said, or do you want to try this old man's blade again? Is it still sharp? A hint of fear flashed in the giant storm ape's eyes. It felt the wound on its chest begin to hurt. However, it couldn't show any weakness or retreat. Otherwise, it would lose its dignity. Humph. The giant storm ape looked around and snorted. His eyes fell on the mountain in the distance. Let them go and I can consider backing off. Otherwise, let's fight to the death. The moment he said this, Wang Ting and the others' expressions changed. The them that the giant storm ape was talking about was naturally the 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts. Wang Ting was furious. Damn it. He had prepared a seafood feast for himself. This stupid ape actually wanted to snatch it from the tiger's mouth, he couldn't bear it. Wang Depeo was also unwilling. The top-grade seafood that was right in front of his mouth was about to fly away. He swallowed his saliva and sighed. On the other hand, Tan Taishan, Yi Jixin, and the others' expressions were ugly. Asking them to hand over the 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts was tantamount to asking the humans to compromise. This was a blatant threat. The people at the back silently watched the situation in front. Some were helpless, some were unwilling, and felt extremely humiliated. However, there were also people who hoped that the 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts would be released and end this long-lasting war. For ordinary people, peace and tranquility were their greatest desires, but in the end, what would the general-level powerhouses choose? You and these sea beasts, retreat 10 miles away. Master Han said. The giant storm ape didn't waste any time. With a wave of its hand, the group of sea beasts dove into the sea and swam away. At the same time, it walked step by step into the distance. Master Han, are we really going to give the captive Lord-class sea beasts to them? It wasn't easy for us to catch them. Wang Depeo said unwillingly. Why don't you go and block that giant storm ape? Master Han glanced at him and said indifferently. Wang Depeo immediately smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to say anything else. Master Han sighed silently. He glanced at Wang Ting and said, "Go, and bring them over." Wang Ting hesitated for a moment. Without saying a word, he flashed back to the back and brought the 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts over. With his strength, the size and weight of the 3 sea beasts were nothing to him, no matter how huge they were. The 3 giant sea beasts were trapped in the origin net. Wang Ting held the net in one hand and swung the 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts in the air. "Let them go." The giant storm ape's eyes flashed as its voice rumbled. Wang Ting didn't move. He glanced at Master Han. Master Han nodded at him. Wang Depeo, Tan Tai Xian, and the others opened their mouths but didn't say anything in the end. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He carried the 3 sea beasts and walked forward. "Human boy, what's your name?" The giant storm ape stared coldly at Wang Ting. Its voice sounded again. Wang Ting ignored it. Instead, he suddenly activated the cyan jade glass flame on the origin net. Sizzle! Sizzle! The 3 captive Lord-class sea beasts were instantly awakened by the cyan jade glass flame and cried out in pain. They soon noticed the giant storm ape in front of them and shouted in joy, "My king! Save us! Save us! You seem to be very happy." At this moment, an extremely annoying voice sounded in their ears. The cold, mocking voice caused the 3 Lord-class sea beasts to shiver. They looked up and saw the abominable human above them. It was this human who had captured them and even wanted to make them into seafood. He was simply a demon. The giant storm ape saw that Wang Ting had woken up the 3 Lord-class sea beasts but was unwilling to let them go. It immediately frowned and its voice boomed again. "Human, do you want to break the contract? Let them go." This time, its tone was much heavier than before. It seemed to carry a great amount of pressure. Master Han and the others behind looked at Wang Ting. What is Wang Ting trying to do? Governor Jiang couldn't help but frown and say, "This kid, don't tell me he's up to something again?" Tan Tai Xian raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. However, she didn't say these words out loud. When the 3 Lord-class sea beasts heard the giant storm ape's words, they felt a bit more confident. They roared, "Human, let us go. Let us go, or our king will flatten your city." The giant lobster roared. "You're so tongue-tied." Wang Ting's gaze turned cold. Balls of azure jade flame surged out. Boom, the origin net was instantly enveloped by the azure flames, roasting the 3 Lord-class sea beasts and causing them to roar in pain. Ah! Roar! The 3 Lord-class sea beasts struggled madly, trying to break free from the origin net and escape the burning of the azure flames. However, they had already seen how tough the origin net was. No matter how hard they struggled, it was futile. The giant storm ape's gaze turned completely cold. "You're courting death. Don't you want them?" Wang Ting said calmly. "If you want them, I'll return them to you." The giant storm ape was stunned. It immediately said, "Let go of the net." Wang Ting nodded. He looked straight at the giant storm ape and slowly lifted the net. The 3 Lord-class sea beasts were getting closer and closer to him. The 3 Lord-class sea beasts stopped screaming. Their eyes were cold, and their hearts were filled with killing intent. As Lord-class sea beasts, they had never been treated like this. This human must die. When they escaped from the net, it would be the death of this human. Wang Ting quickly pulled the 3 sea beasts to his feet. He lowered his head and looked at them. Suddenly, he smiled and said in a warm voice, "Come, I'll free you now." The 3 sea beasts were overjoyed. They were about to escape. Soon, they would be able to kill the human in front of them and avenge their humiliation. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and approached the deep-sea giant python. Everyone was watching intently, and they felt inexplicably nervous. Tan Tai Xian and the others were also prepared for the sea beast's counterattack. After all, no one dared to place the safety of mankind on the sea beast's integrity. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A cold light suddenly darted out from Wang Ting's sleeve and instantly entered the eyes of the deep-sea python. Roar! The ecstasy in the deep-sea python's eyes didn't even have time to dissipate before its pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. However, it was obviously too late. The intense pain came in an instant, causing it to let out a loud roar. Then, it stopped abruptly. The deep-sea python's huge body twisted for a while, and then it stiffened. It was dead. It was killed by Wang Ting in an instant. It couldn't be more dead. You, how dare you? The giant lobster and giant octopus widened their eyes and looked at the human in front of them in disbelief. The giant storm ape was right in front of them, and this human dared to kill them. He must be crazy. It's your turn. Wang Ting suddenly turned his head and looked at them with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold light from before shot out from the other eye of the deep-sea python and rushed towards the eye of the giant octopus. No. The giant octopus roared unwillingly, but it was no use. Poof, the cold light pierced into its eye, and everything was over. At the same time, Wang Ting instantly arrived in front of the giant lobster. Under its horrified eyes, he slapped down. Boom, the palm landed directly on its head, and a terrifying force gushed out. The giant lobster trembled, and its body stiffened, and it died on the spot. In an instant, after the deep-sea python, 2 Lord-class sea beasts died in the hands of Wang Ting. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in just 3 breaths. Xianxia and the others behind were stunned. Damn, Brother Wang is crazy. Wang Depeo's eyes bulged, and he couldn't help but curse. The people behind were also shocked. They were so shocked by Wang Ting's sudden actions that they almost bit off their tongues. Too cruel. Roar. You're courting death. The giant storm ape came to its senses. It knew that it had been fooled, and it was completely enraged. Although it's best to eat fresh, it's not bad to eat chilled, Wang Ting said to himself, but his voice wasn't soft. When the people heard this, they almost fainted on the spot. At this time, you're still thinking about eating? Can't you be more reliable, bastard? Moreover, are you doing this for food or something else? Killing 3 Lord-class sea beasts was tantamount to poking a big hole in the basket. This was going to be troublesome. Who could calm the giant storm ape's anger? Wang Ting's words had completely ignited the giant storm ape's anger. It stepped on the waves, bringing with it a storm and thunder as it charged towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting picked up the 3 dead Lord-class sea beasts' attribute bubbles. He didn't take a closer look at what they were, and he turned around and rushed back, shouting, "Master Han, save me!" Everyone, Master Han, everyone thought that Wang Ting had some big move that could deal with the giant storm ape. Otherwise, where did he get the confidence to kill 3 Lord-class sea beasts? In the end, he was actually asking Master Han for help. At this time, Master Han's face was completely black. He was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This son of a bitch, he's cheating me. Wang Ting's escape speed was definitely top-notch. In a flash, he hid behind Master Han and hurriedly said, "Master Han, I've already killed the 3 Lord-class sea beasts according to your instructions. The rest is up to you." "When did I tell you to kill the 3 Lord-class sea beasts?" Master Han was stunned, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Wasn't that the look you gave me earlier?" Wang Ting said, "I completely understand what you mean. These sea beasts can't be trusted, so it's better to kill the 3 Lord-class sea beasts to prevent them from returning to the mountains." "You're King right." Master Han was speechless. Wang Ting noticed that Master Han's expression was a little off, so he hurriedly flattered him. "Anyway, what's done is done. There's no point in talking about this now. You should just go and fight it head-on. With your strength, you definitely won't be afraid." Master Han took a deep breath and said, "Scram." "Okay." Wang Ting replied and ran to the back. Master Han, Xianxia and the others' expressions were extremely strange. They looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a jinx. "What the hell is wrong with your head? Why is it so crooked?" Yijisan was speechless. "Master, although I respect you very much, I'm not happy that you're slandering my innocence like this." Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said, "I'm thinking for everyone. If the sea beasts can be trusted, there wouldn't be a war today. If we don't kill the 3 Lord-class sea beasts, are we going to wait for them to invade again?" Yijisan and Xianxia couldn't help but admit that Wang Ting's words made sense. However, they still felt that something was off. Wang Depeo heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that this seafood feast was definitely going to happen. His heart was filled with admiration. Brother Wang was truly ruthless. Tan Tai Xian took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Then what do you think we should do now? Master Han was injured a long time ago and has been suppressing it all these years. I'm afraid he won't be able to stop the storm ape. Master Han is injured." Wang Ting's expression changed. He really didn't think of this problem. Originally, he thought that with Master Han's strength, he would definitely be able to contend against the storm ape. With them blocking the other sea beasts, they would at least have a 50-50 chance of victory. However, now that they knew that Master Han was injured, the 50-50 chance of victory was no longer possible. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Ting said helplessly. "We were just trying to fool the storm ape. Who knew that you would be so fierce and kill the 3 Lord-class sea beasts in one go?" Tan Tai Xian also felt helpless. He knew that he couldn't blame Wang Ting, but he still felt a burst of anger in his heart. Boom, while the few of them were talking, Master Han and the storm ape had already collided, creating a terrifying roar. Master Han seemed to have turned into a sharp silver-white saber. His entire being had become one with the saber intent. He was the saber, and the saber was him. His entire body was filled with saber intent. With an unparalleled momentum, he slashed towards the storm ape. Roar, the storm ape roared angrily. A huge long rod that looked like it was made of stone appeared in its hand. The power of thunder and storm swirled around it as it collided with the saber. Wang Ting's face turned serious. He glanced at the status panel and muttered to himself, "Looks like I can only use that move." He had just picked up a few more attribute bubbles, and the blank attribute points had skyrocketed again. Now, they had reached 15,800 points. Wang Ting didn't hesitate to put the attribute bubbles on. Spatial Storm. Now, this was the only skill that had a chance of turning the tables. With 15,800 blank attribute points added, the proficiency of Spatial Storm instantly skyrocketed. It went from novice to small mastery, then to large mastery, and finally to full mastery. The number of blank attribute points required for each stage of Spatial Storm increased exponentially. Novice required 100 points, small mastery required 1,000 points, large mastery required 5,000 points, and full mastery required 10,000 points. Spatial Storm 9776/10,000, full mastery. After adding points like a tiger, Spatial Storm had almost reached the peak of full mastery. Wang Ting's understanding of Spatial Storm in his mind was already close to perfection. If he wanted to use it now, it wouldn't be difficult. Coupled with his spatial talent that was becoming more and more perfect, it would probably produce an unknown chemical reaction. Thinking of the spatial storm that he saw in the spatial rift, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Then, his eyes became extremely deep. His black pupils were like the void, and there seemed to be a whirlpool spinning within. He stretched out his hands, and the space in front of him suddenly rippled. The space suddenly vibrated, and a strange fluctuation spread in all directions. Tan Tai Xian, Yi Jisun, and the other warlords instantly noticed the abnormality, and their expressions changed. Why are there spatial fluctuations? Everyone's hearts shook, and they were bewildered. Was the dark apparition invading at this time? A bad premonition appeared in their hearts. After all, they had only seen such large-scale spatial fluctuations when the space crack appeared. Now, on Earth, the appearance of the space crack could only be due to the invasion of the dark apparition. If that was the case, wouldn't it be one disaster after another? The sea monster riot had yet to be resolved, and now the dark apparition was invading. What were they doing? Taking turns to attack, the warlords' expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Dark clouds covered their hearts, and they immediately looked as if they were ready to die. Ahem. Just then, a dry cough sounded in their ears. Don't think too much. This is my doing. The person who spoke was naturally Wang Ting. When he saw the expressions of Tan Tai Xian and the others, he knew that they must have imagined something. Everyone was speechless. They were a little confused as they looked at Wang Ting. Suddenly, they realized that the spatial fluctuations seemed to be spreading with Wang Ting as the center. So, they had just expressed their feelings to the wrong person? You have spatial talents? Governor Jiang was shocked and could not help but ask. Tan Tai Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered that during the Battle of Xingfeng City, Wang Ting seemed to have used spatial techniques to kill the 8 Arms Devil General. In that case, it was not strange. Faced with Governor Zhang's question, Wang Ting did not comment. He said, "It's better for you all to step back. The following situation might be more difficult to control." "What are you trying to do?" Tan Xian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately asked. "Nothing much. I'm just trying out a newly developed technique." Wang Ting's voice was calm. He shamelessly claimed the spatial storm as his own creation. Tan Xian and the others naturally didn't know the twists and turns of the story. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when they looked at his calm face, they suddenly had a feeling, this brat is probably going to do something big again. No, he should be more confident and eliminate the possibility. This brat was definitely going to cause trouble. "Are you confident?" Tan Xian asked with a frown. Even if Wang Ting had the gift of space, the difference in strength between him and the giant storm ape was too great. Even if he used space techniques, he might not be able to contend against it. 50-50. Wang Ting said without changing his expression. Everyone, 50-50, what the F***ck? It was obvious that this was not a serious answer. "Can you stop being naughty at a time like this?" Wang Ting didn't say anything. His expression gradually became serious. With him as the center, the spatial tremors became more and more intense. The circles of ripples almost formed visible waves that spread out in all directions. Tan Xian and the others were too close and could feel it very clearly. The spatial tremors made them feel unsteady, and an extremely strong sense of danger emerged in their hearts. Space wasn't a domain that ordinary warriors could touch. Even general-level powerhouses who could touch the existence of the space domain were extremely rare. Now that the spatial tremors had intensified, if the surroundings suddenly collapsed, even with their general-rank physical bodies, they would definitely be torn apart by the spatial cracks. Even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of serious injuries. They looked at each other and had no choice but to retreat in the end. It was funny to say that as general-rank warriors, they couldn't help much at this moment. They could only retreat to the back like turtles. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind would push the waves in front, and the waves in front would die on the beach. Boom, the giant storm ape and Master Han collided. Origin power swept out in all directions, and the collision caused a terrifying energy explosion. The sea at the center of the area churned, forming a huge whirlpool. The water current was turbulent, but it couldn't shake the giant storm ape's huge body at all. The giant storm ape waved the stone staff in its hand and smashed it at Master Han. Storm and thunder descended together with terrifying power. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Master Han's mouth. His old injury had relapsed. After a fierce battle, he could no longer suppress it. But he held on with all his might. The blade aura on his body erupted, and the blade intent filled the air, but in the next moment, the blade aura retracted, and all the blade intent returned to his body. It was restrained to the extreme, but it was even sharper and more terrifying than before. Master Han's back suddenly straightened, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a peerless blade. Slash, a violent roar came from his mouth and resounded through this part of the world. In an instant, his body disappeared on the spot and turned into a blade aura that rushed into the sky and slashed at the giant storm ape. The blade aura collided with the stone staff. Everything seemed to be silent. The waves froze and stopped churning. The whirlpool stopped spinning. The sea beasts and humans in the distance seemed to have frozen at this moment. Clang, at this moment, a metallic sound suddenly rang out. Only this metallic sound existed between heaven and earth, and it constantly shook the sky and the sea, reverberating endlessly. Boom, then, a terrifying roar finally broke out. The shockwave created by the collision of energy blasted the seawater into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave rolled in all directions. Tan Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but retreat. Only Wang Ting stood in front of him. The terrifying shockwave bombarded his body, and the strong wind made his clothes flutter. His long black hair danced wildly. Wang Ting's body surged with origin power, blocking the shockwave outside of his body. In front of him, the vibration of the space had reached its peak, and the surrounding air suddenly crackled. At a certain moment, the space around Wan Ting suddenly cracked open, and behind the cracks was a bottomless void. A wind of nothingness blew out from behind the cracks, and it seemed to be under the guidance of some kind of power, circling around Wan Ting. The wind of nothingness was extremely slow at first, but it gradually sped up, forming a violent gale at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spun rapidly, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse, forming a terrifying void. A storm was being born, and Wang Ting's figure finally disappeared completely in the whirling storm. Xian and the others immediately felt a terrifying suction coming from the front. Not only did their bodies float forward uncontrollably, but even the blood and origin power in their bodies became restless, as if they were about to break out of their bodies. They were all shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. They had already retreated some distance before, but now they felt that it was clearly not enough. Retreat! At the same time, they shouted at the human soldiers behind them. There were still many soldiers on the three mountains. They also felt an extremely strong suction force. The trees around them all fell forward, and countless rocks rolled. What a terrifying feeling! The nearby human ancient martial art practitioners felt the increasingly terrifying suction force, as well as a strong sense of danger. What is Wan Ting doing? Everyone in front of the screens all over the country saw this scene. That heart-palpitating void and that terrifying storm that was gradually forming shocked everyone. Many people asked questions, but the warriors around them were clueless. They had never seen such a terrifying combat skill. Especially the void, which seemed to be formed by space cracks. What kind of combat skill could shake space? Countless warriors stared at the storm, unable to calm down. Capital Xia. The martial Dao leader suddenly took a step forward, as if this was the only way he could see the situation on the screen more clearly. His eyes flashed, and after a while, he exhaled deeply and said, "This is a space combat skill." The army's marshal, the First Academy's principal, and the others clearly saw something, and they were amazed. Even they couldn't keep calm at this moment. Wang Ting actually mastered a space combat skill. The army's marshal said in disbelief. How did he do it? The Minister of Education's eyes flashed as he asked. As far as I know, to use a space combat skill, one must have space talent, so. The martial Dao leader said slowly. As for what so, there was no need to explain it. Everyone knew. This was someone else's talent. There was no point in being envious. Above the East Sea, while everyone was still in a daze, the storm with Wan Ting at the center had already spun at a terrifying speed. There was a shrill sound in the air, and a terrifying suction force swept in all directions. The waves were swept up into the sky, and the trees and rocks on the mountain were swept up and merged into the storm. Everyone was shocked. Finally, they stopped hesitating and rushed down the mountain. Xian and the others also crossed the mountain. Their faces were solemn as they watched from afar. Fortunately, there was a mountain blocking them. Otherwise, the human warriors behind would have to retreat a long way to avoid being affected by the suction force of the storm. Rumble, the collision between Master Han and the giant storm ape finally subsided. The sea returned to the surface, revealing the situation behind. A figure suddenly flew out from within. Puff, Master Han spat out a mouthful of blood. His old body fell from the sky like a broken gunny sack. The giant storm ape's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the long rod in its hand was about to strike again. Master Han's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and he flew backwards at an even faster speed. When Xian and the others saw this, they immediately rushed out and caught Master Han. Cough, cough. Master Han's face was pale, and he coughed up blood again. Master Han, are you all right? Xian asked worriedly. Master Han's aged hands trembled slightly, but he still waved his hand and said, "Let me down." Your injuries? Governor Jiang couldn't help but ask. I won't die for the time being. Master Han's face grew paler and paler, but his stubbornness left everyone with no choice but to put him down. He stood in the air like a rootless duckweed, as if a gust of wind would blow him away. This made everyone worried. At this moment, Master Han looked forward with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He asked, "Is that Wan Ting's doing?" Yes. Xian nodded. Good boy, no wonder he dared to kill 3 Lord-class sea beasts in front of the giant storm ape. Master Han couldn't help but smile. While they were talking, the giant storm ape looked at the spatial storm in front of it and immediately became alert. It felt an extremely strong threat. Right at this moment, the spatial storm suddenly moved, and actually slowly moved forward. An even stronger suction force came from the storm and swept towards the sea beasts in front of it. The sea beasts roared in fear and fled in all directions. However, under the powerful suction force, their bodies flew uncontrollably into the sky and towards the spatial storm. Roar! With a roar of despair, countless sea beasts were finally sucked into the spatial storm. Puff, 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 they didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces by the crazily spinning storm. Their blood rained down like rain. The remaining sea beasts fled even more frantically, desperately swimming towards the bottom of the sea and into the distance, trying to avoid the suction force of the spatial storm. However, the spatial storm was still moving forward unwaveringly. The sea beasts that were too close to it couldn't escape the fate of death. Roar! Seeing this, the giant storm ape roared angrily, "Human, stop!" Humph! A cold snort sounded. Wang Ting's voice came from the spatial storm, "It's too late. Do you think we humans are pushovers? Invaders must pay the price. Today, you won't be able to leave." His voice became louder and louder, and finally spread out and resounded in all directions. The humans behind couldn't help but be excited. Looking forward, even if they couldn't see Wang Ting's figure, their eyes were filled with excitement. Well said, they must let these sea beasts know that humans are not to be trifled with. Roar! The giant storm ape was furious. Seeing the sea beasts being sucked into the spatial storm and finally being crushed to pieces, its huge eyes gradually turned blood red. Then go to hell! It roared, and the storm and thunder on its body suddenly increased. In the end, it formed an equally terrifying thunderstorm, enveloping its huge body. At this moment, the giant storm ape seemed to have transformed into a thunderstorm. It was the Lord of Storms, it was the Master of Thunder. In the midst of its terrifying power, it roared towards the sky and charged towards the spatial storm in front of it. Boom! One was an empty spatial storm, and the other was an awe-inspiring thunderstorm. At this moment, they collided on the surface of the sea. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a natural disaster had descended, and no human could stop it. The sea was churning, and the sky was pitch black. Dark clouds covered all the light, making this area extremely dark and oppressive. The two storms rotated at high speed, corroding and destroying each other. Boom! Boom, boom! 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 Everyone behind was stunned. They were shocked and speechless. Suddenly, a huge wave rose into the sky, blocking everyone's sight. They could only hear the occasional explosion. The giant storm ape had the advantage in terms of strength, while Wang Ting's advantage was the terror of the spatial storm. Both sides were in a deadlock, but they were already mortal enemies. No one was willing to lose, and they were bound to fight to the death. Roar! Die! The ape and the man roared crazily, pressing their attacks forward. Boom! A terrifying boom suddenly came from the center of the two storms, and the world fell into a dead silence. Who won? Everyone behind looked ahead in a daze. They were extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats, waiting for the final result. The waves dissipated, and two figures appeared in everyone's sight. One was obviously the gigantic body of the giant storm ape, while the other was incomparably tiny. However, its entire body was perfectly straight as it stood in the air, not far from the giant storm ape. Everyone was in an uproar. The giant storm ape's body was dripping with blood. Countless wounds of various sizes were all over its body, making it look extremely miserable and terrifying. It panted heavily, staring at Wang Ting in front of it, as if it wanted to eat him alive. Wang Ting's body was also covered with countless wounds. Blood stained his clothes, soaked his body, and dripped down drop by drop. However, there was no change in his expression. His eyes were extremely calm as he stared at the giant storm ape. The human warriors behind, the ordinary people in the underground shelter, and even the people in front of the screen all over the country. Everyone was watching them, and their hearts were in their mouths. At that moment, Wang Ting decided the final direction of this war. Retreat! At that moment, a firm voice came from Wang Ting's mouth. Silence, dead silence. The giant storm ape stared at Wang Ting in front of it. After a while, it said, "Human, tell me your name." Its voice was still majestic and loud, but there was a trace of fatigue and weakness in it. Wang Ting. Wang Ting was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll remember you." The giant storm ape took a deep look at Wang Ting, then turned and walked into the deep sea. Its huge body sank into the sea, step by step, and finally disappeared. The rest of the surviving sea beasts followed closely behind and completely disappeared from the surface of the sea. We won. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. Suddenly, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. "Ha ha ha, we won. We really won. Wang Ting, Wang Ting, Wang Ting." Someone took the lead to call out Wang Ting's name, and it reverberated in the sky above the ruins of East Sea City for a long time. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone on the young figure in front of them. The light was boundless. On the surface of the sea, peace returned as the last sea beast disappeared into the depths of the sea. The cheers of the people resounded above the ruins of the East Sea. Wang Ting's figure stood on the surface of the sea, reflecting the light in the sky. His slightly thin body looked majestic at this moment, and there was even a hint of holiness. Everyone's eyes showed a trace of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, Wang Ting managed to stop this cruel sea beast's rampage. Without him, how many of the East Sea's martial artists, or even ordinary people, could have survived the sea beast's rampage? He was the one who helped the human martial artists kill a large number of sea beasts. He was also the one who carried 2 mountains on his shoulders and built an impenetrable defense along the coastline, blocking the invasion of a large number of sea beasts and fighting for a chance of survival for the human martial artists. He was also the one who defeated the terrifying giant storm ape and forced it to retreat, protecting the homeland of the people of the East Sea. Who else could have done all this if it was someone else? In the underground air raid shelter, the people of the Wang family heard the cheers coming from all around, as well as the shouting of Wang Ting's name, and they felt extremely proud. They looked at the young figure projected on the screen, and their hearts were filled with awe. "It's the fortune of the Wang family to have such a son," Old Master Wang said in a trembling voice as he gripped the walking stick in his hand tightly. Wang Ting's eldest uncle, and youngest aunt all agreed. It was a blessing for a family to have such a powerful martial warrior in their family. Many families could not nurture a powerful martial artist even after trying their best, but their Wang family did not do anything, and Wang Ting had risen at an astonishing speed. It was as if they had picked him up from the streets. Every time the other families mentioned it, they would be so envious that their eyes would turn red from jealousy. At the same time, people all over the country finally breathed a sigh of relief. The East Sea was saved. This was already the best result. Although the East Sea was reduced to ruins, it could be rebuilt as long as people were alive. After that, everyone's eyes could not help but look at Wang Ting, and an unconcealable look of awe appeared on their faces. This young man was really too amazing. In this sea beast riot, he showed everyone what it meant to be peerless. That's right, in everyone's eyes, Wang Ting was worthy of this title, a peerless genius. He was a peerless prodigy who had surpassed all the other prodigies. No one specifically mentioned this honor, but everyone unanimously crowned this title on his head. Capital Xia Palace, the martial Dao leader ordered in a serious voice, immediately send medical workers and alchemists to the East Sea. We must save every life that can be saved. Prepare all kinds of materials and support the reconstruction of the East Sea. All departments must cooperate with each other. If there are any slackers or those who seek to profit from this, they will be severely punished. Also, send a runemaster to the East Sea to build the strongest defense on the coastline of the East Sea to prevent the sea beasts from invading again. With that, he left. But when he reached the door, he stopped and said, "Order the entire country to step up surveillance, especially the grasslands, forests, mountains, and oceans. I don't want to see such a thing happen again." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts leader's figure completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Yes. The Minister of Education and the leaders of the various departments quickly responded in unison. The impact of the sea beast's rampage was too great. So, it had obviously attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The East Sea had suffered heavy losses. Xianxia could not withstand such turmoil. Orders after orders were issued from the Xia Palace. All the departments in the country were fully mobilized. The situation suddenly became tense. The East Sea. Wang Ting stood on the surface of the sea until the sea beasts completely disappeared. Then, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Waves of exhaustion rushed over him. His body and spirit had both reached their limits. He had never felt so weak and powerless before. It was as if his body was no longer his own. He stood there not because he wanted to show off, but because his body really could not move. Even the slightest movement would cause severe pain all over his body. He could only use the last of his force to keep his body floating in the air. Fortunately, the giant storm ape did not realize that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Or rather, even if it did, it would not be a big deal because the giant storm ape was not any better. Wang Ting was still confident in the power of the spatial storm. The giant storm ape was not stupid. It knew that it would not gain any advantage if it continued to fight. Because of Wang Ting's appearance, the human warlord was perfectly preserved. To the sea beasts, this was a great threat. They no longer had any chance of winning. At this moment, Tan Tai Xian and the others finally noticed Wang Ting's abnormality and quickly flew over. "Are you okay?" Tan Tai Xian asked worriedly. "Give me a hand." "I can't move." Wang Ting grinned and said in a hoarse voice. Tan Tai Xian's expression changed slightly. He quickly went over to support him. When everyone returned to the rear, a group of people surrounded them. There were Huanghai Military Academy's Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian, and other people who were familiar with Wang Ting. There were also some unfamiliar martial artists. Their faces were tired, and their bodies were covered in blood. However, at this moment, everyone was filled with worry, and they all interjected at once. "How are you? Are you okay? Are your injuries serious?" Although Wang Ting felt a little weird being surrounded by a group of men who were concerned about him, he still felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that everyone survived. At least their efforts were not in vain. Tan Tai Xian carried Wang Ting. He frowned and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. Why are you blocking the way?" Everyone was embarrassed and quickly opened up a path. Tan Tai Xian snorted angrily. She carried Wang Ting and walked towards an empty space not far away. A large area of the East Sea had been reduced to ruins. Because Wang Ting wanted to condense the heavy boulder physique, he had to scrape 3 feet of the ground. Everywhere was bare. Therefore, they could only find a flat area for Wang Ting to rest. Tan Tai Xian put Wang Ting down and took out a healing elixir for him to consume. Wang Ting did not waste any time. After swallowing the elixir, he immediately closed his eyes to digest and heal his injuries. However, he still diverted some of his attention to pick up the remaining attribute bubbles around him. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could not let any of the attribute bubbles escape. Very soon, all the attribute bubbles were picked up by Wang Ting. He finally regained his composure and focused on healing his injuries. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ting opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. At this time, the sky was dim. It was clearly evening and night was about to fall. Suddenly, Wang Ting saw a group of people surrounding him. He could not help but be stunned. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Why are you all here?" The people in front of him were the Wang family. They had come out from the underground air raid shelter. When they heard that Wang Ting was injured, they had been guarding here and had not taken a single step away. "Son, you're finally awake." Li Xiaomei breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but cry tears of joy. As a mother, Li Xiaomei was more worried about Wang Ting than anyone else. When she saw that Wang Ting had woken up, her joy was needless to say. She hugged Wang Ting tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine." Wang Ting's heart was touched. He patted Li Xiaomei's back and comforted her. Li Xiaomei wiped her eyes and said, "Don't try so hard next time. If something happened to you, how am I supposed to live?" Okay. I'll listen to you. Next time, I'll definitely hide far away." Wang Ting immediately coaxed her without thinking. You only know how to fool me. Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes. He agreed so quickly. It must be fake. Wang Shuhua's eyes were red, but he didn't cry. He patted Li Xiaomei's shoulder and said proudly, okay, okay. Our son did it for everyone in the East Sea. He's a hero. Li Xiaomei glared at Wang Xinghua and said angrily, bullshit hero. I only want my son. I don't want any heroes. Wang Xinghua was embarrassed and speechless. The people around them didn't know what to say. Some warriors who passed by opened their mouths and wanted to refute, but when they thought that she was Wang Ting's mother, they decided to let it go. For a mother, no hero was more important than her son. Ahem. Old Master Wang coughed and said, Xiaomei, it's good that he's fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Old Master Wang had spoken, Li Xiaomei naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, she also knew that there was a saying that the stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. If a powerhouse like Wang Ting didn't stand up, no one would be able to stand up against the sea beasts. Li Xiaomei sighed in her heart and asked Wang Ting softly, are you hungry? Mom will get you something to eat. As soon as he said that, everyone's stomachs began to growl. They hadn't eaten anything all day. When they came out of the underground bomb shelter, they were given some dry food. However, they didn't have any appetite. They drank some water and didn't eat anything else. Now that they saw that Wang Ting was fine, everyone's worries were gone, and they naturally felt hungry. We don't have a home anymore, and we don't have a place to cook anything. We can only eat some dry food to make do. Wang Ting's aunt, Zhao Huili, said dejectedly. Li Xiaomei finally reacted and couldn't help but frown. Her son was injured, so she should have given him some nourishment. But now, everyone was sleeping outside. It was really difficult to cook without rice. Wang Ting is awake. At that moment, a group of people walked over from afar. It was Tan Tai Xian, Peng Yuanshan, Fu Tiandao, and the others. There was also a group of medical workers who came with them. They looked at Wang Ting with passion and respect in their eyes. One of them, a very charming female doctor in her early 30s, said, Hello, Mr. Wang Ting. I'm your personal doctor arranged by the higher-ups. For the next few days, I'll be fully responsible for your health. Wang Ting was a little surprised by the female doctor's beautiful face. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind telling a story between a patient and a female doctor. However, his parents were here, and the situation didn't allow it. Cough, cough. There's no need for that. I'm fine. Hence, Wang Ting coughed and said hypocritically. No, your health is very important. You can't let your guard down. Now, we're going to give you a physical examination. Please cooperate, the female doctor said. Son, listen to the doctor. Accept the examination obediently. Li Xiaomei immediately chimed in. Wang Ting was helpless. He closed his eyes and nodded. Come on, I'll leave my 50 kilograms to you. The female doctor waved her hand, and the surrounding staff instantly set up a simple tent. Then, she performed a full-body examination on Wang Ting. There was no ambiguity in this full-body examination. It was just the literal meaning. Moments later, the examination was completed. The female doctor walked out of the tent. Li Xiaomei and the others immediately surrounded her and asked, Doctor, how's my son's body? The female doctor was a little stunned at first, but she immediately reacted when she heard that. Oh, Mr. Wang Ting's body has almost recovered. It's not a big problem. However, it's really surprising. This is the first time I've seen a body with such amazing recovery ability. As she spoke, she saw Wang Ting walk out. Her eyes flashed, and she said embarrassedly, If it's possible, can Mr. Wang Ting give me some blood so that I can study it? Wang Ting staggered and looked at her strangely. She had just seen his naked body, and now she wanted to study his body. This was too much. Doctor, a marshal. Artist's blood can't be studied casually, Tan Tai Xian said from the side. All right. The female doctor shook her head in disappointment and left with her people. Although they were Wang Ting's personal doctors, Wang Ting had already asked them to treat the others and not waste time on him. After all, he knew his own body well. With his recovery ability, The injuries on his body would be completely healed in no time. There was no need to waste medical resources. The others needed it more than him. Have a good rest. We'll see if the others need help. When Tantai Xian and the others saw that Wang Ting was indeed fine, they turned and left. There were still a lot of things waiting for them to deal with. After everyone left, only the Wang family and Lin Chuhan's family were left. They had been resting close to the Wang family the whole time. When they saw Wang Ting wake up, they walked over. Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan's eyes met. He saw a complicated expression in her eyes. There was worry, relief, admiration, and a trace of deep affection. The two of them fell into silence. When Li Xiaomei saw this scene, a motherly smile appeared on her face. She waved her hand silently and sent everyone away. Then, she walked forward and took Mother Lin's hand. They walked to the side and chatted enthusiastically. People who didn't know better would think that they had known each other for decades. This was the first time Wang Ting's family and Lin Chuhan's family met. They didn't expect it to be under such circumstances. I'm so strong. I'll be fine. Wang Ting broke the atmosphere and smiled. Next time, do what you can. Don't try to show off. We're all worried about you, Lin Chuhan said in a hoarse voice. Her throat was dry. How worried are you? Wang Ting looked at her pretty face and suddenly wanted to tease her. His cheeky expression made Lin Chuhan take a deep breath. She glared at him and said stubbornly, I'm not worried. I'm just worried about stray cats and dogs. Wang Ting was speechless. He lamented how miserable he was. He had been reduced to the status of stray cats and dogs. Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan talked for a while. Lin Chuxia couldn't help but come over. Lin Chuhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Chuxia didn't feel like being a third wheel. He smiled and asked, Brother Wang Ting, where have you been all this time? Lin Chuxia started. Su Wantong, Tian Xiaoxiao, Wang Ting's classmates, Lu Shu, Ho Pingliang, and the others also walked over. Wang Ting smiled at them. They were all martial arts students, so there was no need to hide it. He said, I accidentally wandered into the dark world. Dark world? They were instantly shocked. Are you sure you went to the dark world? Ho Pingliang asked suspiciously. Why? Do you think I'm lying to you? Wang Ting rolled his eyes angrily. Hee, that's not it. I just find it unbelievable. Ho Pingliang smiled awkwardly and asked curiously, what's it like over there? They're all high-level dark apparitions. What do you think it's like? Wang Ting said. When Ho Pingliang and the others heard this, their scalps went numb. They imagined the scene of a person in the dark world surrounded by countless dark apparitions. Oh my god, goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It's too scary, everyone immediately looked at Wang Ting. Their gazes were filled with shock and strangeness. How did Wang Ting escape from that situation? Then how did you escape? Su Wantong directly asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Escape? Wang Ting's face was full of disdain. He said, I killed my way back. You don't know that scene. I raised my hand and slashed my sword. I just slashed. I slashed from the south of the dark apparition's holy city to the north. It was so heroic. Hence, you obviously didn't use the word escape well. Tell me what you can. Lin Chuhan rolled his eyes. Too exaggerated. Even if you want to fool people, you should be more serious. Do you think we're stupid? Why didn't I realize that you're so good at bragging? Su Wantong was speechless. She turned and said to Lin Chuhan, Chuhan, you have to be careful in the future. This guy is full of lies. He might be a jerk. Damn, you're slandering me. Let me tell you. Wang Ting was angry. He stared at her and said, you don't believe me. Before I left, I blew up the Dark's holy city, and the treasures they had accumulated over the years, their treasures, speaking. He almost spilled the beans. He almost sprunks. What did you do to the dark apparition's treasure? Just then, a chuckle came from afar. Wang sees asses, he wake ass. His that is T, his sc. T nothing. What treasures? Governor, you heard wrong. Wang Ting shook his head and denied. He looked as if he would never admit it. Then, he looked at Tantai Xian innocently and asked, Teacher, didn't you just leave? Why are you back? Why? Can't I come back? Tantai Xian looked at him calmly and asked. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He quickly laughed and said, Of course not. Who would dare to stop you, teacher? Tantai Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ting was now stronger than her. If she couldn't suppress him, it would be awkward. Luckily, this kid still respected his teacher. Governor Jiang asked impatiently, Wang Ting, did you take all the dark apparition's treasures? Hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Ting strangely. Did this guy really do that? How is that possible? I don't have that kind of ability. I was just bragging to them. Wang Ting shook his head repeatedly. Hee, I don't believe you. Tantai Xian despised him in her heart but didn't say it out loud. After all, Wang Ting was her disciple. She couldn't possibly side with an outsider, Governor Jiang said, with your character, you would definitely do such a thing. The treasures you obtained are your own ability. No one stole them from you. You don't have to hide it. Hee, I don't believe you. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. His reaction was the same as Tantai Xian's, just to a different person. Governor Jiang really thought that he was a 3-year-old child who could be easily fooled. If he showed them the treasures he obtained, they would be shocked. With so many treasures, it wouldn't be right if they didn't help him. I really didn't. I saw it, but I didn't have time to take it. Wang Ting said regretfully. Governor Jiang didn't argue about whether he took it or not. Instead, he pointed around and said, Look at the state of Donghai now. It's in ruins. Countless people are homeless. The elderly don't have food to eat. The children can't go to school. Seeing this, don't you have any thoughts? Wang Ting's face darkened. This was a shrimp and pig's heart, he had long expected this to happen. With the hat of righteousness being pinned on him, should he help or not? Governor, don't talk about this nonsense. My Wang family is also in Donghai. Don't tell me we didn't lose anything. Look at our big family. We don't even have a place to live in the future. Wang Ting didn't continue the conversation and directly began to act pitiful. Anyway, he wasn't going to pay for it. He was just an ordinary person, not a saint. During the battle, he stood up to save the situation without thinking about his own safety. It was already a selfless sacrifice for others. It was impossible to ask him to pay for it. What's more, he wasn't the governor of Donghai. It wasn't his turn to pay for it. Moreover, in the current situation, he had to think about the Wang family. What was the Wang family going to do next? How to rebuild it? Not to mention other things, money was definitely indispensable. The treasures he obtained just happened to come in handy. Anyway, except for some special items, most of the other treasures weren't of much use to him. It was better to use them to develop the Wang family. The Wang family's strength was also beneficial to him. Old Master Wang, Wang Xinghua, and the others heard the conversation between the two and basically understood the general situation. At first, they were worried that Wang Ting wouldn't be able to withstand the torture of righteousness and directly agreed. Now it seemed that Wang Ting wasn't that naive. His ability to pretend to be stupid didn't lose to these old foxes who had been rolling around in the business world for half their lives. Governor Jiang was a little embarrassed by Wang Ting's words. It was as if he was a bad person who snatched other people's treasures. He avoided Wang Ting's gaze and looked at Old Master Wang. He said, Old Master Wang, what do you say? This old man greets the governor. Old Man Wang was very polite. He first bowed, then slowly opened his mouth and said, To be honest, Governor, our Wang family has suffered heavy losses this time. A lot of our businesses have been destroyed. We don't know if we can stand up again. We really can't be of much help to everyone. Besides, the East Sea has suffered such a disaster. I'm sure that capital Xia will not stand by and watch. Some assistance should be coming soon. Governor, you don't have to be anxious. Old Master Wang's words were much more artistic than Wang Ting's, unlike Wang Ting's carelessness. Moreover, he directly brought out the country. No matter what, this matter had to be led by the country. The country hadn't made a move yet, but Wang Ting made the first move. This wasn't the right thing to do. Governor Jiang was suddenly blocked by Old Master Wang. He smiled bitterly and said, "That's true, but if you want Donghai to recover quickly, it's obviously not enough to rely on the country alone. We also need the help of people from all walks of life. This can be discussed. When the time comes, Governor Jiang, gather people from all walks of life in Donghai and hold a meeting to discuss. I think everyone will be happy to contribute to Donghai." Old Master Wang beat around the bush and said calmly. Governor Jiang had a headache. This old man and young man of the Wang family were not easy to deal with. He used to hate arguing with businessmen. If he couldn't win, he would use his power to suppress them. He was afraid that they wouldn't submit. However, the Wang family was obviously different. Wang Ting was now part of the military. Not only did he have the rank of Major General, but he was also very strong. He felt that he definitely couldn't beat him. He was too monstrous. This was a difficult stone to chew. No, it was a diamond. A treasure was a treasure, but it was too hard. Wang Ting saw Governor Jiang's helpless look and laughed in his heart. He secretly gave Old Master Wang a thumbs up. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Old Master Wang raised his eyebrows. His expression was the same as before. He didn't break at all. Well, let's put this matter aside for now. When the time comes, we'll discuss it and come up with a result. Governor Jiang looked at Wang Ting meaningfully. This kid must have collected countless treasures from the dark world. He had to dig out some from him. Governor Jiang left unwillingly. He would come back again. You. Tan Tai Xian pointed at Wang Ting with his finger and shook his head with a smile. She didn't say anything just now, but in fact, she had already expressed her attitude. If possible, she still hoped that Wang Ting could help. Wang Ting just chuckled and didn't say anything. I'm sure you won't have to fork out this money for nothing. You'll be able to benefit from it as well. How you want to use it is up to you, Tan Tai Xian said. Wang Ting's heart moved, and he nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't thought of this earlier, but if it was an exchange, he might be able to accept it. I wonder how many people will be willing to stay in the Eastern Sea after this riot, Yi Jisen said with a sigh. Everyone's hearts trembled. This time, the sea beasts had destroyed the entire Eastern Sea. The consequences were too terrifying. Everyone was probably still fearful. Many ordinary people would probably move their families and leave the Eastern Sea. Inland is not necessarily safe. There are sea beasts by the sea, and there are also other terrestrial star beasts inland, Tan Tai Xian said. We must strengthen the defense of the East Sea. The 3 mountains can be inscribed with runes. They will become the first line of defense. Ordinary sea beasts won't be able to break through them, Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said. I forgot that you're a rune master. Tan Tai Xian glanced at him and nodded. Rune masters will come to help soon. You can discuss with them then. This is your area of expertise. Wang Ting nodded. Su Wantong, Ho Pingliang, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Wang Ting talking with the big bosses. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had also gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Why was he able to chat with the big bosses while they were trembling at the side? The gap between them was a little too big. At this time, night had completely fallen. Everyone sat on the ground and took out bread, biscuits, and other food to eat. The night sky was dotted with stars. Everyone looked at the ruins in front of them with a heavy heart. They were all still alive, but many of them had lost their families and friends. After this sea beast riot, many of them would not be able to return. Wang Ting's eyes moved. Don't eat rations. There's so much seafood. It's a waste if you don't eat it. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses of 3 giant sea beasts appeared in the open space in front of them with a loud bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. These were Lord-level sea beasts. Was he really going to eat them? Wasn't that a little too extravagant? Wang Depeo, Tan Tai Xian, and the others heard the news and gathered around. They sat in front of Wang Ting and looked at him with eager eyes. It was as if they were saying, hurry. Open. Eat. Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong, Ho Pingliang, and the others were speechless when they saw this. You're all general-level powerhouses. Can't you pay attention to your image? However, they were finally certain that he was really going to eat Lord-level sea beasts. Their hearts trembled and their eyes lit up. These sea beasts were so big. A few more pairs of chopsticks shouldn't affect them. They didn't eat much anyway. After all, these were Lord-level sea beasts. If they missed this chance, they might not have another chance to taste them in the future. The Wang family looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, a green flame appeared. The 3 sea beasts were immediately wrapped in flames and floated in the air. Under the control of Wang Ting's mental force, they were roasted from all angles. A spirit chef grandmaster reappeared. Wang Ting's actions were as fierce as a tiger. He had no choice but to be fierce. These sea beasts were too big. If he wanted to sprinkle all kinds of seasonings on them, he would have to fly up and down. Moreover, he needed a large amount of seasonings. Wang Ting obviously didn't have enough on him. Fortunately, he gathered a lot from the other cultivators. Not long after, a rich aroma spread out. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts were roasted to a golden color. Looking at them, one's appetite increased. Perhaps even the giant storm ape didn't expect such an ending. Even those who were far away noticed the situation and looked over. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Okay, everyone, help yourselves. Eat as much as you want. Wang Ting waved his hand and cut a few big pieces of meat for himself. He distributed them to the Wang family and Lin Chuhan's family. This was obviously a special treatment. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. However, they were caught by Wang Ting. At that time, everyone thought he was going to throw the 3 Lord-level sea beasts out. In the end, he killed them in front of the giant storm ape. Although he was a little reckless, at least he left the 3 Lord-level sea beasts behind. If it were someone else, they might have really handed them over. They didn't even need to think about Lord-level seafood. Lin Chuhan saw everyone's gaze and blushed. This guy was giving her special treatment in front of so many people. It made her feel embarrassed. Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao winked at her, silently teasing her. However, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Ho Pingliang, Lu Shu, and the others chuckled. Their gazes were ambiguous. They were all injured, but it wasn't a big deal. They would recover completely after resting for a while. Wang Ting was thick-skinned. He didn't mind at all and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Mother Lin looked at the two and smiled. Especially when she looked at Wang Ting. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Lin Chuxia didn't care at all. She took the seafood and started eating. However, because it was freshly roasted, the temperature was very high. It was so hot that she cried out in pain. The others couldn't wait any longer. They all pounced on it as if they had been hungry for a few days. Damn, as expected of a Lord-level sea beast. This lobster meat is tender and delicious. It's really delicious. Wang Depao said loudly. Shameless. Big Sister Han slapped him. She felt that this guy was embarrassing her. Wang Depao shrunk his neck and chuckled. He was famous for being afraid of his wife. He probably wouldn't be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. Big Sister Han couldn't be bothered with him. She couldn't help but take a bite. Her eyes lit up. This taste is really good. It's delicious, isn't it? Listen to me. Wang Depao said proudly. Get lost. Is this your contribution? If it wasn't for little brother Wang, we wouldn't be able to eat it. Big Sister Han glanced at him. It's the same. I contributed too. Wang Depao said embarrassedly. When the crowd saw the couple quarreling every day, they were amused and laughed out loud. The Wang family didn't get much. After all, ordinary people couldn't bear the energy contained in it. However, even if it was only a small piece, they ate it with relish. They were afraid that they would finish it all in one go. This old man is already so old. To have the chance to eat a Lord-level star beast meat, it's worth it. Old Master Wang said with a smile. Grandpa, look at what you're saying. With me around, I guarantee that you will be able to eat it again in the future. Wang Ting said. Ha ha ha, good. Old Master Wang laughed. The Wang family looked at Wang Ting and couldn't help but smile. Little brother Wang, give us some wine. Wang Depao threw a bottle of Lao Bai wine over and said, how can we eat seafood without wine? Let's drink mine. Wang Ting took out the wine he got from the dwarves. He poured out the bottle of Lao Bai wine and filled it with the dwarf's wine. He threw it back to Wang Depao. Wang Depao took it and took a big gulp. He burped and his eyes lit up. He sighed and said, good wine. Why didn't you take out such good stuff earlier? Wang Ting couldn't be bothered with him. Yi Jisen's nose twitched as if he smelled the wine. He smiled and said, give me some too. Tan Tai Shan looked over and didn't say anything. He just signaled with his eyes. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and gave everyone a little. However, it wasn't much. He didn't have much left and had to drink sparingly. He thought about getting some from the dwarves the next time he went to the Xingwu continent. It wasn't enough at all. Great. You guys are enjoying yourselves. Eating good food here. Governor Jiang and General Chen from the Eastern Sea Military Department walked over from afar. They had been busy the whole day and immediately joined in without needing anyone to greet them. Soon after, Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Fu Tiandao, and the others also ran over. No one could resist the temptation of delicious food. With more people and the addition of wine and food, the atmosphere became much more lively. Wang Ting didn't plan to eat all by himself. He got the soldiers beside him to distribute the 3 Lord-class seafood. They were huge in size and were enough for many people to eat. Governor Jiang also ordered the spirit chefs of the Eastern Sea to cook the edible sea beasts and distribute them to everyone. For a moment, the entire Eastern Sea was filled with a rich fragrance. Everyone couldn't help but smile under the stimulation of the delicious food. The night was dark, and the stars were twinkling. The seafood feast had ended, and many people were exhausted. Not only were their bodies exhausted, but their minds were also exhausted as well. However, many people were frowning. They might not be able to sleep peacefully even in their dreams. They could only hope that time would wash away the pain. Wang Ting looked at the night sky and sighed. However, when he turned around and saw the peaceful faces of the people around him, his heart calmed down. At least his family and friends didn't have to suffer. At this moment, he finally realized the benefits of being powerful. It wasn't just for himself, but also for the people around him. Why aren't you sleeping yet? At this moment, a soft voice woke him up from his thoughts. Wang Ting looked at Lin Chuhan, who was lying with Mother Lin and the others not far away. He smiled and said softly, I'll cultivate for a while. You should go to sleep. Lin Chuhan looked at his face and sighed with emotion. Others only saw his peerless talent, but didn't see that he was still cultivating in the middle of the night. No wonder he had such strength at such a young age. He deserved it. If Wang Ting knew what she was thinking, he would be so embarrassed that he would find a hole to hide in. He probably wouldn't. He was too thick-skinned. Lin Chuhan was a little lost in thought. She felt that his face had a different kind of charm. This guy was quite good-looking. This damned beautiful misunderstanding. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. It's nothing. You should sleep early too. Lin Chuhan's face was slightly red. She was a little flustered. She wrapped herself in the sleeping bag and quickly closed her eyes. Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. After a while, Lin Chuhan secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Wang Ting. Seeing that he had entered a state of cultivation, she sighed in relief. She smiled and closed her eyes. After a while, the sound of even breathing could be heard. Wang Ting sank his consciousness into his status panel. He had gained a lot from the sea beast rampage this time. First were his spirit and comprehension attributes. These 2 attributes had increased by a small margin. Spirit, 103-3000, Emperor Realm, Comprehension, 125-3000, Emperor Realm. After all, sea monsters were not as chaotic as dark apparitions. They did not drop as much mentality. Therefore, his mentality did not increase by much this time. It was the same for comprehension. Those sea monsters did not seem to be very smart, so naturally, they did not drop much comprehension. This time, the comprehension came from the human side. Following that was his battle awareness. His battle awareness had already risen to 9 stars during the previous battle at Star Maple City. Now that it had risen by another 2,000 points, it was still at 9 stars. Battlefield awareness, 35309000, 9 stars. However, just based on his current level, it was enough to crush ordinary general-level martial artists. Next was the talent column. Wang Ting scanned through them one by one and saw the changes in a few of their attributes. Among them, his water talent had improved significantly. After all, the water talent was the most common attribute among sea monsters. Not to mention, he had killed 3 Lord-ranked sea monsters and obtained a large number of advanced water talent attributes from them. Top water talent, 5605000. There was no doubt that his water talent had risen by a level. It had risen from advanced to ultimate, extreme level. Wang Ting felt the changes in his body. His affinity with the water force had increased by several folds. He could feel the abundant water force in the ocean from afar. It was as if he could draw the water force from the deep sea with just a thought and absorb it for his own use. In addition, 2 of his elemental talents had also reached ultimate thunder talent, 10505000, ultimate wind talent, 305500. These 2 elemental talents came from the storm giant ape. It was a terrifying 3-element star beast with water, wind, and thunder attributes. Wang Ting secretly clicked his tongue. This was the first time he had seen ultimate talents. In the end, 3 of them appeared in the storm giant ape. No wonder it could reach such a powerful level. Now that he thought about it, Wang Ting still felt some lingering fear. His other elemental talents had also increased, but they were still not as good as these 3. Then, Wang Ting looked at the force column. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. All 5 of his elemental attributes had reached 10-star warrior level. There was probably no one in the world who could compare with him. Metal force, 3200100000, 10-star, wood force, 2560100000, 10-star, water force, 7630100000, 10-star, fire force, 1530100000, 10-star, earth force, 1710100000, 10-star. Among them, the water force was undoubtedly the most. It had reached advanced 10-star and was not far from breaking through. The main reason was that there were too many sea beasts. The amount of water force they provided was also extremely shocking. Actually, many of the water force attribute bubbles had automatically disappeared. If it wasn't because Wang Ting couldn't pick them up all the time, his water force might have already broken through to 11-star lower-level warrior level. He felt an inexplicable pity, a mistake of 100 million. Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't dare to think too much. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death if he continued to think about it. He looked at the other forces below and became happy again. This time even the ice, wind, and lightning forces had increased by a large margin. Ice force, 3204000, 6-star, wind force, 11504000, 6-star, lightning force, 53509000, 9-star. There were actually many ice force beasts among the sea beasts. Even the deep-sea giant python was an ice force. Hence, Wang Ting's ice force increased greatly. It directly reached 6-star soldier level. The wind force came from the storm giant ape. It also increased his force a lot. It also reached 6-star soldier level. The lightning force also came from the storm giant ape. Although it was still at 9-star soldier level, it increased his attributes by a few thousand points. Speaking of which, the storm giant ape really gave him a lot of attributes. He had to thank it. If there was a chance, Wang Ting still wanted to kill it. The rewards would definitely be even greater. It was a pity that the storm giant ape was too powerful. It might have reached 13-star upper-level overlord. This time, he used the almost cheat-like spatial storm to make the storm giant ape feel scared. In the end, the storm giant ape chose to retreat. Also, a large number of powerful human warriors were at the back. This was also one of the reasons why the storm giant ape was scared. Otherwise, with just Wang Ting alone, the storm giant ape would definitely fight to the end. Hence, before he reached 12-star mid-level warlord, Wang Ting definitely wouldn't dare to find trouble with it. He hadn't lived long enough. Wang Ting didn't mention these. He looked at the martial arts and battle techniques column again. Unfortunately, there weren't any high-level martial arts or battle techniques. After all, no general-level powerful warriors died this time. Cough cough. This is a good thing, Wang Ting suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He shouldn't have such thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Ting's gaze paused. He saw a special type skill, deep sea breathing. This skill must have come from some kind of sea beast, Wang Ting was certain. When he looked at this skill, the relevant introduction immediately appeared in his mind. This was a skill that allowed him to breathe in the deep sea. It didn't seem like a powerful skill, but it was very practical. It can actually breathe through pores. How magical, Wang Ting muttered to himself with great interest. Warrior-level powerful warriors could also hold their breath in the sea. However, there was a time limit and it consumed force. It couldn't compare to deep-sea breathing. Wang Ting really wanted to go into the water and give it a try. However, he gave up in the end. In this situation, it was better not to wander around. If someone woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't find him, they would be worried. Finally, there were blank attributes. This time, Wang Ting picked up the most blank attributes. However, he had added them to Massive Boulder Heart, Ancient God's Body, and Spatial Storm. There weren't many left. Fortunately, these 3 skills were extremely powerful. The sea of blank attributes didn't go to waste. Blank attribute, for 600 currently, he had 4,600 blank attributes left. It seemed like a lot, but as his strength increased, these blank attributes naturally weren't enough. Good steel should be used on the blade. Wang Ting decided not to touch them for the time being. He would consider where to use them when he picked up more blank attributes in the future. After checking his gains, Wang Ting let out a long breath. He should be happy that he had gained a lot in every battle and his strength had increased tremendously. However, he felt a little heavy. In every battle, there were bound to be deaths. His attributes were exchanged with the deaths of a large number of martial artists. Wang Ting shook his head. It wasn't that he was sentimental, but he felt that these attributes seemed to be stained with blood. If it was only the blood of dark apparitions and star beasts, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there was a large amount of human blood, which made these attribute bubbles extremely heavy. He suddenly felt that God didn't give him this attribute system out of good intentions. That's right, it must be so. He didn't understand it before, but now, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was so. He couldn't help but feel angry. He pointed his middle finger at the sky. When they woke up the next day, everyone's mood was much better, and their exhaustion was slightly reduced. Early in the morning, the sun shone on the earth, and a faint mist floated above the ruined eastern sea. There were already many busy figures. Governor Jiang and the other Eastern Sea higher-ups had already woken up at 4 or 5 in the morning and were running around to organize various tasks. General Chen and other military personnel were also patrolling the Eastern Sea to maintain discipline. In the current situation, people's hearts were fickle, and no one could guarantee that some people wouldn't break down under the pressure and do something irrational in the end. And last night, reinforcements from various places had also arrived. Medical workers, pill masters, rune masters, and so on were all immersed in their work. Apart from that, there were also architects, city planners, designers, railway engineers, and other elite talents drawn from all over the country. It was unimaginable that so many people had gathered in the ruins of the Eastern Sea in just one night, and more talents would arrive one after another to contribute to the reconstruction of the Eastern Sea. Wang Ting had already noticed these movements last night, but it had nothing to do with him, so he cultivated in peace and ignored the outside world. At this moment, the people around him were waking up one after another. The first thing Lin Chuhan did when he opened his eyes was to look in Wang Ting's direction. He saw him sitting cross-legged on a large rock, inhaling and exhaling the origin power between heaven and earth as he cultivated. The rich origin power formed a dense mist around him, faintly discernible, and set off by the morning light, floating and otherworldly. The people of the Wang family also woke up, and soon noticed the situation on Wang Ting's side, and they all revealed astonished expressions. Was this the cultivation of a martial arts expert? How miraculous! Suddenly, everyone's heart moved. Looking at this posture, Wang Ting had cultivated for an entire night. He was indeed diligent. Li Xiaomei was somewhat distressed. After all, he was her son. How could she bear to see him suffer and tire himself out? What if his legs went numb after sitting for an entire night? Old Master Wang Xinghua, and the others were gratified. With such achievements, he could still cultivate without being arrogant or rash. As expected of my grandson, at the same time, Wang Ting sensed that everyone had woken up. After completing the last cycle of origin power, he slowly opened his eyes and shot out a beam of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked and avoided his gaze. It was not that Wang Ting's eyes were too frightening, but that the light caused by his cultivation made people unable to look at him directly. Everyone is awake. Wang Ting smiled. I woke up a long time ago. I was just waiting for you, Lin Chuhan said. Wang Ting was speechless. He didn't sleep the whole night, but he ended up being the last one to wake up. Who could he find to reason with? He lamented in his heart, only women and villains are hard to deal with. Then, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face as he silently agreed. He wasn't that stupid to reason with a woman. After breakfast, Wang Ting, Old Master Wang, and the others gathered together to discuss the future development and settlement of the Wang family. What do you all think? Let's hear it. Old Master Wang looked around and spoke first. Wang Xinghong, Wang Shenjun, and the others subconsciously glanced at Wang Ting. In my opinion, the Eastern Sea is so dangerous now. Why don't we move the family? When the time comes, we can bring my family too. They will definitely follow the Wang family's lead now, Wang Ting's aunt, Zhao Huili, suddenly said. Everyone immediately looked at her with a trace of helplessness on their faces. Zhao Huili didn't have any bad intentions, but her vision was still somewhat shallow. If it was really that simple, everyone wouldn't have gathered together to discuss it. Shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Wang Xinghong glared at his wife. Zhao Huili immediately felt wronged and wanted to refute. However, Old Master Wang spoke first. He waved his hand and said, It's fine, it's fine. Isn't what Huili said the choice that we have no choice in the end? Look at what Dad said. I'm right. Zhao Huili immediately became proud. All right. Stop talking. Wang Xinghong said impatiently. You. Zhao Huili was unconvinced and wanted to say something more. Mom, let's listen to what cousin Wang Ting has to say first. Wang Yanan pulled her and said. Zhao Huili glanced at Wang Ting and immediately fell silent. When she was taking refuge in the underground air raid shelter, she witnessed Wang Ting's strength with her own eyes. It could be said that in the entire Wang family, she now feared Wang Ting more than Old Master Wang. Wang Ting smiled and said, Actually, Aunt is right. When she heard Wang Ting agree with her point of view, Zhao Huili immediately puffed out her chest and snorted at Wang Xinghong. Everyone was a little surprised. Little tongue, this. Wang Xinghong said. Suspiciously. Uncle, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. Moving the entire family is indeed a good choice, but that's only for others. For our Wang family, I think that staying in the East Sea is the wisest choice. Wang Ting said confidently. Oh, why do you say that? Old Master Wang asked with a smile. Grandpa, are you testing me? Wang Ting laughed and didn't argue. He continued, You're not martial artists, so you don't know the inside story. This sentence made everyone's heart skip a beat. They looked at each other. In fact, I'm afraid that no place in the world is as safe as everyone thinks. The Galactic Beast Rampage is one of the reasons. There are other reasons that are more terrifying than Galactic Beast Rampages. Wang Ting said. What? Everyone was shocked and their faces turned pale. What kind of reason was Wang Ting saying that it was more terrifying than Galactic Beast Rampages? Son, what is it? Can't you say it? Wang Xinghua couldn't help but ask. It's not that I can't say it. It's just that there are more taboos. Forget it. Wang Ting hesitated for a while. In the end, he still acted selfishly and roughly explained the situation of the dark apparitions. However, he used telepathy. His voice sounded directly in everyone's ears. After listening, everyone in the Wang family was shocked. Although Wang Ting didn't go into detail, just the tip of the iceberg was enough to make them feel incomparably terrified. How did the world become like this? For them, who lived in a peaceful environment, such a disaster was really unimaginable. Therefore, staying in the East Sea is actually the best choice because my foundation is here. Only here can I provide the best protection for all of you. Moreover, if something happens in the East Sea and I'm not around, the higher-ups in the East Sea will provide the Wang family with protection immediately. In other cities, the Wang family might not receive such treatment, Wang Ting said slowly. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, Old Master Wang let out a long breath and said, "Little Ting is right. This is also what I wanted to tell all of you. Instead of going to an unfamiliar place and entrusting your safety to people you don't know, it's better to stay in your hometown and live and die together with this city." After hearing Old Master Wang's words, Wang Ting added, "There's one more thing. The sea beasts have just been repelled. I don't think they will dare to attack again for a long time unless they are really crazy." That makes sense. If we go to other cities, no one can guarantee when the star beasts will riot. This world is no longer peaceful. Wang Shenjun lamented. After listening to everyone's conversation, Zhao Huili's face turned pale. Then let's stay in the Eastern Sea. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even Wang Xinghong, a steady person, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was a little speechless because of his wife. Wang Yanan looked a little embarrassed. She wanted to cover her face, but she was her mother after all. A son wouldn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a daughter couldn't despise her mother for being embarrassing. I agree with Little Ting's decision to stay in the Eastern Sea, Fan Junming, who had been silent all this while, said. Wang Xinghong and Wang Shenjun didn't have any objections. They trusted Wang Ting very much. It was all thanks to Wang Ting that they were able to protect their family. Wang Xinghua naturally had nothing to say. That was his son. If he didn't support him, who would? Actually, you don't have to be too worried. After this riot, the reconstruction of the Eastern Sea will definitely have to strengthen the defense. The security will definitely be greatly improved. Moreover, when the Wang family is rebuilt in the future, I suggest that we all live together. I will set up runes defense array formations around the area. Ordinary martial artists or star beasts will definitely not be able to break through. It will ensure everyone's safety, Wang Ting comforted. Everyone in the Wang family heaved a sigh of relief. They also felt a lot more at ease. Since no one has any objections, then this matter is settled. Just as Old Master Wang finished speaking, a group of people walked over from afar. It's them. Old Master Wang couldn't help but smile. I was wondering when they would come. I didn't expect them to be so impatient the next day. The others turned their heads to look and recognized the person. Given the current situation, every family is in a terrible fix. They are also friends with our Wang family, so it's not strange for them to come looking for us, Wang Xinghong said with a smile. There are a few clans that are indeed close to our Wang clan. If possible, I can lend them a hand. As for the other clans, before our Wang clan made a name for itself, we didn't even spare them a glance. Now that we've made a name for ourselves, they're willing to stick close to us. Old Master Wang sneered. Everyone was well aware of this situation. None of the heads of the Wang clan were easy to fool. As they spoke, the people from those clans walked closer. Sir. Wang Ting. The leaders of several families first greeted Wang Ting, but this form of address made them feel a little conflicted. Wang Ting was much younger than them. In the past, he could be considered their nephew, but now no one dared to treat him as an ordinary junior. If they weren't related by blood, they wouldn't be so shameless as to be the elder of a general-level martial artist. Old Master Wang. Then, they rushed to Old Master Wang. Wang Xinghua, Wang Xinghong, and the others didn't fall behind. They took care of everything and vividly displayed the style of a leader of a family. Wang Ting looked at Su Jia, Bai Wei, and the others beside them and shook his head with a smile. They were using his friends as favors, however, he didn't mind and greeted Su Jia, Bai Wei, Yu Hao, and Sister Su Hui. Big brother Wang Ting. Xianxia and the others called out awkwardly. After all, they were too young. The family used their relationship to make an issue out of it, making them feel a little embarrassed. Wang Ting. Su Hui was older and still had a trace of reservation. She nodded at Wang Ting. At this moment, her feelings were quite complicated. When they were young, Wang Ting and she had a very good relationship. Why did Wang Ting seem to dislike her after they met at the auction? She really couldn't understand. Now, as Wang Ting's strength increased, she felt that her relationship with Wang Ting was drifting apart. She wanted to find an opportunity to restore it, but Wang Ting was nowhere to be seen. She didn't know where to start, and now, only a trace of sadness was left in her heart. Wang Ting didn't know the complicated thoughts in Su Hui's heart. He looked at the leaders of the various families and didn't say anything. Seeing this, old Master Wang understood and smiled. Why did you come to our Wang family instead of dealing with your own matters? The leaders of the various families looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. The leader of the Su family was Su Jia's uncle. He was a middle-aged man with a scholarly aura. At this moment, he looked at Wang Ting and then turned to old Master Wang and said directly, "Old Master Wang, I won't keep you in suspense. I'm here today because I have a request." Just as he finished speaking, a whistling sound came from the sky. A figure appeared in midair. It was Fu Tiandao. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Wang Ting, Governor Jiang, the dojo master, and the others are looking for you. Hurry up and come with me." Wang Ting knew what was going on. He nodded and said to everyone, "Everyone, please excuse me." He stepped lightly and turned into a flash of light that followed Fu Tiandao into the distance. The leaders of the various families looked up and watched him leave. Their eyes were filled with envy. The Wang family had won because of this person. Wang Ting followed Fu Tiandao to the center of Donghai. Some of the buildings here had better defenses and weren't completely destroyed. Now, Governor Jiang, Yi Jisun, and the others were holding a meeting here. When Wang Ting walked into the meeting room, Governor Jiang smiled and said, "Everyone, the person you want to see is here." Everyone in the meeting room turned around and saw a young man walking in. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They had seen Wang Ting in the broadcast and knew that this young man wasn't an ordinary person. He was very powerful. However, now that they saw him in person, they had a different feeling. At first glance, he looked very ordinary. He didn't seem different from any other young man. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that his aura was reserved. His gaze was deep, and he looked like a dragon hiding in the abyss. "Major General Wang, I've heard a lot about you." These people's auras weren't weak. It was obvious that they were all experts. Furthermore, they might be in high positions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared in such a place. However, they were very polite as they greeted him. "Major General?" When Wang Ting heard this, he was stunned. "When did I become a Major General?" "The military awarded me this title during the Battle of Xingfeng City." Tan Tai Xian seemed to have just remembered. He spoke as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting was speechless. Such an important matter was only told to him now. If others hadn't mentioned it, he didn't know when he would have known about it. This is too much. This made me miss so many opportunities to act cool. Damn it. Wang Ting was filled with resentment. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Everyone also realized that something was wrong. Their expressions were a little strange. As the person involved, he only knew about his identity now. No one else could do this. Cough, cough. Since everyone is here, let's discuss the issue of the Donghai Defense Array. Governor Jiang coughed and said. When they returned to the main topic, everyone immediately became serious. After Wang Ting sat down, he did not immediately speak. He could feel that everyone present was a rune master. They must have their own opinions on runes. He had just arrived, so it was not appropriate for him to interrupt. As expected, no one asked for his opinion. They all began to express their own opinions. In my opinion, the 3 mountains that Major General Wang moved here can be used to set up the 3 mountains Titan formation. There's no formation more suitable than it. The one who spoke was a rune master in his 40s who looked a little skinny. After everyone heard his suggestion, many of them began to ponder. The advanced runemaster continued, once this formation is set up, the three mountains will be like three Titan gods protecting the East Sea coastline. It will be able to stop the sea beasts from invading again. Its defense is definitely not weak. That's not right. That's not right. The range of the three mountains Titan formation is extremely limited. It only covers the area where the three mountains are located. The sea beasts can still attack from both sides of the mountains. They returned without any success this time because Major General Wang's move was too unexpected. The sea beasts did not have any countermeasures. Another runemaster could not help but shake his head. With the sea beast's intelligence, they might not be able to think of any roundabout tactics. That's why I think it's enough to protect the three mountains. We just need to send more people to keep an eye on the other areas, said the advanced runemaster from before. It's inevitable that there will be oversights if we use manpower to monitor the situation. Chu Yongnian, you're too naive. Haven't you learned your lesson from the sea beast's rampage this time? Situ Jun retorted mercilessly. As the dean of Huanghai Military Academy's rune school, his attainments in the field of runes were naturally not low. That was why he was among those present. According to what you said, we must set up a runes formation that can cover the entire East Sea to be safe. But the problem is, can we do it? Chu Yongnian sneered. He paused for a moment, and seeing that everyone had fallen silent, he continued, ordinary arrays can't withstand the attacks of Lord-class sea beasts. Even if we set one up, it's useless. If it's a more advanced array, we can't do anything about it, so why don't we gather everyone to set up an array that can withstand the attacks of Lord-class sea beasts? Everyone hesitated. They had to admit that what Chu Yongnian said was very reasonable. The coastline was the most crucial point of defense in the East Sea. Guarding it was equivalent to guarding half of the East Sea. But the question now was not which one was better, but whether they could do it. Although he felt helpless, it was an indisputable fact. When it came to runes, Earthstar's foundation was still a little weak. They could set up a formation that covered the entire city. After all, there were still a few runemasters here. However, there were some strong and some weak formations. They might not be able to control formations that were too strong. Why don't we ask the runemaster from the other world for help? Someone said hesitantly. Everyone was shocked, and then they fell into deep thought. This is not a bad idea. Now that Earthstar and the other world are getting closer, I don't think they'll refuse to provide some assistance. That's hard to say. The other world has kept top-level formations very well hidden. Unless it's a direct descendant of the runemaster, it's almost impossible to get it. They won't easily show it to us either. We've helped them so much, but these people from the other world are still so wary of us, someone said angrily. If it were us, wouldn't it be the same? The discussion was fruitless. Wang Ting's expression was a little strange. If these people said it was so difficult, then what was the rune's inheritance he obtained from Goring? He felt that it wasn't that difficult. Could it be that the rune's inheritance they mentioned was not the same thing? Besides, he didn't need the help of the other world. He could handle the rune's formation in the East Sea on his own. After all, his attainments in runes had reached a rather high level. However, if he were to say it himself, it would inevitably be a little pretentious. Moreover, they might not believe him. Wang Ting fell into deep thought. How should he say it in a way that would make his pretentious act sound convincing? You've been discussing it for so long without any results. Why don't you ask the person involved? Those three mountains were moved by Wang Ting. I'm sure he already has a plan. At this moment, Tan Tai Xian's impatient voice rang out. She originally thought that these runemasters would be able to come up with something after discussing it, but in the end, it turned out to be an empty shell. It made everyone speechless. The runemasters present were a little stunned. It was quite embarrassing to think about it. However, they quickly looked at Wang Ting. Tan Tai Xian's words implied that Wang Ting had a plan. Situ Jun's expression changed slightly. He knew that Wang Ting's talent in runes was quite good, but that was all. After all, Wang Ting spent too little time in school. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ting's attainments in runes had already surpassed his. He would probably find it hard to believe. However, he also knew that Tan Tai Xian wouldn't speak without thinking. It seemed that Wang Ting had some tricks up his sleeve. The other runemasters didn't know Wang Ting's attainments in runes. They didn't even know that he was a runemaster, so they were all very hesitant. However, in the end, someone still asked, Major General Wang, do you have any ideas? Please give me a topographic map of the East Sea. Wang Ting didn't immediately explain. Instead, he said to Governor Jiang. Governor Jiang was stunned. Without hesitation, he immediately asked someone to bring the map and spread it out in front of everyone. What is this for? Everyone was curious and gathered around to take a look. Wang Ting first drew the positions of the 3 mountains on the coastline, then crossed out their original positions. Finally, he drew the outline around the East Sea. Do you guys see anything? Wang Ting finished drawing and casually threw the pen on the table. He smiled confidently and asked. Everyone was stunned and looked at Wang Ting in confusion. So what exactly was he drawing? Forgive their limited eyesight, but they really couldn't see anything. Wang Ting saw everyone's expression and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. He looked down at the map and asked carefully, is it ugly? Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed dryly. If Wang Ting was just a junior, they would definitely hit his head and scold him. What the hell was he drawing? Unfortunately, they couldn't. Wang Ting was too strong. He could crush them with one hand. They couldn't afford to offend him. Xianxia didn't have any concerns. He curled his lips and said, what kind of nonsense are you drawing? Don't you know what level you're at? Wang Ting. Why don't you explain it to us, Major General Wang? Chu Yongyan asked. Don't you think this drawing looks like a lifelike tortoise? Wang Ting took a deep breath and said helplessly. Everyone looked at the pattern on the map, and their hearts instantly collapsed. You call this lifelike? They glanced at Wang Ting, and their gazes were extremely strange and meaningful. Where did he get his confidence from? If I had to describe it, this pattern might be more like a pig or an elephant. You probably learned abstract painting, Xianxia sneered rudely. Well, it is quite abstract. Yi Jixing originally looked indifferent, but now he couldn't help but come over to take a look. He rubbed his chin and nodded. Wang Ting looked at them laughing at him with a straight face, and layers of black lines appeared on his forehead. That's enough. He grabbed the map, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. He said angrily, give me another map. Governor Jiang held back his laughter and motioned for his subordinates to bring him another map. Wang Ting picked up the brush, took a deep breath, and began to paint. A moment later, under his confident gaze, a black tortoise appeared on the paper. Wang Ting looked at everyone with hopeful eyes, but all he got in response were faces that were trying to hold back their laughter. It's too hurtful. Wang Ting looked at the pattern he had drawn again and was desperate. Laugh all you want. I won't talk about this array. He was angry, but fortunately, he didn't care how abstract the pattern was. He threw the jar to the wind and leaned back in his chair, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Ahem, this painting is actually not bad. Governor Jiang clenched his fist and coughed dryly. He said, why don't we talk about its meaning? No, I'm not in the mood, Wang Ting said, curling his lips. They were laughing at him and wanted him to come up with ideas. How could there be such a good thing? Did Wang Ting not care about his reputation? Hurry up. Everyone's time is precious. Who has time to talk nonsense with you here? Xianxia kicked him and glared at him. Wang Ting was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He looked a little embarrassed. If Xianxia was really angry, he was still a little scared. Actually, I'm just joking with everyone to liven up the atmosphere. My drawing skills are definitely more than that. Wang Ting talked nonsense in a serious manner. Everyone looked at him from the corner of their eyes. Why don't you take a guess if we believe you? Wang Ting didn't care about everyone's gazes. Who cared if they believed him or not? It was fine as long as he believed it himself. His complexion suddenly turned solemn as he said, I know a type of array formation called the Black Tortoise Heavenlock Array. Black Tortoise Heavenlock Formation? Everyone was stunned. Their hearts were filled with doubt. They had never even heard of this formation before. Are you sure it's not a random name to fool people? Major General Wang, this formation, Before Chu Yongnian could finish his words, Wang Ting interrupted him. I know your doubts, but I don't want to explain anything. All you need to know is that I understand this black tortoise heavenlock formation and can set it up. That's enough. It's true. Situjun looked at the crowd and confirmed again. Is there a need for me to lie to you? My family and friends are also in the East Sea. Would I joke around with their lives? Wang Ting said. What's so special about this formation? The other runemasters nodded in agreement with Wang Ting's statement. The black tortoise heavenlock formation isn't an ordinary formation. Its defensive power is ranked among the top of the many formations in the foreign lands. It claims to be able to lock the sky. Wouldn't it be more than enough to lock down a city? Wang Ting said. Lock the sky. What a boastful claim. I wonder if it's really that powerful. Chu Yongnian questioned. It wasn't that he was targeting Wang Ting. He just felt that it was a bit exaggerated and didn't know if it was true. Major General Wang, are you also a runemaster? Someone suddenly reacted and asked. Wang Ting is a disciple of a runemaster in the foreign lands. His own attainments have already reached the master level. Tan Tai Xian couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw that everyone didn't believe him. Master level. Everyone was stunned and looked at Wang Ting in shock. So young, yet he's already at the master level. Principal Tan Tai, are you sure you're not lying to us? Chu Yongnian asked suspiciously. During the Battle of Star Maple City, Wang Ting commanded a group of foreign lands genius runes to complete an offensive runemaster formation. Later on, he even assisted the runes to set up an even more profound runes formation. Do you think I'd lie to you about this? Tan Tai Xian said in a bad mood. This is really unbelievable. Everyone believed him. Tan Tai Xian didn't have to lie to them about this. Moreover, there were many people who participated in the Battle of Star Maple City. They could still find out if they wanted to. Tan Tai Xian wasn't so stupid as to lie to them about something that could be investigated. Situjun's expression was even more astonished. This kid was really too monstrous. Not only was his martial arts talent strong, but his attainments in runes were also so strong. It was simply unimaginable. How confident are you about this formation, Major General Wang? Chu Yongnian took a deep breath and asked. More than 80%, Wang Ting said confidently. 80%. Everyone was shocked again. This confidence was too high. This was a large-scale runes formation. The structure of runes was extremely complicated. Normally, it would be considered good to have 40 to 50% confidence, let alone 80%. What do you think about this black tortoise heavenlock formation? Governor Jiang was also secretly shocked. However, he didn't understand runes, so he could only look at the other runemasters. If Major General Wang is really 80% confident, and the defensive power of the formation is indeed amazing, then we have no reason to reject it, Chu Yongnian said as he looked at everyone. Then this matter will be led by Wang Ting. Let's start setting up the formation today. Governor Jiang was decisive in his actions and immediately made the decision. I have no problem. Wang Ting nodded. Since he treated the Eastern Sea as his headquarters, he naturally didn't dare to borrow the hands of others to set up the defensive formation. He had to personally set it up to be at ease. The other runemasters didn't have any objections for the time being. Wang Ting didn't waste any time and immediately explained the structure of the Black Tortoise Heavenlock formation to everyone. It would be a waste to not use so much hard work. Besides, although this formation was precious, he didn't intend to hide it. Spreading it out could be considered a contribution to humanity. In any case, he had plenty of this kind of formation. Moreover, it didn't take much effort to obtain it, so there was no pressure at all. If he had to spend a lot of money to buy it, he wouldn't be so generous. Wang Ting's attainments in runes were several levels higher than theirs. Just a few sentences were enough to benefit everyone greatly. The group of runemasters were intoxicated as they listened. Sometimes they were enlightened, and sometimes they were amazed. It was as if they were students listening to a teacher's lecture. After a long time, Wang Ting's mouth was dry. He stopped and drank some water. Everyone looked at him in anticipation. Chu Yongnian suddenly stood up and bowed to Wang Ting. He said in a serious tone, "Thank you. Thank you, Master Wang, for clearing our doubts. At this time, even the way he addressed Wang Ting had changed. Previously, he called him Major General Wang because he acknowledged his martial strength. Now, he admired Wang Ting's attainments in runes. It was truly unfathomable. Thank you, Master Wang, for clearing our doubts. The other rune masters immediately reacted. They all stood up and bowed to express their gratitude. Wang Ting didn't care about the so-called masters. He was already a rune master, so he didn't need their recognition. Moreover, his spiritual power had already reached the Emperor realm, far surpassing that of a rune master. It wouldn't be long before he became the only grandmaster on Earth. Even on the Xingwu continent, there were only a few grandmasters, and they were the accumulation of countless resources. Earth's development time was too short, so it couldn't compare to the Xingwu continent. As long as Wang Ting took that step, he would become the best runemaster in the world. After some discussion, everyone was convinced by Wang Ting and began to set up the Black Tortoise Skylock formation. The various materials needed to set up the formation were turned into containers for the runes through the hands of blacksmiths. Wang Ting was still in charge of the formation. He didn't pass on his responsibility and commanded the runemasters from all over the world. The advanced runemaster didn't hold back at all. On the other hand, he had the most free time, being the evil overseer, boom, just as everyone was busy setting up the formation, a sudden explosion came from afar. Wang Ting looked over from the sky and frowned slightly. Master Chu, go over there and take a look. How many times have I told these people? There must be something wrong with the structure of the runes again. They don't understand at all, Wang Ting said. Alright, I'll go right away. Chu Yongyan was busy setting up the runes on his hands. However, when he heard Wang Ting's words, he still agreed. He put down his work and rushed over. Wang Ting looked at his work and nodded to himself. Among the runemasters, Chu Yongyan's comprehension was the highest. He understood everything with just a hint, and he was also meticulous. One had to admit that he was much better than the others. Whether it was martial arts or runes, it all depended on talent. Hard work could make up for it, but without talent, it would be very tiring. Chu Yongyan brought 2 disciples with him this time. They followed Chu Yongyan as his assistants. Seeing a young man like Wang Ting ordering their master to do things like this, they felt a little indignant. One of them said, Master, that Wang Ting is indeed strong in martial arts, but he might not surpass you in runes. He has nothing to do over there, but he's throwing all the hard work to you. That's too much. That's right. That guy's only a young man. He doesn't know how to respect for his elders. Chu Yongyan didn't stop walking. He glanced at the 2 of them and said coldly, We have all experienced Wang Ting's attainments in runes, and we are sincerely convinced. No matter what field it is, the one who has reached the top is the first. You have to accept and learn humbly. Also, you don't understand the value of this array. Earth's rune path has been developed for decades to reach its current state. However, some top-notch arrays are still sealed by the Xingwu continent, and we can't get a hold of them. Now, Wang Ting is imparting this array to us without asking for any benefits. Do you think that he's putting on airs? Chu Yongyan looked at the 2 of them again and asked them a question that made them speechless. He continued, He's more familiar with this formation than anyone else. If he were to do it himself, he would be able to complete it in less than 5 days. How much can we learn? The best way to learn is to combine theory with practice. Do you think he's ordering me to do this? Instead of thinking about nonsense, why don't the 2 of you sink your thoughts into this formation? It's enough for you to benefit endlessly. His tone was a little disappointed. After he finished speaking, he ignored the 2 of them and walked quickly to the place where the explosion occurred. Chu Yongyan's 2 disciples' faces turned white and red. They were ashamed and worried. They were afraid that Chu Yongyan would label them as unworthy. If that happened, their future would be ruined. At this time, a runemaster was sitting on the ground in a daze. There was a deep crater in front of him from the explosion. Old Fong, what happened? Chu Yongyan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. That's not right. I clearly did what he said. Why did it explode? The runemaster called Old Fong muttered to himself and ignored Chu Yongyan. Old Fong, Old Fong. Chu Yongyan shook him helplessly. Ah, what? Old Chu, aren't you in charge of the central area? Why are you here? Old Fong came back to his senses and was confused. You've already exploded. How can I not come over to take a look? Chu Yongyan said unhappily, alright, hurry up and tell me what happened. I don't have time to waste here with you. Old Fong smiled bitterly and told him the process of engraving the runes. After Chu Yongyan heard this, he frowned deeply. According to what you said, there shouldn't be any problems. How could it explode? He moved closer and observed the runes that Old Fong had just engraved. He wanted to find the problem from the remnants of the runes. However, it was only remnants and incomplete. It was difficult to find anything. Old Fong, are you hiding some details because you feel embarrassed? Chu Yongyan asked suspiciously. Rune masters cared a lot about their reputation. They would rather study some mistakes themselves than let others help them solve them. That was why Chu Yongyan was suspicious. Boulge *T. A mistake is a mistake. What's there to hide? Do I have to do that? Old Fong said angrily. Chu Yongyan laughed. The two of them had known each other for more than 10 years. Old Fong was indeed not that kind of person. The two of them could only re-engrave the runes of this area. Half an hour later, boom, there was another explosion. This time even Chu Yongyan was covered in dust. Fortunately, they were not weak. The explosion of the runes in such a small area could not hurt them. So, what do you think now? Old Fong felt relieved. He laughed at Chu Yongyan's misfortune. You see, I'm not the only one who made a mistake. You made a mistake too. What's going on? I really don't understand. Chu Yongyan scratched his head. He was confused. He frowned and thought hard. Old Fong did not laugh at him anymore. He came over and thought together. They discussed from time to time. They were like two researchers. Chu Yongyan's two disciples and Old Fong's disciple could only watch from the side. They could not get a word in. In the end, the two of them could not figure it out. Old Fong said helplessly, why don't we ask Wang Ting to come over and take a look? Alright, that's the only way. Chu Yongyan gave up and nodded. Then let's go. We'll go together. Old Fong stood up. No need. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At that moment, a voice came from above their heads. It was Wang Ting. Master Wang, can you help us take a look? What's the problem? Chu Yongyan was overjoyed. He quickly asked. Wang Ting floated in the air. With just a glance, he saw the problem. He said calmly, you've misunderstood. The runes were not carved in order. Instead, they were carved from the outside to the inside to form a closed ring structure. Then, the core runes were completed and connected to each other. The two of them were enlightened. Their eyes lit up as they shouted, so that's how it is. That's how it is. Alright, you can continue with your work. Wang Ting said and left. Chu Yongyan and his disciple were full of praise. Master Wang's attainment in runes is indeed much higher than ours. This should be the construction method of runes from the Xingwu continent. We haven't seen it here, Old Fong said. This structure is their core. It's not a big deal to talk about it. However, if we were to study it, we might not be able to find any results even after several years. Runes are too profound and complicated, Chu Yongyan said. Old Fong nodded in agreement. Their disciples opened their mouths and looked in the direction Wang Ting left. They had to admit that even though they were of similar age, some people were not comparable to them. Wang Ting seemed to be very free, but in fact, he was very free. Similar to the problems that Chu Yongyan and his disciple encountered, the others also had many. They were all secrets of the other world. They had never encountered them before, so they were confused. What Wang Ting did was to point them out one by one and let them understand it on their own. These people were the top rune master on earth. In terms of understanding of runes, they were not inferior to anyone else. Some things were easy to understand, which saved Wang Ting a lot of effort. As time passed, the progress of the Black Tortoise Sky Lock formation was nearing completion. It would be completed soon. On this day, Wang Ting had just finished breakfast with his family and was teaching Lil P martial arts in the open space. The little girl performed a set of basic martial arts very well. She made a lot of noises as if this would make her look more imposing. However, in the eyes of others, no matter how loud she was, her voice and appearance carried a hint of childishness. Old Master Wang and everyone in the Wang family had smiles on their faces. They doted on the little girl and did not dislike her because she did not have the Wang family's bloodline. During this period, the little girl had slowly integrated into the Wang family. The Su family, the Bai family, and a few other families had agreed to cooperate with the Wang family. In general, they relied on the Wang family to survive, and the Wang family would provide them with some protection. Wang Ting did not have any objections to this. Just for the sake of Su Jia, Bai Wei, and the others, he would more or less give them some help. Later, Su Jia, Bai Wei, Yu Hao, and the others also came to find him. Wang Ting knew what they were thinking and did not say anything. He only told them to go back and cultivate well. There was no need to think too much. He was not that narrow-minded. He did not object to these worldly wisdom. Su Jia and the others knew that he was not really angry and were relieved. They laughed and joked around for a while before leaving. Now, the elders of their families had high expectations of them. They all hoped that they could have some achievements in martial arts. They definitely could not compare to Wang Ting, but they had to become martial artists and contribute to the family. Not only them, but the other children of the families were the same. As long as they had talent, their families would use all their resources to let the younger generation cultivate martial arts. The Sea Beast riot this time had stimulated everyone. They finally understood that this era was the era of martial artists. If they did not become strong, they were no different from ants. Not only these families, but the other families were also the same. They were all thinking of ways to let their children walk the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, they didn't have the luck of the Su and Bai families. Su Jia and the other families weren't considered the top families in the East Sea, but because of their good relationship with the Wang family, they were now ahead of many other top families in many matters. Many top families knew that the Wang family had Wang Ting and wanted to board this big ship. Unfortunately, they did not have the connections. The Wang family was not kind either. They would not meet any family that they did not know. The Zhou family, one of the top families in the East Sea. At this time, they were holding a family meeting. The upper echelons of the Zhou family were all present. Some of the younger generation with greater potential were also present. The Zhou family's third princess, Zhou Baiyun, whom they met at the gathering at Mount Baoan, was sitting in the first seat to the right of the Zhou family's helmsman. The atmosphere was very serious. The Sea Beast riot this time had caused the Zhou family to lose a lot of money. Many of their fixed assets were destroyed. Fortunately, they had many properties all over the country, so their foundation was not hurt. However, the Zhou family's assets had still shrunk by a third. For them, this was already a great loss. At this moment, the Zhou family's old man was sitting in the seat of honor. With a serious expression, he said, "In the era of martial arts, martial artists are the foundation. Our Zhou family has cultivated some martial artists over the years. However, in the face of this Sea Beast riot, they could not even withstand a single blow. These family disciples are used to living like princes." Everyone was embarrassed. They were also helpless. They had never encountered such a terrifying Sea Beast riot. Moreover, the family disciples practiced martial arts to obtain status and privileges. They did not really have to risk their lives. It was not a big deal. In peaceful times, it was not the turn of the family's martial artists to risk their lives. Who knew that something like this would suddenly happen? The person at the helm of this generation of the Zhou family was Zhou Baiyun's father, Zhou Weiqiang. The Zhou family's old man had already retired a few years ago. At this moment, he said, "The martial artists cultivated by the family have almost never seen blood. It is normal for them to be defeated by such terrifying sea beasts. Don't find excuses for your incompetence. If it were not for your lack of foresight, our Zhou family would not have fallen into such an awkward situation." The Zhou family's old man coldly snorted and said, "Zhou Weiqiang, didn't you not think of it yourself?" Zhou Weiqiang felt bitter in his heart. He glanced at the Zhou family's old man and did not dare to say anything. Look at the Wang family. They have cultivated a top-notch martial artist. He is a warlord. How many warlords are there in the country? How many are there in the world? Usually, it is not obvious. However, this sea beast riot has shown their ability. The Wang family is going to soar to the sky. The Zhou family's old man said with envy. Is he cultivated by the Wang family? It is because Wang Ting's talent is too strong that he can achieve what he has today. The Wang family is simply lucky. A phoenix can fly out of a chicken coop. Zhou Weiqiang cursed in his heart, but he still did not dare to say it out loud. The Zhou family's old man was obviously angry. At this time, it was fine to nag him. If he dared to refute, he would be scolded even more miserably. After all these years, Zhou Weiqiang had a deep understanding of this. Grandpa, don't scold my dad. Wang Ting's talent is too strong. He is the only one in the country. No, he might be the only one in the world. Other countries might not have such a genius who can reach the warlord realm at such a young age. I heard that the youngest warlord in the world reached the warlord realm at the age of 30. They can't be compared to him, Zhou Baiyun said. When the Zhou family's old man heard his favorite granddaughter speak, his expression finally softened. He sighed and nodded. How can I not know what you said? It is just that the Wang family is too close to us. Don't I feel uncomfortable just looking at them? Now, when those big families in Donghai mention the Wang family, their eyes turn red with jealousy. He paused for a moment as if to calm down. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked, by the way, Xiao Jun, I remember that you have interacted with Wang Ting from the Wang family before. How much do you know about him? Before Zhou Baiyun could speak, a young man sitting opposite her said, Grandpa, how could Xiao Jun be familiar with him? She just came back from abroad and gathered some juniors in the circle. Wang Ting just happened to be among them. Oh, is that so? The Zhou family's old man looked at Zhou Baiyun and asked. Zhou Baiyun glanced at the young man sitting opposite her and said, Second brother is right. I am indeed not familiar with him. However, after the gathering that day, I asked someone to investigate, so I do know a little about Wang Ting. Tell me about it, the Zhou family's old man urged. Zhou Xiaohui curled his lips. Zhou Baiyun nodded and said, Back then, there was an explosion on Mount Baoan. Later, the City Protection Bureau was alerted. Do you still remember this? Are you saying? Zhou Weiqiang's eyes lit up. That's right. I suspect that he has something to do with that incident, Zhou Baiyun said. What does that have to do with anything? Grandpa asked you to tell me what you know about Wang Ting. Aren't you just saying something that doesn't make sense? Zhou Xiaohui said disdainfully. Zhou Baiyun ignored him and continued, From some clues at that time, we can determine that martial artists appeared on Mount Baoan and fought. Wang Ting was involved in that fight. I think he was already a martial artist at that time. He hadn't even taken the college entrance examination at that time, right? Zhou Weiqiang said in surprise. That's right. That's why he's extremely talented, Zhou Baiyun said. Aren't you talking nonsense? How could he have reached the warlord realm at such a young age if he wasn't strong? Zhou Xiaohui said again. Zhou Baiyun glanced at him with contempt in her heart. Second brother is still so brainless. Shut up. The Zhou family's old man glared at him. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Zhou Xiaohui felt extremely wronged. He felt that he didn't say anything wrong. Why did everyone have such an expression on their faces? Not only does this show that he's talented, but it also shows that he's very good at hiding his strength. Moreover, he's very experienced in doing things. The people from the City Protection Bureau couldn't find any evidence that he was the one who did it. It's hard for someone like him to not succeed. I just didn't expect him to rise so quickly. Zhou Baiyun's eyes flashed with a strange light as she lamented. The Zhou family's old man nodded thoughtfully. There's one more thing. Zhou Baiyun spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. Back then, a group of robbers robbed a bank, but they were killed by a mysterious martial artist who passed by. Are you trying to say that he was the one who did it? Zhou Xiaohui spat. That's right. It was him. Zhou Baiyun nodded firmly and said, I asked someone to go to the police station and ask around. Do you know how those robbers died? She kept them in suspense. How did they die? Zhou Xiaohui frowned and asked urgently. The Zhou family's old man and the others also looked at Zhou Baiyun. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Their heads were blown off by someone. Zhou Baiyun's words were shocking. Blown off their heads. The hall was instantly filled with gasps. That's why, he's an extremely cruel guy. Don't provoke him for no reason. As Zhou Baiyun spoke, she deliberately looked at Zhou Xiaohui and chuckled. Zhou Xiaohui shrunk his neck and hurriedly said, Why are you looking at me? He's a general-level martial artist. I don't want to live long enough to provoke him. I'm not that stupid. It's really hard to believe. How old was he at that time? 17 or 18 years old. This old man has to admit defeat. If he didn't have this kind of temperament, he wouldn't have reached his current level. The Zhou family's old man shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he smiled. Little June, are you satisfied with him? Ah? Zhou Baiyun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Are you satisfied? Satisfied with what? Zhou Baiyun was completely dumbfounded. Elder Zhou's sudden question made it difficult for her to answer. With her intelligence, she naturally knew what old Master Zhou meant. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't satisfied with Wang Ting. That guy had achieved so much at such a young age, and he was also quite good-looking. Any girl would probably have some thoughts about him. However, Zhou Baiyun had never thought of using marriage as a link between the families. Her ambition was to become the head of the family. She wanted to take control of the Zhou family and lead it to a broader world. This was her original plan. That's right, her original plan. As for now, she saw a broader sky. If it was the Zhou family of the past, no matter how smart she was, she would be limited to a narrow world. She wouldn't be able to walk out of the well. So, when Elder Zhou asked this question, she was shaken. Wang Ting could lead her to a broader world. The other members of the Zhou family also understood Elder Zhou's meaning. They were all shocked. Some of the families with girls of suitable age were also tempted. If they could marry into the Wang family, it would be equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. However, when they glanced at Zhou Baiyun, they immediately lost their confidence. Compared to her, the girls of suitable age in their family were not only far behind in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of appearance. If they wanted to compete with her, it would be difficult. Zhou Baiyun was indeed the most outstanding child of this generation of the Zhou family. Even her two brothers who were competing with her for the position of head of the family were inferior to her. If she wasn't a girl, her two brothers wouldn't have any chance at all. However, there were also some people who wanted to try their luck. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. If Wang Ting didn't like someone like Zhou Baiyun, they still had a chance. As long as they could connect with him, they could instantly surpass the head of the family. It was simply too beautiful. Although they all belonged to the Zhou family, everyone had their own selfish motives. Who didn't have a dream of making a comeback? Zhou Weiqiang's eyes lit up. He felt that his daughter still had a lot of hope. Becoming the father-in-law of a general-level powerhouse was very satisfying. He immediately glanced at Zhou Baiyun and signaled her with his eyes, "Daughter, go." Zhou Xiaohui, as well as Zhou Baiyun's elder brother, Zhou Xiaoan, who hadn't spoken until now, couldn't help but frown. If Zhou Baiyun had a relationship with Wang Ting, wouldn't they have even less of a chance? No, the two of them were not stupid. After thinking about it for a while, they figured out some of the key points. If Zhou Baiyun married Wang Ting, she wouldn't be interested in the Zhou family's territory, and the position of patriarch would inevitably fall into their hands. Moreover, Zhou Baiyun was still a member of the Zhou family. In the future, through her relationship, the Zhou family would also benefit a lot. Zhou Xiaohui laughed. Little sister, you have to seriously consider this. Wang Ting is already a general-level expert at such a young age. He must have a close relationship with various experts, such as Governor Jiang and the master of Jisun Martial Arts Club. It's hard for ordinary people to even meet them, let alone get to know them. It's obvious how wide his connections are and how much potential he has. Second brother, you seem to want me to get married as soon as possible. Zhou Baiyun glanced at him and said lightly. I'm thinking for your future. There's no other young talent like him in the country. If you don't seize the opportunity, it'll be too late for regrets. Zhou Xiaohui shrugged. Xiaohui is right. Little sister, if you miss out on Wang Ting, it'll really be gone. Zhou Xiaoan smiled lightly. Alright, let Xiaoyun think about this matter. No one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Old Master Zhou waved his hand and said. Everyone rolled their eyes. Old Master Zhou was the one who suggested this matter. Now, he was blaming them for being nosy. However, they didn't say anything in the end. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhou Baiyun, waiting to see what she would choose. Zhou Baiyun pondered for a moment. Her eyes flickered. Finally, she took a deep breath and shook her head. He has a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend. Old Master Zhou frowned and asked, do you know who she is? She's his high school classmate. I heard that they have a good relationship. Zhou Baiyun had indeed investigated Wang Ting and was very clear about his background. She had even investigated Lin Chuhan's identity and background. Now, she revealed everything. Young man, you're not married yet. You can't even be sure about this. With your charm, do you think you'll lose to others? Old Master Zhou laughed. Moreover, that girl doesn't have any background. With some methods, she'll know how to back off. If you're interested, then go ahead. The Zhou family is your strongest backing. Zhou Baiyun nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything else. The setting up of the Black Tortoise Skylock Formation had reached its final stage. At this moment, Wang Ting, Chu Yongyan, and the other runemasters were gathered at the center of the Eastern Sea. They were about to complete the core of the final runes. This core was the foundation. Now that the core runes of the Black Tortoise Skylock Formation had been inscribed, it would become the core of the formation. In the future, they would build an origin power tower to provide a steady stream of energy and form a defensive formation around the entire Eastern Sea city. This step was naturally the most crucial. The slightest carelessness would cause a chain reaction that would destroy all their efforts in the past few days. Hence, everyone's expressions were solemn. In the end, the core was completed by Wang Ting himself. Chu Yongyan and the others were inexperienced and didn't have much confidence. Governor Jiang, Tan Taixin, Yi Jisun, and the other experts had also arrived. At this moment, they were standing around the foundation and looking at Wang Ting. Wang Ting walked around the foundation and finally stopped at its center. How is it? Governor Jiang asked anxiously. There's no problem. I'll start inscribing the final core runes now. After saying this, Wang Ting paid no more attention to the others. He fished out a talisman pen and began inscribing on the foundation. Chu Yongyan and the others opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss out on the slightest detail. So fast. Everyone was shocked as they watched Wang Ting inscribe one runes after another without pause. His movements were as smooth as flowing water without the slightest error. Only deep admiration was left in their hearts. Too powerful, was this his true strength? They felt that they had learned the runes for nothing. Compared to Wang Ting, they were too ashamed to face anyone. They were all extremely careful when inscribing the runes, afraid of making mistakes. They were like primary school students trying to solve math problems. In the end, Wang Ting had long since jumped out of the category of students and was at the level of a teacher. This was simply a blow to their ego. Comparisons were odious. Comparisons were odious. Governor Jiang, Yi Jixing, and the other general-level masters were laymen and couldn't see anything special. However, when they saw the expressions of Chu Yongyan and the others, they knew that Wang Ting's attainments in runes were absolutely amazing. Did this guy start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? He was strong in martial arts and profound in runes. He had reached a level that others would need half a lifetime to reach in any field. They looked at each other and were all amazed. At the same time, they made up their minds to deepen their relationship with Wang Ting. Their relationship was already good. With this foundation, many things would become easier. With this guy's talent, it's not that easy to rope him in, especially since he has already grown up. It seems that I have to give him some benefits. Raw stones? Weapons? Or pills? He doesn't seem to lack any of These. Governor Jiang thought to himself. This guy just made a fortune from the dark world. Speaking of which, it's really a great fortune. Even I am envious of him. However, this is also because of his ability. If it were someone else who fell into the dark world, they would definitely die. However, not only did he escape, but he also plundered the dark world's treasures. With those treasures, he definitely won't lack any resources. What a headache. Governor Jiang looked at Wang Ting with a helpless expression. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. We can start with the Wang family. As long as we tie them down, he won't be able to escape. He wasn't the only one thinking about this. Yi Jixing was also thinking about this. Wang Ting was also a member of Jisun Martial House. Naturally, he wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. If he kept Wang Ting, Jisun Martial House would have another general-level master. Moreover, this general-level master was also a rune master. It was killing two birds with one stone. Everyone said that Jisun Martial House was one of the three giants. However, everyone actually wanted to step on the other two. Who didn't want to be the leader? Now, Wang Ting's reputation was getting louder and louder. Everyone in the country had seen the astonishing ability he displayed during the sea beasts riot. After a few days of fermenting, his reputation had spread far and wide. Everyone treated him as a hero. If Jisun Martial House could tie him down, there would be a lot of benefits. At the very least, many people who wanted to learn martial arts would head straight to Jisun Martial House. The sea monster riot had triggered a nationwide martial arts craze. These days, he had received reports from his subordinates that there were many more people signing up at the martial arts house than before. This was an opportunity. Tan Taixian's eyes flickered. She had also thought of many things. Wang Ting's rise made her feel a strong sense of crisis. It would be very embarrassing to be caught up by her disciple. She was thinking about stepping down from her position as the commander of the Black Sparrow army and preparing to go into seclusion. She definitely wouldn't appear in front of Wang Ting again until her strength improved to a level that she was satisfied with. It was too embarrassing. Time passed. Half an hour later, the entire foundation suddenly shook. Boom, everyone's spirits were lifted. At this moment, Wang Ting was floating in midair. The runes on the foundation seemed to have come alive. They flickered with light and instantly wriggled. Then, with the foundation as the center, the light instantly spread out and spread in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had swept past, stirring up a gentle breeze. No one noticed anything. However, in the eyes of the rune master, the runes engraved on the entire East Sea had come alive at this moment. Almost instantly, an invisible light screen rose up like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire East Sea. The Black Tortoise Skylock Array was completed. This array would protect the East Sea and could even withstand the attacks of warlords. In the future, the people of the East Sea wouldn't have to live in constant fear. Wang Ting looked at his masterpiece. It should be everyone's masterpiece. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Wang Ting, this is a matter that benefits the people. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Governor Zhang's expression was solemn. He actually bowed to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was a little surprised. The other party was the governor of a city after all. This bow carried a lot of weight. He immediately said, Governor Jiang, you're too polite. My Wang family is also in the East Sea. This array wasn't set up for official business. I also have some selfish motives. I can't accept this bow. Who doesn't have selfish motives in life? It's already not easy for you to do this, Governor Jiang said. Even if Wang Ting was thick-skinned, he was still a little embarrassed by his words. Was he really that noble? Why didn't he know that? Master Wang, you're being modest. We've been together for so many days. We all know what kind of person you are. Although you don't usually do anything, we all know that you're doing this to train us. In fact, you've been paying attention to the array. It's definitely your credit that it could be completed so quickly. We've seen everything you've done, Chu Yongyan said. Wang Ting was a little confused. Were they talking about him? He threw the trivial matters to them, but it became training for them. These people were really understanding. Wang Ting didn't say anything. Since it was a beautiful misunderstanding, he would let everyone continue to misunderstand. It was just a little shameful. Cough, cough. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. He coughed dryly, rose into the air, turned around, and flew away. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. He was still a young man after all. The next day, Governor Jiang came to the temporary residence of the Wang family. This time, I'm mainly here for the matter that we didn't get a result from last time. He saw Wang Ting and went straight to the point. Wang Ting was stunned and immediately reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, "Governor Jiang, if you want me to take out the treasure, then don't talk about it." I said I don't have it, so I don't have it. If I don't have it, how can I take it out? Don't be anxious. Listen to my conditions before you make a decision. Governor Jiang said. Wang Ting glanced at him and didn't comment. However, he still gave him a chance to continue. The funds from above have been allocated, but for the reconstruction of the entire East Sea, it's still not enough. So, I need your help. Governor Jiang stared into Wang Ting's eyes and said, "I won't say any empty words. Let's talk about something real." Wang Ting's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. He calmly waited for him to continue. Governor Jiang couldn't help but curse little fox in his heart. This character of not acting without seeing the rabbit made people feel helpless. He could only continue, "How about this, I'll give you the right to use the land as much as you pay. As long as you're willing, your Wang family will be the largest real estate developer in the East Sea." Governor Jiang, you're fooling me again. The land in the East Sea belongs to someone. How can I just give it away? Wang Ting shook his head and said. The sea beasts riot destroyed everything. Many real estate developers withdrew from the East Sea. Now, those lands have been reclaimed. Governor Jiang said. Wang Ting thought about it. He touched his chin and said, "If that's the case, my Wang family will have to bear the risk." "If you want to earn money, how can you not bear the risk?" Governor Jiang said. "You'll give me the right to use the land as much as I pay?" Wang Ting confirmed. "That's right. As long as you can pay, I'll agree to it." Governor Jiang said. "Permanent use of the land?" Wang Ting asked. "Permanent." Governor Jiang raised his eyebrows. This kid really dared to open his mouth. He hesitated and said, "I can't make the decision. If you want permanent use of the land, the price is not small." "I can wait." Wang Ting said. "All right, I'll go and ask. When the time comes, I'll give you a reply." After Governor Jiang finished speaking, he smiled. "I knew you wouldn't be honest. You're still pretending." Hee hee. Wang Ting only smiled and didn't say anything. However, his heart was excited. Being the largest landlord in the East Sea didn't seem too bad. In the future, if his descendants didn't have any outstanding people, at least they wouldn't starve to death. He could still collect rent. After Governor Jiang left, Wang Ting directly informed Old Master Wang and the others of his intentions. "Governor Jiang really said that?" Wang Xinghong asked in disbelief. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "It seems that the funds allocated by the higher-ups are not much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fixated on you." Wang Xinghua frowned. Old Master Wang sat on a chair, sipped his tea, and said slowly, "That's for sure. The impact of the sea beast riot is huge. It's obvious that the entire country will be mobilized. I don't know how much manpower and resources will be used. All of this will require a lot of financial support. It's impossible for the higher-ups to take care of everything. Governor Jiang will probably have to figure out a way to deal with a large part of it himself." Wang Ting said, "There should be a lot of star cores and star bones among the sea beasts' corpses. If we sell them, we'll make a lot of money. It's already good enough that we didn't touch those things." Everyone in the Wang family couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with a strange expression. If someone else had said this, they would have believed it. However, when these words came from Wang Ting's mouth, even the Wang family felt that he was a little greedy. The 3 Lord-class sea beasts were the biggest harvest this time. Wang Ting had already taken them, yet he still had the nerve to say such words. If this wasn't greedy, then what was? Tell me the truth. How many things did you take this time? Wang Xinghua couldn't help but ask. He was helpless. His son was outstanding, but he also had a lot of thoughts. Why didn't he realize that he was such a money grubber before? Who did he take after? Not much, Wang Ting chuckled and replied. How much is not much? Wang Xinghua rolled his eyes. I didn't calculate the exact value, but it's probably in the tens of billions. Wang Ting estimated a little and said casually. How much? Wang Xinghua's eyes widened. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Old Master Wang almost pulled his beard off as he stared blankly at Wang Ting. The other members of the Wang family also had the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Thousands and trillions, was this for real? I've already said that I haven't calculated it in detail. It's probably that much. Wang Ting said cautiously. He didn't dare to say the number again, for fear of scaring everyone. This was especially true for old Master Wang. He was already so old. If he got scared and ended up in the hospital, it would be a huge sin for him. Thousands or even trillions? Wang Xinghua was naturally unwilling to accept such a vague answer. More or less. More or less. Wang Ting said. When everyone saw that he had no intention of changing his words, it was obvious that he was not wrong. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This is too much. Wang Xinghua took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Let me slow down, or my heart won't be able to take it. So our Wang family has become the richest family in the country? Old Master Wang felt as if he was in a dream. Even though he was old and could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved at this moment. The current market value of the top companies in the world was only in the hundreds of billions. How could the Wang family not be shocked when they suddenly reached such heights? Not to mention old Master Wang, even the leaders of the martial arts world would be shocked if they were here. I don't think we're the richest. There must be many hidden families. They are quiet, but their family wealth must be over 1 trillion. Wang Ting shook his head. He wasn't arrogant. The stronger one was, the broader one's horizons would be. The Wang family were just ordinary people after all. They couldn't see that. That's right. This is the age of martial arts. There are many things that are beyond our imagination. Old Master Wang laughed self-deprecatingly. Then are you going to invest? Wang Xinghua asked. Money, of course. As I said last time, although this is to help Governor Jiang solve his problem, it is also an opportunity for our Wang family. However, it depends on what conditions he can provide us. I want to use this opportunity to open up an industrial chain for our Wang family that integrates elixirs, weapons, runes, and so on. If we want to do this, we can't do it without Governor Jiang's support. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Moreover, Donghai has an excellent geographical location. It leads to ports all over the world and connects to the transportation hub of the country. It is a resource distribution center. If it weren't for the sea monster riot, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of our Wang family so easily. Wang Ting paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was thinking about what he said, he smiled and continued. Now, there are indeed many families and enterprises that have left Donghai. Many people may still be hesitating. They are just watching now. However, once this period passes and others react, there will be many real business tycoons that will enter Donghai. At that time, our advantage will be completely gone. It's better to be decisive now and strike first. The first person who dares to try will always get more cake. After listening, everyone finally understood what Wang Ting wanted to do. Their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect Wang Ting's ambition to be so big. Old Master Wang, Xinghong, and the others were all business veterans. Naturally, they could see Wang Ting's intention. He wanted to rely on Donghai to build the Wang family into a business empire that could radiate across the country and even the world. Wang Xinghong, Wang Xinghua, and the others seemed to see the amazing prospect and were all excited. Old Master Wang looked at Wang Ting, full of gratification. His grandson was really too monstrous. However, he was his grandson after all. Being monstrous was a good thing. He said, since you have this plan, go ahead and do it. Your father, your uncles, and your uncles will all help you. Wang Xinghong, Wang Xinghua, Wang Shenjun, and Fang Junming were the backbone of the Wang family. At this moment, they only felt their blood boiling and looked at Wang Ting with burning eyes. It was as if they couldn't wait for him to quickly agree to Governor Jiang so that they could have a chance to show their skills. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just talking. If he wanted to put it into action, how could it be so fast? He didn't expect that even old Master Wang couldn't wait. Don't worry, everyone. What will come will come. If Governor Jiang wants to get a large amount of money, no one is more suitable than me. The other families have big businesses, but they can't come up with as much liquid capital as I do, Wang Ting said with a confident smile. Old Master Wang nodded. He thought for a moment and knew that this was the case. This matter was basically in the bag. After this matter was discussed, everyone was about to leave when Tan Taixian came looking for them again. Wang Ting said in surprise, "Why are you looking for me at this time?" "Go quickly, don't let her wait too long," old Master Wang urged. Wang Ting nodded and went out. After walking out of the door, Wang Ting saw Tan Taixian standing not far away from him. He immediately called out, "Teacher. Come with me, someone wants to see you," Tan Taixian said directly as he turned around and nodded at him. "See me? Who is it?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "You'll know when you get there," Tan Taixian said and leaped into the air. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly and followed him immediately. The two of them arrived at Huanghai Military Academy very quickly and went straight to the staff dormitory. No one was more familiar with Huanghai Military Academy than him. However, Tan Taixian brought him to an extremely unfamiliar place. A simple wooden house sat in the deepest part of the staff dormitory. It was surrounded by trees, which concealed the wooden house. It appeared remote and quiet. "Where is this?" Wang Ting looked at Tan Taixian in confusion. Tan Taixian didn't say anything. He brought him to the door and knocked lightly. Cough, cough, cough. "Come in." A series of coughs sounded from inside the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Master Han." Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He finally knew who Tan Taixian had brought him here to meet. Speaking of which, this was a true big shot. Back then, he had fought the giant storm ape alone. Although he was defeated in the end, it was because he was injured. Otherwise, it would have been hard to tell who would have won. However, Wang Ting couldn't help but frown when he heard his coughs. This old man's injuries were quite serious. Tan Taixian pushed the door open and entered. Wang Ting followed closely behind. The interior of the wooden house was a little dim. He looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. This house was too simple. Apart from simple household equipment, there was almost nothing else. It was hard to imagine that this was the residence of an ultimate powerhouse. However, Wang Ting didn't pay too much attention to this. His gaze quickly fell on the old man on the bed in the corner. Wang Ting's pupils shrank when he saw the old man's appearance. After not seeing him for a few days, Master Han's appearance had changed greatly. His hair was all white, his face was full of wrinkles, and his entire body seemed to be thinner and hunchbacked than before. Moreover, Wang Ting could see through his astral vision that there was an extremely dense aura of death on his body. How did he become like this? Wang Ting's heart sank. Even he couldn't accept seeing an ultimate powerhouse become an ordinary old man on the verge of decay. "You're here." Master Han's murky eyes lit up slightly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Tan Taixian and Wang Ting were silent. They walked closer and silently looked at the old man on the bed, not knowing what to say. "You guys, take it easy. I'm already so old. I should be buried. There's nothing I can't let go of." Master Han smiled slightly as he reminisced. 30 years ago, I was in the first batch of people to become martial artists. I was considered lucky. I started martial arts at the age of 43. Many people didn't think highly of me, but I walked all the way to where I am now. Many old fellows are already buried, they probably didn't expect me to be the one who walked the furthest. What old age? What talent determines one's achievements? Didn't I break all of them? My life was worth it. Master Han wasn't saying this to Wang Ting and Tan Tai Xian. His gaze had already drifted to the depths of his memories. These words were more for himself to hear, for those of the same generation who had already passed away. Wang Ting didn't expect this old man to have such a legendary life. The times created heroes. He was the hero of that era, the pioneer of the first generation. With his strength, he should have enjoyed his later years as an ordinary guard in Huanghai Military Academy. He should have watched the students grow up and slowly finished his final journey. He shouldn't have been lying in bed waiting for death like he was now, lamenting the past. However, at the most critical moment in Donghai, he still stood up without hesitation. Even though he knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress his old injuries and would end up in his current situation, he didn't hesitate at all. Wang Ting admired him. However, he also heard the trace of regret in Elder Han's voice. Although he kept saying that his life was worth it, he had sacrificed too much to reach this point. If he were to fall here, no matter who it was, they would not be willing to accept it. Wang Ting also didn't want this old man to die like this. He didn't say anything and sat down on the edge of the bed. He reached out and placed his hand on Master Han's wrist. Tan Tai Xian and Master Han were slightly stunned. Don't waste your energy. Many doctors and alchemists have already come to see me. I'm at the end of my lifespan. There's nothing they can do. Master Han shook his head and smiled faintly. His tone was very calm, as if he wasn't talking about his own life and death. There's no harm in taking a look. Wang Ting didn't comment. He probed Master Han's body with his spiritual power and slowly checked. Master Han didn't stop him. At this moment, he was powerless to stop him. He was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Wang Ting also noticed his situation and frowned deeply. At this moment, Master Han was like a candle in the wind. The hidden injuries that had accumulated in his body all these years had all exploded. His body was like a sieve full of holes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was full of holes. Master Han looked at him and smiled again. You don't have to be sad. Many alchemists have seen me and were helpless, let alone you. Cough cough. Before he finished speaking, he coughed violently again. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Don't talk. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Ting didn't hold back at all. Wang Ting. Tan Tai Xian saw him speak to Master Han in such a manner and couldn't help but call out. It's fine. I like this kid's character. A prodigy should have such a temperament. Master Han didn't care at all. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Who told you to like me? Why do you like me, you old man? It's so creepy. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, actually, it's not that your body can't be cured. What? Tan Tai Xian was shocked and frowned. Wang Ting, this isn't a joke. Don't talk nonsense. When have you ever seen me talk big? Wang Ting looked at her and asked. Tan Tai Xian was stunned. She thought about it and realized that it was true. Although this guy was usually a little unreliable, he never disappointed her at critical moments. Did that mean that he really had a way? You really have a way? Master Han heard Wang Ting's confident tone and couldn't help but ask after a moment of shock, you really have a way? For now, I can only help you control your injuries. It'll take some time for you to be completely cured. Wang Ting nodded. Have you studied medicine? Master Han hesitated. No, I'm an alchemist master. Wang Ting looked at him and smiled. An alchemist master. Not only Tan Tai Xian, but even Master Han was stunned. Wang Ting was an alchemist, and a master at that, an alchemy master. It could be said that this was the highest level of alchemy master in Earth Star, equivalent to a divine physician in the medical world. As for those great doctors at the level of divine hands, they had all studied medicine for their entire lives before they gradually reached the level of perfection and stepped into the top class. By that time, they would already be over 50 years old. It was the same for alchemists. Although it had only been 30 years since the invasion of the Force, within these 30 years, Earthstar had gathered countless resources and forcefully produced more than 10 alchemists. However, these people were not young anymore. Among the alchemy masters that came after them, no one had reached the alchemy master level. Even some of the geniuses who were famous throughout the country in their early years were only advanced alchemy masters now. If they wanted to reach the alchemy master level, they would need to accumulate more experience. In fact, even alchemy masters were still lacking compared to the alchemy masters in the other world. Just like the rune master, this was the difference between the foundations of the two worlds. Now, Wang Ting said that he was an alchemy master. An alchemy master who was not even 20 years old. Would you believe it? However, Tan Tai Xian and Yi Xian knew that Wang Ting would not joke at this time. No matter how unreliable he was, he would not be so ignorant. All kinds of complicated thoughts flashed through Tan Tai Xian's mind. Wasn't this guy a rune master? How did he become an alchemy master? Who taught him that? In the end, she could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you have an alchemy master in the Xingwu continent?" Why would you think that? Wang Ting looked at her strangely and asked. Otherwise, how did you reach the alchemy master level? Don't tell me you practiced it yourself. Tan Tai Xian said with an "I don't believe you're such a genius" expression. You don't say. I learned this alchemy by myself? Wang Ting looked at her and said. Tan Tai Xian suddenly showed an "you're kidding me" expression. When Elder Han heard the conversation between the two, he felt a little anxious. Couldn't these two youngsters consider the feelings of an old man like him? Was this the time to discuss how Wang Ting became an alchemy master? Right now, his life was the most important thing. He coughed dryly and asked weakly, Wang Ting, do you really have a way to cure my internal injuries? Master Han, aren't you reminiscing about the past and preparing to die? Wang Ting said in amusement when he saw Master Han's expression. Shoo, what do you young people know? Who would want to die if they could? I haven't lived long enough. Master Han's pale face couldn't help but turn red. Wang Ting immediately burst into laughter. This Master Han was also a wonderful person. He didn't have the slightest burden of being a supreme expert and was extremely casual. Tan Tai Xian also found it funny, but she didn't laugh out loud. She still had to show some respect. After all, she was different from Wang Ting. At this time, Wang Ting's expression turned serious, and he nodded and said, absolutely not false. Good, then I'll leave my old life in your hands. Master Han was also decisive. He didn't ask whether Wang Ting had really reached the alchemy master level. As long as there was a way, he would let Wang Ting try. Anyway, at this stage, he had no choice but to give a Hail Mary effort. Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel with a calm expression. Alchemist, advanced, there was no doubt that his level had not reached the alchemy master level. He was still a little way off. However, he was not afraid at all. His heart was as steady as a dog's. He knew some relatively rare healing elixirs that worked well together and could temporarily stabilize Master Han's injuries. As for the real solution to Master Han's problem, he had to wait until he reached the Grandmaster level before he could refine a more advanced healing elixir and a peerless elixir that could restore vitality. Even in the other world, not many people knew about this kind of peerless elixir. It was probably only in the hands of a few people. Alchemists on Earth would definitely not be able to get these elixirs, but he could get them by picking up attribute bubbles. At worst, when he reached the Grandmaster level, he could go to the other world and learn from the other world's alchemy masters in the name of an exchange. He could get some benefits from them. Therefore, Wang Ting was not afraid. These thoughts just flashed through his mind, and he said calmly, I need some materials. Tell me, I'll get someone to prepare them, Tan Tai Xian said with a serious face. Purple ginseng, silver leaf grass, 9-segment worm embryo, black gastrodia flax. Wang Ting didn't stand on ceremony and silently recited the materials needed for the Yuan blood recovery elixir and purple jade spirit essence ointment. These two elixirs, one external and one internal, could be used together. Although it might not be immediate, it could at least control Master Han's current situation. Tan Tai Xian silently noted it down, and her expression was unusually calm. She didn't know anything about these materials, but it didn't matter. She could go back and get someone to buy them. The two of them didn't stay any longer and left. Before leaving, Wang Ting looked back at Master Han's residence and sighed. As expected of a hidden expert, after returning to the Wang family's temporary residence, Wang Ting thought for a moment and decided to look for Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan's home had also been destroyed by sea beasts, and now they were also living in temporary residence, right next to the Wan family's residence. Li Xiaomei did indeed treat Lin Chuhan as her daughter-in-law, and she knew that her family's situation wasn't very good, so she took good care of them. Now that many people knew that the Wan family was Wang Ting's family, they were very considerate of small matters. Wang Ting didn't even have to do it personally, and the higher-ups of various parties would give the Wan family the greatest convenience. Therefore, when he arranged for Lin Chuhan's family to live next to the Wan families, it was actually a simple matter. Of course, it was different for other people. If they wanted better treatment, they would have to beg their grandparents, and they might not even be able to get it. Wang Ting had just arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's residence when he saw Lin Chuhan sending a woman out. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. Why did she look so familiar? The woman also saw Wang Ting and turned to look at him. Then, she said something to Lin Chuhan and left. Wang Ting didn't remember who the other party was. He never paid attention to people he didn't care too much about. However, when he saw an unfamiliar person suddenly appear beside Lin Chuhan, he still walked forward and asked, "Who is that?" "A new friend. He helped me a lot," Lin Chuhan explained. Wang Ting didn't ask. If it was a man, he would care, but if it was a woman, then forget it. "How come a busy person like you has time to come over today?" Lin Chuhan asked. "I seem to have heard a lot of resentment," Wang Ting said with a smile. "Who has resentment?" "I don't." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Her beautiful face was still cold as she turned and walked into the house. Wang Ting smiled and said, "Actually, looking at people is only secondary. The main thing is to see how someone's cultivation progress is and give them a few pointers. After all, someone is really too weak." Lin Chuhan's face immediately darkened. What did he mean by too weak? It was clearly because he was too monstrous and left everyone else thousands of miles away. It was all his own fault. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at Wang Ting. However, in the next moment, Wang Ting's face was right in front of hers. His breath directly blew on her face. The waves of hot breath made her beautiful face heat up rapidly, and she instantly turned red. At this moment, Lin Chuhan was like a frightened little white rabbit. She suddenly retreated backward. However, she was too anxious and tripped over herself. She staggered and fell backward. This scene was so familiar. In the past, in the corridor outside her high school class, it was also Wang Ting who almost made her fall. No, at that time, she still fell in the end. Now, it was the same. This bastard, these thoughts flashed through Lin Chuhan's mind. However, she was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. Her skills were also much better than before. This little accident was not a problem for her. She reacted quickly. With a tap of her foot, she steadied herself. However, there was someone faster than her. How could Wang Ting let go of such a good opportunity? In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Lin Chuhan's waist with one hand. Then, he leaned in front of her and said with a smile, "Why are you so careless? Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, you would have fallen. Of course, there's no need to thank me. We're close friends, aren't we?" Lin Chuhan could not stand this guy's shamelessness. She pushed him away and glared at him angrily and said, "You're not serious at all." Wang Ting chuckled and stopped teasing her. With a serious expression, he said, "Let's go. Let's go to your room. What do you want?" Lin Chuhan stared at him, her face full of vigilance. Wang Ting was speechless. He could guarantee that this time, he really was not thinking of anything. "I'm going to guide you in your cultivation," Wang Ting said unhappily. He walked past her and walked into the room. Lin Chuhan was a little suspicious, but she still followed him. When Mother Lin saw him, she greeted him warmly, "Wang Ting, you're here for lunch. Auntie will make you something delicious." "Sure, Auntie. I haven't eaten your food in a long time," Wang Ting said with a smile. The temporary residence was not big. Lin Xianxia heard the commotion and ran out of her room. "Brother Wang Ting. Xianxia, how's your cultivation recently?" Wang Ting rubbed her long black hair and asked. "I'm already a 3-star soldier level martial warrior. I'm more powerful than my sister, hee hee. Lin Xianxia smiled proudly and said, also, my gun skills are much more powerful than before. I heard from my sister's teacher that I've reached the small success stage. I saw your performance on the battlefield. You've indeed reached the small success stage in gun kung fu. Wang Ting nodded and praised her with a smile. Looks like you're quite talented. Am I more powerful than my sister? Lin Xianxia asked happily. That's right. You're much more powerful than your sister, Wang Ting said. That's enough, the two of you. Are you treating me like I'm not here? Lin Chuhan was speechless. It was one thing for Wang Ting to tease her all the time, but now, even her own sister was attacking her. Who could stand this? Mother Lin saw the three of them laughing and was very happy. She smiled and said, you young people can chat. I'll go and cook. Then, she walked into the kitchen and left the three of them alone. Let's go. I'll talk to you about cultivation. Chuxia, come with me, Wang Ting said. That's great. I have a lot of questions. Lin Chuxia happily pulled Wang Ting's arm and walked towards her room. Let's go to my room. Let's go to my room. Lin Chuhan couldn't be as calm as Lin Chuxia, but when she saw the two of them walk into the room, she gritted her teeth and followed them. In the room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the floor. Lin Chuhan and her sister also sat in front of him. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and said, you two have different situations. I'll talk about them one by one. Chuhan, you have a wood physique and cultivate wood origin power. What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating now? It's a high-grade yellow class cultivation method, Green Spirit Arts. I used my credits to exchange for a high-grade yellow class cultivation method. Lin Chuhan didn't hide anything and said directly. High-grade yellow class. Wang Ting was a bit surprised. It's already good enough for a normal student to exchange for a mid-grade yellow class cultivation method. You actually exchanged for a high-grade yellow class cultivation method. Lin Chuhan raised her snow-white neck and snorted lightly. I have some talent in alchemy. Plus, my memory is good. I usually accept missions to help the teachers of the alchemy school sort out medicinal ingredients and earn quite a lot of credits. Those teachers of the alchemy school are very rich, so they're more generous. You've really found a way to make money. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he was a bit surprised. Lin Chuhan actually had talent in alchemy. This was really beyond his expectations. Having talent was a good thing. He would wait and see how Lin Chuhan's talent was before deciding how to cultivate her. I'm not stupid. It's actually quite easy to earn credits in school. It's a kind of benefit the country gives to martial arts students. If I leave school in the future, I won't have this kind of opportunity anymore. Of course I have to seize it. Lin Chuhan said. Wang Ting deeply agreed. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but there weren't many people who could really see it. Some students buried their heads in training in school and rarely studied ways to earn credits. They would only think of earning credits when they needed it. It was very passive. Compared to students who thought of ways to earn credits, they were much worse in terms of resources. They probably didn't even realize it. High-grade yellow class cultivation methods aren't bad, much better than many normal students. However, there are also people who cultivate mist class and earth class cultivation methods. Wang Ting said. That's easy for you to say. Mystic class cultivation methods. Earth class cultivation methods. I might not even have enough credits to exchange for them after 4 years of university. Lin Chuhan said unhappily. This is what I'm going to tell you next. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Come closer. What? Lin Chuhan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Come closer and you'll know. Wang Ting said. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at him and then moved closer. Wang Ting extended his index finger and pointed at the center of her eyebrows. This is? Lin Chuhan was shocked. Focus, receive. Wang Ting said softly. Lin Chuhan's heart tightened. She hurriedly did as he said, not daring to delay. Then, she felt a wave of memories enter her mind. A moment later, Wang Ting retracted his finger and Lin Chuhan opened her eyes. Heaven-class cultivation methods? She looked at Wang Ting in shock and said in a daze. That's right. I just passed on a wood-type heaven-class cultivation method to you. Wang Ting said calmly. This is too valuable. Lin Chuhan took a deep breath. She never thought that Wang Ting would give her an invaluable heaven-class cultivation method. It might be valuable to you, but to me, it's something that I can easily obtain. So, you can take it with peace of mind. Wang Ting smiled faintly and said. Lin Chuhan did not believe this at all. Was a heaven-class cultivation method something that could be obtained so easily? Wang Ting was bragging again, however, she understood that Wang Ting probably said this because he wanted her to take it with peace of mind. Suddenly, Lin Chuhan's heart was touched. Such a valuable thing was given to her just like that. If it were anyone else who would be able to do this, at this moment, the way she looked at Wang Ting became extremely gentle. Ahem, don't look at me like that. It's creepy. Wang Ting got goosebumps when he saw her staring at him. Why did she suddenly show such a gentle and murderous expression? The gentleness in Lin Chuhan's eyes disappeared. She took a deep breath and felt like she was trying to flirt with a blind man. Pft, pft, pft. Who wants to flirt with him? Wang Ting saw that she was back to her usual cold self and sighed in relief. He nodded and said, that's right. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Don't think too much. Just think of it as my gift to you. The first time I give you a gift, I can't be stingy. Wang Ting smiled. Lin Chuhan clenched her teeth and didn't say anything to reject him. Cultivate that cultivation technique properly and raise your strength as soon as possible. Wang Ting said seriously, also, don't leak it out. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. You should know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. Lin Chuhan nodded solemnly. She knew that if others knew that she had a heaven-class cultivation technique, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Big brother Wang Ting, my sister has a gift. Where's my gift? Lin Chuxia asked, unwilling to be outdone. Okay, you have one too. Wang Ting muttered to himself and took out an item from his spatial ring. This dark snake poisonous ginseng is a rare poison-type spiritual medicine. After refining it, it can increase your cultivation. It'll be very helpful to your poison-type origin power. However, it's better to refine it into a poison pill. I'll give it to you after I'm done refining it. How's that? Lin Chuxia naturally didn't have any objections. She only wanted a gift. As for what it was, she didn't care at all. She smiled and nodded. Okay. After that, Wang Ting gave some pointers to Lin Chuhan and her sister on their battle techniques and cultivation. It had to be said that the two of them were geniuses with decent talent. Wang Ting only needed to say it once and they would be able to understand it. He didn't need to spend too much time explaining it. As for your talent in alchemy, I feel that there's no need to rush it. Take it step by step and build a solid foundation. You'll naturally be able to accumulate enough experience in the future. In the end, Wang Ting said to Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan nodded. This was something that the instructors in the alchemy department often said. However, hearing it from Wang Ting's mouth made her feel a little strange. Wang Ting still gave Lin Chuhan some pointers on how to learn alchemy. She was still at the stage of accumulating knowledge, so there wasn't much else to say. Strength is the key. These are troubled times. You have to improve your strength as soon as possible. After all, I can't stay by your side all the time. Wang Ting sighed. Don't treat us like children. Lin Chuhan glanced at him. She was a little unconvinced. Although we're not as monstrous as you, we're not bad either. Yes. You're not bad. Wang Ting was amused. In the afternoon, Mother Lin came to call them when she finished cooking. Wang Ting ate at the Lin residence before leaving. After leaving the Lin family, Wang Ting returned to the Wang family's temporary residence. Li Xiaomei wasn't angry that he didn't have lunch at home. Instead, she was happy because he didn't hide his whereabouts. Li Xiaomei knew that he went to Lin Chuhan's house. Son, work hard. Li Xiaomei gave him a meaningful look and walked away. Wang Ting shook his head. Li Xiaomei wanted him to get married early since last year. When he didn't have a girlfriend, she was anxious for him to find one. Now that he had a girlfriend, she was probably urging him to get married and have children. However, he just had to deal with it. He didn't plan to get married so early, and he didn't want to be an emotionless tool for making children. These adults were too much. If they wanted to level up, they should wait until his main account was maxed out. Wang Ting raised his head and puffed out his chest. He walked into the house and started to cultivate. Governor Jiang finally came looking for him again. Of course, it was the same thing. When the two of them met, the rest of the Wang family also came. After serving tea, Wang Ting made an inviting gesture and smiled. Governor Jiang, if you came a few days later, I might have to go to the Xingwu world. How is it now? Is there a result? Governor Jiang's heart tightened. He secretly cursed Wang Ting for being cunning. He didn't know if what he said was true or not, but after all, he needed Wang Ting's help. He didn't dare to ignore Wang Ting. If he ran away, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Therefore, he glanced at Wang Ting and said calmly, I can agree to your permanent use of the land on behalf of the higher-ups. These words made everyone in the Wang family happy. Permanent use of the land, and the higher-ups agreed. This was equivalent to a fief. With this foundation, the Wang family didn't have to worry about not being able to prosper. However, Governor Jiang glanced at everyone's expression. When he saw Wang Ting's calm face, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy was really calm. But what? Governor Jiang, just say it directly. Our cooperation is based on sincerity. It's meaningless to beat around the bush to test the bottom line, Wang Ting said lightly. Old Master Wang and the others immediately came back to their senses. Their expressions turned serious, and they secretly scolded themselves for being carried away by such a great surprise. According to the new city planning of Donghai, the current simplified division of regions is divided into a total of 9 districts, 3 central districts, 3 inner ring districts, and 3 outer ring districts. According to the higher-ups, your Wang family can obtain a permanent limit of 50 square kilometers, but it cannot be concentrated in the central district. The central district cannot exceed 10 square kilometers. Of course, it depends on whether you can eat it all, Governor Jiang said slowly. Everyone from the Wang family, who had just calmed down, became agitated again. 50 square kilometers, the total area of the East Sea was more than 600 square kilometers. In the past, this was equivalent to the area of a small district. The higher-ups were actually so generous, however, this matter still had to be decided by Wang Ting in the end. Everyone in the Wang clan looked at him, but they were soon stunned. At this moment, Wang Ting still had a calm face, and his eyes were unwavering. Everyone in the Wang clan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, strength determined vision. At Wang Ting's level, he was no longer limited to the East Sea. It was no wonder that he could treat it so calmly. Governor Jiang obviously also noticed this. While he was secretly shocked, he also put away the idea of playing dumb. This guy was not easy to fool. If he continued to fool him, he was afraid that he would lose everything, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Wang Ting took a sip of tea and smiled slowly, not enough. I want 80 square kilometers, and the central district is 20 square kilometers. Everyone in the Wang clan gasped. They were all shocked by Wang Ting's tone. Compared to the previous request, it was an increase of 30 square kilometers. Wang Ting really dared to ask for it. Anyway, if it were them, they would never dare to ask for it. This is impossible. Governor Jiang's face also changed. He shook his head and said, You are asking for too much. It is already very difficult to open up the permanent use for you. You actually want to bargain. You can't say that. Now, you are asking me to buy it. I don't have to buy it. Wang Ting said calmly. Governor Jiang was speechless. He was extremely sullen in his heart. The one who asked for help was his grandson. He was the governor of a city, but he was actually controlled by this kid. Who could he find to reason with? Forget it. When he saw Wang Ting's appearance, he knew that he had to make concessions. He sighed secretly and said, 80 square kilometers is absolutely impossible. At most, 65 square kilometers. The central district is 15 square kilometers. No more. Deal. Wang Ting's face changed. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Governor Jiang. Governor Jiang felt that he had been cheated. He agreed so quickly. That calm face just now was fake. Damn, this kid was really smart. He should have suppressed him a little more. Now that the words had been spoken, it was too late to say anything. Can you take out so much money? Governor Jiang didn't even stretch out his hand and said unhappily. Governor, you don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, naturally, you will give me the land use rights as much as I take out. Wang Ting said, in addition, this contract should be signed as soon as possible. In the future, I will let the people of the Wang family be fully responsible for this area. Governor Jiang was very upset. He expressed that he didn't want to talk to Wang Ting anymore. He directly took out the contract and wrote the promised land area on it. Then, he pushed it in front of Wang Ting and said, sign it. Wang Ting picked up the contract and looked at it. He didn't hesitate and signed his name on it. There were 2 copies of the contract. Both parties held 1 copy. Governor Jiang kept 1 copy and said, prepare the money as soon as possible. I need it urgently. Wang Ting nodded and asked, treasures, raw stones, can the government take them all? Take as much as you can. Governor Jiang glanced at him and said confidently. Then let's go. I still need to deal with those things. Otherwise, I can't take out the money. Wang Ting said. Go where? How can Donghai take out the money now? If you want to cash it out, you have to go to other cities. If there is really a lot, I suggest you go to capital Xia. They can take it all alone. Governor Jiang said. That's true. Then I will take some time to go to capital Xia. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and said. You can deal with this yourself. I just want to see the money as soon as possible. Governor Jiang paused and said, recently, there has been news that the person in capital Xia might summon you. You can do as you see fit. The person in capital Xia wants to summon me? Wang Ting was shocked. This news was like a bomb. Even he felt it was unbelievable. He asked, why would he summon me? How would I know? Governor Jiang threw down these words and then left. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked. They looked at Wang Ting and wanted to say something but stopped. This news shocked them quite a bit. Who was that person? There was no need to guess. Wang Ting had already touched that level. They felt it was unbelievable. If that person really wants to summon you, you should be careful. Don't talk nonsense. Old Master Wang smiled bitterly. Wang Ting was speechless. Was he that kind of person in everyone's heart? Looking around, everyone had the same expression. He felt that his mature and steady persona had completely collapsed. If Wang Ting couldn't confirm it before, when Tan Tai Xian brought the news, Wang Ting had no choice but to believe it. Come with me to capital Xia tomorrow. The martial arts leader wants to see you, Tan Tai Xian said. He really wants to see me? Why? Wang Ting asked. I don't know. Tan Tai Xian shook his head. Anyway, it can't be anything bad. With that person's magnanimity, he wouldn't harm you. It's probably because your performance this time was so outstanding that you caught the eye of the martial arts leader. It's not strange that he wants to see you. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. I brought all the spiritual herbs you wanted. You should first refine the healing herbs that Master Han needs. Tan Tai Xian changed the topic. Okay. Wang Ting replied. The 2 of them went straight to the alchemy room in Huanghai Military Academy. The alchemy department was Cui Heng's territory. When the 2 of them came here together, he was already alarmed. Principal, Wang Ting, why are you here? Cui Heng quickly went up and asked. Old Cui, prepare an alchemy room. Wang Ting will refine healing herbs for Master Han, Tan Tai Xian said directly. Recently, many alchemists had gathered in Donghai to refine elixirs for the martial artists who were injured during the sea monster rampage. Most of the buildings in the East Sea had been destroyed. Only a few martial arts academies had good defense, and there were still many intact buildings left. However, there were a limited number of alchemy rooms. The alchemists transferred from all over the country occupied almost all of the alchemy rooms. Didn't everyone see that Master Han can't do anything? Cui Heng was suddenly stunned. He said in surprise, "Wait a minute, you said that Wang Ting wants to refine elixirs?" As he said that, he looked at Wang Ting suspiciously. Wang Ting has reached the master level. Tantai Xian looked at Wang Ting and said. Master level? Cui Heng was shocked. He laughed in disbelief and said, "Principal, are you kidding me? I'm not lying to you. He said that he has reached the master level." Unless he's lying to me, Tantai Xian said as if it was none of his business. Wang Ting was speechless. He looked at her speechlessly. Wang Ting, this isn't a joke. I know that you are talented in alchemy, but... Cui Heng didn't say it clearly. He obviously didn't believe that Wang Ting was an alchemy master. This was unbelievable. He already knew from Sidu Jun that Wang Ting's attainments in runes were extremely high. He had reached the master level. Because of this, he didn't believe that Wang Ting's alchemy skills had also reached the master level. No human could be so monstrous. Dean Cui, you have to give it a try. Wang Ting smiled nonchalantly. Why can't you understand? Cui Heng was anxious. Wang Ting was famous now, and he was still young. Many people were envious of him. There were probably many people who were jealous too. Many alchemy masters had seen Master Han's injuries and felt that there was no way to cure him. Wang Ting came out and said that he could cure him. Didn't this mean that they were incompetent? If he could really cure him, it wouldn't be a big deal. At least he could shut those people up. But if he couldn't cure him, wouldn't people say that he was overestimating himself? Wang Ting seemed to know what he was thinking. He said, "Don't worry, Principal Cui. I'm confident." "Oh, you're confident that you can cure Master Han?" A voice suddenly sounded. Yes, everyone turned their heads and saw a group of people walking towards them. One of the old men had just walked out of an alchemy room. Apparently, he had heard their conversation and his eyes fell on Wang Ting. Master Chen. Cui Heng glanced at the man and pointed out his identity. He said, "Young people are always more confident. Besides, Wang Ting is doing this out of kindness." Kindness is kindness, but don't treat him carelessly. Master Han's current situation is not optimistic. If you are careless, you will aggravate his injury and even shorten his remaining life. Master Chen said, "Besides, we haven't given up. We have been reading the classics to find a way to cure Master Han. If he interferes at this time, isn't he adding to the trouble?" Cui Heng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Chen Ruifan's words were too harsh. What did he mean by causing trouble? He didn't even know if Wang Ting could be treated, but he had already beaten him to death. He almost pointed at his nose and scolded him. Wang Ting sneered. "Master Chen, you said it as if I can't cure Master Han. You are so young. Do you remember the tens of thousands of herbs? How good are your alchemy skills? How dare you say that you can cure Master Han? Didn't your teacher tell you that you need to be very careful in alchemy?" Master Chen frowned and said coldly. "Since when does alchemy depend on age?" Wang Ting looked at him and said lightly. "Looking at all the alchemists in the country, no one can reach the high-level alchemist level without more than 10 or 20 years of experience, let alone the master level. You are young, but you talk big." Master Chen scolded. "You people don't have the ability, but you blame others for being too outstanding. I think you have wasted your 10 or 20 years of alchemy. If you can't cure him, you can't cure him. You find a lot of excuses. When others say that they can cure him, you stop them. What are your intentions?" Wang Ting directly retorted. It wasn't that he looked down on alchemists from Earth Star. There was no need to talk about the gap between their foundations. However, this Master Chen in front of him was taking advantage of his seniority. If he didn't say anything, others would think that he was a pushover. "You." Chen Ruifan's face was livid. When a young man beside him saw that his teacher was being humiliated, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, he still stood up and said, "Wang Ting, I know that your strength has reached the warlord level and that no one in the younger generation can compare to you. However, when it comes to alchemy, my teacher has reached the master level many years ago. He is already at the top of the Earth Star. No matter what, he is still a senior. Your teacher came here to reprimand me for no reason. Is this what senior means? Wang Ting glanced at him and said disdainfully. No need to say more. I want to see what kind of medicinal pill you can refine. Chen Ruifan's face was ugly as he snorted angrily. Ridiculous. Wang Ting looked at him calmly and ignored him. He said to Cui Heng, Dean Cui, can I use your alchemy room? Cui Heng saw that it was useless to say anything more. He sighed and nodded. Wang Ting walked straight into the alchemy room. Chen Ruifan and the others didn't leave. They waited at the side. Cui Heng moved closer to Tan Tai Xian and asked in a low voice, Dean, is Wang Ting confident that he can achieve it? Do you think he is the kind of person who speaks without thinking? Tan Tai Xian looked calm. He glanced at him and asked faintly. This? Cui Heng understood what Tan Tai Xian meant, but he still felt incredulous. He couldn't help but look at the alchemy room whose door was already closed. Inside the alchemy room, Wang Ting didn't care about Master Chen at all. He glanced around and said in his heart, pick it up. With a sweep of his spiritual force, a few attribute bubbles scattered in the alchemy room suddenly flew toward him. These attribute bubbles were obviously dropped by Master Chen when he was refining pills. Now, he had benefited from it. Alchemy *30, Spiritual State Spirit *10, Alchemy *50, Alchemy *20. After picking up the attribute bubbles in the alchemy room, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He swept his spiritual force again and scanned the alchemy rooms around him. Sure enough, a bunch of attribute bubbles passed through the walls and gathered in the alchemy room where Wang Ting was at. Alchemy *50, Alchemy *60, Spirit *85, Alchemy *45, Spiritual State Spirit *10, Alchemy *15, Monarch Spirit *16, Alchemy *60, Alchemy *45, Wang Ting smiled. This wave of attribute bubbles was not small. Fortunately, he didn't rush to increase his alchemy skills with blank attributes. As this wave of attribute bubbles merged into his body, many related memories appeared in Wang Ting's mind, filling up his alchemy knowledge and experience. In the end, his alchemy skills leveled up. Alchemist, 360 of 3000, Master. At this moment, his alchemy skills had truly reached the master level. In just a short time, he had advanced from an advanced alchemist to an alchemy master. If Master Chen knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. This was also why Wang Ting dared to challenge an alchemy master when he was still an advanced alchemist. He was young, but he had a cheat. Come and hit me if you don't like it, Wang Ting sneered, then walked forward, picked up the alchemy furnace in the middle, and threw it aside. He then took out the black meteorite alchemy furnace and prepared to refine pills. With a thought, the azure jade glazed flame surged out and enveloped the black meteorite furnace. The temperature in the alchemy room slowly rose. He took out the herbs prepared by Tan Tai Xian one by one and controlled them with his psychic energy. Some turned into liquid, some turned into powder, and so on. Outside the alchemy room, Cui Heng, Chen Ruifan, and the others suddenly felt a scorching heat coming from the alchemy room where Wang Ting was. They were all surprised. Why is the temperature so high? The materials and runes of the alchemy room should be able to withstand the temperature of the earth fire, Cui Heng muttered. Suddenly, his body trembled and he exclaimed, could it be the fire of creation? Chen Ruifan obviously thought of this possibility as well. His expression suddenly became extremely interesting. Could it be that Wang Ting had really obtained that kind of flame? At this moment, many alchemists walked out of their respective alchemy rooms and cursed, damn it. Damn it, what's going on? I was at a critical moment when the temperature suddenly rose. Now it's all in vain. What, you guys too? Yeah, me too. What's going on? I don't know either. Master Su, Master Ji. As the host, Cui Heng naturally had to go up and explain at this time. He hurriedly said, Masters, please calm down. It should be caused by an alchemist in Donghai. I didn't expect to disturb your alchemy. Please don't blame me. Oh, who could actually disturb us while refining pills? The two alchemy grandmasters asked curiously. It's... Cui Heng suddenly didn't know how to introduce Wang Ting. He smiled bitterly and said, Masters, please wait for him to come out and see for yourself. His words made the two alchemy masters even more curious, but they didn't ask much. Fortunately, they waited outside. "Hey, this temperature doesn't seem to be an ordinary flame?" Master Su couldn't help but say. "If I guessed correctly, it should be some kind of strange flame." The other Master Ji was not young. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Master Su saw Chen Ruifan on the side and asked, "Master Chen, you came out first. Do you know which alchemy master in Donghai is inside?" Chen Ruifan's face was a little dark. A bad premonition emerged from his heart. At this time, when he heard Master Su's question, he didn't give a good face at all. He said with a cold face, "I don't know." Master Su's face was full of confusion. He curled his lips and didn't ask any more. In the end, Chen Ruifan couldn't help but say, "The one inside said that he can cure Master Han." "Oh." Master Su and Master Ji were stunned. "Are you sure?" He said it. "I don't know." Chen Ruifan said with a look of disbelief. "Let's wait and see." Master Ji smiled slightly and said noncommittally. Time passed slowly. Everyone waited for half an hour. A strange scene formed outside the alchemy room. A group of people guarded a closed alchemy room as if there was a peerless beauty inside. "It's over," Master Ji suddenly said. "Oh." Master Su's heart moved and he said with a smile, "I smell a trace of pill fragrance. It seems that this master has succeeded." Wang Ting refined the Yuan blood recovery pill and purple jade spirit essence ointment in one go. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He put away the black meteorite furnace, opened the door of the alchemy room, and walked out. In the next moment, he was stunned. Why are there so many people outside the alchemy room? What are these people doing? Are they watching a market? Master Su, Master Ji, and the others were also stunned. They stared at Wang Ting's unreasonably young face for a long time as if they wanted to see flowers from his face. They were extremely puzzled. Could this master be an old man with a technique to maintain his appearance? They had long heard that there was a kind of elixir in the other world that could maintain one's youthful appearance and even rejuvenate one's youth. Today, they encountered it? If there was a chance, they could ask if it was convenient for them to trade. They also wanted to refine 1 or 2 pills to eat. "What is this?" Wang Ting looked around and saw Cui Heng's figure. He couldn't help but ask. "You were refining pills just now and the temperature was too high. It affected everyone." Cui Heng explained. "I see. Then I'm sorry everyone. I didn't think it through." Wang Ting reacted. He cupped his hands and said apologetically. It's okay. We were so far away and we were still affected. This means that our alchemy skills are not good enough. We can't blame others." Master Ji laughed. "That's right. We can only blame ourselves for not being good enough." Master Su also laughed. He didn't blame Wang Ting at all. Chen Ruifan couldn't help but curl his lips. His face was a little ugly. When the other alchemists heard the two masters say so, they naturally couldn't say anything. Fortunately, it was better to generously let this matter pass and win the favor of the master in front of them. Wait a minute. Why do I feel that this master looks a little familiar? Master Su suddenly said hesitantly. Let me introduce everyone. Cui Heng laughed secretly and stepped forward. These two are Master Su Heyu and Master Ji Xianxia. And this is Wang Ting. He's a student of Huanghai Military Academy. However, he's now a general-level powerhouse. General level. Su Heyu and Ji Xianxia were shocked. Then, they seemed to have thought of something and cried out, "You're that Wang Ting." Obviously, they also knew about Wang Ting. It was just that they hadn't seen him in person, so they didn't recognize him at first glance. If there's no second Wang Ting, then I should be the Wang Ting that you two masters are thinking of. Wang Ting laughed. What a promising young man. Ji Xianxia sized up Wang Ting and exclaimed. May I ask what level your alchemy skills have reached? Su Heyu couldn't help but ask. Master level. Wang Ting didn't try to hide it and said calmly. Ji Xianxia and Su Heyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Sure enough, I didn't smell it wrong. The aroma just now must be a high-grade elixir that can only be made by a master, Su Heyu said. Cui Heng was flabbergasted too. Wang Ting had really reached the master stage. How on earth did he cultivate? Humph. A cold snort came from the side, and a strange voice said, "The pill has been refined, but whether or not it can heal Elder Han's injuries is still not certain. Don't make a fool of yourself if it's just for show." Su Heyu and Ji Xianxia immediately sensed that something was wrong. This Master Chen and this young Master Wang in front of them didn't get along well. The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They were waiting for a good show to happen. Chen Ruifan didn't have a good relationship with others. They wanted to see if this Master Wang could make him suffer. Wang Ting didn't care about Chen Ruifan's useless barking. He said to Tan Taishan, "Let's go to Master Han's place now." "Did it work?" Tan Taishan asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. The two of them immediately rushed to Master Han's place. Ji Xianxia and Su Heyu looked at each other and quickly followed. "Let's see what you can do." Chen Ruifan snorted and followed. "You guys stay here, I'll go take a look." Cui Heng ordered the alchemists around him and followed closely behind. As the few of them left, the alchemists at the scene discussed and dispersed. In a small wooden house in the faculty dormitory, Wang Ting and Tan Taishan knocked on the door and walked in. "You guys are here." Master Han's eyes lit up. "Old man, your elixir is here." Wang Ting waved the 2 jade bottles in his hand and smiled at Master Han. "Then hurry up. This old man hasn't lived long enough yet. My current appearance is suffocating me to death," Elder Han urged. Wang Ting smiled and handed the 2 jade bottles to Master Han, one for oral consumption and one for external application. "Old man, try it yourself." After that, Tan Taishan walked out of the house. Everyone waited outside for more than an hour before the door slowly opened with a creak. Elder Han slowly walked out from inside. His body was still weak, but his face had recovered a lot of color. He was no longer as lifeless as before, as if he had one foot in the coffin. "Master Han, how do you feel?" Wang Ting smiled. "Ha ha ha, this old man can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Boss Han laughed. It's really cured." Chen Ruifan was shocked and muttered to himself. Master Han appeared in front of everyone. It was obvious that his injury had improved. At this time, let alone Chen Ruifan who didn't believe it, even the 2 alchemy masters, Ji Xianxia and Su Heyu also felt that it was unbelievable. The injury that the 3 of them couldn't solve was actually cured by Wang Ting. This Wang Ting really has something extraordinary. At this moment, they already believed 70% to 80% of the so-called master title. With this method, he could be considered as a master. Cui Heng also believed it, and he felt a little embarrassed. He tried to persuade Wang Ting before, but in the end, he was thinking too much. Wang Ting was already an alchemy master, and his attainment might be above him. What was there for him to worry about, however, when he remembered that Wang Ting was still a student of Huanghai Military Academy? It was a great thing to have such a relationship. Including him, Huanghai Military Academy now had 2 alchemy masters. "Wang Ting, thank you so much this time." Master Han put away his smile and said to Wang Ting solemnly. He really thought that his life was going to end, but he didn't expect Wang Ting to pull him back from the gates of hell. This was the grace of saving his life. "If you want to thank me, wait until I completely cure your injury. Now, it's just under control," Wang Ting said. "It's good to be able to live for 2 more years." Master Han smiled indifferently. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything. Master Han probably also knew that only the Master Realm could save him, but he felt that Wang Ting wanted to reach the Master Realm in 2 years. He was very clear that even in the other world, there weren't many alchemists in the Master Realm, and they were all old antiques who were over 100 years old. It was already very difficult for Wang Ting to reach the Master Realm at this age. He felt that Wang Ting could reach the next step, but it definitely wouldn't be 2 years later. Chen Rui didn't have the face to stay any longer, so he turned around and left with his apprentice. Even from the conversation between Wang Ting and Master Han just now, he had heard that Wang Ting didn't completely cure Master Han, but Wang Ting at least gave Master Han 2 years of life. One had to know that they had no idea what to do before. Under those circumstances, it would be considered good if Master Han could live for 5 days. If he said anything else now, he would only be asking for a snub. He had already lost face, so there was no need to throw it on the ground and trample on it. Xianxia and Su Hu noticed Chen Ruifan's departure, but they didn't care. Instead, they gloated over his misfortune. At this time, they walked up and talked to Wang Ting. He reached the master realm at such a young age. If they didn't make friends with such a person, they would be fools. Moreover, this Wang Ting obviously had means that they didn't know. It was just right for them to communicate and improve together. The two stepped forward and called Wang Ting as Master Wang. They seemed to put Wang Ting in an equal position and were very enthusiastic. By the way, did Master Wang just use the fire of heaven and earth? Xianxia couldn't help but be curious. He hesitated and asked. Wang Ting was slightly stunned, then he nodded and said, "Yes, it's a kind of fire of heaven and earth called green jade glazed flame." As he said, he raised his hand, and a cluster of green flames rose up like a magnificent green flower. The scorching temperature instantly spread. With his current strength, he naturally didn't worry about anyone coveting his things. Tantai Xian and Master Han were talking at the side. At this time, they felt the heat emitted by the green jade glazed flame and couldn't help but walk over. Master Han looked at the green flame in Wang Ting's hand strangely and said thoughtfully, "When the sea beasts were in a riot, I felt that you seemed to have used some kind of fire magic. It turns out that it's this. I was just lucky. I got it by chance." Wang Ting said. "We also want your luck." Xianxia and Su Hu sighed with envy. It's not easy to see the fire of heaven and earth, let alone to subdue it. Then Xianxia shook his head and said. Su Hu also nodded in agreement. Envy was envy, but after all, the two of them were masters. They had a good temperament and wouldn't lose their minds. They chatted for a while. After the two masters invited Wang Ting to exchange more alchemy experience, they bid farewell and left. The next day, Wang Ting informed his family and then boarded the military jet to capital Xia with Tantai Xian. The sky territory was getting more and more dangerous. Especially after the sea beasts in the East Sea, the whole country was on high alert. The military jet they were on was equipped with extremely powerful runes. Even if it encountered flying star beasts, it could shoot them down. Of course, ordinary people weren't qualified to ride this military jet. The military jet was extremely fast. In half an hour, it had flown across half of the west continent and arrived in the sky above a mountain range. Screech, suddenly, a bird's cry came from the sky. It pierced through gold and cracked stone, forming a sound wave that rolled over. The military jet suddenly trembled and seemed to have changed direction. The two of them felt that something was wrong. Tantai Xian's expression didn't change. He asked, "What's going on?" "Report, it's an ice vulture," the soldier in front replied. "Shoot it down." Tantai Xian ordered with a cold expression. "Yes." In the sky, a snow-white vulture spread its wings. Its body was 1/3 the size of the military jet. It was extremely majestic. Its beak was hook-shaped and abnormally sharp. Its eyes emitted a cold glow. Wang Ting's spiritual power reached out from his glabella and circled in the sky to sense the situation outside. 6 star. He immediately sensed the level of this ice vulture. His expression didn't change. It was just a 6 star. He could kill it easily. However, the attributes of this ice vulture piqued his interest. Ice element, his ice force was only at the 7-star soldier level. If he could harvest a large number of ice element star beasts for him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the general level. He wondered if there were many ice vulture. Wang Ting touched his chin and thought. Outside, the ice feather vulture suddenly shivered. It felt a strong sense of malice wrap around it. A hint of doubt flashed past its eyes. What's going on? However, the malice disappeared as quickly as it came. The ice vulture's gaze turned cold again. It looked at the military jet in front of it. The military jet circled in the sky. Runes lit up on the exterior of the jet. A beam of golden light condensed and shot out. Boom, the ice vulture was shocked. It dodged to the side. A hint of disdain appeared in its eyes. Just like that, boom, 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 the next moment, numerous beams of golden light shot out and pierced through the ice vulture's wings and body. The ice vulture let out a painful cry. Its body fell to the ground. In front of the military jet, the ice vulture couldn't even withstand a single blow. A few attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to retrieve them. Ice Force *50, Ice Force *65, Ice Force *48, as expected. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "Can you open the cargo cabin door?" The soldier in front looked at Xianxia. The latter nodded. The cargo cabin door at the back of the jet slowly opened. A strong wind blew in. Luckily, there were no other items inside. Otherwise, they would have been swept away by the strong wind. The ice vulture, which hadn't died yet, flew over from afar under the control of an invisible force. It entered the cargo cabin. The cabin door closed. Wang Ting walked into the cargo cabin. He looked at the ice vulture, which was restrained by his spiritual power. Its eyes were no longer cold. There was only fear left in them. He touched his chin and started thinking. "Why did you catch this ice vulture?" Xianxia asked. "My ice force level is a little too low. This ice vulture's ice force core should be of some help to me," Wang Ting said casually. "What star level is your ice force at now?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously. Wang Ting's 5 elements force was too dazzling. Hence, she had long forgotten about the ice force that Wang Ting displayed at the start. 7-star soldier level, Wang Ting said. Xianxia was speechless. Was this still something a human would say, 7-star soldier level? Who knew how long it would take for other people to reach it? Wang Ting actually said that it was too low. What's wrong? Wang Ting saw her strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Xianxia coughed dryly and said, "If you want an ice element origin core, you can go to the northern border. There are many ice element star beasts on the snowy mountains there. This ice feather vulture probably came from there as well. However, I don't know why it came here." Beijiang. Wang Ting was deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "I heard that a space crack appeared there. What's the situation now?" "The situation isn't good." Xianxia shook her head. Her expression was grave. Wang Ting saw that she didn't say much, so he didn't ask any more. His eyes flashed, and his spiritual power entered the ice vulture's body. An ice blue force core broke out of its body. The ice vulture died instantly. Wang Ting held the 6-star ice force core and scanned it. Ice Force *120, Advanced Ice Force *45, Ice Force *105. Wang Ting already had advanced ice talent. This was just icing on the cake. It improved his advanced ice talent slightly. However, his ice force increased by a small amount. Ice Force, 7-star, Wang Ting looked at the changes in his ice force and nodded slightly. Although it wasn't much, it still improved. Beijiang, he looked towards the northwest. It seemed like he had to make a trip there. There were no more accidents on the way. The two of them soon arrived at a military airport in the suburbs of capital Xia. Lieutenant General Tantai, Major General Wang. It's been a long time. The person who welcomed them was a middle-aged man in military uniform with 2 red stars on his shoulders. Tang Zhongjiang. Xianxia nodded at him. Then, she said to Wang Ting, "This is Lieutenant General Tang Qiu from capital Xia's military." "Hello, Tang Zhongjiang," Wang Ting said. Tang Qiu looked at Wang Ting and said emotionally, "You're young and promising." "Tang Zhongjiang is too kind," Wang Ting said humbly. "Let's go. The 3 marshals are waiting for you." Tang Qiu didn't say anything else. He led the 2 of them into a military pickup truck and drove towards the military area. There was a soldier driving the truck. Tang Qiu took care of Wang Ting's feelings. Knowing that it was his first time here, he gave him a rough introduction of capital Xia's military. Wang Ting listened to his introduction while looking around. Capital Xia's military covered a large area. All kinds of buildings and heavy firearms could be seen everywhere. A large number of soldiers were patrolling the area. It could be said that the place was heavily guarded. Wang Ting had been to the military area a few times. However, it was his first time seeing a military area as large as capital Xia's. It was indeed the largest military area in Xia. The military truck passed through layers of sentry posts and finally arrived at the center of the military area. It stopped in front of a building. "You two can go ahead. I'll see you off here." Tang Qilu smiled and turned to leave. The two of them watched Tang Zhongjiang leave. "Let's go." Tan Taishan was no stranger to this place. She led Wang Ting into the building. There was a soldier on duty leading the way inside the building. They took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the building. Wang Ting sighed. It wasn't easy to come to this place. If it wasn't for Tang Qilu leading the way, it would have been many times more troublesome than this. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to come to this central military building without going through layers of checks. "The three marshals are inside. Please come in." The soldier's voice pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. A large door appeared in front of him. The soldier leading the way left without stopping. Tan Taishan was about to knock on the door when an old voice said, "Come in." Tan Taishan wasn't surprised. With the realm of the three marshals, they would have probably noticed them when they arrived at the bottom of the building. Hence, she pushed the door open. Wang Ting looked inside the door. 3 elders with different figures appeared in front of him. The 3 marshals, the 3 of them had different temperaments, but they all had an extremely powerful aura. Wang Ting looked at them with his spirit vision and was almost blinded by the light. The light emitted by the 3 old men was extremely dazzling. Although they weren't as strong as the storm giant ape from the East Sea, they should have reached the level of an upper warlord. While Wang Ting was sizing up the 3 old men, they were also sizing up Wang Ting. Although they weren't unfamiliar with Wang Ting, it was their first time seeing him in person. At this moment, their eyes were shining. They were surprised when they realized that they couldn't see through Wang Ting's background. "Come in." The 3 of them secretly exchanged glances. The skinny old man said. Tan Taishan and Wang Ting walked into the hall. "Wang Ting." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Wang Ting was shocked and looked to the side. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window not far from the 3 marshals, a tall man with short white hair was standing with his hands behind his back. How is this possible? Wang Ting was in disbelief. He didn't notice that there was someone else in the hall. Martial arts leader. Tan Taishan was shocked when she saw this person. She thought that they were only here to meet the 3 marshals before going to the Xia Palace to meet this person. Who knew that he would actually appear here? Was he here to meet Wang Ting personally? Tan Taishan was in disbelief and bowed slightly. This person was the strongest martial artist in the entire Xianxia. Even in the entire world, his strength was at the top. If it weren't for his existence, Xianxia wouldn't be as peaceful as it was today. His existence was Xianxia's stabilizing force. When Wang Ting saw this scene, he immediately realized the identity of the person in front of him. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. "Do you know why I've called you here?" The martial arts leader turned around and looked at Wang Ting with a smile. "I don't know." Wang Ting was very straightforward and answered directly. After the initial shock, he had calmed down. The martial arts leader deserved respect, but there was no need to be overly reverent. If it was in the past, Wang Ting might not be able to be so calm. But now, his strength had reached the warlord level, and he was confident that he would soon reach the level of the 3 marshals or even the martial arts leader. Therefore, the reverence in his heart was not as strong. This might be the so-called heart of a powerhouse. The martial arts leader did not mind his tone. Instead, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you to a place." Then, he walked out of the door. The 3 marshals looked at each other and followed him out of the hall. "Why can't you explain things clearly in one go? Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. The few of them took the elevator down, but it was not the same elevator that Wang Ting had just come up. Soon, the elevator stopped and the door opened. A bright underground space appeared in front of them. There was a long corridor in front of them. The martial Dao leader walked forward and there were many figures in white robes shuttling back and forth. When they saw the martial Dao leader and the three marshals, they hurriedly bowed respectfully and only straightened their backs after they had walked far away. When Wang Ting saw these white coats, he raised his eyebrows. F***ck, were they thinking of cutting him up for research? So, should he run or not? The problem was that he could not defeat the martial arts leader and the rest now. Wang Ting was struggling in his heart. He followed the martial arts leader and the rest until they came to a huge room that looked like a sci-fi laboratory. The door of the room was extremely thick. Through the window, he could see that the staff inside were all wrapped up tightly. Their white work clothes were like spacesuits. The view from the window was limited. Other than the staff, he could only see some high-end and advanced equipment. He could not see anything else. Use your force to form a protective layer around your body, the martial arts leader said. Then, he opened the door. There was a sterilized scanning area behind the door. Everyone had to go through a comprehensive sterilization before they could enter the room through a door inside. Wang Ting was secretly shocked. What was this place for? It was just entering, but it was so strict. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed the martial Dao leader's instructions and covered his entire body with origin power before entering the room. He couldn't run away. Since he couldn't resist, why not see why they brought him here? They were all warrior-level experts, so they didn't need to wear tight protective clothing like the workers inside. As soon as Wang Ting entered, he scanned his surroundings. His gaze quickly fixed on a huge sealed cabin on the right in front of him, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Inside the sealed cabin was a humanoid creature that was about 3 meters tall and covered in scales. Even its face was covered in scales. There was a single horn on its head that gave off a metallic luster, making it look somewhat ferocious. What is this? Wang Ting was surprised. He also noticed that the creature's limbs were handcuffed by runes, and its body was bound by thick iron chains. Some of the iron chains even penetrated its body, completely locking it in place. At the same time, many tubes were inserted into the creature's body as if they were extracting something from its body. It's still alive. This scene made Wang Ting shudder violently. This place was indeed a laboratory for biological research. It was terrifying, however, not slicing it was already very merciful. Suddenly, Wang Ting's gaze shifted. As the tubes were extracting something, 2 attribute bubbles suddenly emerged from the creature's body. Eh? Wang Ting glanced at the martial Dao leader and the others discreetly. If he used his spiritual force now, he would definitely be detected. However, if he didn't use his spiritual force, he wouldn't even be able to touch it. What should he do? Should he pick it up? Wang Ting was conflicted. If this was any other place and he was facing other people, it would be fine. However, this was an extremely important place for research, and the people in front of him were big shots like the martial Dao leader and the 3 marshals. If he rashly used his spiritual force, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, but decided to give up for now and wait for an opportunity to pick it up. With a thought, he activated his spirit vision and looked at the creature. Wang Ting was shocked. From the creature's body, he saw an extremely unique force color. It was different from any force he had seen before. What kind of force is this? Wang Ting's heart was itching. His curiosity about the scaled creature continued to rise. When he looked at the 2 attribute bubbles, he couldn't wait to pick them up immediately. This creature was obviously not a star beast or a dark apparition. Otherwise, it wouldn't have this kind of force. He couldn't help but look at the martial Dao leader and the others. They must have brought him here to see this creature. As expected, the martial Dao leader said something to the person in charge of the research room. He then turned to Wang Ting and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Wang Ting shook his head and waited for the other party to answer. "This is an extraterrestrial creature," the martial Dao leader said slowly after a moment of silence. "An extraterrestrial creature?" Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He didn't expect the creature in front of him to come from outside Earth. "This world is bigger than we thought," the martial Dao leader exclaimed. Wang Ting was silent for a moment. Another world, a dark world, the universe's starry sky. He felt that this world was becoming more and more incomprehensible. Even though he had once captured an ancient god corpse from the starry sky in a space crack, he had always thought that it was a creature from another world. Now, someone was telling him that there were also some powerful creatures in the starry sky in the world they were in. How did this creature? Wang Ting couldn't help but pause. He didn't know if he should ask. You want to ask how it was captured by us for research, right? The martial Dao leader said with a smile. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. About 18 years ago, a foreign spaceship crashed onto an island in the ocean of Earth's star. At that time, the spaceship had an accident. When it crashed onto Earth's star, it caused quite a commotion. Various countries were dispatched to find it and captured several severely injured creatures in the spaceship. After some debate, some large countries obtained the ownership of these creatures. Our great Xia was one of them, the martial Dao leader explained briefly. Wang Ting was speechless. He looked at the martial Dao leader's expression and asked hesitantly, and then we took them for research? Ahem, we didn't intend to research them at first, but these creatures didn't cooperate. Moreover, they were very powerful. If it weren't for their severe injuries, I'm afraid it would have been a disaster for Earthstar, the martial Dao leader said with a dry cough. Wang Ting glanced at him and didn't say anything. Was that really the case? The martial arts leader's face was calm, and his expression didn't change. Wang Ting shrugged. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. He had already studied it. What else could he do? He couldn't possibly let this creature go and say, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's be good friends from now on. Nonsense, Wang Ting looked at the creature in front of him and asked, you just said that it's very strong? Yes, stronger than any strong person on Earth. The martial arts leader's face was unusually serious. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through his mind. He blurted out, so the countries on Earth hope to decipher a stronger martial arts path from them? The martial arts leader looked at him with admiration. You are indeed very smart. Yes, we all want to obtain a stronger martial arts path from them. Our path is only to the warlord level. If we don't seek a breakthrough, we will be at a disadvantage when facing star beasts, dark apparitions, and unknown extraterrestrial life forms. Have the other countries on Earth found anything? Wang Ting asked again. I don't know. The martial arts leader shook his head and said, this is the reason why I called you here. I don't think it's just to see this extraterrestrial life form. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. It will be a global exchange event soon. It will be held at the Sacred Mountain in Northern Europe. Generally, only young people below the age of 25 will participate. I want you to represent Mr. Xia at the Sacred Mountain. The martial arts leader didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. A global exchange event, Wang Ting said suspiciously. He had never heard of this event. It has been around in the past, but ordinary people don't know about it, the martial arts leader said. You want me to investigate the situation of each country? Wang Ting asked. That's one thing. The other thing is to suppress the younger generation of each country and show Mr. Xia's strength, the martial arts leader said. The martial arts leader said, in the past few sessions, our performance was average. But now, the entire world is changing. Star beasts and dark apparitions are getting restless. We have to show more strength to be able to take the initiative. Wang Ting finally understood. He was going to be a coolie, he had come all the way from the Eastern Sea just for this matter. Now that he had reached the quasi-warlord level, his combat strength was close to that of a lower-level warlord. Among the younger generation, he might really be able to defeat all the geniuses in the world. If I agree, what's in it for me? Wang Ting didn't agree immediately and asked with a smile. You're just as the rumors say. You won't act until you see the hair. The martial arts leader smiled and asked, what do you want? Wang Ting thought for a moment and said, I got a lot of treasures from the dark world and want to sell them. Can you help me deal with them? You've plundered treasures from the dark world. The martial arts leader had a strange look on his face. He was a little surprised. How much? Probably a few thousand to a trillion, Wang Ting said shyly. Pooh. Right now, even the three marshals who had been silent at the side had their eyes wide open. They looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a monster. The martial arts leader also choked for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll get someone to deal with these things for you. You can just give them to me when the time comes." Wang Ting nodded and said, "Also, can you let me observe this alien creature?" Wang Ting, we gathered all the top geniuses in the country and still couldn't figure out anything about this alien creature. Don't waste your effort, the skinny old man among the three marshals couldn't help but say. I'll just take a look. Wang Ting chuckled. Sure, I'll get someone to open the sealed cabin, the martial arts leader said. No need. I'll just use my spiritual force, Wang Ting said. The martial arts leader nodded. In the information he had obtained, there was a record that Wang Ting was a spiritual force master. It wasn't strange at all. When Wang Ting saw that the two attribute bubbles were about to disappear, he didn't waste any time and immediately scanned them with his spiritual force. He picked them up, Astral Force, Fire, *10, Astral Force, Fire, *12, this is? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Astral Force. Moreover, it was Fire-type Astral Force. As the Astral Force entered his body, Wang Ting immediately felt some changes. He pulled out the attribute panel and saw that there was an additional, Astral Force, Fire, 22, this Astral Force was different from his original Fire-type force. It seemed to be more mysterious and powerful. However, this wasn't the time to study this. He pretended to use his spiritual force to scan the alien creature a few times and planned to withdraw it. Suddenly, the alien creature opened its eyes. $*#. It struggled with all its might and made strange incomprehensible sounds from its mouth. Quick! 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 Inject a large dose of anesthetic into it. Don't let it move, the person in charge of the laboratory who was talking to the martial arts leader shouted. The surrounding staff members were all busy. After some operation, the anesthetic was injected into the alien creature's body through the tube. The alien creature let out an unwilling roar. Its eyes bulged and it fell into a deep sleep again. The martial arts leader and the others didn't seem to be surprised. They shook their heads helplessly. Wang Ting looked at the martial arts leader and the others, then looked at the alien creature. He suddenly felt that this guy was very pitiful. After being locked up for 18 years and being used as a research object by humans, its life was simply a gloomy one. How is it? Did you find anything? The martial arts leader asked. Wang Ting thought about it. He didn't want to say anything, but it didn't seem right, so he said ambiguously, its force seems to be very strong. This is the direction of our research. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to study the transformation process of this force, the martial arts leader said. You think this force is transformed from our current force? Wang Ting heard something from his words and asked. It's very likely so, the martial arts leader said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. All right, you've seen it. Do you have any other requests? The martial arts leader asked. That's it. I agree to the global exchange event. Wang Ting didn't ask for anything else and agreed to what he had proposed before. Then let's go. The martial arts leader walked out of the laboratory. Wang Ting looked regretfully at the alien creature in the sealed cabin. If he could, he wanted to take advantage of this alien creature again. Unfortunately, this place wasn't a place that he could come to casually. He didn't ask for such a request just now. One reason was that it was too sudden, and the other reason was that it was too insatiable. After coming out from the basement, the three marshals arranged accommodation for Wang Ting and Tantai Xian so that they could rest first. 3 days later, Wang Ting would board the fighter plane to Northern Europe's Sacred Mountain and head there. Watching Wang Ting leave, the burly old man among the three marshals couldn't help but ask, why didn't you ask him about his stone body? He seems to have found a way forward. He'll eventually know what he needs to know. If he feels that he can tell us one day, he'll probably tell us, the martial arts leader said with a smile. The three marshals were silent. That night, Wang Ting and Tantai Xian stayed in the military district of capital Xia. Wang Ting was now a major general, so he was undoubtedly part of the military. It was reasonable for him to stay in the military district. The military district provided accommodations for outsiders, and the treatment was not bad. Under the guidance of a soldier, they passed through a cobblestone path. Simple lofts appeared in front of them. They were very exquisite, and it was hard to imagine that such accommodations existed in the military district, which had always been known for its simplicity. Tantai Xian seemed to have noticed Wang Ting's surprise. He said, "This place is mainly used to receive foreign guests. Naturally, it can't be too shabby." Wang Ting finally understood and nodded. Looking at how familiar Tantai Xian was with the place, it was obviously not his first time here. Lofts 03, 05, and 08 are all empty. "Major General Wang, you can choose one," said the soldier leading the way. "Let's go with 08 then. I came to capital Xia to make a fortune." "This number is auspicious," Wang Ting rubbed his chin and said seriously. The soldier leading the way was speechless. Tantai Xian rolled his eyes speechlessly. "All right, you can go about your business. Don't worry about us here," Tantai Xian said to the soldier leading the way. "Okay." After the soldier leading the way left, Wang Ting asked Tantai Xian in surprise, "Teacher, where do you stay?" Tantai Xian frowned and said, "Don't call me teacher. You're not weaker than me now. In the world of martial arts, in terms of strength and experience, you're now my peer." Wang Ting did not expect her to suddenly bring this up. He was a little surprised, but then he said seriously, "A teacher for a day is a mother for life." Tantai Xian was speechless. What the hell did he mean by a teacher for a day is a mother for life? Nothing good comes out of this kid's mouth. Cough, cough. My bad, my bad. That's not the main point. The main point is that I've always treated you as my teacher." Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, "You've taught me many things in the past. You even stood up for me without hesitation during the Crimson Tiger Legion incident. I've remembered all of this." Tantai Xian glanced at Wang Ting, thinking that this kid still had some conscience. However, there was no change in her expression. She stretched and said lazily, "Okay, let's not talk about the past. If you really remember me, just call me Big Sister in the future." "Alright then, I'll call you Sister Xian from now on." Wang Ting also knew that as his strength changed, it would be awkward for Tantai Xian if he insisted on being his disciple. Fortunately, he agreed. Tantai Xian nodded and pointed to a loft next to them. "This is my residence. Call me if you need anything." Wang Ting saw that there was a Xian sign on the door of the loft. It turned out that Tantai Xian had an exclusive loft here. Why don't I get this treatment? He was a little dissatisfied. He was a major general now and was about to fight for his country. How could he not get this treatment? This was too much. It seemed that he would have to talk to the three marshals next time. "We'll talk about it when you become a lieutenant general." Tantai Xian chuckled and walked towards the loft, leaving Wang Ting with a heartless back. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had been mocked. Tantai Xian was still the same Tantai Xian with a nasty personality. Wang Ting glared fiercely at Tantai Xian's curvaceous body and muttered, "We're no longer master and disciple in the future. I won't go easy on you anymore, humph." Tantai Xian seemed to have sensed the impudent gaze. His body stiffened and he suddenly turned his head, a pair of eyes filled with killing intent landing on Wang Ting. However, what greeted her was a pair of innocent and pure eyes. "If you look at me like that again, I'll dig your eyes out," Tantai Xian said viciously before he closed the door with a bang and disappeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. "Ha, strong on the outside but weak on the inside." Wang Ting shook his head with a laugh as if he had discovered something interesting. Loft 08. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on his bed and immersed his consciousness into his status panel. Star Origin Power, Fire 2 House. His consciousness was fixed on the Star Origin Power and he carefully sensed it. He discovered that the original Fire Origin Power seemed to be mixed with a trace of a more peculiar Fire Origin Power. The next moment, Wang Ting opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. Fire Origin Power surged out of his body and formed a ball of flame in the middle of his palm. At this moment, there were wisps of even hotter flames within the crimson flame. Wang Ting carefully peeled it out. In the end, it turned into a small crimson flame. The color of this flame was deeper, and its temperature was higher. Its lethality was stronger too. According to the martial arts leaders, this Star Origin Power is transformed from ordinary Origin Power. Wang Ting stared at the crimson flame in his hand and pondered. If that's the case, there needs to be a medium between the two, and this medium is likely to be a more advanced origin power cultivation method. The reason why humans on Earth are stuck at the warlord level and can't advance any further is because they lack a cultivation method to advance. Wang Ting frowned and pondered. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Ancient God Body is obviously a more powerful and advanced cultivation method. However, this cultivation method specializes in cultivating the physical body and not the origin power. That's not right. I remember that when I advanced the ancient God Body, there seemed to be some kind of energy in my body that was similar to the star origin power. It's just that energy was pure and didn't belong to any attribute. Wang Ting recalled the feeling at that time and activated the ancient God Body to comprehend the mystery within. Boom, his heart was beating vigorously. Blood was flowing in his body and watering his flesh and bones, causing a powerful force to emerge from his body. In between his eyebrows, a mysterious golden mark appeared. Wang Ting circulated the cultivation method of the ancient God Body. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in his body and a powerful suction force surged out from his body. It was already night time and the stars were hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, all the stars seemed to shine at the same time. Then, the origin power between heaven and earth gathered crazily toward him. The origin power wasn't limited to just one type. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice. All the origin power of the attributes gathered and transformed into an extremely pure energy according to the circulation route of the ancient God Body. Finally, it merged into his physical body. As expected, Wang Ting only circulated the origin power once and felt the drastic changes in the outside world. He immediately stopped the cultivation of the ancient God Body. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a strong sense of shock. This ancient God Body was really unusually domineering. It could actually absorb all the origin power of the attributes and merge them all for its own use. It was no wonder that the ancient God clan absorbed thousands of stars to advance themselves. The path they took was really too powerful. If I'm not wrong, the origin power just now has been transformed into star origin power. Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed down. He already had a guess in his heart. Just as Wang Ting was cultivating ancient God Body, the three marshals walked out at the same time and looked up at the sky. Did you guys feel it? Marshal Long, who was tall and sturdy, asked. It's a very intense fluctuation, but it disappeared too quickly. We can't find the source. Marshal Hong's body was small, but his eyes were extremely bright. The remaining scholarly old man was Marshal Yong. His eyes flickered as he said, to be able to cause such a huge commotion, I wonder who it is? Do you guys think it's Old Wu? Before Marshal Long could finish, he was interrupted. Old Long, be careful with your words. Marshal Yong and Marshal Hong said in unison. Got it. Got it. Marshal Long's face was gloomy as he muttered, if it's discovered, then so be it. If it's not discovered, then so be it. Hiding is so boring. Marshal Yong and Marshal Hong ignored him. The three of them searched for a while more, but they didn't discover anything in the end. They could only return to their own residences. Wang Ting didn't know that the commotion caused by cultivating ancient God Body had attracted the attention of the three marshals. To be honest, the scene just now was really out of his expectations. Previously, when he cultivated ancient God Body with a blank attribute, he naturally didn't need external origin power, and others wouldn't notice anything unusual. But now, he was seriously cultivating the ancient God Body, and he was taking the proper path of cultivation. The amount of origin power he needed was too great, and it would definitely attract the attention of others, who would then realize that there was something wrong with his cultivation method. When the time was right, he didn't mind making a higher-grade cultivation technique public. However, now wasn't the time. He hadn't walked the path himself, so why should he let others walk it? Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. How could he casually tell others such a powerful cultivation technique like ancient God Body, when he really obtained an ordinary star origin power cultivation technique in the future? Even if he told others, Wang Ting wouldn't feel any heartache. It seems like the martial Dao leaders guessed in the right direction, Wang Ting thought to himself. Star origin power was indeed transformed from ordinary origin power. The next stage of the human cultivation system was probably to transform origin power into star origin power and advance to a higher realm. Wang Ting pondered silently as various thoughts flashed through his mind. He had already come into contact with the process of star origin power transformation and had more or less gained some understanding of it. If he could integrate the conversion method into the heaven-rank cultivation methods he currently grasped, wouldn't he be able to create a new cultivation method for star origin power? Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Not only did he grasp many high-grade cultivation techniques, he also grasped many low-grade cultivation techniques, ranging from yellow grade to heaven grade. In terms of cultivation method reserves, there was probably no one who could compare to him. In the future, I can call him Wang Encyclopedia Ting. The corners of Wang Ting's mouth curled up into a smile as he closed his eyes and immersed himself in deducing the astral origin art in his mind. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Tantai Xian came to call Wang Ting out for breakfast. Wang Ting opened the door with two panda eyes. He had underestimated the difficulty of creating a cultivation method. It was simply not something a human could do. After tossing and turning for an entire night, he felt like his head was about to explode. However, it was of no use. Although he did gain some insight, he was still miles away from creating a true astral origin art. What happened to you? Tantai Xian asked in surprise. It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night, Wang Ting said casually. Didn't sleep well? Tantai Xian glanced at him suspiciously. As if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly became strange. Young man, you need to control yourself. Pfft. Wang Ting almost spat out blood. Control your head. What are you thinking? Is that not the case? Tantai Xian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Of course not. I'm so handsome. Would I do that kind of thing? Wang Ting was speechless. What kind of thing is that? I don't understand. I'm just telling you not to stay up late, Tantai Xian said. Wang Ting was speechless. Seeing his sullen expression, Tantai Xian smiled proudly. Little guy, you dare to play tricks with me. Clearly, she was taking revenge for what happened last night. After breakfast, the two of them prepared to go back. What are your plans for the next few days? Tantai Xian asked. Nothing. I'm going back to cultivate. Wang Ting hadn't given up yet. He decided to go back and tinker with the art. Since you're already here, I'll take you to a good place, Tantai Xian said with a mysterious smile. Oh, where is it? Wang Ting got a little interested when he saw her expression. You'll know when we get there, Tantai Xian said. But it costs contribution points. Contribution points. Wang Ting naturally knew what contribution points were. Usually, people who performed missions or made great contributions would be rewarded with contribution points by the military. These contribution points could be exchanged for various resources in the military or official departments. Speaking of which, he had quite a lot of contribution points. Unknowingly, he had already contributed a lot to humanity. Capturing dark apparitions, the Battle of Xingfeng City, the East Sea Beast riot. He had contributed a lot to all of these. The higher-ups had given him contribution points. However, Wang Ting didn't lack any resources, so he didn't need to use them. The two of them walked all the way to the depths of the military area. And stopped in front of a heavily guarded building. Both of you, please show your identification. The guards at the door walked up and stopped the two of them. Wang Ting and Tantai Xian showed their identification. The three guards bowed and said in a neutral tone, Lieutenant General Tantai, Major General Wang, please enter. The two of them walked into the building and took the elevator straight to the basement. It was very similar to the underground space they saw yesterday. A silver-white corridor appeared in front of them. The two of them walked forward. Tantai Xian said, the place I'm taking you to is called virtual reality. Virtual reality. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the same as those virtual combat pods in our school? If it's the same, why would I bring you here? Tantai Xian smiled. Oh? Wang Ting looked at her curiously. This virtual reality is more advanced than the virtual combat pods. You'll know the specifics later, Tantai Xian said with a mysterious expression. The two of them walked into a huge underground hall. Sealed pods that looked like coffins were placed around the hall. Many people were lying inside. "Grind your contribution points and lie down inside," Dan Taixian said. Then, she continued to grind her contribution points and lay down in an empty sealed cabin. Wang Ting looked around and couldn't help but shake his head. It was such a small matter, yet they still had to keep it a secret. He followed Tan Taixian's steps and earned contribution points. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out in the sealed pod. "Respected Major General Wang Ting, hello. Welcome to the virtual reality system. 10 hours of virtual reality requires 1,000 contribution points. Would you like to enter?" 1,000 contribution points. Wang Ting was taken aback. 1,000 contribution points for 10 hours was quite a lot. He looked at his identity wristwatch. With his current status, the wristwatch was no longer the one given to him by Jisun Marshall House. It was a new wristwatch given to him by the military. It had more functions and was the best of the new generation of runes in the world. Wang Ting's contribution points were recorded on it. A total of 56,000 points. Wang Ting was taken aback again when he saw his contribution points. It was quite a lot. In fact, it was a little too much. If he hadn't performed many meritorious deeds, he wouldn't have had so many contribution points. This was good too. These contribution points were enough for him to squander for a while. He made his choice. "Yes, sir." As soon as he said that, the cabin door in front of him slowly opened. "Please enter the virtual cabin, put on the virtual helmet, and connect to virtual reality." The ethereal voice rang out again. Wang Ting sized up the interior of the virtual cabin in front of him. He smiled and entered the virtual cabin as he was told. He put on the virtual helmet. Connecting to virtual reality. "Please focus." Wang Ting closed his eyes and focused his mind. Suddenly, a dot of light appeared in his sea of consciousness. His mind was instantly sucked into it. The next moment, Wang Ting saw a bright light in front of his eyes. It was white and he couldn't see anything. However, his spiritual senses were still there. The spiritual power of an emperor was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. He slowly extended his spiritual power. Wang Ting was astonished. He realized that the environment around him seemed to be real. Wherever his spiritual power passed by, he could feel that everything was real. It was completely different from the virtual reality cabin he was in. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked around him. What entered his eyes was a slightly quiet street. On both sides of the street were tall steel buildings, their metal surfaces reflecting a dazzling light. "What do you think?" Tan Taixian's voice came from beside him. "This is virtual reality." Wang Ting exclaimed in astonishment. If he didn't know where he was, he would have thought that he was in the real world. "Not bad. Do you think that the 1,000 contribution points weren't spent in vain?" Tan Taixian smiled. Just based on this sense of realism, it was indeed worth the effort. Wang Ting was speechless. He nodded, frowned slightly, and asked suspiciously, "We developed this virtual reality?" "You're overthinking it. With our current technology, it will take at least a few hundred years to develop it," Tan Taixian said. "Then where did it come from?" Wang Ting had a flash of inspiration and said, "Could it be the technology brought by those extraterrestrials?" You actually guessed it." Tan Taixian looked at him in surprise. He walked forward and nodded. "Let's go out first. We'll talk as we walk." When the aliens landed on Earth, most of their spaceship was destroyed, but some of the technology and equipment were luckily preserved. This virtual reality cabin is one of them. Universe ship. Wang Ting's interest was piqued by Tan Taixian's words. His eyes sparkled as he asked curiously, "What kind of spaceship is it?" "I'll take you to have a look when we get out. With our access, we can enter that place," Tan Taixian said. Wang Ting nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He sighed. "It seems that the technology of the extraterrestrials is much more advanced than ours." "Yes, that's why every country is worried, even panicked." Tan Taixian frowned. "The universe is too vast. Earth is just a drop in the ocean. It might be a life-bearing planet in the corner. No one knows what it's like outside the solar system. Now that there are aliens with scales all over their bodies, it's very likely that there are other life forms out there. They're stronger than us, and their technology is more advanced than ours. Earth is as fragile as a newborn child. Everyone is worried. If one day, other extraterrestrials lock onto Earth's position and descend again, what will happen? Wang Ting's expression turned solemn when he heard this. In fact, he didn't need to think to know that if that day really came, Earth would most likely face a great change. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. Earth was the home of all human beings. All other extraterrestrials were outsiders. Those who weren't of the same race were bound to have different intentions. This sentence wasn't groundless worry. Moreover, the weak would inevitably be bullied. No one would be nice to you for no reason. Earth was too weak now. Based on the current situation, those extraterrestrials haven't discovered the existence of Earth, Wang Ting said. The universe is too vast. It's normal that they haven't discovered it yet. Tan Taixian nodded. Maybe the extraterrestrials we captured were just too unlucky and accidentally entered Earth. Everything was just an accident. Is it possible that they sent out a signal before they fell? Wang Ting wasn't so optimistic. He thought of a possibility and said, "We can't rule out this possibility, but there's nothing we can do, right?" Tan Taixian said helplessly. The only thing we can do now is to improve ourselves to deal with the strong enemies that may descend at any time. This world is getting more and more interesting. Wang Ting took a deep breath and laughed. You can still laugh? Tan Taixian rolled her eyes. Even with her big heart, she still felt her heart sink. Wang Ting could still laugh. Even she felt that Wang Ting's brain circuit might be really different from ordinary people. She didn't know if he had a screw loose or an extra screw loose. Wang Ting suddenly noticed that Tan Taixian's gaze had become a little strange. He was speechless. Are you thinking of something bad again? No. Tan Taixian directly denied. Then she reacted. Why do you say again? What kind of image do I have in your heart? You'll have to ask yourself. Wang Ting shrugged. As they spoke, the two of them turned a corner in front of them and arrived at another street. There were some figures here. There were also various shops. There were actually people opening shops in virtual reality. Are you surprised? Tan Taixian asked with a smile. What's the point of opening a shop in virtual reality? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Only things produced in virtual reality can be used in virtual reality. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at your wristwatch. Tan Taixian explained. Wang Ting lowered his head and fiddled with his wristwatch. Sure enough, he found that the wristwatch had become a decoration. It couldn't be used at all. Only the time was still moving. Now you know why. Tan Taixian laughed. This virtual reality is very vast. Although there aren't any other humanoid races, there are countless strange astral beasts. If the strong train here, they can quickly improve themselves. Combat requires weapons, and the materials for these weapons come from virtual reality. It's a bit complicated to explain, but in any case, this place has formed a self-contained trading system. Wang Ting looked pensive. Suddenly, he said, wait, why are there only astral beasts here, but no humanoid races? Also, did we build the buildings here, or did they exist in the first place? Looks like you found the problem again. Tan Taixian was surprised by Wang Ting's acuity. Some people suspect that we're missing a piece of technology. Missing a piece of technology? Wang Ting faintly grasped something in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment. It was as if thousands of ants were crawling in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. You've seen sci-fi movies, right? Do you know about Skynet? Tan Taixian said. You're saying? Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he looked at Tan Taixian in shock. Many people speculate that we, who only control the virtual cabins, are actually just empty shells. Therefore, the virtual reality we enter is only the most basic things. If we can connect to the Skynet of the extraterrestrials, something unexpected might happen, Tan Taixian said slowly. Skynet. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Skynet is just a name we give it. Who knows what it is, Tan Taixian said. But it's definitely something more advanced than the Earth's network. It's hard to imagine. Wang Ting smiled bitterly. What's so hard to imagine? Didn't the creators of those sci-fi movies come up with it for us? No one has seen it before, so naturally, we thought it was too far away. But now, do you still think it doesn't exist? Tan Taixian said. Maybe. Wang Ting didn't comment. Let's go outside the city and kill 2 astral beasts to feel it. Tan Taixian was about to soar into the sky when he suddenly stopped. Do you want to buy a weapon first? I have some virtual currency saved up. It should be enough to buy a weapon. No need. I can still kill astral beasts without a weapon. Wang Ting shook his head. Tan Taixian didn't say anything else. He rose into the sky and sped out of the city. Wang Ting stepped on the ground and turned into a lingering shadow. He followed closely behind and disappeared on the spot. The two flew directly out of the city, and no one stopped them at the city gate. This city was obviously just an empty city. Although there were some humans living in it, virtual reality hadn't been popularized. Therefore, there weren't many people in it, and it wasn't enough to run the entire city. Tan Taixian and Wang Ting went deep into a mountain range, looking for prey. At their level, prey that wasn't strong enough wouldn't be able to feel anything when they killed it, let alone gain experience. After searching for a while, they finally found a huge ice python taking a nap next to a cold lake. Don't you want to hunt an ice astral beast? There happens to be an ice python astral beast here. You can practice first. Tan Taixian and Wang Ting hid in a big tree, looking at the ice python entrenched above the cold lake from afar. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Tan Taixian knew that he wanted to hunt an ice astral beast and specially helped him find an ice astral beast to practice? He glanced at Tan Taixian discreetly and found that her expression didn't change. It was as if she had just found this ice python by chance and didn't look for it on purpose. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Wang Ting mocked himself in his heart. Then, he focused his gaze on the ice python in front of him. Its huge body was entrenched around the cold pond, protecting it. Icy blue scales covered its body, emitting a dense cold air. There were 2 sharp horns protruding from its head, and a cloud of dense icy mist was faintly drifting around it. Mystical, this was Wang Ting's first thought. Then, he noticed that this ice python was a little different from the pythons on Earth. It seemed to be a different species. Even if the animals on Earth mutated into astral beasts, they would still retain their original characteristics. However, this astral beast was fundamentally different. It was like 2 different races. Black and white could be recognized at a glance. The next moment, he made his move. His figure disappeared and instantly appeared on top of the ice python's head. He clenched his fist and blasted it down like a cannonball. Boom, there was a roar, and the terrifying fist force suppressed the air. The phantom of an ape king emerged. It was a serious punch. In his spirit vision, this ice python was obviously a low-level lord. Therefore, Wang Ting did not hold back when he attacked. The huge movement instantly awakened the ice python. It raised its head and hissed. When it saw Wang Ting's attack coming down, a human-like light flashed in its cold eyes. Then, it did not dodge and slammed its head into the attack. A thick layer of ice instantly condensed on its horns, forming an arc. It looked very sturdy. It was a real iron head hammer. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few short breaths. Wang Ting's fist landed on the ice python's head. Boom, there seemed to be a short pause between the 2 sides. There was a hint of mockery in the ice python's eyes. It seemed to be mocking the human in front of it for overestimating himself. That's it, crack. At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the ice layer above the giant python's head, and it quickly spread to the surroundings. There was a hint of surprise in the ice python's eyes. Boom, suddenly, the ice completely shattered. Wang Ting's fist came down with a huge force. The ice python's huge body was sent flying by the terrifying force. It crashed to the ground and rolled a few times. The ice python was stunned by this punch. Tan Taixian, who was far away, almost dropped his chin to the ground. How could this guy be so strong? He sent a low-level Lord Astral Beast flying with just 1 punch. Wang Ting was also stunned. He looked at the attribute bubbles that suddenly fell from the ground and could not help but want to rub his eyes. Is this real? Why would attribute bubbles appear in virtual reality? He was really stunned. What kind of existence is virtual reality? This is not martial arts. With a nervous heart, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles. Ice Force *130, Ice Force *99, blank attribute *58. After confirming that the attribute panel had changed, Wang Ting finally believed that it was possible to pick up attribute bubbles in virtual reality. It was impossible for virtual reality to be more advanced than the system and simulate the system. That was obviously impossible. Wang Ting had a mysterious confidence in his system. Therefore, it could only be that there were special circumstances in virtual reality. No matter what, this was a good thing. He was just worrying about where to improve his ice force, and now it came to him. The heavens were helping him. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He looked at the ice python as if he was looking at an ice force pet waiting to be harvested. The ice python shook its head. Its dazed eyes regained their coldness. It stared at the human in front of it with murderous intent. Come, come, come. That's the look. Come and kill me. Use all your methods to kill me. Come. Wang Ting said excitedly. Is this human a masochist? The ice python said. Xianxia was in the distance. She was still wondering if she should help, but when she saw Wang Ting's excited expression, she felt that her worries might be unnecessary. That's right. Wang Ting was able to send this low-level horde leader python flying with one punch. Even if he didn't use his ultimate moves, he might be able to defeat this star beast. As an 11-star quasi-warlord, he fought against a 12-star low-level horde leader star beast. This guy is already going further and further on the path of invincibility. No, as his former teacher, how can I fall behind? Xianxia secretly gritted her teeth, and the desire to become stronger instantly rose in her heart. She was originally a top genius warrior. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the warlord level at the age of 27 or 28. Now that Wang Ting, a latecomer, had caught up, she was naturally unwilling to accept it. Xianxia looked at Wang Ting, who was confronting the ice python, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. What is this guy so excited about? The ice blue giant python slowly slithered its body and stared at Wang Ting in front of it vigilantly. This human gave it a very dangerous feeling, especially the look in his eyes. It seemed a little too, hiss. It let out a tentative roar at Wang Ting and suddenly stretched its head. Wang Ting didn't move. Then, the ice python shrank back and didn't attack. What is this stupid python doing? Wang Ting was stunned, and his head was filled with confusion. So that move just now was a feint? A horde leader star beast actually fainted? Do you think this is a game of basketball? A feint? This ice python doesn't seem to be very smart. Could it be that its head was damaged by me just now? Wang Ting's gaze suddenly turned pitiful as he looked at the ice python. It's so pitiful. It's not easy for a horde leader star beast to grow, and now it's so stupid. Forget it. This star beast is stupid. I can't keep it anymore. I'll just kill it and eat it. I wonder if the meat of an ice-type star beast tastes good. He hadn't eaten it yet. Wang Ting couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Suddenly, he disappeared from where he was and turned into an afterimage as he strode toward the ice python. As he raised his fist, metal origin power surged out and formed a powerful stellar energy that gathered on his fist. Heaven tier battle skill, Golden Dipper Fist, profound meaning of strength, a super serious punch. In that instant, the ice python felt a frightening aura from Wang Ting's fist. The fist kept enlarging in its eyes. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on it. This is? Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. His eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Hiss! The ice python roared and quickly condensed an icy blue light in its mouth before spitting it out. Boom! The icy blue radiance met Wang Ting's fist head-on. The radiance of origin power erupted as the terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The light exploded at the center. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at the center of the light. Roar! The ice python's roar came from the front, and there was pain in its voice. Xianxia's expression changed. It seemed that the ice python had suffered a great loss in the confrontation just now. the smoke and dust in front of him slowly dissipated, and the situation finally emerged. There was a deep pit on the ground, and the ice python's huge head was embedded in the ground. Many of its hard scales were broken and scattered around. Large amounts of blood flowed out from its head, and it looked extremely miserable. A figure was standing on its head. It was Wanting. Is it dead? Tantai Xian raised his eyebrows. This result was somewhat unexpected. There was a difference in their realms, but the ice python was easily defeated by Wanting. Could it be that this ice python was just a good-looking but useless piece of trash? Roar. At this moment, the ice python suddenly opened its eyes and roared, its body twisting crazily. Wanting stood on the ice python's head and was not thrown away. Instead, he grabbed one of the ice python's horns and said coldly, "Stubborn resistance." The ice python shook its head hard, trying to throw Wanting off its head. At the same time, a chill gushed out from its horns and instantly spread to Wanting's arm. A thick layer of ice froze Wanting's arm. "You want to freeze me?" Wanting sneered. The green jade glazed flame gushed out and wrapped his arm from the inside out. Fire was originally the bane of ice, not to mention that the green jade glazed flame was the fire of heaven and earth. There were not many ice in the world that could block it. The ice python's ice was obviously not at that level. The thick layer of ice immediately melted. Wanting did not retract the green jade glazed flame. Instead, he let it spread out and landed on the ice python's horns. Roar. The ice python's eyes bulged as it roared in pain. Hot, so hot, what did this human do? How could the ice attribute star beast withstand the heat of the green jade glazed flame? To it, being roasted like this was the worst punishment. Wanting's eyes were cold as he grabbed the other horn of the ice python with his other hand. The green jade glazed flame gushed out from his arm and wrapped around it. The two ice-blue horns of the ice python turned fiery red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be roasted. Roar, the ice python let out a loud roar. Its voice changed as if it was in great pain. Tantai Xian looked at this scene from afar and suddenly mourned for the ice python. Too miserable, the ice python was extremely unlucky to have encountered Wanting, who had the fire of heaven and earth. It was almost going to be tortured. The green jade glazed flame wrapped around the two horns of the ice python. The scorching heat entered its body through the horns and evaporated the ice mist, giving rise to wisps of smoke. No matter how the ice python struggled, it could not get rid of Wanting. It experienced what despair was. Boom, at a certain moment, the ice python stopped struggling. Its huge body fell to the ground and stopped moving. Smoke rose from its head as if it was roasted. Wanting calmly jumped down from the ice python's head. He looked at the attribute bubbles around him and released his spiritual power. He picked them up: Ice Force *230, Ice Force *560, Ice Force *360, Ice Force *420, Advanced Ice Talent *156 Blank Attribute *640. Wanting silently sensed the attributes he gained this time. He was elated. His Ice Force had a total of 1570 points. Including the 229 points from before, he had a total of 1799 points. This was a lot. Ice Force 2507400, 7-star. Wanting glanced at his Ice Force. His harvest this time had raised his Ice Force to the intermediate level of 7-star soldier level. He was only 1,500 points away from breaking through. What did this mean? It was very simple. He just had to kill another Horde leader Ice-type star beast. It would be enough. At this moment, Wanting was filled with motivation. He wanted to find another Horde leader star beast and get more Ice Force so that his Ice Force could break through to the 8-star soldier level. Other than the Ice Force, Wanting also received 156 points of Advanced Ice Talent and 640 blank attributes. It was a good harvest. This virtual reality was a good place to be able to farm attributes. The existence of this virtual reality was definitely not simple, Wanting thought to himself, eager to give it a try. Tantai Xian walked over with a strange expression. "Did you roast it?" "Ahem, I don't think so. It's not fully cooked, at most half-cooked." Wanting kicked the ice python's corpse and coughed. "Is there a difference?" Tantai Xian rolled her eyes at him. Of course there is. Half-cooked makes me seem less cruel, Wang Ting said righteously. Tan Xian was speechless. She was really shocked by someone's shamelessness. Don't mind these details. I learned a lot from the battle just now. I plan to find other ice-type star beasts to battle, Wang Ting said. Well, seeing that you're like a fish in water, I don't need to follow you anymore. We'll split up later and meet back in the city when the time is up, Tan Xian said. Wang Ting naturally had no objections. He had already found his own training method in this virtual reality. Now, he couldn't wait to speed up and find ice-type star beasts to continue hunting. Others might only be able to increase their combat power by training in the virtual reality, but he could farm attributes. If others knew about this, their eyes would probably turn red with jealousy. Tan Xian turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to ask, "Did your punch contain profound meaning?" "You saw through it," Wang Ting said in surprise. "It's true. You've mastered profound meaning." Tan Xian was shocked. He looked at Wang Ting as if he was a monster. "I was just lucky," Wang Ting said calmly. "Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to see you again." Tan Xian felt his heart ache. The purpose of this guy's existence was purely to beat people down. After Wang Ting and Tan Xian parted ways, he swept through the mountain range and seriously looked for ice-type star beasts. "Little darling, where are you guys? Come out quickly and come into my bowl," Wang Ting muttered as he searched for the ice element star beast inch by inch. Wherever he passed, the star beasts in the vicinity seemed to have seen something terrifying and fled. Eh? Wang Ting saw a tall mountain in the distance. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow, forming a world of ice and snow. His eyes suddenly lit up. There was definitely an ice-type star beast there. In the next moment, Wang Ting directly soared into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, and went straight to the top of the mountain. Hovering in the air, he ignored the wind pressure in the sky and activated Spirit Sight to scan the mountain peak below. His eyes were like a scanner at this moment, scanning the origin power fluctuations below. Suddenly, an icy blue ball of light came into view. "I've finally found it." Wang Ting was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he rushed in the direction of the light. Although the size of this light ball didn't reach the level of a lord, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. There were too few ice-type martial artists. He could only rely on these ice-type star beasts to gather ice-type martial artists. Therefore, he couldn't let go of any ice-type star beast. Wang Ting quickly saw the ice-type star beast's appearance. It turned out to be a huge ice ant with a snow-white body. Its body was like an ice sculpture, sparkling and translucent. Its body was covered in a snow-white carapace, as if it was wearing a layer of ice armor. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, this ice ant was carrying the corpse of a star beast and crawling forward. Wang Ting was about to take action, but when he saw this scene, he suddenly stopped. The habits and living conditions of ants appeared in his mind. Although this ice ant was a star beast, it should have something in common with ordinary ants. It was very likely that they were in the same nest. This ice ant might be carrying its prey back to its nest. He might as well follow it and take a look. Wang Ting made up his mind. He completely concealed his aura and followed behind this ice ant. The speed of ants wasn't actually slow. It was just that ordinary ants were too small. Compared to humans, it would naturally take more time to move the same distance. However, the ice ant in front of him wasn't small. It was about the size of a small beetle car. In a short while, it had crawled over 100 meters. After a while, a cave hidden under a rock appeared in front of Wang Ting. This ice ant came to the entrance of the cave. Another ice ant crawled out of the cave and bumped its antennae with this ice ant. Then, the two ice ants crawled into the cave. Wang Ting descended from the sky. This cave wasn't small, and it was big enough for him to stand upright. He used his darkness talent. Darkness origin power surged out and he used the shadow concealment secret technique. He hid himself in the darkness and walked into the cave. As he went deeper, Wang Ting found that the cave was very spacious. There were many paths and bends. Soon, he saw an ice ant. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to figure out the situation first. He pushed deeper into the cave bit by bit. Along the way, he encountered more and more ice ants, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up. With so many ice ants, there must be a lot of attribute bubbles. I'm going to be rich this time. Wang Ting suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He took a turn in front of him and finally arrived at a huge underground space. He saw a huge ant queen lying in front of him. Its body was snow white, and its body was huge and bloated. If he took a bite, it would probably spurt out juice. Wang Ting looked at it with his spirit vision. He found that the origin power light in the ant queen's body had reached the level of an intermediate suzerain. This ant queen was even stronger than the ice python he had encountered before. However, Wang Ting looked at the ant queen's bloated body. He had reason to doubt whether it could fight. Don't tell me it's just a reproductive tool like an ordinary ant queen. If that was the case, it would be great. An intermediate suzerain star beast would be within his reach. How delightful. Of course, Wang Ting was only thinking about it. There were all kinds of star beasts. He didn't dare to treat this ant queen as a pushover. Also, he saw a few soldier ants around the ant queen. Some of the origin power light in the soldier ants were only at the 9-star level, while some were at the pseudo-suzerain level. This ice ant nest was incredible. Wang Ting was excited, but he was also a little afraid. Ants were known for their numbers. If all of these ice ants moved in full force, he would feel his scalp go numb. Looks like I have to think of a way to solve this once and for all. Wang Ting hid in the darkness and thought to himself as he touched his chin. Although this nest of ice ants was a little difficult to deal with, he wouldn't let them go. As long as he could deal with them, he would definitely be able to obtain a huge wave of ice attribute bubbles. He might even be able to use this opportunity to break through to the 9-star soldier level. Wang Ting thought of the benefits and shivered. His mind spun quickly. I've got it. Suddenly, a white light flashed across his mind. Wang Ting revealed an evil smile. He retreated to the entrance of the cave without hesitation. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The poison force in his body surged out, followed by the green jade flame. The moment the poison force touched the green jade flame, it immediately exploded into a ball of thick black smoke. Wang Ting activated his force and created a strong gust of wind that blew the black smoke into the cave. What a great plan! Just as Wang Ting was releasing the poisonous smoke outside the cave, his expression was extremely calm. Rather than being an emotionless reproductive tool, it was better to die early and reincarnate. Wang Ting felt that he was doing a good deed. Ding! Good guy card X1, spontaneous success. Just then, there were rustling sounds of something crawling inside the cave. From the sound, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but 4 or 5 ice ants crawling out. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He raised his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. As soon as an ice ant appeared, Wang Ting threw a normal punch at it. With a poof, the ice ant's shell couldn't withstand a single blow, and its head instantly exploded. Ice Force *88, blank attribute *56, Wang Ting picked it up directly. This attribute was good, 88 points. What an auspicious start. As soon as the ice ant in front died, another ice ant crawled out impatiently from behind, followed by 2 more, then 3 more. Wang Ting was in high spirits. With one punch, he killed 1 ice ant. Bah, 1 ice ant with 1 punch, sending them to their lunchboxes. Ice Force *50, blank attribute *38, intermediate ice talent *10, Ice Force *70, blank attribute *46, Ice Force *66, one by one, the attribute bubbles were picked up by Wang Ting. His Ice Force was constantly increasing, and the blank attributes were slowly increasing as well. The ice ants that appeared before weren't very strong. At most, they were 4-star or 5-star. They dropped a few intermediate ice talents, but to Wang Ting, they were useless. As more and more ice ants crawled out, Wang Ting was overjoyed. These were all moving attribute values. He killed even more happily. With 1 punch, 1 ice ant. Soon, many ice ant corpses were piled up at the entrance of the cave. This virtual reality was extremely realistic. The corpses of the star beasts wouldn't disappear directly. Instead, they would remain like in reality, blending into the natural environment. Therefore, Wang Ting had to add a move. After killing one, he would kick the ice ant corpse to the side. Otherwise, the cave entrance would be blocked. At this moment, Wang Ting's expression changed. He could feel several more powerful auras approaching. It's those quasi-horde leader soldier ants. Wang Ting knew that the main event was coming. With so many lackeys dead outside, the boss inside would definitely not be able to sit still. Whoosh, a figure suddenly rushed out and crashed into Wang Ting at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and punched out. Hollow mountain fist, boom, the charging ice ant came to a sudden halt, as if it had been frozen in place. It was well known that ants were extremely powerful. They could move objects that were 400 times their own weight and drag objects that were 1,700 times their own weight. Ordinary ants were already like this, let alone these mutated ice ant star beasts. Wang Ting hadn't used his full strength just now, but he could already feel a terrifying force coming from the ice ant in front of him. It was in a stalemate with him. At the same time, the ice ant's body emitted waves of coldness. If one wasn't a fire elemental martial artist, they would be easily injured by the coldness. If one's body was frozen, how could they fight against the ice ant? Therefore, ordinary martial artists wouldn't have much of an advantage if they encountered these ice ants. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was an all-round martial artist. His quasi-warlord fire force was enough to restrain the ice force. At this moment, the fire force in his body surged, turning him into a furnace and dispelling all the coldness. The ice ant opposite him felt the heat and panicked. It wanted to get away from the heat source in front of it. At the same time, another two quasi-horde leader ice ants rushed out of the cave and crashed into Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He grabbed the ice ant in front of him with one hand and jumped on its head with the tip of his foot. The two ice ants rushed out from both sides and crashed into each other, making them dizzy. Wang Ting laughed and punched the ice ant under his feet. The green jade glass flame wrapped around his fist and penetrated the ice ant's body with extreme heat. The ice ant crazily raised its head, wanting to throw Wang Ting off. However, as the green jade glass flame entered its body, the ice ant's crystal shell gradually turned red. Hot air rose from its body, the ice ant was cooked. The other two ice ants saw their companion's miserable state and instinctively felt fear. They couldn't help but retreat. Wang Ting jumped down from the ice ant's head and landed in front of the other two ice ants. He punched with both fists. Boom, boom, green flames erupted and wrapped around the two ice ants, burning them fiercely. The two ice ants rolled on the snowy ground, trying to extinguish the flames. However, the green jade glass flame wasn't an ordinary flame and couldn't be extinguished easily. Soon, the two ice ants were burned to ashes in the flames. A few attribute bubbles fell out. Ice Force * 560 Ice Force * 380 blank attribute * 720 Advanced Ice Talent * 186 Ice Force * 450 blank attribute * 640 Advanced Ice Talent * 222. Damn, these quasi-lord ice ants were the real deal. He had earned a lot of attribute points this time. At this moment, Wang Ting's Ice Force had advanced from the 7-star soldier level to the 8-star soldier level. Ice Force 2250700, 8-star. Within a few hours, he had advanced from the 7-star soldier level to the 8-star soldier level. If it was someone else, they would feel that it was a dream. At this moment, his blank attributes had accumulated to 6,300 points. With savings, he didn't panic. Wang Ting once again became a treasure boy with savings. However, when he saw the advanced ice talent bubble at the end, his good mood instantly disappeared. 222 points. System, are you serious? If I hadn't already picked it up, do you think I would have accepted such a troublesome number? I, Wang Ting, have integrity. Wang Ting accepted it unwillingly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, under the effect of the poisonous smoke, a bloated body slowly moved out of the cave. Ant Queen. Wang Ting was on his guard. This Ant Queen was an intermediate lord. He wondered how powerful it was. It was better to be careful. Soon, he realized that the Ant Queen didn't crawl out by itself. Instead, it was carried by more than 10 ice ants. It looked like a fatty who couldn't move by himself. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He really couldn't imagine how the Ant Queen would fight. Would it use its bloated body to smash people? Wang Ting's imagination ran wild. Under the transport of the ice ants, the ant queen finally reached the entrance of the cave. A large number of ice ants also crawled out of the cave one after another. They crowded around the ant queen and looked at Wang Ting with extreme vigilance. Without any warning, a strange wave suddenly came out of the ant queen's mouth and rippled outwards. What is it doing? Wang Ting didn't feel any substantial attack. He couldn't help but frown in confusion. However, the next moment, the ground suddenly shook. A loud rumbling sound came from above his head. Pieces of ice and snow fell on his head. Wang Ting looked up and his eyes narrowed. F***CK. Avalanche. Wang Ting couldn't help but swear. He looked at the ant queen in front of him in disbelief. Was this caused by the wave just now? Wang Ting was shocked when he heard the loud rumbling above his head. Avalanche, the ant queen had created an avalanche. Was it not afraid of being buried in it? Wang Ting immediately rose into the air. If he was buried alive, he would be in deep trouble. However, the ant queen was not going to let him escape so easily. The fluctuations coming out of its mouth became more and more violent. Boom, above his head, ice and snow rolled and rolled down like an avalanche. The worst thing was that the ice and snow seemed to be specifically targeting Wang Ting. It did not go anywhere but came crashing down on his head. Wang Ting's face darkened. He did not expect the ant queen to do something like this. The ant queen did not say anything and immediately used a big move. It was even more sinister than him. Bah, he was not sinister. Others were sinister. Wang Ting looked down at the ant queen, who was also looking up at him. A cold smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. The azure jade flame gushed out and enveloped him. The ice and snow above him seemed to be under the ant queen's control. It condensed into a huge icicle with a cold glint at its tip. Seeing this, Wang Ting's spiritual power gushed out. He used his spiritual power as a divine spiritual sorcerer to condense the azure jade flame in one place. Roar, an azure dragon emerged from the flames. The scales on its body were lifelike, majestic, and powerful. Go! Wang Ting shouted coldly. The azure dragon soared into the sky and met the terrifying avalanche head-on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the power of flames erupted and the ice and snow melted. The icicles condensed in the avalanche were melted in an instant. A hole was opened in the terrifying avalanche. The ice and snow around him completely fell. Wang Ting was unscathed. He stood in midair and let the wind blow his clothes and hair. He looked down and found that the ice ants had been completely buried. However, he could see that they were still alive with his spirit vision. The ice and snow could not do any harm to them. I see. You created the avalanche to stop me or kill me. On the other hand, you wanted to cover your tracks and escape. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He chuckled. Those who can reach the Lord rank are indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, you've miscalculated. Wang Ting stood in midair. Under the control of his spiritual power, the azure jade flame condensed into flaming spears and locked onto the ice ant's tracks. He then waved his hand and countless flaming spears shot down. Whoosh! 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 With a piercing sound, the flaming spear pierced through the air and pierced into the thick layer of ice, nailing the ice ants below to the ground. After killing all the ice ants, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles they dropped. Ice Force *320, blank attribute *130, Ice Force *170, blank attribute *89, Advanced Ice Talent *38, Ice Force *250, blank attribute *140. Finally, Wang Ting locked his gaze on the ant queen. Its bloated body fell to the ground and could not move at all. Moreover, after using the avalanche once, it seemed that it could not use it again in a short period of time. Wang Ting noticed this abnormality. Looking at the ant queen that was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, his expression became a little strange. Was the ant queen so weak? Could it only attack once? This ant queen was probably the weakest middle lord rank star beast in history. If the ant queen knew what Wang Ting was thinking, it would probably vomit blood. Ordinary warriors could not even get close to it. A large number of ice ants were enough to make the invader suffer. The biggest advantage of this nest of ice ants was their numbers. These ice ants were all nurtured by the queen ant, and its strength lay in its terrifying reproductive ability. Breeding a large number of powerful ice ants to serve it was its most powerful move. However, it had nothing to say about Wang Ting. It was not that it was weak, but that its opponent was too perverted. Wang Ting shook his head and mercilessly killed the pitiful ant queen. A large number of attribute bubbles appeared. Ice Force * 1430 Ice Force * 1380 Blank Attribute * 1600 Advanced Ice Talent * 420 Avalanche * 1 Monarch Domain Spirit * 380. Wang Ting was a little surprised. This ant queen dropped a lot of attribute bubbles, especially the spirit attribute of the king realm. Wang Ting felt that it was a little unbelievable. This ant queen's spirit had reached the king realm. It should be known that very few human runmasters had reached the king realm. This ant queen was very talented. Then, he looked at the force attributes. This time, he had obtained 2,810 points of ice force from the ant queen. In addition to the ice force he had obtained from killing other ice ants, the amount was very impressive. Now, Wang Ting's ice force had reached the late stage of the 8-star soldier level. He was not far from breaking through to the 9-star soldier level. Ice Force, 5950/7000, 8-star, I still need more than 1,000 points, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He felt a little regretful. Other than that, there were a total of 420 points of advanced ice talent. The Pseudo-Lord Ice Ants had already raised his advanced stage ice talent by a lot. Now, with the addition of these 420 points, Wang Ting's advanced stage ice talent finally underwent a transformation. Extreme Ice Talent, 35,000 Wang Ting felt that his body had undergone a mysterious change. His body was very sensitive to the ice force. In the ice and snow in front of him, specks of ice force gathered towards his body unconsciously. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the son of ice and snow. Other than that, there were also 1,600 points of blank attributes. After sweeping through the ice ant nest this time, he had obtained thousands of blank attributes, causing his accumulated blank attributes to break through the 10,000 mark once again. Blank attribute, 10500 Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at the last attribute bubble. The Ant Queen's talent skill, Avalanche. He didn't expect that there would be a talent skill in these attribute bubbles. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel puzzled. What kind of existence was this virtual reality? Origin power and blank attributes could be understood as the star beasts in the virtual reality world being condensed from origin power. However, innate skills were the origin power of some star beasts. They were very rare even in the real world, let alone in virtual reality. It seemed like this virtual reality was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Wang Ting couldn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it. He shook his head and calmed his mind. As the attribute bubbles merged with his body, the relevant skill description immediately appeared in Wang Ting's mind. No wonder the Ant Queen's spiritual power has reached the Emperor realm. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He seemed to have understood something. This talent skill required spiritual power to form a vibration force with a special method. Then, together with the ice talent, one could control the ice and snow in the outside world and form an avalanche. The power of avalanche was not weak among the ice combat skills. The reason it hadn't hurt Wang Ting before was mainly because he countered it. However, in Wang Ting's hands, avalanche was different. After all, his spiritual power had reached the Emperor realm, so the power of the avalanche he could create would definitely increase by several times. Of course, there were certain limitations. This combat skill was best used on a snowy mountain like this. If it were anywhere else, it would require a large amount of ice origin power to create ice and snow, which would consume a lot of energy. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to achieve the same impact as falling from a high place, so the effect would definitely be inferior. In summary, this skill was a good skill, but it required the right time, place, and people. These were nothing to Wang Ting. After all, one more skill meant one more method. There was no harm in having more skills. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly realized that this virtual reality was tailor-made for him. It was too friendly to him. He wondered what would happen to this virtual reality if he could connect to the so-called Skynet in the future. What benefits would he gain from it? With this thought in mind, Wang Ting continued to search on the snowy mountain. If he could find another nest of ice ants, that would be great, unfortunately, this was just a thought. Perhaps this nest of ice ants was the overlord of this snowy mountain. There wouldn't be any other ice ants of the same species. Wang Ting had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. He wanted to see if he could find other ice element star beasts. If he could raise his ice force to the 9-star soldier level before he left this virtual reality world, it would be a huge gain. There were less than 3 hours left. Wang Ting searched the snowy mountain inch by inch. He almost turned the entire mountain upside down. However, he still found a few kittens. They weren't at the Lord level, but they were between 7 stars and 9 stars. They provided him with quite a lot of ice force. Wang Ting's ice force finally reached the 9-star soldier level, ice force, 135/9000, 9-star, he was very satisfied with his gains this time. It was just that he wasted a lot of time and couldn't rush back to the city in time. When the time was up, he immediately felt a light spot appear in his mind again. It's time to return. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the light spot sucked him in. Wang Ting's figure instantly disappeared from the snowy mountain. When he regained his senses, he was already back in reality. He opened the cabin door and sat up. He turned around and saw Tan Taishan walking out of the cabin. Why didn't you go back to the city? Tan Taishan saw him and asked with a frown. Ahaha, I was too far away. I couldn't rush back in time. Wang Ting remembered her advice. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I think you were too engrossed in killing star beasts. Tan Taishan glanced at him and said. You actually saw through me. Wang Ting was a little embarrassed. She didn't say it out loud even though she saw through him. How was your gain? Tan Taishan saw his expression and had a thought. She couldn't help but ask. Not bad. My ability increased by a small amount. Wang Ting thought for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. His ice force increased from 7-star soldier level to 9-star soldier level. For his current ability, it was indeed a small amount. You actually improved in such a short time, Tan Taishan said in surprise. I'm lucky, I'm lucky. Wang Ting laughed. Tan Taishan didn't know what to say anymore. Many people entered the virtual reality world to kill, mainly to increase their combat power. However, that required a lot of time. Wang Ting entered for the first time and stayed for less than 10 hours. It wasn't even a day, but he actually improved. How could anyone live with this? Was this what a monster was like? Even with Tan Taishan's talent, she was still shocked. If she knew the exact size of Wang Ting's small piece, she wouldn't be in this state. She would probably explode mentally. Tan Taishan shook her head and didn't say anything else. Instead, she reminded him, every time you leave the virtual reality world, even if you don't return to the city, it's best to find a safe place to stay. Otherwise, if you encounter a star beast and get killed the next time you enter, your mental state will be damaged to a certain extent. In the past, someone encountered such a situation and took a long time to recover. Wang Ting suddenly understood. No wonder Tan Taishan kept reminding him to return to the city. So there was this reason. Virtual reality was really too high-end. The humans on Earth probably only managed to grasp some of the secrets contained in it after a long time of exploration. However, for a newbie like him, it was better to listen to the opinions of the seniors. Otherwise, he would easily be at a disadvantage due to his lack of experience. Okay, I'll be sure to pay attention next time. Wang Ting nodded solemnly and asked, Are you coming again tomorrow? Tan Taishan saw that he had taken her advice and her expression eased. She replied, I'm coming. It's not easy to come to the Xia capital. How can I let go of such an opportunity? Looking for star beasts in the real world to kill not only wastes a lot of time on the road, but also takes a long time to recover from injuries. It's not like virtual reality. As long as you're not killed, even if you're heavily injured in the real world, it won't affect your body much. At most, you'll feel a little weak. I'll recover quickly. Then I'll come again tomorrow. Wang Ting nodded. After making an appointment with Tan Taishan, they went back to rest. Virtual reality. In a valley, Wang Ting was fighting with a giant poisonous toad. This poisonous toad was purplish-black in color and had dense pustules all over its body. It looked extremely terrifying. It had reached the lower Horde Lord rank and was very powerful. In addition, its poison origin power was difficult to deal with. Wang Ting couldn't defeat this poisonous toad easily. Whoosh! 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 In the valley, Wang Ting was in midair, moving left and right to dodge an extremely agile black shadow. This black shadow came from the poisonous toad's mouth. It was like an elastic poisonous whip. It either stabbed or wrapped around Wang Ting, leaving afterimages around him. Wang Ting was extremely fast. He turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. The black shadow passed through the afterimages he left behind and hit the stone wall behind him. It directly created a deep black hole in the rock, and traces of corrosion appeared around it. The black shadow bounced back into the poisonous toad's mouth again. It was its long tongue. This poisonous toad had amazing tongue skills. Wang Ting had a headache dealing with this poisonous toad's tongue. It was too disgusting. It had a poisonous mucus on it that was extremely corrosive. If it landed on a person, they would definitely be poisoned. However, Wang Ting was determined to get this poisonous toad. It took him a long time to find a Horde Lord rank poisonous star beast. He had to kill it. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. His spiritual power surged, and the green jade glaze flame turned into a huge net that covered the poisonous toad. Goo goo goo. The poisonous toad's eyes flashed fiercely. Its cheeks puffed up and made a buzzing sound. It spat out a mouthful of venom. Puff, the venom landed on the flame net and immediately made a sizzling sound. The two corroded each other and the venom almost broke the flame net. Although the green jade glass flame was a heaven and earth flame, the poisonous toad was still a Horde Lord. Its toxicity was strong and it could still resist the green jade glass flame. However, that was it. Wang Ting controlled his psychic power and the green jade glass flame continuously poured out to maintain the outer shape of the flame net. In the next moment, the net of flames enveloped them. Chi! Chi! The flame net covered the poison toad's body and burned fiercely, causing scorch marks to appear on its body. Gua! The Lord-class poison toad let out a painful cry as it struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the restraints of the flame net. Withdraw! Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly as he controlled his spiritual force to tighten the flame net. Croak! Croak! The poisonous toad let out a terrifying cry, and its body suddenly changed. Puff puff puff, the pustules on the poisonous toad's body suddenly burst open. A large amount of poisonous pus sprayed out, trying to corrode the flame net. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly. The green jade glazed flame suddenly flourished, completely engulfing the poisonous toad. At the same time, numerous ice spears appeared in the sky, aiming at the poisonous toad below. In the past 2 days in virtual reality, Wang Ting had often used the methods of a divine spiritual sorcerer against his enemies. Compared to before, he was now much more proficient. This so-called art, in essence, was to use psychic power to control origin power in battle. The poisonous toad felt the threat of death and struggled even more violently. Wang Ting's expression was indifferent. With a thought, all the ice spears were shot at the poisonous toad below. The sound of the air being pierced was heard. It was as if the air was being torn apart, and a chill swept out. Boom! In an instant, the ice spears stabbed down and pierced into the huge body of the poisonous toad. Gua! The Lord-class poison toad raised its head and let out a final miserable cry. Its huge body finally fell to the ground, completely losing its vitality. A few attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Ting kept the green jade glazed flame and used his psychic power to scan and pick up the scattered attribute bubbles. Poison origin power * 550 Poison origin power * 630 Advanced poison talent * 175 Blank attribute * 860. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. Poison origin power 3580500, 7-star. Wang Ting had been in the virtual reality for the past 2 days. He spent most of his time looking for poison, ice, and wind star beasts to kill. Now, his poison origin power had reached the 7-star soldier level, and his wind origin power had reached the 8-star soldier level. He had barely caught up. His ice origin power was still at the 9-star soldier level. After all, there weren't many ice star beasts that lived in a nest like the ice ants. He was very lucky to have found the nest of ice ants. Also, these star beasts weren't as numerous as normal ants. Some normal ants had a nest of hundreds or thousands of ants, while some had hundreds of thousands or even millions of ants. If the ice ants had such a large number, the snow mountain would have been destroyed long ago. It could only be said that the more powerful the species, the fewer the number of ants they had. However, Wang Ting still killed a few ice star beasts in the past 2 days. His ice origin power increased by a lot, and he was one step closer to breaking through to the quasi-warlord level. Ice origin power, 43309000, 9 star. At the same time, Wang Ting's blank attribute also increased by a lot. It had exceeded 20,000 points. Blank attribute, 21100. Wang Ting kept his attributes panel with a satisfied expression on his face. He had such a huge harvest in 3 days. Wang Ting almost couldn't believe it himself. It's time to go back. Wang Ting looked at the time. Then, he rose into the air and flew toward the city. In the real world, Wang Ting walked out of the virtual cabin. Tantai Xian had been waiting for a while. When she saw him, she said, "We're leaving for the Nordic Sacred Mountain tomorrow. Go back and rest early tonight." Wang Ting nodded. Looking at her happy face, he smiled and said, "Looks like you've had a good harvest these 2 days." "It's all right. My origin power increased by a small level." Tantai Xian couldn't help but smile. She was obviously in a good mood. Although Tantai Xian didn't have a cheat like Wang Ting, she was able to gain something in virtual reality within a short period of time. This was enough to prove that she was extremely talented. "That's not bad. You're indeed Sister Xian." Wang Ting nodded and praised her. Tantai Xian was in a good mood. She felt very accomplished to be praised by a monster like Wang Ting. "Humph, don't think that you're the only genius in this world. I'm not bad either." Tantai Xian raised her head and revealed her snow-white neck. She was proud. "I've improved a lot too. My ice origin power has reached 9-star soldier level." Wang Ting suddenly said. Tantai Xian, the good mood that had just risen was instantly destroyed. Tantai Xian had a mental breakdown. A few days ago, when they came to capital Xia, Wang Ting said that his ice origin power was lagging behind. In less than 3 to 4 days, his ice origin power had reached 9-star soldier level? "You're joking, right?" "You must be, right?" Tantai Xian stared at Wang Ting for a long time. She wanted to see a trace of guilt on his face, but she was disappointed in the end. Wang Ting's face was calm. He seemed to know what she was thinking. Suddenly, waves of ice origin power appeared from his body, 9-star soldier level. Tantai Xian turned around and left. Her face was as black as a pot. This fellow was really evil, Wang Ting chuckled behind her. He had been suppressed by Tantai Xian too much in the past. Now, he was slowly getting back at her. The next day. Capital Xia's military base, airport, a Black Runes fighter jet was parked on the ground. It had a streamlined body with sharp edges and was triangular in shape. Its wings were like 2 sharp blades. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw the fighter jet. Men loved cars, but they also loved fighter jets. The black fighter jet in front of him was obviously more advanced than the one he had been on before. The difference could be seen with the naked eye. If he were to compare cars, the one he had been on before was considered an ordinary car, but the fighter jet in front of him was the Lamborghini and Ferrari of luxury cars. "Why? Do you like it?" A voice with a faint smile was heard. "Hong Shui." Wang Ting saw a skinny old man walking towards him and quickly bowed. "Wang Ting." Behind Hong Shui, Long Shui and Yong Shui also walked over. Wang Ting bowed to them one by one. "This fighter jet is the newest Runes fighter jet, the Phoenix King. Its performance, speed, defense, and power are all extremely powerful. You will have to cross 2 continents on your journey to Northern Europe. You may encounter powerful runes along the way. This fighter jet can solve many problems for you." Yong Shui saw Wang Ting looking at the fighter jet with curiosity on his face, so he casually explained with a smile. "It's the newest Runes fighter jet." Wang Ting was shocked. "Do you want it?" Hong Shui suddenly asked with a smile. Wang Ting looked at Hong Shui in surprise and laughed. Of course I want it, but it's just a thought. Young man, you should have some ambition. Don't be so strict with your desires, Hong Shui said. Long Shui and Yong Shui smiled but didn't say anything. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he only looked at Hong Shui and didn't say anything. Hey, you little brat. Hong Shui saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. He said directly, I won't beat around the bush with you. This time, as long as you defeat all the young powerhouses from all over the world, I'll make the decision to give you a Phoenix Runes fighter jet. Really? Wang Ting asked in disbelief. How could the runes be given away so casually? However, when these words came out of the mouth of one of the three marshals, Hong Shui, it was quite believable. When Tan Tai Xian heard this, a hint of envy appeared on his face. This was the newest generation of runes fighter jets. Currently, only the various top armies were equipped with them. Yet, Marshal Hong was actually giving one to Wang Ting. Of course it's true. Hong Shui was not angry at Wang Ting's doubt. Instead, he laughed and said, Wang Ting, Marshal Long and I have worked together to bear witness to this matter. How can you go back on your word? Yong Shui looked at Wang Ting and said with a smile. Hee, isn't this a bit too unbelievable? Wang Ting scratched his head and laughed. How is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat the geniuses of the various countries? Hong Shui asked. I'll have to try to find out. Wang Ting did not give a definite answer. The three marshals were instantly disappointed. All these years, Xianxia had not achieved any impressive results in this event. That was why they were willing to spend so much money to let Wang Ting do his best to reclaim that honor. However, at this moment, Wang Ting slowly opened his mouth again. The three marshals couldn't help but look at him. Wang Ting felt his scalp tingle from their gazes. He hurriedly said, however, I feel that this fighter jet can be prepared in advance. The three marshals looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Hong Shui pointed at Wang Ting with his finger and said straightforwardly, all right, I'll prepare this fighter jet for you in advance. Don't disappoint us. Don't worry. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He then asked, if I get this fighter jet, can I fly it in Xiaxia's airspace? Don't worry about that. We'll handle all the procedures for you. Hong Shui waved his hand. Wang Ting was elated. He nodded and said, thank you for the trouble. It's a small matter. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything. For people of the three marshals' status, it was indeed a small matter. However, if he had to settle it himself, it wouldn't be that simple. Although he could do it with his current status, he didn't know how many procedures he would have to go through before he could get it done. Naturally, it would be best if Hong Shui could help him get it done. As they spoke, a group of people walked over from afar. They're here. Long Shui said. When Wang Ting heard this, he turned around and looked at the people walking over. He was surprised to see many familiar faces among them. They were the opponents that Ren Qingcong, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others had encountered in the martial arts competition. They're here too. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself. There were also some who looked slightly older. However, they shouldn't be more than 25 years old. Their auras were restrained, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything. Wang Ting activated his spirit vision and immediately discovered that 3 of them had reached the quasi-warlord level, and one of them was an inferior warlord. As warlord-level powerhouses, it was surprising that these people didn't have any reputation. The group walked forward and bowed to the 3 marshals. No need to be so polite. The 3 marshals nodded and said. Ren Qingcong and the others also noticed Wang Ting. A complicated look flashed across their eyes. It hadn't been long since they last met this young man, but he had already left them far behind. How could they accept this? When Hong Shui saw the gazes of the people around him, he broke the atmosphere and introduced, this is Wang Ting. Many of you should have seen him before. I won't go into the details. You can interact with him on the way. Everyone nodded. Wang Ting, you'll lead the team this time. You'll be the captain, Hong Shui said. I'll be the captain? Wang Ting pointed at his own nose and shook his head. Why don't I change to someone else? I think these people are stronger than me. As he spoke, he pointed at the 3 quasi-warlord level fighters and the warlord level fighter under them. The few of them were shocked. Wang Ting obviously didn't point at people casually. He must have seen through their cultivation level. Otherwise, why would he point at them instead of the others? When they heard Hong Shui let Wang Ting be the captain, they were a little unconvinced. At this moment, Wang Ting's casual move made them hesitate. What do you guys think? Hong Shui looked at the 4 young men. We don't have any objections. The 4 of them looked at each other and shook their heads in the end. Wang Ting was a little puzzled. These people were obviously unconvinced by him, so why didn't they say anything? He didn't want to be the captain. It was a thankless job and a waste of his precious time. If these people jumped out, he could have pushed them away. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true. Wang Ting felt a little regretful in his heart. When everyone saw him like this, they were a little speechless. Letting you be the captain is already an honor for you. What's with that look of disdain? Hong Shui glared at Wang Ting and said, since there are no objections, let's board. When everyone heard this, they didn't hesitate anymore. With Wang Ting as the leader, they boarded the Phoenix King mech. Triumph! The soldiers below suddenly saluted their backs and shouted loudly. Wang Ting and the others couldn't help but look back. Then, they stopped in their tracks and returned the salute with a solemn expression. The cabin door slowly closed. The Phoenix King mech turned into a black shadow and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the horizon instantly. The Phoenix King mech, after Wang Ting and the rest boarded the mech, they took their seats. The Phoenix King mech looked flat and did not seem to be very spacious. However, the interior was extremely spacious. It could accommodate everyone without feeling crowded. There was a comfortable and luxurious lounge in the mech. It had all sorts of facilities. To the passengers, this was a form of enjoyment. Other than Wang Ting and the rest who were going to participate in the exchange, there were also a few logistics staff. Tan Taishan also came along. She had participated in this exchange before and was familiar with the situation there. Hence, she came along as a consultant. Wang Ting finally realized her real motive for coming to capital Xia. Obviously, it was not as simple as just sending him off. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the lounge. The atmosphere was silent. The gathering of the younger generation of prodigies was not a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Instead, it was a competition. However, if one person jumped out of their scope of comparison, then this so-called competition would become nonsense. That was why the current scene was happening. Ren Qingsong, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, Zhao Yuanwu, these prodigies of the younger generation who had made a name for themselves in the national #1 martial arts competition could not even bring themselves to compare themselves to Wang Ting. Other than them, the rest were martial arts experts hidden within the military. They were all stuck at the critical point of 25 years old. Although they were considered part of the younger generation, in reality, they were already 1 generation older than Wang Ting and the rest. These people were probably prodigies of the previous batches. After entering the military, they were specially groomed. That was why they could reach the potential warlord level in their 20s and even the lower warlord level. Their cultivation seemed to be on par with Wang Ting. However, in reality, they were 5 years older than Wang Ting. With Wang Ting's current upward trend, he could leave these people in the dust in 1 year, let alone 5 years. Hence, when they heard that the marshal had appointed Wang Ting as the leader of this exchange, they did not say anything despite their dissatisfaction. Tan Taishan saw that the atmosphere was a little gloomy and immediately knew the reason. She could not help but look at Wang Ting. She felt helpless. However, she had a lazy personality and didn't like to get involved in this kind of thing, so she didn't say anything. A female military officer who looked to be in her early 30s smiled and said, "Major General Wang, let me introduce you to the geniuses from the various academies. These are Yan Bo, Chu Fei, Zhu Yunxiao, and Mu Zhigua." The female officer pointed at the 4 and introduced them one by one. When he mentioned the man named Mu Zhigua, Wang Ting glanced at him again. Lower-level warlord level, Wang Ting was also quite surprised that there was a low-level warlord in the team this time. Mu Zhigua seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Wang Ting's gaze. This man was a man of few words. His appearance was ordinary, and his aura was restrained. He looked so ordinary that he couldn't be any more ordinary. No. One would think that he was stronger than the other three. Then, the female officer introduced Ren Qingsong and the others, giving both sides a rough understanding of each other. Zhu Yunxiao smiled at Ji Xiaoming and said, "I'm also from the First Academy and we're schoolmates. It's fate that we meet here." "Senior Zhu." Ji Xiaoming was a little surprised. He then nodded at her. "Junior Ji, you're very talented. You're qualified to participate in the international exchange before you even graduated. You're much stronger than us," Zhu Yunxiao praised. Ji Xiaoming was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He glanced at Wang Ting and said, "Senior Zhu, you're too kind. You're the main force in this exchange." Zhu Yunxiao was slightly stunned. She immediately reacted and smiled awkwardly. "Let's work hard together." On the other side, Chu Fei and Yan Bo looked at each other and smiled. "Wang. Major General, you're our leader this time. If we encounter any strong enemies from other countries, we'll have to rely on you. I heard that many geniuses have appeared in other countries in recent years. They were looking for trouble." Ren Qingsong, Ji Xiaoming, and the others looked down and didn't say anything. They had already experienced how difficult it was to deal with Wang Ting. He wasn't someone easy to deal with. If these two wanted to find trouble with Wang Ting, they probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. Wang Ting glanced at the two of them. He knew that although they seemed to be flattering him, they were actually trying to embarrass him. He sneered in his heart but remained calm on the surface. He said, "Both of you have reached the quasi-warlord level. Why aren't you confident?" The two of them were instantly stunned by Wang Ting's question. They thought that he would agree to it. Who knew that he would turn the tables on them? It wasn't easy to answer this question. If they said that they weren't confident, it would seem that they were extremely incompetent. If they said that they were confident, they would have to ask Wang Ting to fight first. After all, he was the captain and had to be the last one to fight. Their plan was immediately foiled. Their eyes flickered as they thought about how to deal with it. Yan Bo coughed and quickly said, "We're just a little worried. After all, our opponents this time are geniuses from all over the world. We're afraid that we won't be able to defeat them and embarrass our country. However, if we really encounter them, we'll definitely do our best." "That's true. It's related to national affairs, so we won't dare to neglect it," Chu Fei agreed in a serious manner. "It's good that you two have such thoughts. Work hard at the exchange and win glory for the country. You won't let the country's nurturing go to waste. If you can't defeat them, I won't just stand by and watch," Wang Ting said with a smile. Of course. Of course." Chu Fei and Yan Bo could only nod in agreement. They couldn't say anything because of righteousness. Wang Ting didn't ask any more questions. He gave them a warning and didn't overdo it. It was considered that he didn't embarrass them. Seeing this, Tan Taishan silently mourned for Chu Fei and Yan Bo for a second. With their skills, they were still far from being able to defeat Wang Ting. Wang Ting had already shown them mercy by not embarrassing them. Zhu Yunxiao looked at the smiling Wang Ting and suddenly realized that if she thought that this guy was easy to bully, she would be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, she would be the one being warned. Mu Zhiguo was still silent. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care about these things. Chu Fei and Yan Bo were at a disadvantage because of Wang Ting. They realized that not only did their actions not trick Wang Ting, but they also helped him establish his authority as the leader. They were very depressed. The female officer came out to smooth things over again. At the same time, she was secretly surprised. This Major General Wang was young, but he wasn't so easy to fool. No wonder the marshal let him be the leader. Senior Mu should be from Capital Military Academy, right? At this moment, Luo Qing, who had been silent all this time, looked at Mu Zhiguo with a burning gaze and asked. "Ah, yes." Mu Zhiguo was stunned for a moment. When he realized that he was being asked, he nodded woodenly. "It's really you." Luo Qing seemed to have confirmed something. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. He said, I heard about Senior Mu's deeds from the dean and the others in school. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Mu Jigua's eyes as if he was reminiscing. He then said, how are the dean and the others? The conversation between Luoqing and Mu Jigua attracted everyone's attention. There seemed to be a story behind Mu Jigua. Everyone was curious. The deans are all good, but they often mention you, Senior Mu. Luoqing saw that Mu Jigua seemed to be emotional and quickly said. I was too stubborn back then and let them down, Mu Jigua said after a moment of silence. Actually, they don't blame you. If they were in your shoes, they might have chosen to do what you did. Luoqing comforted him. Forget it, it's been so many years. Let's not talk about it. Mu Jigua shook his head and returned to his silent self. Luoqing opened his mouth, but seeing that Mu Jigua was unwilling to talk about it, he sighed in his heart and did not say anything else. Everyone heard half of it, but the two of them stopped talking, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Even Zhu Yunxiao, Yan Bo, and the others who had been with Mu Jigua for 2 to 3 years did not know about his past. Wang Ting smiled and said, Senior Mu's cultivation is the highest among us. When the time comes, we'll need your help. You are stronger than me. Mu Jigua looked at him and said. Yan Bo, Chu Fei, and the others knew how strong Mu Jigua was. When they heard him say that, they could not help but be shocked. They had heard of the rumors about Wang Ting, but they had not seen it with their own eyes, so they felt that it was exaggerated. Now that they heard Mu Jigua's words, it seemed that Wang Ting was really strong. Boom. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, the fighter jet suddenly trembled slightly, and at the same time, a loud sound came from outside. What's going on? Everyone frowned and asked. The female officer beside them was wearing an earpiece and seemed to have received a report. She said, it's nothing. We encountered a star beast, but it's been taken care of. Everyone was not worried. They were not weak. Even if the fighter jet was destroyed, they could still protect themselves. It was just that they had been shot down by a star beast on their way to Northern Europe. If word got out, they would be laughed at by other countries. Where are we? Dan Taixian asked at this moment. We have entered the territory of the Ursa Major country and are now in the southeastern part of the plains of Pozilia. The female officer checked and said. Tan Taixian's eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, tell them to be careful. The ecology of this area is perfect. It is now a paradise for star beasts. There are many of them. Understood. The female officer nodded and walked out of the lounge. Everyone, take a break. I'll call you when we arrive, Tan Taixian said. After being interrupted by the sudden attack of the star beast, everyone stopped chatting and closed their eyes to rest. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the sofa in the lounge. While cultivating, he released his spiritual force to perceive the outside world. After coming to this world, this was the first time he had traveled so far. He was unfamiliar with everything in the outside world, so it was inevitable that he was curious. Tan Taixian was right. The plane that the fighter was flying over was extremely lush and full of life. The aura of star beasts could be felt everywhere. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had discovered something. Wood force *30, metal force *80, blank attribute *15, wood force *55, blank attribute *80. It turned out that there were many attribute bubbles of various sizes floating in this plane. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He did not expect to get such a good deal. His luck had been so good recently, Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He quickly scanned with his spiritual force and picked up these attribute bubbles. The fighter was very fast. Wang Ting's spiritual force could only scan through it, but he still picked up a large number of attribute bubbles. What a great harvest! All of his origin powers had increased, and even his blank origin powers had increased by several thousand points. This was a huge gain. Tan Taixian felt Wang Ting's spiritual force and opened his eyes to look at him. He saw a smile on his face, as if he had encountered something extremely happy. He was puzzled. What was this kid so happy about? She did not know that in just a short while, Wang Ting's strength had increased slightly. Eh? Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed in his heart. Topwood talent *5, a top talent had appeared. Wang Ting was surprised and delighted. This harvest was beyond his expectations. There was actually a star beast with topwood talent in this plane. He knew very well that these attribute bubbles must have been dropped by the countless star beasts on the plane. Therefore, there must be a star beast with top-notch wood-type talent in this place. Wang Ting silently memorized the location where he had picked up the top talent. He planned to come back and take a look if he had the chance in the future. Along the way, Wang Ting's spiritual force did not only pick up attribute bubbles, but he also discovered the auras of many powerful star beasts. After only half an hour, he sensed about 20 to 30 Lord-level star beasts. Some of their auras were even vaguely comparable to the three marshals. They were exceptionally terrifying. Wang Ting's expression became more solemn. He felt that the outside world was too dangerous. However, he did not know that when his Emperor stage spiritual force swept past, the star beasts below thought that a powerful flying star beast had flown past. Therefore, they were abnormally cautious and did not attack when they saw that he was just passing by. As a result, the rest of their journey was extremely smooth. It was so smooth that the pilot of the fighter jet found it unbelievable. At a certain moment, the fighter jet suddenly shook slightly. Everyone could not help but open their eyes from their rest. The female officer walked in and said, "We're here. We're finally here." Everyone on the fighter jet was a little tense. They could not help but sigh in relief when they heard that they had arrived at their destination. "Let's go. The local military has sent someone to pick us up." Xianxia stood up and glanced at everyone. He suddenly paused and said to Wang Ting, "Go put on your military uniform." Wang Ting looked at himself and then at everyone else. He realized that everyone was wearing formal wear and he was the only one who was dressed casually. He pursed his lips and walked helplessly into the bathroom to quickly change into his military uniform. Fortunately, he had kept the Major General uniform in his interspatial ring. Otherwise, he would not be able to wear it now. After some time, Wang Ting walked out of the washroom. He had already changed into a dark green Major General uniform. He looked valiant and had an extraordinary aura. When he walked, he exuded an outstanding aura. Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly. He nodded in satisfaction and led the way out of the fighter jet. "Major General Wang, you look so cool in that uniform." Xianxia walked behind him and giggled. Wang Ting glanced at her. "Of course." Xianxia was stunned. If it were anyone else, they would be modest. However, Wang Ting acted as if it was only natural. "This person is quite shameless, he too eh?" Shameless, Xianxia refreshed her understanding of Wang Ting once again. Yan Bo, Ji Xiaoming, and the others pretended not to hear. They did not comment on Wang Ting's shamelessness, but they despised him in their hearts. The cabin door slowly opened. A group of people was waiting below. As Xianxia and Wang Ting walked out of the fighter jet, a group of people came up to them. Among them, a bearded Caucasian man with deep facial features said, "Welcome." He was speaking in Xiaoxia's language. "Perik, I didn't expect you to be here to pick us up," Xianxia said when he saw the person. "Xianxia, long time no see." The bearded Caucasian man called Perik obviously knew Xianxia. He smiled and greeted her. Although he was speaking in Xiaoxia's language, his pronunciation was a little strange. It was not fluent and sounded a little tongue-tied. Wang Ting and the others did not find it strange. That was basically how foreigners spoke. They spoke in a foreign language. To foreigners, it was probably the same. Perik arranged for everyone to sit in a few cars. Xianxia, Wang Ting, and Perik sat in the front. The others sat in the other cars. Then, the group went straight to the sacred mountain. Their trip this time was considered a diplomatic mission. The process was more complicated than Wang Ting imagined. Fortunately, he did not have to worry about it. Other than him and Xianxia, the female officer also followed them. She was responsible for wrangling with Perik. After a long time, Wang Ting and the others finally arrived at the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was a snowy mountain with a long history and rich mythology. Since ancient times, the local people had given it countless legends and myths. It was worshipped by the world, making it even more sacred. Especially with the advent of the martial arts era, myths and legends seemed to be revitalized. The sacred mountain status was elevated to the top. After getting out of the car, a simple brownstone staircase appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, we've arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain. We can only walk up the mountain now, Perrick said apologetically. No one had any doubts about Perrick's words. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Norse sacred mountain was the religion of the Norse natives. It was worshipped by many and even had a very high reputation around the world. It was necessary to show respect. Moreover, they were all martial artists. No matter how tall the sacred mountain was, it wouldn't pose a problem for them. Everyone walked up the brownstone steps. They were simple and unadorned, exuding a sense of vicissitudes. Perrick led the way in front. He walked on the stone steps as if they were flat ground. He talked to Tan Taixian calmly. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Ting and asked with a smile, Major General Wang Ting, you shouldn't be more than 20 years old, right? Actually, I'm 25 years old. It's just that I'm growing too slowly, so I'm a little young. Wang Ting spouted nonsense with a straight face. Perrick, if he hadn't seen Wang Ting's information, he would have believed him. This prodigy of Xianxia in front of him didn't seem to be a big deal. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes at Wang Ting discreetly. This fellow was so embarrassing that he had to travel overseas. Ren Xingcong, Ji Xiaoming, Yan Bo, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others were completely speechless at Wang Ting. This sudden action almost broke their backs. Perrick, who secretly labeled Wang Ting in his heart, laughed and said, Major General Wang is really humorous. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Ting laughed. Perrick's mouth twitched a few times when he saw Wang Ting's carefree attitude. This kid was indeed fooling around with him. Your Excellency, please introduce us to the legends of the sacred mountain. I'm very curious about them. Wang Ting didn't care and changed the topic. Perrick's eyes flashed and he immediately reacted. He originally wanted to inquire about some information, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was unknowingly led astray by Wang Ting. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He smiled politely and said, all right, then let me introduce to you. The origin of the Holy Mountain myth started more than 1,000 years ago. At first, it was just a folk legend, but after a long period of oral transmission, it gradually formed a basic scale. Later, poets, writers, and so on recorded it in poems, plays, history, philosophy, and other works, and compiled them into books, gradually forming the myth system today. Ji Xiaoming and the others didn't know much about the legends of the Holy Mountain. As they listened to Perrick's explanation, they gradually became engrossed. Myths were actually the embodiment of people's beautiful wishes. Of course, it was also possible that people imagined things that did not exist in reality because of what they saw and felt. Wang Ting had a feeling in his heart. Could it be that the primitive gods, titans, serpents, and so on in the Holy Mountain myth system were once gigantic star beasts or star races that set foot on Earth and left behind traces of their footprints? Their ancestors saw them and passed them down orally, gradually becoming legends. What Wang Ting didn't know was that in recent years, this theory had been mentioned by many people, and many people agreed with it. Everyone climbed all the way up, and it didn't take long for them to reach the middle of the mountain. They hadn't reached the top yet. When they reached the last step at the middle of the mountain, it was as if they had stepped into another world. The middle of the mountain before them was extremely wide, forming a unique western town. There were many cultural buildings from different eras gathered here. If one were to study history, they would discover that these buildings spanned at least 1,000 years of styles. Amphitheaters, arenas, clock towers, colonnades, residences, and other unique Western architectural forms were slowly unfolding in front of everyone like a scroll painting. No one thought that there would be such a peculiar existence at the middle of the mountain, and all of them were amazed. Wang Ting seemed to have discovered something and looked at the ground. Others couldn't see anything, but his gaze seemed to penetrate the stone slabs under his feet and saw the runes hidden underground. I see. Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile. This town was hidden by the runes array. What ordinary people saw might not be the same as what they were seeing now. Wang Ting sensed it carefully. He noticed a faint space ripple around him. This array was actually related to the space domain. Wang Ting was amazed. He looked around and suddenly understood. No wonder there was such a huge space at the middle of the mountain. This place had been space expanded. Everyone, we've arrived. Your accommodations have been arranged. You'll stay here tonight. Perik didn't know that Wang Ting had already seen through most of the details of this town. He was still proud and smiled as he led the way in front. As everyone stepped into this western town, they could feel the bustling atmosphere. People were coming and going on the streets, and it was very lively. This was Wang Ting's first time experiencing the customs of a foreign country. He looked around curiously and saw many interesting things. The shouts of all kinds of vendors could be heard. Some were selling fruits, some were selling small gifts, and the rich aroma of local delicacies drifted in the air. There were all kinds of things, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Don't you think it's strange? Perik saw his expression and couldn't help but laugh. It's quite interesting. Wang Ting didn't deny it and nodded. During the exchange, you can walk around. The night here is even more beautiful. Perik smiled and said, if you're lucky, you guys might have a beautiful encounter. Oh. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He hugged Perik's shoulders enthusiastically and said in a sly tone, Brother Perik, tell me quickly. There must be a suitable place for us to meet here. Can you give me some pointers? Perik was a little confused by Wang Ting's sudden action. Since when was he so familiar with this kid, but he didn't expect this kid to be a kindred spirit. Perik's body stiffened for a moment, then he relaxed. He looked around and whispered with a smile, you can go to the Salaka district. It's a famous shopping district with lively old streets. There are boutiques, souvenir shops, specialty shops, stalls, restaurants, cafes, pubs, theaters, museums. Beautiful girls always like to go to these places. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he listened. He nodded and accepted the elder's words with humility. Yan Bo, Zhao Yuanwu, and the others couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to hear something. Even men like Ji Xiaoming and Mu Zhiguo were attracted to her. They seemed to be itching for action. The girls couldn't help but roll their eyes. They despised these stinky men who were obsessed with beauty in their hearts. That's enough, you two. Tan Xian was speechless. These two bastards were talking about this kind of thing as if no one was around. Did they think they didn't exist? Wang Ting and Perik coughed awkwardly. They separated from each other tacitly and exchanged glances. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of their lips. Brother, let's go tonight. Brother, what do you like? Just tell me. Perik brought them to an official hotel with local characteristics and arranged for them to stay. Each person had a room. It was luxurious and comfortable. The hotel was built on the edge of a cliff. When the curtains were pulled open, one could see the blue ocean in the distance. It was a beautiful view. They had dinner in the hotel. Before they left, Tan Xian said, you can go out tonight, but don't cause trouble for me. She looked directly at Wang Ting when she said this. Why are you looking at me? I'm an honest man. I don't cause trouble, Wang Ting said grumpily. Geniuses from all over the world are gathered here. It'll be a little chaotic these days. Even if you go out, you have to keep in touch. Tan Xian didn't comment. She reminded them and left alone. Wang Ting, what did Perik say to you? Zhao Yuanwu couldn't help but ask after Tan Xian walked away. You want to know? Wang Ting glanced at him and said, go ask him yourself. He ignored him and walked away. He didn't care about the guy who was gritting his teeth behind him. He was so angry that his face turned green. This guy, he's keeping everything to himself. He didn't share the benefits with everyone. Zhao Yuanwu said angrily. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. How could he say something like that? Even if he was keeping everything to himself, he was the one who asked. You were too embarrassed to ask, and now you're blaming him. Although they also wanted to know, they couldn't say it out loud. Everyone shook their heads and left. Zhao Yuanwu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was so angry that his liver hurt. He was lucky enough to be selected for this exchange. He was thinking about how his strength had improved recently, so he had to perform well at the exchange. He wanted to defeat all the geniuses from all over the world and make a name for himself. However, when he found out that Wang Ting was also here and had become their leader, he immediately fell silent. He really didn't dare to go head-to-head with Wang Ting. Night fell, and the stars twinkled in the sky. The town was already brightly lit. It was still lively, but it was a little different from the day. The atmosphere at night seemed to be better. Wang Ting strolled along the street. He had a few skewers of barbecued meat in his right hand and a roll in his left. He ate happily, his eyes wandering around. Perik didn't lie to him. There were beautiful girls everywhere. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tall figures, and curves. Tsk 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 tsk, Wang Ting swallowed his saliva. The food in his hand was too fragrant. He couldn't help himself. He had to admit that the food here was very unique. Different cooking methods naturally led to different tastes. For a foodie, tasting all the delicacies was naturally a routine. Moreover, as a spirit chef, this could be considered as looking for ingredients. Spirit chef *80, spirit chef *100, many of the peddlers on the street were spirit chefs. Wang Ting picked up a lot of attribute bubbles. Wang Ting felt that encountering beautiful girls was secondary to him coming out tonight. His main goal was to experience the atmosphere of a foreign land. Otherwise, he would have gone abroad for nothing. He walked and walked until he arrived in front of a museum. This museum was extremely large. It seemed a little gloomy in the darkness of the night. However, there were still some people going in and out. This place was open even at night. Wang Ting's heart stirred. He took a bite of the barbecued meat in his hand and drank a mouthful of his drink. His other hand had already changed to a drink. Obviously, he had finished eating the roll. Then, he walked in. He was very curious. What kind of things would be displayed in this museum? Could it be some mythical or legendary item? Wang Ting laughed at himself. The interior of the museum was very large. Wang Ting walked all the way, admiring the antiques in the display cabinets as he walked inside. Most of the things outside were oil paintings, ancient works of art, and the like. Although they were strange, they couldn't attract his attention. Looking at them could be considered as experience. As he walked further in, Wang Ting realized that there were fewer and fewer things he could see. Some items would only appear after a long distance. However, the later collections aroused Wang Ting's interest. At this time, he stopped in front of an ancient sword and had been looking at it for 3 minutes. As for why he looked at it for so long, it was naturally not because it was beautiful. Slaughtering intent *50, slaughtering intent *95, slaughtering intent *70. Just as Wang Ting was immersed in his own harvest, a beautiful voice came from behind him. This sword is said to be left behind by an extremely cruel monarch. It's covered in blood and is filled with ominous aura. Ordinary people would feel uncomfortable if they approached it and would quickly leave. However, I've seen you looking at it for 3 minutes. Why do you keep staring at it? Wang Ting only heard the voice and could guess that the owner was definitely a beautiful woman. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to that at this time. Instead, he was shocked and turned his head to look. He did not notice anyone approaching him. He saw a girl with a black veil on her face standing a little to the left behind him. It was only about 3 or 4 steps away from him. It was as if she had blended into the air. If she did not make a sound, no one would have noticed her existence. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he grinned and asked, "How long have you been looking at me?" 5 minutes. The girl had long blonde hair. Her blue eyes had a deep black color. She looked at Wang Ting with her pure eyes and said softly, "You've been looking at me for so long. Do you see anything? Am I handsome?" Wang Ting asked with a smile. He was like a bad uncle who seduced a girl. The girl thought seriously and said, "You're very special. From my point of view, you're handsome." "Kind of." Wang Ting's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had heard such an answer from someone. Should he thank her for her approval? "You still haven't told me why you keep staring at this sword," the girl asked in an ethereal voice. "Because I think it's beautiful." Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. How is it beautiful?" The girl walked forward and stood side by side with Wang Ting. She looked at the decaying sword in the display cabinet and frowned. I think it's ugly. Sometimes, beauty and ugliness don't necessarily lie in appearance. It depends on whether it's beneficial to the judge. This sword is a pleasant surprise for me, Wang Ting said meaningfully. The girl looked at Wang Ting, nodded, and said, My name is Ale. Hello, Wang Ting. Wang Ting reached out his hand. The young lady looked at Wang Ting's palm. Then, she seemed to have understood what was going on. She extended her fair palm and held Wang Ting's hand. The two of them could be considered acquaintances. Wang Ting let go of her hand and took one last look at the sword. After confirming that it had reached its limit and would not drop any more attribute bubbles, he turned around and walked into the depths of the museum. The girl named Ale followed behind him. It seemed like she had no intention of leaving. Wang Ting walked in the quiet corridor of the museum, his footsteps clacking loudly. The girl named Ale followed behind him with light footsteps. She didn't make any sound, just like a beautiful ghost. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. Why was this young lady following him? Was she curious about him? Wang Ting had no intention of chasing her away. It was mainly because he was also curious about the girl behind him. He had just used his spirit vision to look at her. This girl was an ordinary person. Ordinary person my ass. Wang Ting definitely did not believe this result. He felt that he must have seen wrongly. He used his spirit vision to look back and forth a few more times, but he still could not find anything. This was not martial arts. Could it be that he had been too careless when she appeared like a ghost just now? Wang Ting knew that this was absolutely impossible, so he wanted to find out what was going on. Even if he could not figure it out, going to the museum with a beautiful blonde girl was equivalent to having a free little sister to play with. Why not? Is Ale a local? Wang Ting turned around and asked as he walked. Yes. Ale's voice was still ethereal. She looked at him and said, You're from Xianxia. Are you here to participate in the global exchange? Yes, I just arrived today. Wang Ting did not hide anything. Geniuses from all over the world will gather at the sacred mountain. There will be a fierce battle, but, you're very strong. Ale looked at him seriously and said. You can tell? Wang Ting was surprised. I can't tell, but I can feel it. Ale pointed at her head and said. Ale shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Wang Ting asked again. The blonde girl smiled. Her eyes were like the starry sky, ethereal and deep. She did not say anything else. Wang Ting understood and did not ask any more questions. He strolled in the museum, looking for items that would drop attribute bubbles. The sword from before had given him a taste of the sweetness. It had over 800 slaughter sword intent attributes, and it had increased his slaughter intent by a lot. Slaughter intent, 4320/7000, 70%. Wang Ting's slaughter concept had already reached 70% through a long period of accumulation. When the sea beasts were rampaging, he had borrowed the killing intent of the East Sea martial practitioners to condense an almost ultimate killing intent, which was why he was able to contend against the will of the sea beasts. If he could increase his slaughter concept to 90%, he would be able to achieve the same effect as before with his slaughter concept alone. It was a pity that the ancient sword was only a relic, and the number of attribute bubbles it dropped was limited. After all, it had already experienced over 1,000 years and was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Wang Ting was very curious. Just how many people had the owner of this sword killed to be able to condense such a terrifying killing intent? Even today, the sword was still dropping the killing attribute. In the following time, Wang Ting did not see any other items that could drop attributes, which greatly disappointed him. Now, there was only one exhibition room left. It was located in the deepest part of the museum. Wang Ting already had the intention to leave. He felt that it was meaningless. Although the items here were bizarre, most of them were just ordinary items. For example, the ancient sword from before could be considered a semi-martial arts item. Because it was only an ordinary weapon, it could be preserved until now due to its special material. Moreover, it had killed too many people, which was why it had condensed killing intent. However, since he was already here, he did not mind going to this last room. Wang Ting walked in slowly. He swept his gaze across the room and suddenly paused. Attribute bubbles. He did not expect that in this last exhibition room, he would actually encounter an item that would drop an attribute bubble again. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a joke? He suddenly quickened his pace and walked forward. Ale was a little surprised. She did not know why he suddenly quickened his pace. As he walked closer, Wang Ting saw that the item that dropped was a crystal skull. He was very surprised. Several attribute bubbles scattered around the crystal skull, and another attribute bubble fell out of the crystal skull during this period of time. Pick it up. Wang Ting did not hesitate and immediately picked it up. Emperor Stage Spirit *3, Emperor Stage Spirit *1, Emperor Stage Comprehension *2, Emperor Stage Spirit *1. When he received the feedback from the attribute panel, he was completely shocked. The crystal skull's attribute bubble was actually spirit and comprehension, and it had even reached the Emperor realm. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this crystal skull was alive? Wang Ting looked at the crystal skull in front of him in a daze. His expression was uncertain, and he was a little dazed. Ale looked at him and explained, "It said that this crystal skull is a remnant of the ancient Mayan civilization. It's about the size of a human skull. A total of 13 of them were unearthed and scattered all over the world. Some are in private collections, some are displayed in museums, and some were even destroyed as ominous. However, that's just a rumor. Perhaps they didn't want others to know, so the lie was destroyed. Some people also think that the crystal skull is not from Earth star, but from another planet, Mayan civilization." Wang Ting could not help but mutter. Many scholars think that the Mayan civilization is a super ancient civilization. Archaeologists have found many interesting things in the Mayan temples, and there are traces of cultivation among them, Ale said slowly. Super ancient civilization. Wang Ting was shocked. The crystal skull in front of him could condense the spirit and comprehension attributes. Did this mean that the Mayan civilization did indeed have traces of cultivation? You seem to know a lot? Wang Ting said meaningfully. Ale did not comment. Has anyone obtained a cultivation method from the Mayan temples? Wang Ting did not dwell on it. His heart skipped a beat, and he continued to ask. No, the various countries are still in the exploration stage. Some people say that there's another space in the Mayan temples. That's the true location of the Mayan civilization, but we haven't found it yet, Ale said. Why does this sound a little ridiculous? Wang Ting shook his head. According to this speculation, there might be some unknown ancient civilization like Atlantis, the ancient Egyptian pyramids, and so on. They might all be the seeds left behind by the martial arts civilization. Wang Ting stared at the crystal skull in front of him. After a while, another attribute bubble appeared. Emperor Stage Spirit *1, Emperor Stage Comprehension *2, Emperor Stage Spirit *2, Emperor Stage Spirit *1. After he picked it up, he left the museum as if nothing had happened and said goodbye to Ale. Where are you staying? Do you want me to send you back? It's not safe for a girl to be alone at night, Wang Ting asked. No need. Ale stopped a certain someone who wanted to send her off enthusiastically. She floated away and disappeared into the night lights of the small town. Wang Ting shook his head. When he walked to a dark alley with no one, his body hid in the darkness and completely disappeared. The next moment, a few black figures appeared at the corner of the street. We lost him. This young man is not simple. He's a martial artist from Xianxia. Let's go to the hotel where Xia's people are staying. Okay, let's go. After the black shadows left, Wang Ting's figure appeared again. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was deep in thought. It seemed that Ale's identity was not simple. He shook his head and did not think too much about it. His figure disappeared into the darkness again. Wang Ting returned to the museum, but this time, he snuck in secretly and appeared in front of the crystal skull again. This crystal skull was much more mysterious than the ancient sword from before. Moreover, it could directly drop Emperor Stage Spirit and Comprehension. Wang Ting decided to sleep here tonight. He would not rest until he got rid of this crystal skull. Emperor Stage Comprehension *2, Emperor Stage Spirit *3, Emperor Stage Spirit *1, attribute bubbles appeared one after another. Although he needed to wait, Wang Ting was extremely patient. His body merged into the darkness, and he sat cross-legged in a corner. He closed his eyes to rest while picking up the attribute bubbles. Soon, it was 10 o'clock at night, and the museum was about to close. The museum's security guards came in for a routine inspection. They were all martial artists, but in front of Wang Ting, a general-level martial artist, they naturally could not find anything. After the security guards left, Wang Ting thought for a moment and followed them. While a security guard was in the toilet, he knocked him out, transformed into his appearance, and swaggered into the surveillance room. "You've been gone for so long. We thought you fell into the toilet." The security guard in the surveillance room laughed. Wang Ting had a strange smile on his face. He did not say a word, and his eyes flickered with a strange light as he swept his gaze across these people's eyes. Bewitching, the security personnel in the monitoring room suddenly showed a trace of confusion in their eyes. "You didn't find anything tonight," Wang Ting said indifferently and turned to leave the surveillance room. "Yes." The security guards in the surveillance room replied in unison. Then, Wang Ting went all the way back to the window where the crystal skull was placed. He used his dark force to cover the surveillance camera. Then, he probed the keyhole with his psychic power and opened it. Such a high-end and simple theft method, perhaps only a divine spirit master like him could do it. However, if the other divine psychic sorcerers found out that he had used his psychic powers to steal, he wondered if they would pick up a 40-meter-long sword and chase him down 10 streets. Wang Ting laughed at himself and looked at the crystal skull in front of him. His eyes flashed, but he didn't touch it with his hand. Instead, he lifted it with his spiritual force. The crystal skull floated in front of him, and its hollow eyes met Wang Ting's. For some reason, when Wang Ting stared into the crystal skull's empty eye sockets, he felt as if he was looking at a real person. He couldn't help but frown. What a strange feeling. Wang Ting took a deep breath and sneered, "I'd like to see what secrets you have." The next moment, his mental power suddenly seeped into the crystal skull. Boom, Wang Ting's mind trembled. After that, his eyes lit up as a starry sky appeared before him. It was dark and gloomy, dotted with stars, and a mysterious feeling gushed out. "This is..." Wang Ting was shocked, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He carefully looked at the starry sky pattern in front of him, and the disbelief in his eyes grew stronger. "It looks like a star map." The stars in front of him were outlined, forming paths of light. They were complicated but clear. Wang Ting fell silent. He felt that he seemed to have discovered something incredible. This was actually a star map. Was it real? No. Wang Ting soon found something wrong. After pondering for a moment, he muttered to himself, "This seems to be only a part of it. This star map is incomplete." He suddenly remembered what Ale said. There were 13 crystal skulls. Did this mean that the complete star map could only be reconstructed by collecting all 13 skulls? The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more he felt that this was the answer. There was a huge secret hidden in the crystal skull. His eyes were full of interest, and he wanted to explore further. However, he soon felt troubled. He could not take this crystal skull away. If he stole it tonight, this town would definitely be turned upside down the next day. At that time, if powerhouses were to make a move, the chances of him hiding the crystal skull without being discovered were almost zero. Especially since he had been here before, he would definitely be treated as a suspect. Wang Ting quickly rejected the idea of stealing the crystal skull tonight. This matter could not be rushed. He had to go back and plan carefully. Even if he really wanted to steal it, he had to wait until he left. This way, his freedom would be much higher. With his methods, he could leave whenever he wanted. He was not afraid of being stopped. Wang Ting made up his mind and did not stay any longer. He took a deep look at the incomplete star map in front of him, and his mental power receded like the tide. He had a premonition that when the complete star chart appeared, there might be something that he did not expect. In the outside world, Wang Ting opened his eyes and was suddenly stunned. "My mental power has increased by a little." Comprehension, 135-3000, Emperor Stage, Spirit, 158-3000, Emperor Stage, Before his mental power seeped into the crystal skull, his mental power and comprehension were 134 points and 157 points respectively. In other words, when he was in there for a while, both of his attributes had increased by 1 point. Wang Ting widened his eyes and looked at the crystal skull in his hand. He could not help but take a deep breath. He regretted it a little and wanted to snatch the crystal skull immediately. Damn it, it could increase his mental power and comprehension, it was simply heaven-defying. If he could frequently nourish it with his mental power and comprehension would definitely increase very quickly. After his mental power and comprehension reached the emperor stage, even if he relied on picking up attributes, they would not increase quickly. After all, there were too few people who had reached this level. He did not have that many attributes to pick up. Wang Ting took a deep breath and slowly calmed his restless mind. In the end, his rationality defeated his greed. He put the crystal skull back in its original position and quietly retreated. Before leaving, Wang Ting looked at the crystal skull reluctantly. He would come back again. It was already early in the morning when he returned to the hotel. He had stayed in the museum for the night and picked up many mental and comprehension attributes. In the hotel room, a figure sat cross-legged on the bed. It was Wang Ting. He suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "You're back." Another Wang Ting jumped in from outside the window and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The Wang Ting on the bed nodded and turned into a wisp of black smoke that entered Wang Ting's body. He was only a clone. Wang Ting did not have any scruples and was not afraid of being investigated because he was already prepared. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Tantai Xian said from outside, "Get up and eat. Everyone's waiting for you." Wang Ting rubbed his face and opened the door. "Let's go." Such big dark circles. "Where did you fool around last night?" Tantai Xian asked suspiciously when he saw Yangming's appearance. When Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others heard Tantai Xian's words, they could not help but look at Wang Ting's eyes with strange expressions. Wang Ting yawned and said, "Oh, I met a beautiful blonde girl last night. I toured the town with her and couldn't sleep at night." "Keep lying." Tantai Xian rolled his eyes. He did not believe him at all. Breakfast had already been prepared at the hotel. Everyone headed to the restaurant, where they were served delicacies. The service was very good. "Why don't I see people from other countries?" Wang Ting looked around and asked. "They are in other hotels. Every country has their own hotel. Our hotel only serves people from Xianxia," Tantai Xian said without looking up as he ate. "Are there many people?" Wang Ting nodded and asked. "Countries from all over the world. Those who are ambitious and want to show off their skills won't miss this opportunity. What do you think?" Tantai Xian asked as he glanced at him. "Looks like this exchange is going to be fun," Wang Ting said with a smile. "Fun?" Everyone looked at Wang Ting and was speechless. This guy is really daring. He's treating such an important event as a game. "Wang Ting, don't be careless. No one knows what trump cards each country has." Ji Xiaoming frowned and hesitated. Before Wang Ting could say anything, a voice came from the side. "Hey, some people think that they can be arrogant just because they are ahead of everyone. Why do you care about them?" The atmosphere at the table froze. Everyone's eyes wandered between Ren Xingsong and Wang Ting. "Heh." Wang Ting turned to look at Ren Xingsong and smiled. He shook his head and didn't say anything. When he said fun, he didn't really treat this exchange as a game. He just thought that it would be fun to spar with the geniuses from all over the world. However, he didn't expect someone to make such a big deal out of it. If Ji Xiaoming was just reminding him out of kindness, then Ren Xingsong was just looking for trouble. He just wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass him. However, Wang Ting didn't want to argue with him. He just focused on eating and didn't even care about Ren Xingsong. The veins on Ren Xingsong's forehead twitched. His eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything in the end. After everyone finished eating, Perik arrived. "Everyone, did you rest well last night?" he asked with a smile. "Not bad," Tantai Xian said politely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Perik said, "It's about time. Everyone, please follow me." Then, under Peric's lead, the group headed towards a certain direction in the town. "Where are we going?" Wang Ting asked curiously. Tantai Xian rolled his eyes at him. "Just keep up. What's with all this nonsense? How did you play last night?" Peric suddenly came over and grinned, his face full of lecherous intentions. "It's barely passable." Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and said calmly. "Are you sure?" Peric was slightly stunned. This brat was acting cool in front of him. "Of course. The ladies here are too rough. Their pores are too big, and their bones are too big. They're not soft enough." Wang Ting randomly found a few flaws, which stunned Peric. Everyone's expression was strange. In the morning, Wang Ting said that he met a blonde beauty by chance last night. Now, in front of Peric, he was constantly belittling the beauties here. This guy was really talking nonsense. Peric tried to reason with Wang Ting, but unfortunately, he was no match for the wily old fox Wang Ting. In the end, even he himself doubted whether Western beauties were really inferior to Eastern beauties. Wang Ting laughed secretly. He wasn't responsible for the confusion he had caused Peric. Let him be troubled by it himself. Soon, everyone arrived at their destination. They were now in the deepest part of the town. The people around them were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, there were only a few people left. Wang Ting focused his gaze. From afar, he saw huge statues of gods supported by the mountain walls. They were tall and majestic, as if they were overlooking the masses below. These statues were of different shapes. There were both men and women. Most of the male gods were shirtless, revealing their muscular bodies. They held weapons in their hands. Their physiques were perfect, showing what was known as the golden ratio. Most of the female gods wore light veils. Their postures were graceful, and they held bottles and other objects in their hands. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were extremely kind to the world. In the middle of these statues, a winding stone staircase appeared in front of everyone. At this time, many people had already gathered under the statues. They were discussing something in low voices. When Wang Ting and the others arrived, the voices suddenly disappeared. All eyes were on them. Xiaxia's people. Many people looked solemn as they sized up Wang Ting and the others. Xiaxia had always been a superpower in the world. In terms of martial artists, they were also at the top. They had always been contenders for the top 5. Tantai Xian led everyone closer. They found an empty corner and stood still. They didn't go up to greet the people from the other countries. While the others were sizing them up, Wang Ting and the others were also sizing them up. Wang Ting's gaze swept across them. He had already activated his spirit vision and saw the cultivation levels of these genius martial artists. Without exception, the strongest genius martial artists from these countries were at least inferior warlords. There weren't many of them. At most, there was one in each country. The rest were basically all quasi-warlords. Wang Ting deactivated his spirit vision. His eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, each country was hiding something. Reaching inferior warlords in their 20s was already considered a genius among geniuses. However, it wasn't strange. There were more than 10 billion people in the world. It wasn't hard to understand that there were a few monstrous geniuses. However, Wang Ting was the only one below the age of 20 who had reached quasi-warlords. Moreover, his combat strength wasn't limited to quasi-warlords. It could be said that he was the only one in the world. The others couldn't see Wang Ting's cultivation level, but Ji Xiaoming and the others couldn't hide their cultivation level from them. When they saw the younger faces of Xia and the others, the foreign geniuses couldn't help but look down on them. Especially Ji Xiaoming and the others, who obviously hadn't reached quasi-warlords yet. This kind of strength wasn't enough for the upcoming exchange. On the other hand, Mu Zhigua, Chu Fei, and the others attracted the attention of the other countries' geniuses. They obviously thought that they were the main force of Xiaxia's team. After Wang Ting and the others arrived, the martial artists from the other countries also arrived one after another. They're martial artists from Inca. Zhu Yunxiao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Ting heard and couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw a group of people in red robes walking over. There was a red dot between their eyebrows. Their expressions were calm and solemn. Wang Ting sized up this group of people. His eyes were filled with surprise. "They're Inca monks." Tan Xian's voice rang in his ears. "Monks?" Wang Ting was slightly taken aback. "That's not strange. In Inca, monks have a very high status. Moreover, they have a secret technique that has been passed down since ancient times. They have an innate advantage," Zhu Yunxiao explained. "That's possible?" Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. After that, the countries that arrived included the Nordic countries, the African Alliance, Ursa Major, Bald Eagle, Kangaroo Country, Japan, and so on. Almost all the top countries in the world had arrived. In an instant, the empty space in front of them became very lively. The noise was endless. In the open space below the stone steps, geniuses from all over the world with different skin colors and unique features were gathered here. They were at each other's throats, swords were drawn. Wang Ting stood beside Tan Xian calmly and chatted casually with Perik. After being fooled by him, the bearded man thought that Miss Xia might really be more beautiful, so he kept asking Wang Ting about her. Wang Ting was speechless. He felt like he had brought himself into a trap. He really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to brag about the beauties of Xia country? No, he couldn't let this old man ruin Miss Xia. "Is Miss Xia as beautiful as Tan Xian?" Perik asked Wang Ting telepathically. He didn't dare to ask in front of Tan Xian. Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. This old man actually dared to have designs on Tan Xian. He asked telepathically, You're interested in Tan Xian?" No, I wouldn't dare to be interested in her." Perik shook his head repeatedly and denied it with a frightened expression. Wang Ting's expression became more and more strange. What exactly had this guy experienced? Why was he so scared? Tan Xian saw this scene from the side and couldn't help but frown slightly. She looked at the two suspiciously, feeling that someone was talking about her. Wang Ting and Perik immediately fell silent. Even though they were just telepathically talking, they couldn't help but stop. They looked down until Tan Xian turned around and let out a sigh of relief. "Perik, I treat you as a friend." Wang Ting didn't telepathically talk this time. He put his arm around Perik's shoulder and said earnestly, "I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate." "Since you treat me as a friend, just say it," Perik said straightforwardly. "Actually, you don't know. There's a country where women are better than Miss Xia," Wang Ting said. "Oh? Where?" Perik's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. "It's a small country called Siam." After Wang Ting finished speaking, he observed Perik's expression. Seeing that he wasn't very clear about the situation, he immediately felt relieved. This world was somewhat different from his previous one. Due to the existence of star beasts, the isolation between countries was much more severe than in his previous life. Although there were still exchanges between big countries, it was not as convenient as in his previous life. If the big countries were like this, then the communication between the small countries would naturally be even worse. Perik might have heard of Siam, but he might not know the situation there. "Is the woman over there prettier?" Perik asked. "You can say that they have a very unique kind of beauty there. They have their own stories behind them. When you spend a good night with them, you will definitely be pleasantly surprised the next day," Wang Ting said with a mysterious expression. "Really? I like girls with stories the most." Perik was even more excited when he heard that. "Yes, you can go and take a look when you have time." Wang Ting nodded. Speaking of which, Siam was indeed a very magical place. He felt that he wasn't lying to Perik. As for whether he would like it or not, who knew? No one could guarantee it without trying. Perhaps he would fall in love with it. "Okay, if I have the chance, I will definitely go there." Perik made a decision and said solemnly. "Nice." Wang Ting felt that Siam should be grateful to him. After all, he had contributed to the growth of Siam's GDP. Tan Xian and the rest were confused when they heard that. They didn't know why Wang Ting wanted to introduce Siam to Perik. As they were chatting, a group of people walked over. Tan Xian. The leader was a Caucasian man with brown hair. He was tall and muscular and walked with a majestic gait. As he walked closer, his gaze swept across everyone. Yute. Tantai Xian's eyes flashed as he said lightly. Bald eagle. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Are these the martial artists you sent this time? They don't look very strong. Look at these young people, they are so young. The Caucasian man named Yute laughed. Tantai Xian's gaze swept across the young martial artists behind Yute and said calmly, whether they are strong or not, we will know after we fight them. You haven't changed at all. You have always been so arrogant. Yute seemed to be provoked by her appearance and said with an ugly expression. So what if I am? Tantai Xian said. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that Yute and Tantai Xian had a grudge against each other. Don't think that you are so great just because you defeated me. You also didn't win the championship at that time. In the end, you lost to our bald eagle martial artist. Yute said with a gloomy expression. If you ask him to come over now, do you believe that I will kill him with one slap? Tantai Xian suddenly exploded. Her defeat at that time was a disgrace to her, and this Yute still dared to bring it up. Wang Ting felt the anger and resentment emanating from Tantai Xian's body and quickly took a few steps back. Irritable women were really scary, Yute also couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at Tantai Xian in front of him, he seemed to recall something bad, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. If you want to fight him, go find him yourself. Yute snorted coldly and looked at Wang Ting and the others. He sneered and said, this is a battle between the new generation. I hope that your prodigies won't lose too badly. Tantai Xian ignored him, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. She turned to Wang Ting and the others and said, seeing how arrogant he is, don't you have anything to say? Everyone was speechless. It was obvious that she was unhappy with him, and now she had dragged them into it. However, the words of these bald eagle people were really unpleasant to hear. When the time came for them to enter the arena, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. When you enter the arena and meet these bald eagle idiots, beat them to death, do you hear me? Tantai Xian snorted coldly. Yes, sir. Wang Ting chuckled and replied loudly, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Ji Xiaoming and the others had long been unhappy with the other party, so they also responded one after another. Yute's face darkened. These people from Xiaxia didn't take them seriously at all. They even wanted to beat them to death. How could they be so shameless? The bald eagle martial artists behind him were furious, and they glared coldly at Wang Ting and the others. With just you guys? All of you are like little chicks. I can crush you to death with one hand, a handsome blonde man behind Yute said disdainfully. And these kids who haven't even reached the quasi-warlord stage. Are you guys here to play? Another tall, brown-haired man sneered. Foster, Quincy, don't say that. Don't be so harsh on kids. They are already quite strong. When the time comes, you guys should go easy on them. A curly-haired woman with a voluptuous figure and a charming face giggled. Especially these handsome guys. Don't break their handsome faces. As she said that, she winked at Wang Ting, Ji Xiaoming, and the others. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others' expressions didn't change. Prodigies like them had seen plenty of beauties in the country. How could they be seduced by a mere foreigner? Moreover, these people's words enraged Ji Xiaoming and the others. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? They were even treated like children. This was intolerable. Chu Fei, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others immediately placed their hands on Ji Xiaoming and the others' shoulders. They were really afraid that they would be impulsive and attack them on the spot. Miss, my face is very thick. It won't break. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Ji Xiaoming and the others, Zhu Yunxiao and the others, Tantai Xian, what the *CK do you mean by won't break? This B** starred, how could he still have the time to talk nonsense at a time like this? The curly-haired woman was instantly stunned. She clearly didn't expect Wang Ting to be so unconventional. If it were any other young man who was provoked like this, they would have already lost their temper. However, this young man in front of her was still smiling as if he wasn't angry at all. Miss, since I'm so handsome, why don't you ask me out? I don't mind if you're older, Wang Ting said again. Ma Sha, how despicable. At this moment, she finally believed that this young man's face was very thick. It was the kind that couldn't be broken. Tan Xian and the others were even more speechless. Did this guy have any integrity at all? Kid, take back what you just said, the golden-haired man, Fortis, suddenly narrowed his eyes and said coldly as he looked at Wang Ting. What if I don't? Wang Ting retracted the smile on his face and said indifferently. Then I'll let you know what regret is in the arena. Fortis' handsome face was cold as he said in a frosty voice. Scram. Wang Ting opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out and pierced the other party's eyes. At this moment, he was no longer smiling. Instead, he was like a terrifying beast that had just awoken from a deep slumber. His entire body exuded an intimidating aura as he said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are?" Fortis was shocked and his heart trembled. He couldn't help but take a step back. You. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you until your parents can't recognize you. Wang Ting's cold eyes swept over the other people from Bald Eagle. The same goes for you. The expressions of the people from Bald Eagle changed drastically. They all looked at this young man who had suddenly become violent, and they felt that it was inconceivable. Just a moment ago, he looked so despicable. How did he suddenly change into a different person? Was this guy crazy? However, this guy's aura, they were all afraid. What a big tone. Yute looked deeply at Wang Ting and snorted coldly. The younger generation of Xianxia is so tough. You're not convinced, Tan Xian said with a smile. The atmosphere on both sides suddenly froze. The warriors from other countries all looked over, looking like they were going to watch a show. These two countries that represented the top strength in the world had always been unwilling to submit to each other. It was expected that they would clash in the exchange. Who would win this time? At this moment, a figure in a white robe walked down the stone steps. Temple priest. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Peric's expression immediately became solemn. He lowered his head and stood respectfully. Tan Xian's expression also became solemn. He stared at the figure in a white robe walking down the stone steps. The people from Bald Eagle stopped talking and looked at the figure in a white robe. I saw a book friend's reply, saying that the warlord level was a bit confusing. The author would like to clarify here. 10-star quasi-warlord level, 11-star inferior warlord level, 12-star intermediate warlord level, and 13-star superior warlord level. The author also included the quasi-warlord level in the warlord level. Perhaps everyone didn't understand and caused inconvenience. The author deeply apologizes. The appearance of the temple priest attracted everyone's attention. Wang Ting turned his head to take a look. His pupils constricted. An intermediate general stage martial warrior, this so-called temple priest was actually a 12-star intermediate general level warrior. Silence. The temple priest stopped on the stone steps. His expression was calm, as if he was a member of the clergy who had no desires. His gaze swept across the crowd and his calm voice suddenly rang out. The surroundings instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the temple priest. Everyone, please follow me up the mountain. The temple priest saw that everyone had quieted down and continued speaking. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked up the stairs. Everyone looked at each other and followed one after another. Let's go. Uther snorted coldly and led the young warriors up the stone steps. Foster, Quincy, and the others glared fiercely at Wang Ting. They hadn't fought yet, so they couldn't back down. Then, they followed Uther's footsteps. Before the curly-haired Martha left, she turned around and looked at Wang Ting. She winked at him with an extremely flirtatious gaze. Wang Ting, little brother, you're quite lucky with women. Peric patted Wang Ting's shoulder and chuckled. From my experience, this girl looks coquettish on the surface, but she's actually still a virgin. Wang Ting, so, what did this have to do with him? You must be feeling very good right now, right? Tan Xian looked at him and chuckled. Wang Ting saw Tan Xian's unfriendly gaze and put on a straight face. He said righteously, what are you talking about? I don't have any good feelings towards that kind of bad woman. Like hell I'll believe you. Tan Xian snorted coldly and turned to walk up the stairs. Let's go. You're quite lucky with women. Zhu Yunxiao held back his laughter and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Ji Xiaoming walked past him and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He said with a calm expression, "Good luck. Take her down and win glory for the country," Luoqing said with a serious expression. Mu Zhiguo also nodded, seemingly agreeing with Luoqing's words. Wang Ting. What do you mean by winning glory for the country? You actually call this kind of thing fighting for the glory of the country? Do you still have any shame? Wang Ting was speechless. He didn't expect that even Luoqing and Mu Zhiguo, two people of few words, would come to tease him. You guys are actually such passionate men, Wang Ting was furious. He followed the crowd up the stone steps and went up the mountain. Speaking of which, how high is the sacred mountain? Why do we still have to climb up? He asked as he walked. No one knows the height of the holy mountain, Perik said. Is it because of runes? Someone used the power of the runes to extend this mountain, Wang Ting said. You saw through it? Perik was surprised. Is it difficult? Wang Ting glanced at him. Perik felt that Wang Ting was bragging, but he didn't have any evidence. However, the feeling that Wang Ting gave him was indeed becoming more and more extraordinary. This guy didn't cower in the slightest when facing the prodigies of the bald eagle. He could even suppress them. Now, he was showing his insight in the runes. This wasn't something that an ordinary martial artist could do. As they spoke, everyone arrived at a platform surrounded by clouds. Wang Ting stepped on solid ground and looked around. The surrounding mountain ridges were all covered in white snow, but there was no snow here, only a faint mist drifting in the air. When the clouds dispersed, ancient buildings appeared before everyone. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. There were many huge stones lying around. There were also many broken statues. Some of them had collapsed, and some only had half of them left. Wang Ting was stunned. Why did this place look so dilapidated? There was a great battle here. Many things were destroyed. However, the previous rulers of the sacred mountain kept these things as a warning to the future generations, Perik said. Great battle? Wang Ting looked at him in confusion. This was a long time ago. I don't know much about it, Perik said. Then why did you bring us here? Wang Ting asked. Look over there. Perik pointed forward. Wang Ting looked in the direction of his finger. In the clouds, a huge arena was faintly discernible between the broken stones and pillars. You will compete there, Perik said. I didn't expect to return to this place after so many years. Tan Taishan looked around and sighed. She raised her head and looked at the sky above her. She was reminiscing. Wang Ting looked in the direction she was looking at. His eyes narrowed. He saw that between the mountain paths above, ancient buildings were emerging. They were zigzagging upwards. These buildings were very simple. They were typical pillared buildings. White marble columns with grooves seemed to be propping up the dome, inexplicably giving people a sense of solemnity and grandeur. However, each building was different. They had their own characteristics. Some were square, some were round. If one were to count them carefully, one would find that there were exactly 12 buildings. At the end of these buildings, on the top of the mountain, there was a huge statue of a goddess. The statue was wearing a battle robe and a crown. It held a shield and a strange crescent-shaped weapon in its hands. It looked into the distance. It was extraordinary. At the same time, behind the statue, there was an extremely magnificent building. It stood on 3 levels of stone steps. The jade steps, huge pillars, painted eaves, and relief sculptures were everywhere. It was a magnificent sight. Wang Ting was shocked. He didn't expect the sacred mountain to be such a place. Those buildings, those statues, they were indeed worthy of the name of the sacred mountain. The others obviously noticed the strange scene above. Many of them couldn't help but exclaim, expressing their shock. Seeing everyone's reaction, Perik's lips curled into a proud smile. Too many people showed such expressions when they saw this temple for the first time. He was already used to it. That's the temple, he said to Wang Ting. Temple? Wang Ting murmured in his heart. He asked curiously, what's in there? The greatest secret of the sacred mountain is kept there. At the same time, all the lords of the sacred mountain live there. Lord Priest, Lord Sage, and even Lord Sanctus, Perik said with reverence. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. There was a lot of content in these words. If the priest was an intermediate warlord, then what about the sage and saintess? Wouldn't they be even stronger? How many people would there be? What about the 12 buildings? Wang Ting shifted his gaze and asked again. Those are the 12 zodiac temples. There are 12 powerful guardian paladins in there. If an ordinary person wants to go to the temple, they have to defeat them, Perik said. Paladins? How strong are they? Wang Ting asked. They are at least at the lower warlord level. The higher they go, the stronger they are. Perik didn't hide anything. These were things that everyone knew. However, not many people knew the true strength of the paladins. Wang Ting activated his spirit vision and looked at the 12 palaces. He realized that there were indeed 12 extremely dense balls of light entrenched in them. The weakest is an 11-star lower-level warlord, and the strongest is a 13-star upper-level warlord. Wang Ting took a deep breath and exclaimed in his heart, the sacred mountain has such a strong foundation. Dong, at this moment, a dull and heavy bell suddenly rang and slowly spread around. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but they didn't see the bell. The priest's voice came from the front. Everyone, it's time. The competition is about to begin. Come forward and draw lots. Hearing this, the martial artists from various countries all entered the huge arena and spread out in all directions. Then, the representatives of each country walked in front of the priest and drew lots to determine the order of the first round. After a while, Xianxia walked back. Wang Ting saw her expression and couldn't help but ask, how was it? The first round, our third match, our opponent is the African Alliance. Xianxia said. This competition was actually random. The main purpose was to show off the strength of each country. Therefore, if they met each other, it would be a fight. There was no fairness or unfairness. Whoever was stronger would fight to the end. This was the principle of the competition at the exchange. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoming and the others couldn't help but look in the direction of the African Alliance. The other party also looked over. Their gazes met in the air, then they looked at each other silently. Xianxia scanned the crowd and asked, who wants to go first? Everyone looked at each other. Ren Qingzong suddenly stood up and said, I'll go. Xianxia glanced at Wang Ting. Wang Ting thought for a moment and said, there's no hurry. Let's see what kind of powerhouse they'll send out first. Ren Qingzong frowned but didn't say anything in the end. Wang Ting's words were reasonable and had no selfish motives. There was nothing to say. However, being suppressed by Wang Ting made a proud person like Ren Qingzong very unhappy. In the arena, the first match was about to begin. The two sides entered the arena. It was the battle between the Bald Eagle and the Great Eagle Nation. This was very interesting. In fact, Bald Eagle and the Great Eagle Kingdom had a great relationship. Bald Eagle was a country of immigrants. Around the end of the 15th century, a group of immigrants went to the continent where Bald Eagle was today and established a colony there. However, later on, the immigrants were dissatisfied with the rule of the original country, so an independence war broke out. In the eyes of the Great Eagle Nation, the Bald Eagle Nation was not righteous and they were not orthodox. However, no one expected that in the face of the Wheel of Time, the Bald Eagle country actually got a first-class ticket to the new era, and became a world power at an unimaginable speed, which was beyond everyone's expectations. And the Great Eagle Kingdom could no longer do anything to them. However, when the two sides met, it was inevitable that there would be conflict. Now, there was a good show to watch. Bald Eagle sent an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior, while the Great Eagle country sent a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Both sides didn't send out any quasi-general level fighters right away. It seemed like everyone had the same idea in mind for the first match, to test the waters first before making a move for real. However, there was a difference of 1 level between the two sides. Bald Eagle was obviously at a disadvantage. Looks like Bald Eagle lost by 1 move and lost in the first round. This has affected their morale, Chu Fei said. Haha, these people from Bald Eagle are still so ignorant. Perik didn't seem to have a good impression of Bald Eagle. He sneered in disdain. What a strong resentment. Wang Ting glanced at Perik and said, don't be happy too early. Realm doesn't necessarily represent one's ability. Do you think we will lose? Perik asked. Everyone looked over and frowned. Did Wang Ting see something? Wang Ting didn't say anything and looked at the arena. The match started very quickly. Both sides didn't waste any time and instantly started fighting. Bald Eagle's martial warrior was fire element, while the Great Eagle Country's martial warrior was earth element. Force exploded from their bodies and collided in the center. A loud boom spread out. Boom, the Bald Eagle's martial warrior was one level lower after all. He was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat a few steps. The Great Eagle Country's martial warrior laughed and rushed towards the Bald Eagle's martial warrior with a burst of speed. He held a cross-shaped sword in his hand. Dense earth element force was attached to the sword and earth element sword intent burst out. Earth-splitting cut, a loud shout came from the Great Eagle Country's martial warrior. The cross-shaped sword slashed out a terrifying sword light and slashed towards the Bald Eagle's martial warrior. The Bald Eagle's martial warrior faced such an attack and suddenly sneered. Roar, he suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and flames wrapped around his body. Then, his body underwent a shocking change. That normal person's body suddenly expanded and grew taller. Scales appeared on the surface of his body and he even grew a tail. His entire body changed, commonly known as a pervert. A wild beast-like aura spread out. At this moment, the Bald Eagle's martial warrior was like a wild beast. In the audience, Tantai Xian suddenly stood up from his seat. This is? Not only her, but the people from other countries also stood up and stared at the Bald Eagle's martial warrior in the arena. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Great Eagle Country's martial warrior in the arena saw the change in his opponent and his pupils shrank. He instinctively felt a sense of danger. But the sword intent had already been released and it was too late to stop. His eyes were cold and sharp. He increased the output of force and slashed down with the cross-shaped sword in his hand. Boom, the Bald Eagle's martial warrior with scales and a tail did not dodge. The flames on his body condensed into a sword light and collided with the cross-shaped sword. The light exploded and the force caused by the collision of force swept out. However, to everyone's surprise, such a powerful attack didn't cause too much damage to the ground of the arena. It only stirred up some of the gravel and dust on the ground. Of course, no one paid attention to this at this moment. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle in the arena. It was just the first test match, but because of the change in the Bald Eagle's martial warrior, everyone's attention was unusually high at this moment. At this moment, the forces of both parties were agitated and suddenly separated. Then, they collided once again. In the arena, two rays of light, one red and one yellow, collided fiercely. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the collision. That was the Great Eagle Country's martial warrior. The cross-shaped sword in his hand was broken in the collision just now. His entire body was also severely injured by the opponent's fire force. He kept vomiting blood. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Wow, everyone was shocked. The sudden change in the Bald Eagle's martial warrior actually had such strength. He won against someone of a higher level. An 8-star soldier level martial warrior actually won against a 9-star soldier level martial warrior. At this moment, the eyes of the people from various countries were shining. They looked at the Bald Eagle's martial warrior's mutated form. No one knew what they were thinking. In the audience, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He picked up a few attribute bubbles in the arena. Earth Force *80, Earth Sword Intent *35, Fire Force *65, Life Force *1. Life Origin *1. Wang Ting was just picking up the attributes as usual. He didn't expect anything good from these two warriors who hadn't even reached the warlord level yet. In the end, reality. No, it was the system that gave him a tight slap, but, how fragrant, if possible, please reward him with more slaps like this. This, Life Origin, was undoubtedly a new attribute. As for its function, he could guess a thing or two from its name, but he couldn't be sure. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. As the Life Origin fused into his body, he felt like his entire body was floating. There was a comfortable feeling that even his soul was trembling. He couldn't help but let out a shameful ah. Fortunately, he resisted with his supreme willpower. Otherwise, this would have become a dark history that he couldn't erase for the rest of his life. Wang Ting's heart still had lingering fear as he quietly wiped away his cold sweat. Damn, this attribute is poisonous. What's wrong with you? Zhu Yinzhao saw his strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just saw the strange form of that bald eagle warrior and thought it was a little fun. Wang Ting made up a story. Neither human nor beast. Tan Taixian sneered. Wang Ting could feel that Tan Taixian was extremely disdainful of the bald eagle warrior's transformation. Seeing that no one doubted him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Ting finally knew what this life origin was. It was pretty close to what he had guessed. This was something that could make up for life. It was simply heaven-defying, even such a bug-like attribute had dropped out. If he kept adding life origin, wouldn't he be able to increase his lifespan? In that case, he wouldn't have to be afraid of death in the future. This wasn't called being afraid of death, this was called being steady. Speaking of which, during the battle between the bald eagle warrior and the great eagle kingdom warrior, such a heaven-defying attribute had actually dropped. It was really unimaginable. But what was the reason? Could it be? Wang Ting looked at the martial warriors from the white-headed eagle country below. He was deep in thought. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Great Eagle Kingdom's warrior was defeated. Everyone thought that the battle was over, but the white-headed Eagle Kingdom's warrior suddenly rushed forward, raised his arm, and smashed down on the Great Eagle Kingdom's warrior's head. I admit. The Great Eagle warrior's face paled and wanted to admit defeat. But it was too late. Boom, the Great Eagle Kingdom's martial artist was smashed to the ground. Blood spurted out and he instantly lost all signs of life. The entire arena, everyone was shocked by the ruthlessness of the bald eagle warrior. No one expected this. In the past, everyone had maintained their dignity. Unless they couldn't control themselves, they wouldn't act like this. Is the bald eagle country crazy this time? The Great Eagle Kingdom's leader flew into a rage and rushed into the arena, grabbing the white-headed Eagle Kingdom's cultivator with his claws. Pong! At this moment, the bald eagle warrior, Yu Tai, also appeared in front of him and exchanged a blow with him. Zing zing zing, both of them took a few steps back and looked at each other with a solemn expression. The Great Eagle Kingdom warrior looked at the ground where his warrior had completely lost his breath. His face was gloomy as he said angrily, Yu Tai, you've gone too far. Humph, Yu Tai's eyes flashed with an imperceptible headache, but he snorted coldly, Arnold, you're not a rookie. Don't you know that fists and feet have no eyes? You can't blame others. He's about to admit defeat. The Great Eagle Kingdom warrior, Arnold, glared at Yu Tai and said. He hasn't admitted defeat yet. Who told him not to say it earlier? Yu Tai looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He just didn't want to admit his mistake. You. Arnold was shaking with anger. He turned his head and shouted, Temple Priest, what do you say? The Temple Priest hesitated for a moment before finally saying, it's true that the Great Eagle Empire's martial artist did not admit defeat, but the White-Headed Eagle Empire's martial artist knew that his opponent was going to admit defeat, yet he still tried to kill his opponent. This goes against the rules of the exchange and is prohibited from participating. I accept this judgment. Yu Tai was the first to speak. Arnold was definitely going to suffer this loss. The Temple Priest didn't take sides. It was just that the rules were so he couldn't say anything. Why aren't you leaving? Yu Tai glared at the beast warrior and walked towards the audience. The warrior returned to his normal appearance. His face was pale and the beast aura on him disappeared. He followed Yu Tai's footsteps obediently. Arnold was furious. He glared at Yu Tai and Arnold before grabbing his companion's body and returning to the audience. Second round, Japan vs. Kangaroo Kingdom, the competition began again. In the audience, Wang Ting looked in the direction of the bald eagle and said, is there something wrong with that beast warrior? He went for the kill just now because he couldn't control his brutality. When he said this, Ji Xiaoming, Mu Zhigua, and the others were shocked. They didn't see it. After all, the bald eagle warrior seemed to be very clear-headed and didn't seem to have lost his mind. Yes. Tan Taixian nodded and explained, that's the genetic warrior that the bald eagle has been researching. Genetic martial artist? Ji Xiaoming and the others were surprised. There was actually such a thing, and the bald eagle had even researched it. It seems that their research on genetic warriors is very deep. It's just that there are still some flaws, Wang Ting said thoughtfully. If the warrior's will is suppressed by the beast's will, the situation just now will occur, Tan Taishan said. When you meet the bald eagle warrior later, be careful. Yes. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and nodded. They had seen the battle just now very clearly. After the bald eagle warrior shapeshifted, he possessed strength that surpassed those of the same level. This was enough to make them not dare to lower their guard. However, with the first example, the temple's priests will probably be more vigilant and won't let anything happen to the warriors of the various countries. Otherwise, the atmosphere of this exchange will completely change. As Tan Taishan spoke, he glanced at the bald eagle and sneered, "Moreover, I think the bald eagle won't dare to go too far. Otherwise, they won't be able to bear the anger of the various countries." Do genetic warriors have some kind of fatal flaw? Wang Ting stroked his chin and asked. Oh? Why do you say that? Tan Taishan said noncommittally. I guessed. Look at that beast warrior just now. He looked like he had fought 300 rounds with a female demon and his body was hollowed out, Wang Ting said. Everyone was speechless. What the hell did he mean by fighting 300 rounds with a female demon? What kind of damned analogy was that? What kind of nonsense was Wang Ting thinking in his head? Could he be any healthier? Speak human. Tan Taishan rolled his eyes at him. Cough cough. In short, there's a problem. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said. Everyone calmed down and observed carefully. They found that it was just as Wang Ting said. The beast warrior was now extremely dispirited and seemed to be a little weak. Genetic flaw. When Tan Taishan saw everyone's expression, she suddenly smiled and said. Everyone could not help but look at Tan Taishan. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Genetic flaw. It seemed that this was the reason for the loss of the other party's life source. This genetic flaw can affect one's lifespan? Wang Ting asked. Probably. I only know that genetic warriors in the early stages don't live long, Tan Taishan said. Wang Ting nodded and did not ask any more questions. Knowing this was enough. There was no doubt that the life source was an attribute dropped by the genetic warrior. There was no doubt about it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. These bald eagle warriors could not all be genetic warriors, right? If that was the case, then he would be rich. On the other side, the bald eagle warriors suddenly felt a chill. It was as if there was a strong sense of malice shrouding them. Yute could not help but look around. His face was full of doubt. At that moment, the battle between the Neon Country and the Kangaroo Country martial artists had reached its climax. Soon, the outcome was decided, and the winner was Neon Country. This result was surprising. Japan's land area was not large, and its resources were limited. There were probably not many genius warriors. Unexpectedly, they won the first round. The Japanese warriors cheered as if they had achieved great things. People could not help but shake their heads. There were even warriors from many countries who showed disdain, as if they looked down on the Japanese warriors. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles on the field. Wood Force *135, Metal Force *110, Wood Force *85. Next was the third round. Xianxia vs the African Alliance. A tall black man walked out from the African Alliance and entered the arena. Ran Qingsong also stood up. Wang Ting took a look. This person was at the 9-star soldier level. Ran Qingsong should be able to handle him, so he did not say anything. Ran Qingsong walked into the arena and stood still with his opponent. The battle started instantly. Boom, the two of them unleashed their forces and collided. The African Alliance warriors might be tall and strong like bulls, but they were actually very fast. It was impossible to guard against them. Ran Qingsong was not a simple character either. He had the lightning force. The moment he attacked, he attracted everyone's attention. Lightning force. Everyone was shocked. Xiaoxia's warriors are geniuses. This saying is indeed true, Yute said gloomily from Bald Eagle's side. So what? He's just a 9-star soldier level martial warrior, Fortes said. What do you know? He can't do it this time, but what about the next time? He's still young. The next time will be his, Yute said. A cold glint flashed past Fortes' eyes. Then, let's kill him? Let's wait and see. It's not good to attack here, Yute said hesitantly. The battle in the arena became more and more intense. In less than a minute, the battle between the two sides had reached its end. Ren Qingsong's abilities were not for show. His body of thunder had reached a very high level. His physical body was very strong. Thunder flashed all over his body as he ruthlessly crashed into the African Alliance warrior. The African Alliance warrior flew backward. While he was still in midair, Ren Qingsong had already appeared above him and kicked him ruthlessly. Poof, the African Alliance warrior crashed onto the ground with a bang. His body bent into the shape of a prawn, and he spat out blood. He immediately lost consciousness. The Xia Kingdom was victorious in this competition. The strong practitioners from the various countries were all shocked. They looked at Ren Qingsong in the arena with different thoughts. No one knew what they were thinking. Ren Qingsong returned to the spectator stand and glanced at Wang Ting. Then, he sat back in his seat and didn't say anything. Wang Ting understood his gaze. This fellow was showing off to him. He didn't care. He didn't take Ren Qingsong's targeting to heart. Ren Qingsong was just a defeated opponent. No matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Wang Ting was already walking in front. There was no reason for him to look back. If Ren Qingsong played any tricks, Wang Ting wouldn't mind killing him. However, this fellow was a thunder attribute baby. He dropped many thunder attribute bubbles, which all benefited Wang Ting. Thunder Force *60, Thunder Force *35, Body of Thunder *12, the competition continued. The martial warriors from various countries went up to fight. The more they fought, the more intense it became. After some probing, all the martial warriors below the quasi-warlord level had their wins and losses. Xiao's side was surprisingly smooth. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others all won. None of them lost. The martial warriors from various countries all looked solemn. The young martial warriors of Xiao's generation were all extraordinary. Each of them had the potential to be a prodigy. Many people also noticed that Wang Ting hadn't made a move yet on Xiao's side. Wang Ting, Ji Xiaoming, and the others looked to be the same age. However, he sat calmly in the spectator stand and watched the competition. Could this young man be a strong practitioner above the quasi-warlord level? Bald Eagle had been paying attention to Xiao's movements. He attached great importance to the remaining people who hadn't made a move yet. After all, Ji Xiaoming and the others had shown great strength. How could the rest be weak? As for Fortes, Quincy, and the others who had interacted with Wang Ting before, they had a deep impression of him. Especially when he was fighting with Fortes and the others, they didn't dare to underestimate him. If you ask me, you guys are really taking him seriously. No matter how strong Xiaxia is, can he be stronger than us? Fortes said, unconvinced. These Xiaxia's people can still be arrogant. It's just that they haven't met us yet. When the time comes, we'll show them what we can do. Quincy grinned. You guys should take it easy. Those Xiaxia's people don't seem easy to deal with, Martha said with a smile. Quincy glanced at Martha and sneered, Martha, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that pretty boy. You're actually speaking up for him. Quincy. Fortes' face immediately darkened. Shut up, all of you. Yute glared at them coldly and said, don't be careless when you meet Xiaxia's people. However, don't use your genetic abilities unless it's absolutely necessary. Big brother Yute, it wasn't easy for us to obtain genetic abilities. Why don't you let us use them? Quincy said, unconvinced. Genetic abilities aren't mature yet. You guys saw the situation earlier. In a real battle, your willpower might not be able to control the will of the wild beasts, Yute said with a solemn expression. That's because he's too useless. His willpower isn't strong enough. At most, he's just a dabbler. We're different. Our willpower has been tested repeatedly. We're much stronger than him, Fortes said. That's right. We're different. We can control these genetic abilities. You don't have to worry, Quincy said. You guys, forget it. Do as you see fit. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Yute snorted coldly and turned to leave. Today's competition had ended. They were going to return to the town below to rest and continue the competition tomorrow. Fortes and Quincy didn't seem to mind. They didn't seem to take his words to heart. As for Martha, she looked at Yute's back as he left. Her eyes flickered with a strange light. It was unknown what she was thinking. 7 p.m. in the hotel. After dinner, everyone was about to go their separate ways. Wang Ting stood up, stretched, and sighed in satisfaction. He had to admit that the spirit chefs in Northern Europe weren't bad. The food they made had a unique flavor and was very unique. Those who could become spirit chefs weren't people who were just there to make up the numbers. However, the weakest among Wang Ting's group was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Normal spirit food had limited benefits for them. Unless it was personally made by a spirit chef master and used extremely high-end ingredients, it wouldn't be good for them. Northern Europe naturally wouldn't arrange for a spirit chef master to serve them. Although Wang Ting was a spirit chef master, he wasn't picky because it was his first time eating Northern European food. At this moment, he stood up and walked out of the hotel. Wang Ting, where are you going? Tan Taixian frowned and asked. I'm just walking around. Wang Ting didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and walked out of the hotel. This fellow. Tan Taixian was speechless. During the exchange, no one was in the mood to play. However, this fellow was so carefree that he didn't care about the exchange at all. He played and ate as he pleased. Those who didn't know him would think that he was here to play on public expense. Ren Qingsong, Ji Xiaoming, and the others looked at Wang Ting's back view. They couldn't help but feel envious. After a day of fighting, they couldn't play around even if they wanted to. However, Wang Ting sat in the audience seats the whole day and didn't even move a finger. Everyone felt that their mentality was broken when they thought about it. They felt that it was unfair. Don't worry about him. Have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's exchange. Tan Taixian felt helpless. He comforted them and then sent them back to rest. Spirit Chef *20, Spirit Chef *15, Spirit Chef *38, Wang Ting walked along the food street and used his spiritual power to gather the attributes of the Force Chef scattered around him. The attribute bubbles merged into his body one by one, and the recipe for Northern European food immediately appeared in his mind. Spirit Chef, 1368/3000, Master, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. As a well-rounded and outstanding youth, of course, he couldn't fall behind in cooking. As the saying went, if you wanted to capture a woman's heart, you had to capture her stomach first. Wang Ting felt that with his spirit chef skills, maybe, he could capture countless women's stomachs and hearts. He rubbed his chin and suddenly thought that if he could collect all the delicacies from all over the world in one fell swoop, wouldn't he be awesome? At that time, which woman would be able to withstand his gourmet cannonballs? Oh, alright, it's decided then. He wanted to be an all-around gourmet, Wang Ting's to be sure. After leaving the food street, Wang Ting turned invisible and merged himself into the darkness. He snuck into the museum like a ghost in the dark. Little darling, I'm here again. Wang Ting did the same thing and deceived everyone. He took out the crystal skull from the display cabinet and hugged it in his arms, stroking it furiously. That scene was unbearable to watch. Emperor Stage Comprehension *2, Emperor Level Spirit *1, Emperor Level Spirit *3, Emperor Level Comprehension *1. As he rubbed, he also probed the crystal skull with his spiritual power, allowing it to nurture his spiritual power. The two-pronged approach was twice as effective. Wonderful, wonderful. If it were anyone else, they could only rely on the crystal skull to increase their spiritual power. However, no one had discovered that this was the only way. They were simply unlucky. Wang Ting was pleased with himself. He rubbed the whole night and left the museum reluctantly when he felt that it was about time. Comprehension, 166/3000, Emperor Level, Spirit, 194/3000, Emperor Level. In one night, his comprehension had increased by 31 points, and his spirit had increased by 36 points. Most importantly, these attributes were all emperor level. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to improve a ruler's spirit and comprehension. However, with the crystal skull, it was like having a power bank. Wang Ting's desire for the crystal skull grew stronger. He had to get his hands on it. In any case, it was a waste to leave it here as an exhibit. It was better to give it to him. The next day, everyone arrived at the ancient arena again. In the early morning, the mountain was filled with a faint morning mist. It was hazy, making the buildings and statues on the mountaintop look even more extraordinary and sacred. Wang Ting stood at the edge of the arena and looked at the mountaintop before retracting his gaze and sitting down. The atmosphere between the various countries was even more tense today. A faint battle intent floated in the air above the arena. A figure floated down from the mountaintop. It was the white-robed priest of the Temple of Gods. He looked around and said calmly, "Everyone, today's competition will no longer be conducted by drawing lots. Cultivators from various countries are free to challenge each other." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. This method had never been used before. The temple priest suddenly changed the rules, which surprised the people of all countries. "Priest, why did you suddenly change the method?" Yute of the Bald Eagle asked with a frown. "This is a decision made by the higher-ups of the Temple of Gods, not me. If you have any questions, you can challenge the 12 zodiac temples and appeal to the higher-ups, or you can give up on the exchange," the priest said unhurriedly. It was actually a decision made by the Temple of Gods. Everyone was shocked and doubtful, but in the end they did not say anything. Although there would be some variables if the competition was changed to free challenges, and the previous rules might not work, it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. If no one has any questions, the competition can begin. After the priest finished speaking, he floated to the edge of the arena and quietly waited for the cultivators of various countries to come out. For a moment, the various countries quieted down and stared at each other. No one was willing to be the first to stand out. Wang Ting felt a little bored. He took out a table from his space ring and placed some fruits and delicacies on it. He sat there and ate leisurely. Yesterday's competition was too boring, so he had an idea last night when he was shopping and bought some food. Today, it came in handy. He really admired his own wit. Wang Ting silently gave himself 12 likes. Tan Tai Xian and the others were shocked by Wang Ting's actions. They stared at him blankly, and black lines uncontrollably appeared on their foreheads. When the cultivators of various countries saw this scene, their jaws almost hit the ground. They looked at Wang Ting with extremely strange expressions. This guy's brain must have a hole. What kind of situation was this? Did he not have any idea? A trace of confusion appeared on the priest's calm face. He felt that the mental state that he had cultivated for many years had been thrown to the ground by this Chinese kid. He was a devil, F***ck, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill him. The priest took a few deep breaths to calm down and dispel the impulse in his heart. He regained his dignity and calmness as a priest. At this moment, someone walked out from Bald Eagle's side and came to the center of the arena. He pointed at Wang Ting and coldly shouted, "I, Fortes, want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Wang Ting had a piece of crispy fried codfish in his mouth. He was eating happily when he suddenly saw the Bald Eagle warrior named Fortes challenge him. He was stunned. This person wanted to challenge him. Wang Ting looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but point at his nose. He was planning to watch a good show. He never thought that he would be the first to go up. "Director, this script isn't right, shouldn't the protagonist be the last to go up?" And that idiot, of all people, he had to choose him. Did he think that he was too relaxed? "Hurry up and get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself here," Tan Tai Xian said grumpily. "Why? Why did he choose me?" Wang Ting was unconvinced. Did that Fortes really think that he was a pushover? Did he really think that he was easy to deal with? Hee, who told you to be a troublemaker? The bird that sticks out gets shot. Who else would he look for if not you? Zhu Yunxiao laughed gloatingly. How am I a troublemaker? Just watching the competition is boring. How can I pass the time without getting something to eat? Wang Ting was very unhappy, but he still stood up. Since the other party had issued a challenge, it was useless to say anything else. He couldn't avoid the battle. Help me look after the food. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ting's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the arena. So fast, Ren Qingcong and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. Wang Ting had only casually displayed a trace of strength, but it made them feel powerless. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. In the arena, Fortes saw Wang Ting suddenly appear in front of him with dust under his feet. His pupils shrank slightly. He felt that he might have underestimated this young man in front of him. You're disturbing me while I'm eating. Wang Ting looked at Fortes with an unfriendly gaze. Do it. End it early. Fout's forehead immediately bulged. Wang Ting's tone made him feel like he was being looked down upon. His mentality exploded as he stared at Wang Ting and spat out 2 words from between his teeth. You're courting death. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a golden arrow that charged explosively towards Wang Ting. A battle sword appeared in each of his hands, drawing a sharp sword aura. The battle sword in his right hand pierced towards Wang Ting's chest, while the battle sword in his left hand swept horizontally, blocking Wang Ting's retreat. Wang Ting's face was calm as he twisted his body in an extremely strange manner, easily dodging Fortes' attack. Fortes' expression changed slightly. His 2-handed sword danced madly, slashing repeatedly. Sword chi filled the air and completely sealed off Wang Ting's surroundings. However, Wang Ting's combat awareness was too strong. His footsteps moved horizontally as if he was taking a stroll, causing all of his opponent's attacks to miss. In the spectator stands, Bald Eagle's people looked at the battle in the field with a solemn expression. That warrior from Xianxia is not simple, Quincy said in a deep voice. Fortes is too impatient. He has completely fallen into his opponent's rhythm. If he doesn't withdraw in time, he will be very passive. Yut shook his head. Fortes is too proud. He can't bear to lose to that Wang Ting. He has lost his mentality, Martha said with a glint in her eyes. On the other side, the Great Eagle Kingdom's warriors were also looking at the field. This Wang Ting is a bit interesting. Arnold glanced at a young man beside him and said with a smile, Gerald, he may become your opponent. If this is all he has, it's not enough. Gerald had a head of blonde hair and a handsome face. His eyes were calm and indifferent. That's true. However, the true experts from Bald Eagle's side have yet to appear, Arnold said. A trace of caution appeared on Gerald's face as he nodded. On the Ursa Major Kingdom's side, a warrior as strong as a bear looked at Wang Ting and Fortes in the arena and chuckled. Are these 2 guys playing a game? Don't worry, Valeria. Your opponent is not them. An equally strong warrior looked at the girl beside him with admiration in his eyes. That's right. That warrior as strong as a bear was a girl. Her limbs were thick and strong. She was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over her body. However, she had a lowly face. Vedra, lowly, on the Neon Kingdom's side, an expressionless woman who was 1.5 meters tall quietly looked at the battle below. Tongji, can you tell his strength? A man beside her asked. I can't tell. That Huaxia man is very mysterious. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the woman called Tongji. Her voice was flat. Even you can't tell? The man murmured with a solemn expression. In the arena, Fortes was still unable to hit Wang Ting. He was furious. His eyes were red as he panted and roared, Yellow monkey, do you only know how to hide? Come and fight me head-on. Wang Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Fortes coldly. Take back your insulting words. Fortes ignored him. A hint of satisfaction flashed past his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He dashed towards Wang Ting. Die. The 2 swords clashed. Fortes obviously didn't hold back. The metal sword intent burst out and enveloped Wang Ting. Wang Ting stood in place with a cold expression. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed the golden sword intent. Everyone was stunned. Did he want to die, grabbing the sword intent with his bare hands? Was Wang Ting out of his mind? this guy is too arrogant. In the audience, Tan Taishan suddenly stood up with a slight change in expression. Fortes sneered and mocked Wang Ting for overestimating himself. Even a low-level warlord wouldn't dare to take his metal sword intent head-on. Wang Ting was simply seeking death. Bang, however, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Wang Ting actually grabbed the golden sword intent with his bare hands and then crushed it. Under everyone's gaze, the golden sword intent shattered inch by inch and turned into nothing. This scene was too shocking. There was actually someone who could take the sword intent head-on with his physical body. Could this Wang Ting be a martial artist who specialized in physical body training? The martial artists from various countries who didn't care earlier all stood up and stared at Wang Ting with their eyes wide open. Tan Taishan let out a long breath as his eyes flashed. He didn't expect that he still underestimated Wang Ting. Even his physical body was so strong. In the arena, Wang Ting crushed the golden sword intent. He raised his head and looked at Fortes with a smile. Your sword intent isn't strong enough, little brother. Damn it. Fortes quickly retreated. The scene just now had a great impact on him. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger from Wang Ting. Too naive. Wang Ting shook his head and disappeared on the spot. Fortes was dumbstruck. He looked around him, trying to find Wang Ting. Behind you. At this moment, a faint voice entered his ears. It was very close. Oh no. Fortes wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Bang, a muffled sound rang in his ears. Fortes felt his head shake violently. He felt a sharp pain and his vision turned black. Everyone stared at the golden brick that suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's hand. They were in a daze. Tan Taishan covered his face. How embarrassing. This guy was embarrassing himself all the way overseas. This was a global exchange where geniuses from all over the world would gather. Was it as simple as a competition? This was a competition of face. Couldn't Wang Ting compete properly? Even if he tried to act cool, it would still be better than this. Using a brick as a weapon, was he trying to promote the quintessence of the country, and it was a golden brick? How could he not find it tacky? Tan Taishan covered her face. She didn't even want to look at Wang Ting. She wanted to cut ties with him. Everyone's gaze was as strange as it could get. They looked at Wang Ting as if he was a weirdo. In fact, the martial artists from all over the world were still in a daze. They looked at Wang Ting, then at the fallen Fortes, and especially at the huge bump on the back of his head. Everyone couldn't help but shudder and feel their scalps go numb. Even the priests of the temple were speechless. Their mental state that had remained unchanged for thousands of years was on the verge of collapse again. Thunder rumbled in their minds. They were struck by lightning. On Xiao's side, Xianxia took a deep breath and asked, "That's Wang Ting's weapon?" Chu Fei, Yan Bo, and the others looked at Tan Taishan at the same time. They didn't know Wang Ting very well and didn't know that he had this move. Hence, they were filled with curiosity and doubt. As a prodigy, was it really okay to use a brick as a weapon? Didn't he think it was beneath him at all? Even Mu Zhigua, who was speechless for a long time, looked straight at Tan Taishan, hoping to get some information from her. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others had seen Wang Ting fight at the national #1 martial arts competition, so they were very familiar with that brick. When they saw the looks of disbelief on Chu Fei's and the others' faces, they couldn't help but show an expression that said, "You guys are really ignorant." They actually thought it was natural. What the hell? The few of them reacted and couldn't help but reveal astonishment in their eyes. They felt as if they were being led astray, so they quickly shook their heads and threw this terrifying thought out of their heads. However, why did they feel relieved when they saw Forte's miserable state? On Bald Eagle's side, Yute and the others fell into a strange silence. Their Bald Eagle's genius was knocked to the ground by a brick. This would probably become the biggest joke of the year for Bald Eagle, right? Yute's entire body shook, and his vision turned black. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Although the conference wasn't broadcasted live, what happened here couldn't be hidden. Such major news couldn't be ignored. Once the exchange was over. No, once the day was over, this news would definitely spread like wildfire. Perhaps the headlines of the major media outlets would be something like this: shocking, Bald Eagle's genius was knocked down by a Chinese martial artist with a brick. Was it the bald eagle's genius that was too weak, or was it the Chinese's genius that was too crazy? Yute didn't dare to think about it anymore. He held on to the table beside him and roared with an unsightly expression, "Fortes, get up and use your genetic ability. F*ck, you idiot." At this moment, he didn't even care about his image anymore. He even cursed in British style. Moreover, he had completely forgotten what he had said about using his genetic ability carefully. F*ck using carefully. He had already thrown his face to the whole world. What was the point of being cautious? Seeing Yute's angry appearance, a trace of sympathy appeared in the hearts of the martial artists from various countries. Too miserable, it seemed that Yute's roar had an effect. Fortes, who was on the ground, actually moved again. Soon after, a fierce aura gradually emitted from his body. Wang Ting wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy, and his eyes lit up. Good heavens, he was going to transform. What did transformation mean? It meant life origin. Wang Ting looked at Fortes, who was in front of him, and his heart froze. Transform quickly, Zhu Yunxiao and the rest didn't know what he was thinking. When they saw Fortes get up again and use his genetic ability, their expressions changed one after another. Make a move quickly. What is this guy waiting for? Zhu Yunxiao's expression was solemn, and he was extremely anxious. Tan Taixian also frowned. Looking at the situation in the arena, he was faintly worried. Not only Xiaxia's group, but the martial artists from other countries also didn't understand why Wang Ting didn't take the opportunity to make a move. This Wang Ting is too confident. He's waiting for his opponent to complete his transformation, Great Eagle countries Gerald said. Overconfidence is conceit. I'd like to see how he's going to deal with this, Arnold said with a smile. The middle-aged man from Japan, Yamamoto Inuichiro, said, this Wang Ting is somewhat, how do you say that Xiaxia's expression, strange? Yes, it's strange. Beside him, Tongji didn't say anything. She just looked at the arena below. Her face was still expressionless, but a trace of interest appeared in her eyes. Wang Ting looked at Forte's transformation while picking up the attribute bubbles that had just dropped. Soul Spirit *35, Spirit Realm Comprehension *38 Metal Force *120, that head smash just now wasn't in vain. Look, didn't it drop Spirit and Comprehension attributes? Moreover, it was Spirit Realm. Although it wasn't enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He wasn't picky. Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Dropped. Life Origin *2, Life Origin *1, sure enough, another, Life Essence, attribute dropped. It was a full 3 points, 2 more than the previous bald eagle martial artist. Wang Ting almost let out an awe. This was 2F King awesome. He tried his best to hold it in, just like when he forcefully stopped himself during that time. Then, he looked at his attribute panel. Life Origin, 1354 after picking up the Life Essence. Attribute, there was an additional column on his attribute panel. Originally, his Life Essence was at 1350. Now, it had increased by 3 points. Including the 1 point from before, it was now 1354 points. He didn't know what this number meant, but the comfortable feeling after his Life Essence increased couldn't be faked. This was a real benefit that others couldn't ask for even if they wanted it. Wang Ting was very satisfied. Roar, suddenly, a wild roar came from the front. It was a long story, but Forte's transformation actually only took a few breaths. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Ting with his beast-like vertical pupils. His appearance had also changed greatly. Black scales grew out of his body, and his hands were like sharp claws that flickered with a metallic light. His eyes were originally extremely fierce, but when he met Wang Ting's gaze, he couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell was that look of joy? Forte's gaze was dangerous as he asked in a cold voice, "What are you laughing at?" "Am I laughing?" Wang Ting's face stiffened as he flatly denied. "You're mistaken. I'm not laughing. You're not funny at all." Fortes was speechless. "Speaking of which, you look so ugly." Wang Ting sized up Fortes and sighed. Fortes was speechless. The veins on his forehead throbbed. F***ck, this guy hit his sore spot. This beast transformation was too ugly. It was simply ruining his handsome appearance. Fortes considered himself to be very handsome, and the only regret he had after his beast transformation was his ugliness. Originally, he had automatically ignored it and would return to his original state after this match. Who would have thought that this guy in front of him would expose him in front of everyone, touching the pot that didn't boil? Why was this guy so hateful? Wang Ting shook his head and continued as if he didn't see Forte's expression. It wasn't easy for humans to evolve from wild beasts to civilized species. You guys are great, crawling back on your own. Is it fun to be wild beasts? Forte's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because he was angry. This Wang Ting's mouth was too annoying. He actually treated the genetic ability they were so proud of as wild beasts. This was simply intolerable. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and said suspiciously, "You guys don't want to be humans, but insist on being beasts. Could it be that you like this kind of thing?" Fortes. Bald eagles people. Warriors from all over the world. Xianxia and the others. What the F***ck do you like this kind of thing? What do you take bald eagles people for? Perverts? Wang Ting's voice wasn't loud, but everyone was a warrior. Naturally, they heard it clearly. Instantly, their heads were filled with black lines. This guy was simply too two-faced. His words were simply infuriating. Everyone looked at the bald eagle's warriors, somewhat rejoicing in their misfortune. I heard that you bald eagle. Wang Ting still wanted to say something, but Fortes couldn't listen anymore. Shut up. Fortes completely exploded. With a roar, his figure disappeared from the spot, turning into an afterimage as he charged toward Wang Ting. Go to hell. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Forte's speed or his origin power, they had all increased by a notch. He was much stronger than before. The origin power on his body erupted, condensing into sword light on his two-handed sword as he brazenly slashed. Metal Elemental Sword Intent, 50%. Fortes' Metal Elemental Sword Intent seemed to have been enhanced. At this moment, it had shockingly reached 50%. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut the air apart. Sword marks also appeared on the arena's hard ground. Dust flew everywhere. Under the powerful sword intent, Wang Ting was like a weak and helpless blade of grass. Can he block it? The cultivators from various countries were paying attention to the situation in the field, and the same question appeared in their minds. They all attached great importance to the genetic ability of bald eagle warriors. They also wanted to see the difference between normal warriors and bald eagle warriors under the amplification of the genetic ability. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Ting didn't move at all and allowed the sword light to strike him. Boom! The sword radiance completely submerged Wang Ting's body. The origin power explosion filled the entire area, causing terrifying shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Just like that, he lost. Luoqing and the rest looked down in disbelief. How could a genius who far surpassed them be defeated just like that? In the sky. Xianxia looked up at the sky. She was not the only one. Many martial artists from various countries also noticed the abnormality and looked up. A trace of astonishment appeared in the priest's eyes as he looked up at the sky. This kid is really interesting. A black shadow descended from the sky. A golden light flashed and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Fortes was shocked. He leaned back, wanting to dodge. However, how could Wang Ting not see through such a simple dodge? A cold smile appeared on his lips. He lowered his body and sent the brick next to Forte's head. Boom! The brick landed squarely on Forte's body and sent him flying over a dozen meters away. He landed heavily on the ground. After Fortes shapeshifted, he was also stubborn. He shook his head, jumped up, and charged toward Wang Ting again with a roar. Your head is quite tough. A trace of astonishment appeared on Wang Ting's face. His figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing him disappear, Forte's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he was at a disadvantage because of this strange movement technique. He was caught off guard and was hit on the head. Even now, fear still lingered in his heart. His opponent was too treacherous, he specialized in using cold bricks. This time, he learned to be smart. He could not find Wang Ting. Fortunately, his two swords danced and formed an impenetrable defense around him. I'm here. Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared on Forte's left, grinning. Boom, Fortes was already prepared. He suddenly slashed his longsword to the left. Unfortunately, Wang Ting had already disappeared. All that was left was an afterimage. Where are you hitting? Are you seeing things? I'm here. Wang Ting's voice came from behind him. Fortes was shocked. Without thinking, he suddenly slashed out with his longsword. However, he missed again, then, Wang Ting flashed and disappeared around Fortes, forming many afterimages. It was too much for Fortes to take in. He felt dizzy. He couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Fortes is going to lose. Japan's Tongji shook her head. Great Eagle Nation's Gerald, Ursa Nation's Valeria, and the others also shook their heads. Obviously, they could see that Fortes was going to lose. This idiot. On Bald Eagle's side, Yut's expression was ugly as he cursed in his heart. Quincy and the others also looked gloomy. They felt extremely sullen. This was definitely a trick, that Huaxia martial artist was too evil. In the arena, Wang Ting saw that Fortes had completely lost his composure. His eyes were bloodshot as he bombarded Fortes indiscriminately and roared crazily. Wang Ting knew that he had squeezed enough out of Fortes, so he suddenly took a step forward and passed through the dancing sword glow. He threw a brick. Bang, 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 Wang Ting did not hold back at all. The brick bombarded Fortes' face again and again. Fortes was stunned. He spun in circles on the spot, stars in his eyes. A dignified quasi-general expert was beaten to this extent. It was obvious that Wang Ting was ruthless. In a short while, Forte's face was swollen like a pig's head. There were big bumps on his head, looking extremely heroic. No matter who saw it, they would probably praise it, outstanding talent. Enough. A loud shout suddenly came from Bald Eagle's spectator stand. Wang Ting paused. The golden brick in his hand stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Forte's face. Then, he turned to look at Yut. We admit defeat. Yut said coldly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the brick in Wang Ting's hand suddenly fell on Fortes. Fortes was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. You. Yut was furious. Sorry, I accidentally didn't stop. I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Ting looked at him innocently. This bastard. Yut was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was too despicable. He was simply inhuman. Hiss. The battle ended. Everyone looked at Forte's appearance and couldn't help but gasp. Too ruthless, Fortes was beaten so badly that his face was unrecognizable. His head was at least twice as swollen. It was extremely miserable. Even a quasi-warlord level martial artist would have a concussion from this blow. Everyone looked at Wang Ting in the arena. They saw him blowing on the brick as if to blow away the dust on it. It was as if he treasured it. Weirdo, this kid was definitely a weirdo. Silence, the arena fell into a strange silence. No one had ever thought that a fight could be fought like this, or that a competition could be fought like this. Especially those foreigners, they felt like they had learned something new. This was a global exchange. Even if he couldn't fight any exciting matches, he had to at least be a little shameless. You bastard, the warriors from various countries looked at Forte, who was lying on the ground, and their eyes couldn't help but twitch. His shocking pig face was extremely comical, and at the same time, a trace of sympathy rose in their hearts. Too miserable, how could he be so miserable? Everyone looked at Wang Ting with an indescribable feeling. Fear, even Gerald, Tong Ji, Valeria, and the other prodigies who hadn't fought yet felt their hearts throbbing. Their eyes flashed incessantly, and they felt a headache. It would be very troublesome to encounter this guy. At this moment, they actually recognized Wang Ting's strength in a different way. Cough. The temple priest recovered from his daze, and his expression was a little ugly. He didn't have any good feelings toward Wang Ting, the culprit who ruined his state of mind. He didn't want to see that annoying face at all, so he turned to Yut and said, Forte of Bald Eagle has lost this match. Take him away. Yute's expression was ugly, and he felt even more embarrassed. He flashed to the arena, picked up Forte, and glared at Wang Ting fiercely. Don't look at me like that. It's as if I'm seducing your sister. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Yute. His face instantly turned green. How did this bastard know that he had a sister? Yute's mentality instantly exploded. In the past, anyone who dared to think about his baby sister would have their legs broken by him. But now, this guy in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. He wasn't sure if he could break Wang Ting's legs. Wang Ting suddenly noticed that this person's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, and his eyes became extremely fierce. He was instantly stunned. What did he say? This guy in front of him looked like he was going to kill him. Wait a minute, could this guy really have a younger sister? Wang Ting's expression became a little strange. He asked tentatively, if you have a sister, and she's pretty, you can introduce her to me. Creak creak, it was the sound of gnashing teeth. Yute glared fiercely at Wang Ting. His eyes were red. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the right place, and if it weren't for the fact that his identity didn't allow him to do so, he would have rushed up and fought with Wang Ting. You, very good. In the end, he squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he took another look at Wang Ting, he really wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Hey, brother-in-law, don't go. Let's discuss it again. Wang Ting saw him leave quickly and shouted from behind. Yute staggered and panted like an ox. He quickened his steps, wanting to get away from that bastard Wang Ting. Wang Ting saw that he was avoiding him like he was a snake and shook his head helplessly. He felt that the other party had misunderstood him. He sighed and decided that if he had the chance, he would explain it to him properly and let Yute change his opinion of him. He would also introduce his sister to him. Wang Ting sighed that the world didn't understand him as he looked down. Several attribute bubbles floated on the ground. They were round and looked very pleasing. Spiritual Spirit *80, Spiritual Comprehension *125, Life Origin *2, Metal Force *350, Two-Handed Sword Technique *60. Wang Ting silently counted the attribute bubbles and turned to walk toward the audience. He touched his chin and thought to himself that he didn't smash the brick for nothing. The drop of Spiritual Spirit and Spiritual Comprehension was quite considerable. This was the correct way to take advantage of the situation. In addition, he gained another 2 points of life origin. His life origin had reached 1356 points. Outsiders couldn't see it, but a milky white light merged into Wang Ting's body, bathing him in an invisible white light. Wang Ting screamed in his heart. His whole body felt as if it was relaxing. He couldn't feel any better. This was simply a toxic healer. The healing was very refreshing, but it was really toxic. Wang Ting's whole body trembled. His expression changed a few times without leaving a trace. Then, he walked to the audience. Tantai Xian and the others looked at him with strange expressions. Zhu Yunxiao glanced at him, hesitated, and couldn't help but say, "You've really offended Bald Eagle and the others this time." Wang Ting looked in Bald Eagle's direction and said guiltily, "They can't be so petty, right? This is a normal sparring session." A normal sparring session? Everyone stared at him speechlessly. Wang Ting felt uncomfortable from being stared at. His scalp felt numb. You've already beaten him up like that. How can this still be considered a normal sparring session? Don't you know? Zhao Yuanwu sneered. What do you know? I'm very careful when I hit him. At most, I'll make him look a little ugly, but he'll definitely recover in 2 days. I've done my best for the sake of the friendly relationship between our 2 countries, and you're accusing me wrongly. I'm really disappointed, Wang Ting said confidently. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned by Wang Ting's shamelessness. Beating someone up into a pig's head, was that considered ugly? You're still thinking about the friendly relationship between our 2 countries? How can the relationship be friendly when it's already like this? Zhao Yuanwu sneered. The next time Forte sees you, we'll all take your surname if he doesn't kill you. Don't. If you want to take his surname, that's your business. Don't drag us into it, Ren Qingsong said. Ji Xiaoming patted Wang Ting's shoulder and said meaningfully, but seriously, don't think about being friendly. It's too unrealistic. You don't understand. Believe it or not, the next time he sees me, he'll definitely smile at me, Wang Ting said solemnly. Everyone was speechless again. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? You beat someone up like this, and you still want him to smile at you? Unless that Forte's brain was damaged. While they were arguing, the competition started again. A martial artist from Ursa Major country came down and said loudly, I, Andre, challenge a martial artist from Eagle country. Please accept my challenge. Wang Ting looked at the big guy below and sat down. He ate while watching the competition with interest. I'll do it. A martial artist from Eagle country walked out and entered the arena. Tell me your name, Andre said. William. That martial artist from Eagle country said. Pfft. Wang Ting spat out the drink he just drank. These two people's names were really, one was Andre, and the other was William. Their names were similar to Zhang Wei from Xianxia and David from Bald Eagle. Their aliases were all over the country. What's so funny? Zhu Yunxiao looked at him strangely and asked. I'm not laughing. Watch the competition, watch the competition. Wang Ting stuttered and fooled her. Zhu Yunxiao shook her head speechlessly. She felt that Wang Ting was a little crazy. Could it be that his head was crushed by a door when he was young? While they were talking, Andre and William had already started fighting. Rumble, the battle below was extremely exciting. The two of them exchanged blows, their force exploding as they clashed fiercely in the wide arena. Everyone felt that the competition was finally back on track. This was more like it, this was a real competition. The battle between Wang Ting and Fortis didn't even count. Wang Ting looked like he was watching the competition, but his mind was actually immersed in the attribute panel. He had obtained a two-handed sword technique attribute bubble earlier, and now he was browsing through the related insights in his mind. Rather than a combat skill, the two-handed sword technique was a technique to use two swords. It was very practical. After all, sometimes using two swords at the same time was very advantageous. Wang Ting felt that Fortis's two-handed sword technique was very sharp in his previous battle. If he wasn't fast enough, it would have been quite troublesome to deal with. Fortis's strength was much weaker than his. Now that the two-handed sword technique was in his hands, he could naturally unleash more power. Just imagine if you were on the battlefield, wielding two swords and slashing all the way. How beautiful would that be? Boom, a loud noise suddenly came from the arena below. The two warriors' fists collided, and an extremely strong force exploded, sweeping in all directions. Andre from Ursa Major Kingdom has comprehended at least 60% of his Earth Fist intent. Looks like we can't underestimate the geniuses of other countries. Chu Fei sighed. The Great Eagle Kingdom warrior's Water Fist intent has also reached more than 50%, and his force cultivation is higher. The two of them are actually on par. Yanbo analyzed. Everyone watched the competition while commenting. Mu Zhigua and the others agreed with their views. The two of them were on par, but in terms of combat power, it seemed that Andre, who had comprehended 60% of his Earth Fist intent, was stronger. Boom, sure enough, after a few exchanges, William spat out blood and flew backward. He was finally defeated. The competition ended, and William from Great Eagle Kingdom left the arena regretfully. The Ursa Major Kingdom people were happy as they surrounded Andre, laughing non-stop. Wang Ting was also very happy. Looking at the attribute bubbles that dropped in the arena, his psychic power swept out. Earth Force * 380, Earth Fist Intent * 120, Water Force * 420, Water Fist Intent * 90. He actually had two types of fist intent attributes. Wang Ting rejoiced in his heart. An Earth type and a Water type were both things he needed. Wang Ting had two types of Earth type fist intents, the Void Mountain Fist Intent and the Ape King Fist Intent. He thought for a while and superimposed the Earth type fist intent onto the Void Mountain Fist Intent. Of the two fist intents, the Empty Mountain Fist Intent was undoubtedly stronger. Empty Mountain Fist Intent, 350/5000, 50%. The growth of the Kongyue Fist up until now was not only due to the attribute bubbles Wang Ting had picked up, but also due to his own comprehension. Next was the Water-type Fist Intent. He did not possess this type of fist intent in the first place, but now he had another method. As the water-type fist intent attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind, a series of memories emerged. There was a figure who practiced his fist technique in the water. Day after day, year after year, he finally comprehended the force of water flow. When he punched, he could create the concept of endless water flow, and his power increased greatly. If the water-type fist intent and earth-type fist intent were combined, it would be a combination of hardness and softness, and it would definitely be able to display an even stronger effect. Wang Ting suddenly had this thought. Water-type fist intent, 90/1000, 10%, however, he had just obtained his water-type fist intent, and it was still lacking by quite a bit. If he wanted to combine the two fist intents, at least the difference could not be too great. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as a combination, and it would definitely be a situation where one side would suppress the other. The other earth-type force and water-type force were to add bricks and tiles to his force cultivation, helping him to advance to the next level as soon as possible. Even if he did not participate in this competition, he would have profited greatly just by coming to watch. With so many geniuses, he would have a lot to pick up later. After that, martial artists from other countries also participated in the competition one after another. However, they were all ordinary martial artists with the 5 elements force. They were very strong, but not very eye-catching. However, to Wang Ting, there was no difference. They were all tools to produce attribute bubbles. Wood force *450, wood fist intent *150, spiritual state spirit *120, life origin *3, fire force *520, fire fist intent *180, water force *360, water sword intent *95. It had to be said that these martial artists from various countries were worthy of being called geniuses. Almost every one of them had comprehended a type of intent. They were all different, and some were strong, and some were weak. However, without exception, they were all above 40%. And all of this benefited Wang Ting. His hands were about to go soft from picking up the attribute bubbles. Even if he did not pick them up with his hands, his spiritual force was still weak. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and the comprehension of the 5 elements fist intent flashed through his mind. Gradually, he frowned. This would not do. If he were to improve the 5 elements fist intent one by one, it would waste too much time. It was not worth it for him. If he could organize them in one place, it would save time and effort. Why don't I create a 5 elements fist and combine the 5 elements fist intent? Wang Ting touched his chin. The more he thought about it, the more he found it interesting. Combining the 5 elements and using the various intents as nourishment, it would definitely hatch into an extremely extraordinary combat skill. Wang Ting felt that he had comprehended something. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, and the countless lights in his mind converged into a single point. Xianxia and the others immediately noticed his abnormality. They felt that Wang Ting was suddenly emitting an inexplicable aura. What's wrong with him? Xianxia could not help but ask. This is an epiphany, Xianxia said in shock. An epiphany. Ji Xiaoming and the others were slightly stunned. Then, they stared at Wang Ting with wide eyes. He actually had an epiphany while watching the competition. Could this guy have comprehended something amazing from watching the competition between the various countries? His luck was really unparalleled. One had to know that even prodigies like them who had extremely high comprehension abilities had very few chances to have an epiphany. After all, an epiphany did not only rely on comprehension abilities, but also a trace of mysterious luck that could trigger and resonate with one another. Just like Ji Xiaoming and the others, they were extremely lucky to have an epiphany once or twice in their lives. Most people did not even have the chance to have one. They had no idea how wonderful it felt to have an epiphany. Not to mention Ji Xiaoming and the others, even Xianxia was extremely envious. Epiphany was something that could only be encountered by chance. However, Wang Ting actually had an epiphany while eating and watching the competition. Who wouldn't be envious? Speaking of which, could this kid be the illegitimate son of God and Lady Luck? I wonder what he comprehended. Ji Xiaoming looked at Wang Ting with a trace of envy in his eyes. Let's wait and see. You guys stay away from him and don't disturb him, Xianxia said as he scanned the crowd. Everyone was very tactful and retreated one after another. No one would really mess around. For cultivators, interrupting an epiphany was the same as cutting off someone's belongings. It was a matter of life and death. Even Ren Xingcong and Zhao Yuanwu, who were not on good terms with Wang Ting, did not dare to act rashly. Although they were envious, if they really did something so immoral, everyone would look down on them. As time passed, everyone had different thoughts. Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. A five-colored light flashed across his eyes. It was extremely mystical. The 5 types of fist techniques were interconnected, reinforcing and restraining each other. In the end, it evolved into a brand new fist technique. When Wang Ting opened his eyes, everything was already constructed in his mind. In just 10 minutes, a fist technique that was comparable to a heaven-tier fist technique was born in his hands. This fist technique even had great potential. As long as he continued to develop it and nourish it with the 5 elements, its future was unknown. The light in Wang Ting's eyes dissipated, and his mind returned to reality. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he said unhappily to Tan Tai Xian and the others. These people looked like they were going to eat him up. Since when did their tastes become so heavy that they wouldn't even let go of a rough boy like him? His mother was right. A boy like him must protect himself when he was alone outside. "What do you think?" Tan Tai Xian glared at him. "You're really lucky. You can have an epiphany just by watching a competition," Xianxia said enviously. Ji Xiaoming, Mu Zhigua, and the others felt the same way. They were very envious. "My luck is just so. You don't have to be envious. Maybe it'll be your turn later," Wang Ting said with a laugh. "Like hell I'll believe you. Do you think we're stupid? Do you think epiphanies are like cabbages? You want to take turns?" Zhao Yuanwu was speechless. "You've gained a lot this time, right?" Zhu Yunxiao asked. "It's okay. I've gained a little," Wang Ting said with a wave of his hand. When the others saw that he didn't say much, they tactfully stopped asking. This kind of thing was everyone's secret, and it wasn't good to get to the bottom of it. However, this confirmed that Wang Ting's gains were extraordinarily big. TSK, did he think they couldn't see it? Wang Ting didn't care about the envious expressions of the others. He looked down at the arena below. While he was having an epiphany, many attribute bubbles had piled up in the arena. These attribute bubbles didn't have time to dissipate, so he immediately picked them up. Earth Force *110, Wood Force *55, Metal Force *105, Fire Force *80, Life Force *3, Fire Sword Intent *65, eh? As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. In these attribute bubbles, the Life Origin attribute appeared again. Wang Ting was shocked and tried to hold it in. 2 to 3 seconds later, he glanced at the crowd. Seeing that they didn't notice anything, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was too damn difficult. In addition, there was another attribute, Fire Sword Essence. Wang Ting comprehended the sword essence in his mind and improved his Fire Sword Essence to a higher level. At this moment, the competition below had ended, and another person stepped onto the stage. It was a warrior from the Ice Nation of Northern Europe. He had long hair, and there were traces of blue in his hair. He looked a little non-mainstream. "This guy is quite handsome." "He's only a little worse than me," Wang Ting muttered. Tan Tai Xian was speechless. Everyone gradually got used to Wang Ting's shamelessness, but they would still be embarrassed by his words from time to time. How thick-skinned was this guy? The warrior from the Ice Nation looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Xia Nation's side. He said, "I want to challenge a warrior from the Xia Nation. Please accept my challenge." Zhu Yunxiao and the others were stunned. He actually wanted to challenge them. Ever since they saw the match between Wang Ting and Fortes, the warriors of various countries had consciously avoided Xiaxia. After all, no one knew if they would meet Wang Ting if they challenged Xiaxia. However, Zhu Yunxiao and the others immediately reacted. After all, this was an exchange, and it was impossible to leave Xiaxia aside. If they didn't challenge Xiaxia because they were afraid of being treated specially by Wang Ting, wouldn't Xiaxia effortlessly win the first place in this exchange? This was obviously a situation that every country didn't want to see. However, when the Ice Nation warrior suddenly challenged Xianxia, his companions all revealed looks of surprise. Even the leader of the Ice Nation warriors turned pale with fright and shouted, "Wait, herd son, don't do anything rash." Although it was embarrassing for the leader of the Ice Nation warriors to shout like this, it would be even more embarrassing if he was beaten into a pig's head like Fortes. The Ice Nation was just a small island country with a population of less than 30 million. The number of geniuses they could bring out was naturally very limited. He didn't want Herdsun to fall in front of Xiaxia. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately revealed meaningful gazes. It seemed that this was not a collective decision, but a personal choice of this warrior. This guy was interesting. I'm not messing around. Herdsun shook his head and said, I heard that there are many geniuses in Xiaxia. Although my Ice Nation is a small country, we also want to see the glory of a big country. So please come out and let me see what Xiaxia's geniuses are like. You. The leader of the Ice Nation warriors was speechless. He wanted to stop him, but he couldn't find a good reason. Even the warriors dared to challenge Xiaxia, wanting to experience the glory of a big country. And if he were to continue to stop him, wouldn't it seem that he, the leader, didn't have the courage? This Ice Nation warrior has a good plan. The glory of a big country? This is forcing me not to use the brick. Wang Ting sneered. Everyone was speechless. What time is it now? You're still thinking about your brick. In fact, they weren't stupid. Naturally, they could see the intentions of this Ice Nation warrior. This person wanted to borrow the hands of Xiaxia's people to become famous. However, he didn't want to fight with Wang Ting, so he used such a method. Which one of you is going? Tan Taishan smiled and asked with interest. Who could tolerate being provoked to their doorstep? Wang Ting was about to get up, but Zhu Yunxiao stood up first and said, let me do it this time. Wang Ting, don't take everyone's limelight. Besides, you're the leader. No matter what, you have to go last. There are still more prodigies waiting for you. Wang Ting, who had just left the chair, sat back down and smiled, then you go. As he spoke, his gaze swept below and activated his spirit vision. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and said, this person is an ice element warrior. This was the first time he had met an ice element warrior at the quasi-champion level. In Wang Ting's eyes, this Ice Nation warrior suddenly became a tool that could produce ice attribute bubbles. Ice element warrior. Zhu Yunxiao said in surprise, how did you know? I have my ways. Wang Ting didn't explain, and said, mutated origin power is not easy to deal with, be careful. Alright. Zhu Yunxiao nodded with a serious expression, and jumped into the arena. Ice Nation, Hersong. Xiaxia, Zhu Yunxiao. After the two finished their introductions, they looked at each other. Boom, suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. An ice spear appeared in the Ice Nation warrior's hand and stabbed forward. Countless cold lights enveloped Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao's expression changed slightly as force exploded from her body. Fire force, this was the reason why she wasn't afraid of ice element martial artists. Zhu Yunxiao waved her longsword, and a flaming sword aura shot out, clashing with the ice aura coming from the opposite side. The ice and fire forces exploded, and heat and ice swept through the entire arena. A large amount of ice froze the ground of the arena, and the flames roasted half of the ground black. Since Hersong's attack failed, he disappeared from the spot and attacked Zhu Yunxiao from behind. Humph. Zhu Yunxiao snorted coldly. Her body flashed, and she dodged the opponent's attack. Then, she slashed down with her longsword. The crimson sword aura swept across, and wherever it passed, the ice melted. Hersong's attack was completely destroyed. Hersong's eyes flashed, but he didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved quickly and circled around Zhu Yunxiao. Boom, 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 the two of them clashed and separated from time to time. They were locked in a fierce battle, and the sound of explosions could be heard continuously. This ice country martial artist isn't weak. Zhao Yuanwu looked down and said solemnly. Don't underestimate martial artists from different countries. Even small countries have some extremely talented prodigies. Tan Taishan glanced at everyone and said calmly. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and the others were 9-star soldier-level martial artists. They hadn't reached the quasi-general level yet, but they were already top-notch prodigies. It was inevitable that they would be arrogant. At first, they didn't think much of a small country like the Ice Country. However, after witnessing He Song's strength, they stopped looking down on him. Can Zhu Yunxiao handle it? Ji Xiaoming asked. It's hard to say. Mu Zhiguo shook his head and said, which was rare for him, ice and fire elements are natural counters to each other, and they're evenly matched. It's hard to tell who will win. It's a little difficult, Wang Ting said slowly as he looked down with a serious expression. Everyone was shocked. Wang Ting had shown his foresight many times, and he hadn't made any mistakes. That was why Ji Xiaoming and the others were so shocked when they heard his words. Boom, at this moment, the situation on the arena changed drastically. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura rose from Herzen's body. The ice origin power in his body seemed to have been stimulated and increased substantially. His hair had completely turned icy blue, dancing wildly in the air, wantonly showing off. Even his eyes had turned icy blue, emitting an icy chill. They looked extremely dazzling and bizarre. The next moment, a large amount of ice origin power condensed into a layer of ice on the surface of Herzen's body, forming an ice armor. Zhu Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as the fire origin power in his body surged out violently. However, Herzen was not afraid at all. He walked straight through the raging flames. The scorching flames could not melt the ice armor on his body. Within the flames, he went straight for Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao was aghast. He wanted to retreat, but he was still a step too late. Boom, Shield slammed his fist into Zhu Yunxiao's body. Zhu Yunxiao's body froze. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and stopped. Then, he half-knelt on the ground. Pooh! She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Herzen's entire body was covered in ice. His eyes were extremely cold as he said indifferently. Zhu Yunxiao's expression was unwilling, but at this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He stood up shakily, but he was powerless to continue fighting. The warriors from various countries were shocked. They looked at Herzen in the arena, especially at his current appearance. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Was this some kind of special constitution? Such a prodigy had actually appeared in a small country like Ice Nation. The leader of the Ice Nation's warriors was dumbfounded. Even he didn't know about Herzen's methods. This guy had hidden it so deeply. On Xiaoxia's side, everyone's expressions were ugly. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. Wang Ting was actually right. Could it be that he had already seen through something just now? This match, Herzen of Ice Nation wins. The temple priest looked at Herzen with a strange gaze and announced the result. Thank you. A faint smile hung on Herzen's lips. The ice on his body slowly receded. He gracefully bowed to the temple priest and turned to walk toward the audience of the Ice Nation. Herzen, are you willing to become a guardian knight of the temple? At this moment, the temple priest suddenly spoke. Herzen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the temple priest, his eyes filled with disbelief. This match was originally a battle that he had carefully selected to become famous. The result was just as he had imagined. He had displayed his strength, defeated the warriors of a large country, and become famous in one battle, but he really didn't expect that he would receive the attention of the temple priest and even receive an invitation. A guardian knight of the temple, what was that? The temple was the most sacred existence in the Nordic countries. It was even a well-known holy land for warriors all over the world. As its guardian knight, it was not something that ordinary people could take up. And at this moment, the temple priest had actually sent him an invitation. Herzen felt as if he was dreaming. Happiness came too suddenly and caught him off guard. Not to mention him, the others were also shocked. The surroundings suddenly fell into a strange silence, and then an uproar broke out. The guardian knight of the temple, Herzen, is going to be rich. Humph, didn't he just defeat a warrior of the South Xia? The temple priest actually thinks so highly of him. It's not as simple as defeating a warrior of the South Xia. More importantly, he displayed that special ice attribute physique. What a lucky bastard. Alas, opportunities are only for those who are prepared. If Herd's son hadn't boldly challenged the warrior of the South Xia, how could he have gotten such an opportunity? There was a lot of discussion. Some were envious, and some were jealous. For the warriors of the Nordic countries, they also wanted such a good thing. The temple priest didn't find it strange when he saw the other party's expression. With the existence of the temple, anyone who heard such a good thing would be like this. It was already good that Herd's son could maintain his composure. He smiled and said, "How about it, Herd's son, what do you think?" "I'm willing." Herd's son finally reacted. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly nodded. "Very good, but after entering the temple, you will only be a reserve. If you want to become a guardian knight of the temple, you still need to go through training and tests," the temple priest said. "Yes, I understand." Herd's son beat his chest with his fist and made a knight salute of the temple. His expression was firm to show that he was fearless. "Go, find me after the competition." The temple priest nodded with satisfaction. Herd's son was full of joy and walked to the audience of the Ice Kingdom. What greeted him was the envious eyes of the warriors of the same country. On the other side, Xianxia's situation was in sharp contrast to his. Xianxia's defeat set off Herdson's brilliance. "Are you okay?" Tan Taishan went forward to comfort him. A trace of bitterness appeared on Xianxia's face. He shook his head sadly. "I'm fine. I'm just a little unwilling to accept my defeat." "That Herd's son is stepping on us to get to the top," Chu Fei and the others said with a slightly gloomy face. "I'll go meet him in the next round," Yan Bo said. "I'm afraid you guys are no match for him." Mu Zhigua shook his head. "I'll go. I happen to be interested in this ice element warrior," Wang Ting said. Tan Taishan's heart skipped a beat. Others might not know, but she knew that Wang Ting was also an ice element warrior. However, this guy's ice element force realm was not as high as Herdson's. Could he do it? She then shook her head and laughed in her heart. She was overthinking. Wang Ting's strength was not as simple as ice element force. Herd's son might have a special physique, but if he went up against Wang Ting, he would probably lose. "Are you confident?" Mu Zhigua did not know this. He could not help but ask. "Don't worry," Wang Ting said with a calm expression. As he spoke, his mental telekinesis had already swept out and picked up a few attribute bubbles in the arena. Fire Force *255, Fire Sword Intent *70, Ice Force *320, Ice Dust Body *10, Ice Spear Intent *45. Wang Ting's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Ice Dust Body, a new physique, and an ice element one at that. He had already obtained Herdson's physique. Let him be happy for a little while longer. He would cry later. Ice Dust Body, 105000. Wang Ting glanced at the description of his physique on the attribute panel and felt a little happy. He carefully sensed the changes in his body and found that he was indeed more sensitive to ice element force. He even had a lot of memories about the nature of ice element force in his mind. This change in nature was the same as the frost armor that Herd's son had used just now. Now, Wang Ting also knew what he knew. Moreover, if Wang Ting stacked Ice Dust Body to perfection, Herd's son would definitely not be able to catch up. The thrill of using his opponent's talent to surpass his opponent was simply too great. In addition, there was also the Ice Spear Intent attribute, which was also a concept that Wang Ting did not have. Wang Ting was extremely satisfied. He had not even fought with Herd's son, and he had already gained so much. If he really fought with him, wouldn't he be able to get even more things? He looked at Herd's son in the distance, and the smile on his face gradually became uncontrollable. In the distance, Herd's son, who was happy, suddenly shivered and felt a sense of malice envelop him. "Herd's son, what's wrong with you?" an ice country warrior asked. "It's nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination." Herd's son shook his head. "You actually have an ice element physique, but you haven't shown it for so many years. You've hidden it too well," the leader of the ice country warriors said. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it, but my teachers were afraid that I would be suppressed, so they told me not to use it easily. When I was in the country, no one could make me use this physique, but it's different now." In this exchange where all the warriors in the country gather, if I don't show it, there's no point in hiding it. Herd Sun said. The leader of the Ice Country warriors nodded in understanding. After all, the Ice Country was only a small country. If Herd Sun revealed his ice element physique too early, he might not even be able to grow up. If they wanted to challenge Herd Sun, they would have to wait until the next round. That was the rule of the challenge. After one round, they would have a bye to prevent a tag team battle. Of course, if they were willing to do so, no one would stop them. After Hersong, a martial artist from Neon Nation walked into the arena. Everyone's attention was attracted. It was a pretty and cute girl. No, that was not the point. The point was that she was only 1.5 meters tall and looked very petite. She had a straight face from start to finish, but it was not rigid. Instead, it was a kind of natural airhead, coupled with her slightly chubby face. She gave off a silly and adorable feeling. This woman from the Neon Nation looked really unique. Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There were really all kinds of women. At that moment, the girl below spoke. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded like a little girl's voice. It was very unique. Shernai Tongji challenges the martial artist from Bald Eagle. As soon as she said that, the martial artists from various countries were shocked and started whispering among themselves. This martial artist from Japan actually challenged the martial artist from Bald Eagle? The Neon Nation had always followed the lead of the White Eagle Nation. This was a well-known fact. This time, they actually dared to challenge them at the conference. Did they lose their minds? Hee, interesting. Gerald of the Great Eagle Kingdom couldn't help but reveal a trace of interest at the corner of his mouth. It is indeed very interesting. There are quite a few unexpected things happening in this year's exchange meet. Arnold laughed in a low voice. He was naturally happy to see the Bald Eagle country in trouble. On Bald Eagle's side, UT's expression turned ugly again. He looked in the direction of Japan and suddenly became dangerous. How daring of him. Since when did Japan dare to bare its fangs at them? Yamamoto Inuichiro, the leader of the martial artists from Japan, was stunned. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. It was Shernai Tongji's own decision to challenge Bald Eagle. Tongji, you're messing with me. What happened to challenging South Korea? Why did it become Bald Eagle? You can't play like this. People will die. Clearly, Kanata Tongji was the same as Hersen, acting on her own initiative. Bald Eagle and the others didn't care about what he thought. It was an indisputable fact that Kamina Tongji challenged Bald Eagle. If they can't teach the Neon Country a profound lesson, where will the Bald Eagle put its face? Yet looked at the people behind him. Quincy, Martha, and the others immediately understood what he meant. Quincy stepped forward and chuckled. I'll go. Let me play with this little loli from Japan. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Since they dared to challenge us, this Neon Nation martial artist might have some trump cards up his sleeve. Yute nodded and said. Don't worry. They're just a small island country that's begging for mercy behind us. What can they do? Quincy said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he walked down from the spectator stands and arrived at the arena. Who gave you the guts to challenge us? Quincy looked at Shernai Tongji and sneered. Shernai Tongji, please enlighten me. Shernai Tongji said calmly with an expressionless face. Quincy suddenly felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, cut the crap. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging us. Boom, he stomped on the ground and rushed toward Shernai Tongji. A warhammer appeared in his hand. With a sinister smile, he swung his arm and smashed it toward Shernai Tongji's head. What a ruthless man, this Quincy didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. With this hammer, no matter how beautiful her face was, it would turn into a bloody tofu pudding. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. This Quincy is probably a 10,000-year-old single dog. Everyone, Tan Tai Xian and the others were speechless. They felt that Wang Ting's brain circuit was really strange. Was this a question of whether a single dog was single or not? This was clearly a question of whether his head was split open or not. Just as everyone was shocked by Quincy's ruthlessness, the situation on the stage caused everyone's eyes to widen. Xianxia stood rooted to the spot, completely ignoring the warhammer that was crashing down on her head. She stared calmly at Quincy. Then, in the next instant, with a crisp sound, Xianxia's petite head exploded. It really did explode. Instantly, red and white splattered in all directions. This scene was too impactful, and many people began to retch. Even Quincy, who had caused all of this, couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the warhammer in his hand, then at the petite figure whose head had disappeared. He couldn't quite wrap his head around this. She died just like that? He was in disbelief. This battle had been won too easily and cleanly. He hadn't even used his full strength. The cultivators of various countries were in an uproar. This was the first time such a bloody and tragic situation had occurred in the conference. Even in the past, such a situation had never occurred. In the spectator stands, Zhu Yunxiao covered his mouth and exclaimed, "This, Ji Xiaoming, Chu Fei," and the others also abruptly stood up from their seats. Their expressions changed drastically as they said, "How is this possible? Did that Japanese martial artist go up there to die?" Yanbo asked. "What's going on? If she really went up there to compete, why didn't she even resist? Is the difference between the two really that big?" Zhao Yuanwu asked with a puzzled expression. "Calm down, the competition has just begun," Wang Ting suddenly said with a chuckle. They couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. The competition had just begun? Was Wang Ting stupid? She was already dead. How was he going to continue fighting? "What do you mean?" Zhu Yunxiao asked suspiciously. "It's just an illusion." "You've all been fooled," Wang Ting said. "An illusion?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly. "That's impossible. Even if it's an illusion, how could we not see through it? This Japanese martial artist's spiritual power is very high." "It's not strange that you've all been fooled," Wang Ting said. He looked at Xianxia with a strange gaze. Spiritual power, this Xianxia was also a spiritual power master. Furthermore, she had clearly learned some special spiritual power master techniques. Others might not be able to see through this technique, but how could it escape Wang Ting's eyes? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look down. At that moment, Xianxia's body suddenly changed. Her head, which had been smashed into smithereens, was restored to its original state. It was like a video being played back, and the red and white matter that had splattered everywhere were all gathered together. Then, Xianxia's baby fat face appeared in front of Quincy again. Quincy looked at this scene as if he had seen a ghost. His body couldn't help but take a step back. "What the hell are you?" he yelled with a shocked expression. Xianxia tilted her head. With a thud, her head fell to the ground. It rolled a few times and came to Quincy's feet. Her eyes just happened to look up at Quincy from below. She said in a calm and faint voice, "Aya, you've broken my head." F***ck. When Quincy saw this scene, his mental state collapsed and he couldn't help but curse. Then, he kicked out and sent Xianxia's head flying. Bang, the head turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the distant horizon, never to be found again. Quincy panted heavily. Clearly, the scene just now had scared him quite a bit. He still had some lingering fear. F***ck, how did a good competition turn into a horror scene? No matter how strong a man was, he would still be afraid of these creepy things. "Why did you kick my head?" But at this moment, the faint voice sounded again. This time, it sounded directly in Quincy's ear. When the voice came, he could feel the breath that accompanied it. It made his ears feel cold. Quincy's body stiffened. He turned his head slowly and saw, a head appeared on his shoulder. Blood was still dripping from the neck. The cold gaze met his eyes. Quincy felt his heart skip a beat. His scalp went numb. The hairs on his back stood up. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't spit it out. "Go to hell." He raised his right hand and punched the head on his left shoulder. With a boom, Xianxia's head exploded again. This time, the red and white stuff splashed all over his face. Quincy was dumbfounded. When did he become so strong? He just wanted to send the head flying. How did it explode? Didn't he know that if he exploded, it would splash him? He wasn't that stupid, but the head exploded, and it came into close contact with him. Feeling the thick smell of blood, Quincy's throat moved. He almost vomited his dinner from last night. Although these prodigious martial artists had seen blood before, it was still their first time experiencing the feeling of having their heads blown off at such a close distance. And it didn't feel good. Everyone in the spectator stands had goosebumps all over their bodies. Then, a look of sympathy appeared on their faces. Too tragic, they wouldn't be able to bear this kind of pain either. At this moment, everyone realized the problem. Kanata Tanji didn't really die. She used a unique method to confuse everyone. And as the person involved, Quincy was the most affected. He couldn't extricate himself and was played around. Yutei and the others looked terrible. They wanted to warn Quincy, but they couldn't. Otherwise, this competition would lose its meaning. The temple priest wouldn't let them break the rules. On Xiao's side, Wang Ting chuckled. This competition will probably leave Quincy with a psychological trauma. Everyone was speechless when they heard his gloating laughter. This guy was really petty. Quincy had insulted him before, and he clearly remembered it. In the arena, Kamina Tonaheim's head appeared around Quincy again, floating in the air, dripping with blood. Her cold voice echoed in Quincy's ears. Quincy was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he swung his hammer randomly, smashing the heads of the Tongji one after another. He had turned into his beast form. His body was covered in black fur. His body was muscular and his aura was terrifying. Get out here. I know this is all fake. Get out here. Quincy wasn't stupid. He knew that he had fallen into his opponent's illusion. But discovering it was one thing. Whether or not he could break it was another. He couldn't find the real Kanata Tunheim at all, and his mind was already on the verge of collapsing from all the pressure. Especially after he turned into a beast. His body was strengthened, but his mind was easily affected. The shadow in his heart was constantly expanding. Since you found out, I'll do as you wish. Kanata Tanji's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Quincy was overjoyed. He grinned and smashed down with his hammer. Pung! Kanata Tanji's body exploded. Blood splattered all over Quincy. Fake again. He was stunned. His pupils contracted. Red veins covered his entire eye. Then, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. This was a breakdown. His confidence had completely collapsed. As a quasi-general level warrior, it was almost impossible for his confidence to collapse. But after he turned into a beast, his mind was already under the impact of the beast's will. Now, with Tanji's mental destruction, it was hard for him not to collapse. Roar! Quincy let out a wild roar as his body began to change again. His eyes lost all reason, leaving only the ferocity of a wild beast. More hair grew out of his body, covering his entire body. Even his face began to change, looking more and more like a black bear. If it was only 50% before, now it was more than 80%. Not good. On Bald Eagle's side, Yutei's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. Quincy is about to lose control, Martha said with a serious expression. Damn it. That idiot was forced to this extent by that Japanese woman. Was all his mental training for nothing? Yutei cursed. His expression was terrible. Martha couldn't help but mourn for Quincy. That Japanese warrior wasn't easy to deal with. Even if she encountered her, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't end up like Quincy. Unfortunately, Yutei didn't want to listen. If Quincy couldn't control himself, then it was his fault. Do you want to admit defeat? Martha asked. Yutei's expression kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, let's wait. We can use this opportunity to destroy that Japanese warrior. Then, we can control Quincy. It's very risky. If we delay, Quincy might not be able to come back, Martha said with a slightly changed expression. Sacrificing my life for the country, Yutei said with a cold expression. Martha's expression changed. She was completely silent. At the same time, Quincy's change attracted the attention of warriors from various countries. Everyone could see that something was wrong with him, but they didn't know how serious it was. The temple priest frowned slightly. He glanced at Bald Eagle. Seeing that they didn't admit defeat, he didn't say anything. In the arena, Xianxia's figure appeared. She was unharmed. Her head was still delicate and didn't drip blood. She looked at Quincy in front of her with a blank expression. Her eyes flashed. Roar! Quincy might have lost his mind, but he still remembered this enemy. He roared and pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia's body disappeared. Then, buzz, there was a buzzing sound. Suddenly, a swarm of black bees appeared out of thin air in the arena, drowning Quincy in an overwhelming manner. The situation in the arena immediately changed. Quincy covered his head and fled. He was as ferocious as he pounced, but now he was running away like a coward. That clumsy appearance was full of a different kind of comical feeling. Everyone. Bears were afraid of bees. This scene appeared at the conference. No matter how one looked at it, it was very out of place. The martial artists from various countries looked at Quincy, who was being chased around by a swarm of bees, and all fell into a strange silence. UT's mouth twitched, and he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This was 2F** king embarrassing. Why did the bald eagle country make such a fool of themselves in this exchange meeting? If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have become the leader. Even he was embarrassed. UT's intestines were green with regret, but he fought for this himself, and it was too late to say anything now. In the Xia country's audience stands, everyone was amused. Bald Eagle is in big trouble this time. Yan Bo chuckled. Using bees to deal with a bear, no one else can. Zhao Yuanwu said. This Xianxia is quite smart, to think of something like that. Chu Fei shook his head and laughed. That Xianxia seems to be very difficult to deal with. Zhu Yinxiao said. Yeah, she's not easy to deal with. Everyone nodded in agreement, and their expressions were a little serious. Boom! In the arena, Quincy had no power to fight back, and he was rolling on the ground, but he couldn't get rid of the bees, and he kept letting out miserable cries. Not long after, even the cries stopped, and Quincy had already fainted. Xianxia appeared, and the bees disappeared, but Quincy's head was full of bumps, as if he had really been stung by bees. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Everyone's expressions became serious when they saw this. The temple priest immediately announced Neon Country's victory. As the leader of Neon Country, Yamamoto Inuichiro was not happy at all, because UT's face was dark, and he was glaring at him fiercely. Yamamoto Inuichiro shuddered, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Boss, don't look at me, it really has nothing to do with me. When Xianxia returned to the spectator stands, Yamamoto Inuichiro's eyes were filled with resentment, and he suppressed his anger. Tanji, why did you do that? Why did I do that? Xianxia looked at him innocently. You. Yamamoto Inuichiro felt powerless and said with a sad face, My little princess, Bald Eagle is not someone we can afford to offend. Oh. Xianxia nodded. Yamamoto Inuichiro was speechless. Oh, and then, say something. What's with that oh? What's the meaning of that? What do you mean by that? Yamamoto Inuichiro was going crazy, but he couldn't do anything to Xianxia. He could only hide in the corner and draw circles. Xiaxia was in the audience. Wang Ting looked down and used his mental telekinesis to pick up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Earth Force *345, Life Origin *12, King's Domain Spirit *50, Mental Illusion *20, Poison Force *125. Wang Ting's eyes flickered when he saw the harvest this time. 345 points of Earth Force. As expected, quasi-warlord level martial artists dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. Of course, the most important thing was the 12 points of Life Origin. It was much more than the previous Bald Eagle martial artists. At this moment, he wanted to ask, how many years can Quincy live? This unlucky kid. When others fought, they would at most bleed and get injured. In serious cases, they might even die. However, Quincy was different. Once he transformed, he would lose his life. The so-called genetic martial artists were just SOSO. The drawbacks were too great. Of course, Wang Ting hoped that they would bring out more genetic martial artists. It was beneficial to him anyway. Then there was the 50 points of King's Domain Spirit. This was out of his expectations. That Kanai Tanji from Japan actually had this level of spirit. It was unbelievable. She couldn't have cheated too, right? He didn't know how old she was. She looked a little young. If she was the same age as Wang Ting, then she was really powerful. The last two attribute bubbles surprised Wang Ting again. One was Spirit Illusion, and the other was Poison Force. Spirit Illusion was a spiritual type ability. It must be the technique that Kanai Tanji used in the competition just now. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. After digesting the memories in his mind, he had already grasped this spiritual type ability. Spirit Illusion, 10,100, proficient. The 20 points of Spirit Illusion allowed him to cross the threshold and reach proficiency. Now, he had already grasped two spiritual type abilities. One was Spirit Piercing, and the other was Spirit Illusion. His spiritual force abilities were getting richer. Finally, there was the Poison Force. Wang Ting had only seen the Poison Force on Xianxia. This Kanai Tanji was the second. However, Kanai Tanji's Poison Force talent couldn't compare to Xianxia's. Xianxia had the Demon Lotus Poison body. Her talent was something that few people could compare to. At this moment, Wang Ting couldn't help but look in the direction of Neon. No matter what, this Kanai Tanji couldn't be underestimated. In the next moment, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. He felt that this exchange was getting more and more interesting. Kanai Tanji seemed to have sensed Wang Ting's gaze and turned to look in his direction. However, Wang Ting had already retracted his gaze and stood up to walk towards the arena. Wang Ting challenges Ice Nation's Hersone. Wang Ting looked at the Ice Nation's audience and said indifferently. At this moment, the expressions of the people from Ice Nation changed. Hersone's expression was even uglier. He looked at Wang Ting as if he had eaten shit. This guy must be doing it on purpose. He had defeated the warriors of Xia and stepped on them to get to the top. Now, Wang Ting had specially come to challenge him. However, he had no choice. In the exchange, since he had displayed his talent, there would be many people who would challenge him. He would either stand until the end or be defeated and be forced to submit to others. There was no other possibility. The temple priest looked at Hersone and nodded at him. Hersone knew that he couldn't avoid it. He had just joined the temple. If he avoided the battle, it would not only be him who would lose face, but also the temple. The consequences would be more serious than anything else. Humph. Hersone snorted coldly. So be it. He might not necessarily lose to Wang Ting. The reason why no one was willing to fight with Wang Ting was because they were worried that they would be taken special care of by his brick and be put on the spot. He didn't believe that now that he had become a member of the temple, Wang Ting would still dare to do this. Wang Ting, please advise me. Wang Ting looked at Hersone who had arrived in front of him and said with a smile. Hersone's balls hurt. Are you laughing at me? This smile made his hair stand on end. Hersone. He didn't waste any time and said his name. He held the long spear in his hand and pointed it at Wang Ting. Come, let's fight fair and square. Fair and square. Wang Ting laughed and said, I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't have a chance. Arrogant. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. Hersone's face suddenly showed anger. He suddenly stepped forward and thrust his spear. The spear light soared through the air and went straight for Wang Ting's vital point. The spear light pierced through the sky and swept over with a cold chill. Wang Ting's expression didn't change as he punched out. This punch was very simple. He did not use any battle skill. Instead, he only used his pure strength to unleash it. Boom, the fist force collided with the spear light, and the ice condensed from the spear light shattered with a bang, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and drifted in all directions. Hersone felt the violent force coming from the opposite side. His expression changed slightly, and his body couldn't help but take half a step back. It was just the first exchange, but he was already at a disadvantage. Wang Ting's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Hersone's expression was solemn, and then he used the ice dust body without hesitation. The ice origin power on his body suddenly erupted, condensing into an ice armor on the surface of his body. In the Ice Nation spectator seats, the Ice Nation's team leader's expression changed. The warriors from various countries were also surprised and couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Herd Sun used his special physique so quickly. It seems that Xiaoxia's Wang Ting made him feel a lot of pressure. That Wang Ting isn't an ordinary warrior. His strength seems to be very strong. Previously, he used the brick as a weapon. Now he's going to use it for real? By the way, have you noticed? This Wang Ting is very young. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Only then did they realize that Wang Ting's age seemed to be younger than most warriors. Almost all of them who had stepped into the quasi-warlord level were stepping on the threshold of 25 years old. Even if they were slightly younger, it was only a difference of 1 or 2 years. However, it was still a question whether Wang Ting's age was even 20 years old. Gerald of the Great Eagle Nation, Valeria of the Ursa Major Nation, and the others all had a trace of emotion on their faces. Tongji, this Xiaoxia's prodigy is even younger than you. Yamamoto Inuichiro said to Tongji beside him. Surprisingly, Shernai Tongji didn't disagree and nodded with a solemn expression. Xiaoxia, what a magical country. Unfortunately. Yamamoto Inuichiro's expression was gloomy as he sighed. Unfortunately, he didn't continue, but Shernai Tongji understood what he meant. Since the new era, the Neon country had chosen to rely on Bald Eagle, and their relationship with Xiaoxia was somewhat stiff. The two countries weren't that friendly. If they had chosen to rely on Xiaoxia, perhaps the situation would be very different. In the arena, Wang Ting was elated when he saw Hertzen's change. He had another attribute bubble to collect. Ice Dust Body, *10, Ice, 8, Ice Force *112, sensing the changes, Wang, he's, and his, he's, he s and his, SSS's s ding ding st. T heat T note have a s was SSS'd. You are very strong, but I will not be defeated. His expression was resolute, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Wang Ting's expression was calm. Confidence was a good thing, but it depended on who he was facing. Young man, you're still too young. When Herd Sun saw Zhang Heng's calm expression, as if he was not affected by his provocation at all, Herd Sun immediately raised his eyebrows, and a trace of anger rose in his heart uncontrollably. Boom, the origin power in his body burst out. He didn't waste any more words. The origin power condensed on his spear, forming a thick layer of ice. He simply thrust his spear. Frost spear intent. Let's see if you can still break this spear with one punch. Herd Sun shouted angrily. His body seemed to have crossed the distance between them and appeared in front of Wang Ting. Boom, Wang Ting's eyes were calm. He raised his head. The spear's aura kept expanding in his eyes until it was right in front of him. Then, he calmly raised his fist. It was a serious punch, crimson flames wrapped around his fist and collided with the cold spear's aura. Wang Ting once again took on Hertzen's frost spears with his body. A real man was so tough, Hertzen's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Ting to take his attack with his fist. Was this guy really that confident? Boom, at this moment, Wang Ting's fist and the spear's aura collided, producing an extremely loud sound. The impact of the origin power swept out in all directions, sending dust everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes and look at the arena. Suddenly, a soft crack sound came from the center of the collision. Hertzen's expression changed. His pupils contracted, and he was shocked. How is this possible? The ice condensed by the spear in his hand began to crack. Then, the crack grew bigger and bigger, and some ice fragments fell down. Bang, at a certain moment, the ice completely shattered. On the other side, a powerful fist energy with a burning intent swept over. Hertzen's body shook, and he forcibly dissolved the fist energy. It was just the aftershock, and couldn't break through the ice armor on his body. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But before he could feel happy, Wang Ting suddenly disappeared from the spot, turning into an afterimage as he charged at him. Hertzen's expression changed. He immediately rushed into the air and dodged Wang Ting's attack. He had already experienced that terrifying fist energy and was extremely apprehensive. Hence, he didn't want to take it head-on. However, he couldn't imagine how fast Wang Ting was. As long as Wang Ting wanted to, the opponent couldn't dodge. The next moment, Wang Ting appeared in front of Herd's son with an evil smile on his face. He looked very much like a scoundrel flirting with a beautiful woman. Don't run. Let's exchange blows. Take a punch from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the opponent. Herdson's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with Wang Ting's speed and was punched in the stomach. Boom, this punch made Herdson's body curl up like a prawn. His eyes bulged as a terrifying power erupted from his body. Whoosh, he was sent flying for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Herdson coughed dryly. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the corner of his mouth and sneered. You can't break my ice armor. Is that so? Wang Ting smiled faintly. Gotcha, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Herdson's pupils shrank. He slowly looked down and saw that a crack had appeared on the ice armor covering his chest. Your tortoiseshell isn't good. I only punched it lightly and it cracked, Wang Ting said. Herdson's expression turned ugly. Tortoise my ass, his cool armor was actually called a tortoiseshell by this guy. What kind of eyesight was that? However, his ice armor was actually cracked by a single punch. This guy's strength was truly terrifying. As for the light punch, Herdson didn't believe it at all. To be able to break his ice armor, the other party must have used his full strength. This bastard is a pretentious prick. Come, come, come. Let me punch you a few more times. Wang Ting ignored Herdson's expression and disappeared on the spot again. Again. Herdson's face turned green. Herdson's heart skipped a beat. Ice condensed on the spear in his hand again, forming a huge ice spear to meet Wang Ting's fist. He didn't dare to let Wang Ting's fist land on him again. That punch just now almost knocked out his internal organs. There must be a monster hiding in this guy's body. Otherwise, how could such a weak body contain so much power? None of the warriors he had met could surpass Wang Ting in strength. Boom, Wang Ting didn't care about the ice spear and directly blasted it. Meet gods, meet gods, meet demons, kill demons. Anything that stood in his way would be shattered. This was his ninja path. Bah, this was his martial arts. The ice spear shattered again, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. Wang Ting turned into an afterimage, passing through the ice shards in the sky, and went straight for Herdson's body. Boom. Boom, boom. He punched out again, and the power of fire invaded his opponent's body. Herdson was like a soulless sandbag. His body swayed left and right in the sky, and he was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. This scene made those who heard it sad and those who saw it cry. It was really too miserable. The Great Eagle Kingdom's genius Gerald's eyes twitched. He seemed to be shocked by Wang Ting's simple and violent attack. First, it was a brick, then a fist. Thinking about it carefully, this Wang Ting of Xianxia was simply a violent maniac. The Ursa Major Kingdom's genius Valeria's eyes lit up, and the muscles all over her body were jumping. She excitedly said to the person beside her, Big Ivan, I think I've found my true love. This is my Prince Charming. It's Prince Charming. The leader of the Ursa Major Kingdom's warriors called Big Ivan was a little speechless. Then, he asked in surprise, You like him? Only a man like him is worthy of me, don't you think? King Kong Barbie said while showing her muscles. Then the outstanding men in our country will be sad, Big Ivan said regretfully. Humph, those people can't even beat me, and they want to be my man? What a fool's dream. The King Kong Barbie Valeria said in disdain. She then looked at Wang Ting with a burning gaze. The battle clan was so terrifying. In the arena, Wang Ting, who was focused on the competition, suddenly shivered. A chill ran down his spine. Why, Fatty C, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Wang Ting's spiritual power was strong, and he had a slight premonition of danger. At this moment, he felt that something dangerous was staring at him. Taking advantage of Wang Ting's momentary daze, Herson seized the opportunity and hastily retreated. More than half of the ice armor on his body had already shattered, and pieces of it hung on his body. He had long lost his previous handsome appearance, and his face was bruised and swollen, looking very miserable. He actually ran away. Wang Ting looked into the distance, his gaze turning dangerous. How could he let the prey in his hands escape? Herson took a few deep breaths, his expression ugly and solemn. Wang Ting's strength was beyond his expectations, but it was obviously unrealistic for him to admit defeat. He had just joined the temple and had just reached the peak of his life. If he admitted defeat now, his evaluation in the temple's priests' heart would plummet. Then, he gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He activated Ice Dust Body to the extreme, and the ice force in his body surged out. Boom, an extreme chill swept out, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen. Layers of frost appeared, and there were even snowflakes floating down from the sky. A quasi-warlord's force cultivation was already very strong, and with his special physique, the commotion caused by this moment was not small. Wang Ting looked in front of him in surprise. He wanted to make a move, but he stopped. How to extract the attribute bubbles? Of course, the best way was to wait for him to explode, and then squeeze him dry. No one knew what Wang Ting was thinking. Their eyes flashed as they looked at the sky above the arena. This Wang Ting is very confident, Gerald said with great interest. That Herson's strength is not weak. Coupled with his special physique, he is very strong. In the end, he couldn't even fight back in Wang Ting's hands, Arnold said. Xiao's Wang Ting is very strong, and his speed is unbelievably fast. Herson is completely suppressed in this aspect, Gerald said thoughtfully. Let's continue to watch. Herson is probably going all out. Next is the key to determining the outcome. If Wang Ting can't stop him, everything will be in vain. Arnold nodded and looked at the sky above the arena. Who do you think will win, Tanji? Yamamoto Inuichiro always asked Shernai Tanji when he was unsure about something, and this was no exception. Wang Ting, Shernai Tanji said. Oh, are you sure? Yamamoto Inuichiro was surprised. I can't see through him, but I can see through Herson at a glance, Shernai Tanji said. That Wang Ting is so mysterious. Yamamoto Inuichiro was shocked. In the audience seats, Xia, Zhu Yunxiao looked at the arena with a serious expression and said, Herson's ice origin power contains the power of extreme cold. I'm afraid this attack is not to be underestimated. Can Wang Ting take it? Don't worry. That was just a warm-up at most. Wang Ting hasn't even fought seriously yet, Tan Taixian shook his head and said helplessly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Herson had even used his special physique, and Tan Taixian said that Wang Ting was only warming up. Are you serious? Everyone found it hard to believe. They felt that Tan Taixian's words were a little too exaggerated. Speaking of which, we still don't know how strong Wang Ting is. Chu Fei couldn't help but ask. In terms of realm, he's at the quasi-warlord level. However, even I don't know how strong he is, Tan Taixian said, shaking his head. Quasi-warlord level. A quasi-warlord who's not even 20 years old. His combat strength is even higher than that. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Did Wang Ting start cultivating in his mother's womb? Ignoring everyone's reactions, the ice origin power in the sky became denser and denser. It gathered above Herson's head and formed a dense ice ray that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Just looking at it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. How could one defend against such a powerful all-around attack? Herson was clearly having a hard time releasing this move. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with coldness as he shouted, Stop, he shouted, hail arrows. In an instant, all the ice rays rushed down and shrouded Wang Ting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart filled the arena. The surrounding warriors from various countries couldn't help but look solemn. Such momentum was truly terrifying. Wang Ting looked at the ice rays that were approaching him in an instant. His eyes focused, and his body emitted a scorching heat. Monstrous green flames swept out and condensed into a lifelike giant green dragon in the sky. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, go, Wang Ting shouted like a chunibyu. His aura was imposing. Green flames bloomed around him like a green lotus. He looked divine and otherworldly, like a god descending into the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant green dragon roared at the sky and faced the seemingly endless ice rays. The giant green dragon spat out flames and completely drowned the ice rays. Rumble, in an instant, the ice rays melted and collapsed. This terrifying attack was turned into bubbles under Wang Ting's flames. Roar, the giant green dragon hovered in the air above Herd's son. It looked down majestically and roared at him. Herd's son was dumbstruck. He looked up at the giant green dragon above him and felt the scorching heat. His whole body was drenched in sweat and he was dumbstruck. The warriors from various countries were also greatly shocked. Their eyes flashed rapidly as they looked at this scene. Wang Ting was very powerful. The priest of the Temple of Gods looked at Wang Ting in the arena with a solemn expression for the first time. He looked deeply at Wang Ting. Xianxia. The priest of the Temple of Gods murmured to himself, "What an incredible ancient country. But what does that almighty dragon of heaven mean? Is it the name of a technique or some kind of spell?" He seemed to have thought of something else. He was puzzled and couldn't make sense of it. In the spectator stands, Tan Tai Xian was speechless. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. What the F***ck is this almighty dragon of heaven, Wang Ting? Why don't you go die? Tan Tai Xian felt like he was about to have a mental breakdown. He couldn't look Wang Ting in the eye. He wanted nothing more than to grab him and beat him up until he didn't dare to say such things again. Tan Tai Xian and the others looked up at the azure dragon in the sky. Even though they felt that it was very impressive and that it was a good way to show off, but why did he have to call out the almighty heavenly dragon? No one would be able to stand that kind of Chinibu vibe. Wang Ting and the others were completely defeated by Wang Ting. This guy was never serious and always gave them headaches. How embarrassing. Zhao Yuanwu curled his lips. "I'm ashamed to be associated with you," Ren Xingsong said with disgust. Ji Xiuming and the others also felt that Wang Ting had embarrassed them, but it wasn't good to say it out loud. They glanced at Zhao Yuanwu and Ren Xingsong. Everyone knew that these two guys didn't get along with Wang Ting, but it was a bit too much to say that. "Didn't you notice the expressions of those foreigners?" Zhu Yunxiao felt indignant for Wang Ting. He glanced at Zhao Yuanwu and the young man and reminded them. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yuanwu asked. "See for yourselves," Zhu Yunxiao said with annoyance. Everyone looked over and saw that all the foreigners had a confused look on their faces. Was this what they meant by "you don't understand, but you're awesome"? Coupled with the azure dragon, Wang Ting seemed to have succeeded in showing off. Zhao Yuanwu, Ren Xingsong, everyone else, what the hell, so Wang Ting didn't embarrass himself at all. He was just showing off? Zhao Yuanwu's mouth twitched, and he shut up completely. Ren Xingsong's expression was also very interesting. He snorted and didn't say anything else. At this moment, even Mu Zhigua and the others were convinced, let alone them. Thinking about it carefully, those foreigners didn't understand the Xiaoxiao language at all. How could they understand the Chinibu vibe? Zhu Yunxiao looked at everyone's expressions and felt ashamed. However, she really felt that she didn't let Wang Ting down. He helped me vent my anger, and I redeemed his image for him, otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like that. Foreigners may not understand, but they are still Chinibu. Zhu Yunxiao recalled the scene of Wang Ting shouting, "Great mighty heavenly dragon," and his heart shuddered. Goosebumps appeared on his skin again. Hiss, Wang Ting is not human. In the arena. The azure dragon circled in the sky and looked down at Herd's son. The atmosphere was extremely tense. At this point in the competition, there was almost no suspense. So, how would heels and shoes admit defeat or fight to the death? In fact, the warriors of various countries understood his situation very well. He had just been selected by the temple and was feeling proud of himself, but in the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Who could stand it? At this moment, some people were sympathetic, while others were gloating. Herdson's face was pale. His lips moved, but he could not utter the words surrender. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he suddenly disappeared. Herdson's expression changed drastically. F***ck, this B**** is not being considerate. He didn't even give me time to hesitate. The next moment, Wang Ting appeared in front of Herd's son. He grinned at him and a golden light flashed in his hand. Herd's son was aghast. He finally remembered something and was about to shout out the words "I admit defeat" when bam, however, it was too late. The golden light directly hit his face, and it was right in the middle, blocking his mouth completely. Hiss. When the martial artists from various countries saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So painful, one should not hit someone in the face, but Wang Ting, as Xianxia, specialized in hitting people in the face, and his attack was a little too vicious. Moreover, Herd's son was clearly about to surrender. Even if he was still hesitating, couldn't you give him some time to mentally prepare himself? He had finally made a name for himself, and you trampled him down again. Wouldn't that make him feel depressed? As a fellow prodigy, couldn't you give him some face? Regardless of what the crowd was thinking, Wang Ting did not hold back at all. The brick continued to smash down. Herd's son was already dumbfounded. He wanted to open his mouth and surrender, but he was blocked every time. Who could understand that kind of despair? If he had known earlier, he would have surrendered sooner. There was no need to be so reserved. It was too late for regrets now. Bam bam bam, the dull sounds reverberated in the air above the arena, causing the corners of everyone's eyes to twitch. The priest wanted to stop him, but he knew that he could not do so. Otherwise, it would be unfair. He was also a little resentful of Herdson's hesitation. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? He shook his head and sighed. There was nothing he could do. Since he met a person like Wang Ting who didn't care about etiquette, he deserved to suffer. Wang Ting still had a trace of mercy left in him. When he felt that it was about time, he suddenly increased the force in his hand, preparing to end this battle. Boom! Herdson's body fell to the ground like a broken bag. With a loud bang, he crashed into the arena, kicking up a large cloud of dust. It's finally over. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Herdson. His suffering had finally come to an end. After a while, the dust settled, revealing Herdson's battered body. He raised his trembling arms and said with difficulty in a hoarse voice, I surrender. Everyone, how tenacious, he must be scared of being beaten up. When he found an opportunity, he immediately surrendered. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to understand Herdson's despair. Really super depression. JPG this round, Wang Ting wins Xia. The priest of the Divine Hall hurriedly announced the result. He was afraid that Wang Ting would beat Herdson up if he was late. Wang Ting landed from the air and pursed his lips. These people made him look like a violent demon. He was too lazy to fight anymore. Was there a need to be so nervous? Besides, was this his problem? Obviously not. Everyone was fighting for their country and had different standpoints. Who was to blame? The world was fair. If you wanted to gain something, you had to pay a price. When Herdson had chosen to use the warriors of the state of Great Xia as his stepping stones, he had expected that the warriors of the state of Great Xia would seek revenge. However, he met Wang Ting, a kind-looking but black-hearted guy. If he had met Mu Zhigua, at least he wouldn't have been so miserable. Herdson finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the priest's announcement. At this moment, Wang Ting walked up to him, squatted down, and looked at him. What are you doing? I've already surrendered. Herdson's face was bruised and swollen. When he saw Wang Ting's face, he was shocked. He endured the pain and struggled to get away from Wang Ting. Wang Ting reflected on himself. Did he really go too far? He scared this guy to this extent. Would he be traumatized? Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that he had to be gentler next time. He didn't want to hurt him. Remember, I'm Warrior Xia. Wang Ting finally took a deep look at him. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the arena. Warrior Xia, Herdson looked at his back as he walked away. Tears of regret suddenly fell from his eyes. Mom, I won't mess with Warrior Xia anymore. Why did a certain ice country martial artist cry so bitterly during the competition? Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? To know what will happen, please pay attention to the next match. As Herdson was being carried off, he was reflecting on two things. First, he shouldn't have challenged Xiaxia's martial artist. What was wrong with his brain that made him choose to challenge Xiaxia's martial artist? He couldn't figure it out now. Second, he knew that there was no suspense in the competition, so why didn't he admit defeat earlier? There was a good saying. He had a chance to admit defeat in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. It was only when he was beaten up that he regretted it. If God gave him another chance, he would do it immediately. Right now. Shout those 3 words out loud, I admit. Lose. When Wang Ting returned to the audience, he found that everyone was staying away from him and looking at him with extreme disdain. Wang Ting's face darkened. Is this how you welcome the return of a hero? Get lost. Dan Taishan said angrily, when you shouted those childish words, we had already severed all ties with you. Pfft, Wang Ting almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You're too heartless. I'm not a Chunibu. I'm just trying to boost my momentum. Didn't you see that those foreigners were shocked by me? How can you do big things if you can't even stand such a small flaw? Wang Ting criticized the crowd righteously, as if they were the ones in the wrong and he was a national hero who was not understood. Look, he had gained face in front of the foreigners, letting them be influenced by Xiaxia's culture and feel the power of Xiaxia. There was nothing wrong with them at all. No matter how much you say, you can't cover up your Chunibu heart. Tan Taishan sneered. Wang Ting. He couldn't stand this grievance, he snorted angrily. An outstanding person like me is always not understood. Everyone looked at him as if he was the only one who was sober when everyone else was drunk. They were once again shocked by his shamelessness and couldn't refute him. The competition was still going on. Warriors from other countries came out one after another to challenge each other. However, they avoided Xiaxia once again. They couldn't afford to offend Mr. Xia, Chu Fei, Yan Bo, and the others felt helpless. They looked at Wang Ting with resentment. It was all because of this guy that they didn't even have the chance to fight. Wang Ting. Are you blaming me again? He was so angry that he chose to turn a blind eye. If you want to fight, go challenge yourself. Why are you looking at me? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to bother with them. He watched the competition while taking stock of his gains from the competition. Soul Spirit * 205, Spiritual Realm Comprehension * 180, Icy Dust Body * 120, Ice Force * 600, Ice Spear Intent * 135, Hail of Ice Arrows * 30. This big harvest made Wang Ting very happy. The ice element tool was indeed worthy of its reputation. Looking at the soul spirit and comprehension that were around 100 to 200 points, Wang Ting was suddenly filled with a sense of achievement. These were all obtained by smashing bricks, he almost moved himself to tears. It was really not easy to get some attributes. If Herson knew what Wang Ting was thinking, he would probably cry until he fainted. He was simply inhuman. Then, the 120 points of ice dust body increased Wang Ting's ice element constitution by a lot. Ice dust body, 148 out of 5,000 naturally, it was still very far from perfect. However, with this ice element constitution, Wang Ting's sensitivity to ice force became more and more sensitive. It was very beneficial for his cultivation. His ice force cultivation wouldn't fall behind in the future. Wang Ting was very happy. The 600 points of ice force also couldn't be ignored. After Wang Ting's cultivation in the virtual reality last time, his ice force had already reached 9-star soldier level. Now that he had gained another wave of benefits in this exchange, his ice force had increased by another level. Ice force, 1320/9000, 9-star, the increase in cultivation was naturally the most obvious change. Other than that, there were also gains in combat techniques. Ice Spear Intent, 180/1000, 10%, Hail of Ice Arrows, Heaven Tier 20/100, Proficient. Not only did Wang Ting obtain the Ice Spear Intent, but he also comprehended it to 10%. From now on, he had another combat technique that comprehended the intent realm. In addition to the Heaven Tier Hail of Ice Arrows, Wang Ting's gains this time were really huge. In terms of ice element, Wang Ting originally didn't have many attacking methods. Now, he had all of them. He had both the intent realm and combat techniques. In terms of ice force alone, Wang Ting's strength wasn't weaker than a normal quasi-warlord. Wang Ting was very emotional. Herson was really a good person. He worked so hard in the competition and helped him. If he wasn't a good person, then what was? The next few matches weren't particularly exciting. The martial artists from various countries sparred with each other. Some quasi-warlord level martial artists took the opportunity to compete. Wang Ting didn't care if the competition was exciting or not. He had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles and made a lot of money. Fire Force * 80, Earth Force * 130, Earth Fist Intent * 60, Life Origin * 2, Wood Force * 90, Metal Force * 205, time flew by, and a day passed quickly. The temple priest announced that the competition would be postponed and would continue on the third day. Wang Ting, Tantai Xian, and the others went down the mountain, ready to go back to the hotel to eat and rest. Wait! A voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone looked back and saw a group of people chasing after them. It was the people from the Ursa Major country. What's the matter? Tantai Xian asked suspiciously. The leader of the Ursa Major country's martial artists, Big Ivan, smiled and said, "The prodigies from Xiaxia's team have been shining in the competition. Our young men and women have been pestering me to come over and get to know you." Shining? Tantai Xian had a strange look on his face. Were they sure he was talking about them? Moreover, only Zhu Yunxiao and Wang Ting had participated in the quasi-warlord level competition. Zhu Yunxiao had lost, and Wang Ting. Forget it. Even so, the people from the Ursa Major country still said that their competition was exciting. Were these people being sarcastic? Big Ivan and the others didn't know what Tantai Xian and the others were thinking. They smiled and went up to chat, as if they were really here to make friends. Just as Big Ivan and Tantai Xian were talking, a tall and strong girl with a delicate face walked out from behind him. She casually extended her hand to Wang Ting. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Valeria Matusievich." Wang Ting looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of pressure. What a King Kong Barbie, however, he didn't know why, but when he saw the look in her eyes, he had a bad feeling. "Nice to meet you, Wang Ting." Wang Ting tried his best to maintain his aloofness as he nodded. "I think you're very strong. Are you interested in being my boyfriend?" Valeria asked directly. "Pfft." Wang Ting choked. Gulp, Wang Ting swallowed hard and raised his head to look at the beauty from Ursa Major country, even with his height of 1.8 meters, he still needed to raise his head slightly to see her face. Otherwise, he would only be able to see her well-developed chest. At first glance, this woman was like a celestial being. At second glance, she was like a ghost. She was beautiful, but she was also so well-developed that it made people doubt their lives. When he heard her words, Wang Ting finally understood where the ominous feeling came from. This King Kong Barbie before him was the most ominous thing. At this moment, not only was Wang Ting shocked, even Ji Xiaoming and the others couldn't help but open their mouths wide. However, they quickly revealed an expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to. Zhu Yunxiao, Chu Fei, and the others were already flushed red from holding back their laughter. *CKU. When Wang Ting saw their expressions, he wanted to blurt out countless curses, but his expression kept changing. "What, is this question difficult to answer?" Valeria stared at Wang Ting and asked seriously. Cough cough. Wang Ting couldn't help but cough dryly. Difficult, this wasn't just difficult, this was the biggest problem of the century. It's not that difficult. Wang Ting was determined to not admit defeat. However, when he saw the other party's pure gaze, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Why does this King Kong Barbie seem like someone who doesn't know anything about the world? He was about to say something, but when he thought about it, he sighed in his heart and changed to another topic. He asked, "Are all people from Ursa Major country this direct?" "I like to be direct," Valeria said. "How about this, before I answer your question, I'll ask you a question first." Wang Ting pretended to think for a moment and said, "Okay, ask away." Valeria nodded. When the others heard their conversation, they couldn't help but look over with interest. Tantai Xian glanced at Wang Ting with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if he was taking pleasure in his misfortune. "Who asked you to show off? Now you've sprained your waist. Then let me ask you, do you like sweet tofu pudding or savory tofu pudding?" Wang Ting asked. Everyone nearly fainted. Now they finally knew what he was going to do. This guy was too shameless. He actually used such a method to escape. What? Valeria, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know what tofu pudding was, and she didn't even understand it. Wang Ting finally realized his stupidity, but he didn't know about the delicacies of Ursa Major country. He could only ask, "What do you like to eat in Ursa Major country?" "Brin," Valeria said without hesitation. His throat even rolled a little, as if he had thought of something delicious. This guy seemed to be a glutton. Wang Ting suddenly had a bad feeling. But the arrow had already been knocked, so he quickly asked, "Do you like sweet or salty Bulin?" Everyone looked at him with disdain. How could he ask such a shameless question? Did he think she was easy to fool? Wang Ting ignored them and stared at Valeria. "Little guy, as long as you make a choice, our fate will end." Valeria looked at him in confusion. She didn't know why he asked that, but she still answered, "I like both." "You like both?" Wang Ting was stunned. "Yes, I like both." Valeria nodded. "How can you like both?" Wang Ting's mentality collapsed. This script wasn't right. Why didn't you choose one of the two? Why did you choose both? Do you know that you're going overboard? Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Wang Ting's depressed look. You should have a good chat with Miss Valeria. Isn't it your favorite thing to improve the friendship between the two countries? Tan Tai Xian patted Wang Ting's shoulder and laughed. Wang Ting almost shut himself up. How could these people be like this? How could they still be good friends? They were pushing him into a fire pit. Was this how to improve the friendship between two countries? There was no need to say anything. Their friendship was over. Wang Ting glared at Tan Tai Xian and said to Valeria in a serious tone, "If you like to eat Bulin biscuits, then we might not be fated." "Why?" Valeria asked. "Because I don't like to eat them." "How could people with different tastes have a future?" Wang Ting said. "You misunderstood." Valeria smiled and said, "Actually, I like to eat everything, so there's no difference in taste between us." Wang Ting squinted his eyes. "Oh no, I've met my match." This seemingly innocent King Kong Barbie was actually so difficult to deal with. It was out of his expectations. Then let's not talk about food. Let's talk about something else. If two people want to be together, they have to understand each other. Wang Ting looked at Tan Tai Xian and said while walking down the mountain, "Let's talk as we walk." Tan Tai Xian pretended not to see it, but he still walked down the mountain. It was embarrassing to talk about such things on the way down. "What do you want to know about me?" Valeria followed Wang Ting and asked. "Like your interests and hobbies?" Wang Ting said. "I like to hit people." Valeria said. Wang Ting was speechless. Hitting people was considered a hobby, then this King Kong Barbie's hobbies were really unique. But why did he have a feeling of mutual appreciation? Bah, this damned mutual appreciation, this was not the result he wanted. Ahem, it's not good to hit people. I don't like to hit people. You see, our interests and hobbies are different. There's no future like this. Wang Ting said against his will. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at him with a strange expression. You don't like to hit people? Do you even believe that? Tan Tai Xian didn't mind blowing things up and directly exposed him. Our Valeria saw your performance in the competition and decided to look for you. Big Ivan, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Wang Ting finally understood what the problem was. Damn it, this King Kong Barbie actually liked his fighting style. How was he supposed to change? Could it be that he and Valeria were really fated? No, no, no. Wang Ting seemed to have thought of a terrifying scene. He shivered and his scalp went numb. He shook his head heavily. I think you guys have really misunderstood me. I don't like to hit people. Really, I'm a kind person deep down. I only hit people because I have no other choice. Normally, I won't hit people if I don't have to, Wang Ting said seriously. What a coincidence, I'm a kind person too. Valeria said shyly. Yeah, our Valeria would feel guilty for a long time even if she squashed an ant. She's a kind-hearted girl. Big Ivan nodded continuously. Wang Ting felt a tightness in his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could these people be more shameless than him? Wang Ting was at his wit's end. He was in despair. Boss, please let me go. In the end, the people from Ursa Major did not leave. Especially under Tan Tai Xian's kind invitation, they stayed and had dinner with Xianxia and the others. Once again, everyone had a very friendly exchange. The relationship between the two countries was good, at least on the surface. Therefore, the dinner was very harmonious, and nothing nasty happened. At the table, Big Ivan asked, What do you think of bald eagle's genetic warriors? Xiaxia and the others paused. What do you think? Xian asked. Big Ivan did not mind. He knew that if he wanted to know Xiaxia's opinion, he had to show some sincerity. He smiled and said, these genetic warriors have some redeeming qualities, but their flaws are also very obvious. After they shapeshift, they will be affected by the astral beast's will and hurt others and themselves. After they are affected by the astral beast's will, they will become stronger, Xian said. But without rationality, their attacks will become aimless, no different from wild beasts. It will not be difficult to deal with them, Ting said. I forgot that you have fought with them. Big Ivan looked at Ting deeply. If it was really as simple as Ting said, then they would not have to worry so much about bald eagle's genetic warriors. Ting could easily deal with them, but it did not mean that other warriors could do the same. You must have studied genetic warriors, right? Xian suddenly said meaningfully. Big Ivan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly smiled and said, not just us, aren't you all the same? The atmosphere at the table suddenly became tense, but then Xian and Big Ivan both laughed. Then, the two of them avoided the topic as if they had not mentioned it at all, and the dinner table returned to harmony. I won't give up, Valeria said seriously to Ting before she left. Ting suddenly had a headache. This stubborn girl was still going to waste time with him. Xian wrapped his arms around his neck and chuckled. Not bad, little brother. You're so lucky. We're only halfway through the exchange meeting and you've already gotten yourself a beauty. You're bringing glory to our country. Go, go, go. You call this a blessing, a glory for the country? Ting angrily slapped her hand away and walked upstairs, ignoring her. Everyone was amused. Xianxia joked, isn't that a blessing? Miss Valeria has an angelic face. I've never seen such a delicate face in my life. The face is an angel, but the body is the real devil. I'm afraid my small body can't bear it. Ting said gloomily. That's why you have to invest in advance. The figure can be trained. As long as she doesn't work hard to train her muscles, the figure will naturally return to normal. At that time, you will make a lot of money. This is definitely a profitable business. Zhu Yunxiao analyzed. Haha, I don't have time to play this game. Ting chuckled. You don't know how lucky you are. You'll regret it in the future, Xian teased. Go away. Ting's forehead was covered with layers of black lines. He was furious. The next day, everyone came to the arena again. On the Ursa Major country's side, Valeria saw Xiaxia and the others and immediately greeted them loudly as if they were very familiar with each other. Ting braced himself and nodded. This was his reply. Warriors from other countries saw this scene and speculated. Could it be that the Ursa Major country and Xiaxia had joined forces? The priest of the temple descended from the top of the mountain and saw this scene. His eyes flashed slightly. As the largest warrior organization in Northern Europe, the temple was naturally very concerned about the movements of the world's major countries. At this time, could the situation between the Ursa Major country and Xiaxia be a signal? Both the Ursa Major country and Xiaxia probably didn't know that the actions of the two young people had caused the world's imagination to run wild. No one knew what kind of messy things they were thinking. The competition continues. Who is willing to fight today? The priest of the temple said. The arena quieted down slightly. Suddenly, a young monk walked out from the direction of the Inca nation and entered the arena. He was wearing a red robe and his upper body was half naked. The top of his head was not really bald, but had a thin layer of hair. His face was calm and solemn. He turned to look at Xiaxia, put his hands together and said. Aguilo challenges the warrior of Xiaxia. Please fight. As the voice came out, the arena suddenly became quiet. In the audience seats of Xiaxia, Chu Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Who wants to fight this round? Xian asked. This person is probably the most powerful warrior of the Inca country this time. Ting glanced at him and said with a trace of surprise in his heart. The most powerful warrior. Everyone was shocked. That's right. His strength is at the lower warrior level and he has a very strange aura. Wang Ting frowned and said slowly. Lower warrior level. When Xu Fei and Yan Bo heard that, they immediately gave up on the idea of fighting. They were only quasi-warrior level warriors, and Aguilo was obviously the strongest trump card of the Inga country. They had no chance of winning. At the end of the day, each country had extremely outstanding Skype rides and shouldn't be underestimated. If that's the case, let me fight. Mujigwa stood up and said. Wang Ting and Tan Taixian looked at each other and nodded. Be careful. Mujigwa nodded at the two of them and walked into the arena. Mujigwa, Xianxia. Mujigwa bowed at Aguilo. Please. Aguilo calmly returned the bow. As soon as he finished speaking, two powerful auras suddenly rose in the arena. In an instant, the two sides began to wrestle. This was the first battle between lower warrior level warriors. The warriors of each country paid close attention and stared at the arena below. Wang Ting turned serious too. He chewed a grilled octopus leg in his mouth, but his gaze was fixed on the arena. Boom, in the next moment, two forces of force exploded. Mujigwa's body was bathed in golden force. He held a battle sword in his hand and slashed at the Inga warrior opposite him. Aguilo's weapon was a strange-looking iron rod. His expression was calm as streaks of dark red force rose from his body. The scorching heat spread in all directions. This is? Wang Ting's eyes focused as a storm raged in his heart. Star Force, there was no mistake. The force used by the Inga monk was indeed Star Force. Although the Star Force was a little mixed and not very pure, it was the real Star Force. It was the Star Force that the martial arts leaders had been searching for. How could Wang Ting not be surprised? Is this the ancient technique of the Inga country? Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he recalled what Tan Taixian had said before. The Inga warriors had a long history and seemed to have some secret techniques that outsiders didn't know about. Could the Star Force be related to those secret techniques? End of chapter 599. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.